Upon retirement, others indulge in nurturing grandchildren and engaging in square dancing. However, Pei Ye embraces a different path, investing in the cultivation of virtual characters. Prior to her investments, a lackluster game that barely piqued her interest. After her investments, a delightful revelation. Not only can I invest, but I can also immerse myself fully in the experience. The endeavor of nurturing virtual characters serves to refine one's sensibilities, enriching the monotonous existence that follows retirement. 001. If you dare, come challenge me. In a sparsely furnished room enveloped in darkness, the only illumination emanates from a flickering screen in the study, casting a serene blue glow, occasionally interrupted by the rhythmic beeping of incoming messages. At this moment, faint footsteps approach from the kitchen, gradually coming into focus. Beep, beep, beep. The sound of notifications resounds once more, prompting the figure to momentarily falter in her stride. Without apparent movement, she materializes in the study like a wisp of smoke, her speed astonishing enough to leave a trail of afterimages. She takes a sip from a freshly prepared instant beverage, casually placing her panda-shaped mug on the desk, her fingers gliding across the virtual screen. Pei Ye, are you there? Pei Ye, are you online? Dear Pei Ye, urgent matters await. Do not feign ignorance. Pei Ye, come out. I know you are online. Don't hide behind the screen in silence. I am aware you are lurking. The time in the lower right corner ticks away, second by second. Pei Ye peruses the increasingly frantic messages from her friend, her expression as tranquil as still waters. Her friend, in a desperate plea, has inundated her with over 200 messages. Skipping the inconsequential prattle in the middle, Pei Ye scrolled directly to the concluding sentences. Esteemed Madam Pei, your composure is admirable. I concede defeat and acknowledge your superiority. The friend's tone gradually softened. I have a favor to ask. Given your recent leisure, would you assist me in caring for a child? Upon completion, you'll be duly compensated. The child's existence must remain confidential, and after careful consideration, I can only entrust this task to you. I am aware of your inexperience with children, so I have designed a foolproof nurturing app specifically for the little one. Simply follow the instructions, and it will require minimal effort. I must attend to other matters. We shall converse later. Friend XXX has sent you an offline file. Please check it. The swiftness of the action suggested the offloading of a burdensome responsibility. Pei Ye hesitated for a considerable time while staring at these words before ultimately choosing to accept. She transitioned from an upright posture to a languid and euphoric position, her long legs crossed and resting on the corner of the desk, humming a local tune. Download, install, open the app all in one go. A second later, the intelligent device's screen abruptly went black, gradually revealing a resplendent expanse of pink starlight. The starlight converged toward the center of the screen, forming a pink vortex. Shortly thereafter, the pink vortex coalesced into an adorable pink heart, simulating the rhythmic throbbing of a heart 3 times. Why design a parenting app with such flamboyant aesthetics? As she spoke, a wave of affection erupted, transforming into a flowing pink radiance that coalesced into 4 grand characters. Pairs, love, and nurturing. Pei Ye. Not only was the design ostentatious, but it also borrowed heavily from others. Engaging in such a game would undoubtedly lower one's standards. She casually grabbed a snack piled in the corner of her study, tore open the biodegradable paper bag, and began crunching on potato chips. During the wait, the protracted scene animation finally concluded, revealing an even more flamboyant logo. It was evidently a privately produced app, and the creator had crafted a series of disclaimers for this nurturing app, requiring Pei Ye to sign a statement before entering the game. She glanced over and found the terms of these disclaimers rather absurd. This game is a nurturing simulation that integrates romance and pet care. 1. The nurturing of your pet is entirely in the hands of the player should your pet exhibit a lack of intelligence. Please refrain from anger, engage in self-reflection. Seek the root of the issue and reject domestic violence. The growth of your pet necessitates the player's full participation, so please treat it with seriousness and avoid a lackadaisical approach. Point 2. Your pet's emotions are highly sensitive, so players must be attentive to its mood fluctuations. Point 3. If your pet makes a mistake, guidance should be the primary approach. Refrain from using harsh language. Point 4. Once activated, this game is bound for life and cannot be destroyed or discarded. Finally, all rights of interpretation belong to the celestial mind. If you disagree, come and challenge me. Pei Ye. At this moment, she yearned to purchase a ticket to the central planet and obliterate that scoundrel's lair. How could one flaunt their allure in front of others, only to brazenly present themselves before her? Without scrutinizing the absurd terms and conditions, Pei Ye hastily scrolled to the end and clicked agree, signing her name in accordance with the procedure and binding her account. As a melodious and lively background tune commenced, the game finally began. Pei Ye casually clicked through, bypassing the tedious tutorial for novices. In stark contrast to the extravagant cutscenes and logo displays, the game interface was surprisingly simplistic. The screen revealed a plain room with gray-white walls, a frosted window that was shut, a closed door, a wooden table, a wooden stool, and atop the stool sat a gaudily decorated egg, with nothing else in sight. This egg was indeed a riot of colors, with roughly 20 hues that seemed to have been haphazardly splattered on like a child's doodle. She poked at the egg, and a naming box appeared on the screen. Please name your offspring or lover. Since it's referred to as offspring, I shall name it Azai. The game setting was truly rife with absurdity. She was not a paper sexual. There was no way she could regard the paper figure within the app as a partner, let alone a lover. Raising both an offspring and a lover was tantamount to nurturing a child only to consume it later. How grotesque. Name successfully registered. With the system prompt concluded, the egg's head proudly bore the two characters. Azai. Pei Ye explored the various functions of the buttons, while the system prompted her to assign an ID to her account. After a moment of contemplation, the name your dad was born. Should that egg be adorned with a title, the words above its head would transform into your dad's offspring. As she pressed various icons, she endeavored to decipher their meanings. How dare they release such a rudimentary game? It wouldn't even create a ripple in the market. Since Pei Ye's retirement from the Federal Army, she had been utterly engrossed in gaming, dabbling in action, adventure, simulation, role-playing, and casual games, with a Part 1 killer focus on popular pay-to-win games. She had also experimented with a few nurturing games, but after a brief period, she swiftly grasped their mechanics and abandoned them. In her discerning eyes, this nurturing app was far too simplistic, failing to ignite any urge to spend. How does one upgrade this thing? After a moment of exploration, Pei Ye discovered a progress bar labeled Merit atop the egg. Merit was akin to experience points in conventional games, with no immediate options for monetary investment. Progress could only be achieved through effort. According to the nurturing game formula, this is precisely the moment when they should introduce 1 yuan purchase or 6 yuan for an SR skin to entice spending. With a 1 and a 6, they would progressively lead to subsequent offers of 98, 188, 348, and 648. Despite Pei Ye having previously fallen victim to the manipulations of game developers, spending tens of thousands, she remained skeptical. In the realm of nurturing games, one either invests financially or dedicates substantial time. A game that demands both is simply shameless. Currently, she possesses nothing but an abundance of leisure time, brimming with potential energy, rendering monetary investment impractical. How much merit is required to break the shell? 10, 100, 1,000. Perhaps 1,000 merits? It does not seem excessive. Pei Ye frantically prodded at the screen, realizing that the recently skipped tutorial contained crucial clues. She promptly summoned the tutorial for a meticulous review. In the center of the screen, a parchment unfurled, the initial text remaining relatively legible, though marred by ink stains that obscured subsequent lines. Several tens of thousands of years ago, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth flourished, and while there were frictions among immortals, humans, demons, and monsters, the overall atmosphere was relatively harmonious. In the human realm existed a vast continent. Dotted with numerous nations. Among them was a small kingdom, with a population of less than 1 million, known as Tanchong. Following these two sentences, ink blots obscured several lines of text. Years later, the queen of Tanchong gave birth to, named Su. Subsequently, more ink obscured the text, leaving Pei Ye struggling to discern a few words. From the context, it seemed that the prince named Su encountered some calamity. One might speculate that Tanchong fell victim to conquest. After the kingdom's demise, Su succumbed to darkness, committing acts that invoked the wrath of heaven, resulting in a curse. Unless Su were to atone for the myriad of transgressions, he would remain eternally ensnared, unable to attain liberation. Ultimately, the soul of Su transformed into this very egg. Players are required to hatch an egg, accompanying Su in the pursuit of virtue and fortune, aiding Su in awakening. Upon reviewing the scenario, Pei Ye was struck by a singular thought. This is a shoddily constructed game background. The click setting was so prevalent that one could easily find a plethora of similar free assets with a simple search. Having grasped the context surrounding the egg, Pei Ye commenced her exploration of how to conquer dungeons and accumulate virtue. Though her friend was rather inept, having promised to assist in nurturing the creature, she resolved to follow through, as idleness offered no better alternative. Whether engrossed in an online game or immersed in a nurturing simulation, the distinction was negligible. Both served to pass the time. Finding the dungeon entrance proved to be quite straightforward. In the upper right corner of the screen, there was an ostentatiously designed skull button emblazoned with the word dungeon. Upon entering, the screen unveiled a lengthy scroll of parchment, somewhat aged, with corners tinged in a yellow-brown hue. Aside from the first dungeon, which was illuminated, the others were locked, marked with a gray insignia, rendering them inaccessible. She could only click on the introduction of the foremost dungeon. Upon reading, she nearly lost her sight. Why did the elderly woman tragically perish on the street? Why do hundreds of sows wail every night? What leads to the repeated tampering with condoms in the small convenience store? Why are women's underwear frequently stolen from the dormitory? What hidden secrets lie behind the theft of bed linens? Who is responsible for the blooming of the flower-like youth? Behind all these occurrences, is it a distortion of human nature or a decline in morality? Please follow this channel as your father guides us into the hearts of the demons, exploring the unknown realms of existence. Curiosity compelled her to click, while the instinct for self-preservation urged her to exit the interface. What a ridiculous thing! Pei Ye felt an overwhelming sense of indignation, as if her intelligence were being ruthlessly subdued by a friend. She attempted to uninstall the game, yet this insidious application proved addictive. The interface froze at that moment, and her finger inadvertently pressed enter dungeon. Is this even possible? She refused to believe that her cognitive faculties could be hindered to such an extent unless someone was secretly meddling. For instance, the creator of this app. Pei Ye identified the suspect, as the screen flashed several prompts in succession. Preparing to enter the dungeon. Please ensure you are ready. Countdown 3. Countdown 2. Countdown 1. Entering the dungeon. Wishing you a pleasant gaming experience. The melodious sound of the game echoed, and before Pei Ye could react, darkness enveloped her, plunging her into unconsciousness. Just before losing awareness, she vaguely heard the teasing laughter of her friend. All rights of explanation belong to the heavenly brain. If you dare, come and fight me. .002. This absurd game. Pei Ye felt a dull ache in her forehead, as if her eyes were glued shut by some heavy substance, refusing to open. That substance was probably eye discharge. The patient has awakened. Struggling to open her eyes, she was greeted by the sight of a stark white ceiling, the air thick with the pungent scent of disinfectant. As she attempted to move, her limbs felt like a rusty, decrepit machine on the verge of collapse, emitting a distressing creak that sent shivers down her spine. This sensation of utter weakness was one she had not experienced in years. Pei Ye's first instinct was to assume her condition had worsened, but she quickly realized that this wasn't a federal hospital, nor any place she recognized. Surveying her surroundings, she noted 2 beds on either side, yet she was alone in the room. As a retired Legion commander of the Federation, even in her self-imposed exile to a remote planet, she would reside in a highly secure luxury apartment. If she had fallen ill and been rushed to a hospital, the conditions could not possibly be this shabby, could they? Even a rural clinic on a distant planet would be equipped with at least a couple of second-hand instruments. Yet here there was nothing. Pei Ye recalled the female voice she had heard upon waking, her brow furrowing even deeper. A language she had neither heard nor studied. How could she comprehend it? Then, she heard unfamiliar footsteps approaching from outside the door. Patient in bed 23. What is your name? Where am I? They spoke simultaneously. My name is Pei Ye. This is a hospital. On the surface, Pei Ye appeared composed, yet tumultuous waves surged within her heart. The words she had just blurted out were not even in the Federation's common tongue. A foreign language, which she not only comprehended but could articulate, even engaging in conversation. Pei Ye struggled to suppress her emotions and feigned calmness as she inquired of the nurse. "This is a hospital. How did I end up in a hospital?" The nurse cast a sidelong glance at Pei Ye's right arm, adorned with an elaborate tattoo that snaked from her shoulder down to her hand. It was evident that she was a rebellious girl from the streets. However, as a nurse, she could not reveal her suspicions and replied casually, "You were found sleeping on the road, Sid, in the early hours and brought to the hospital." What kind of respectable girl would be sleeping on the street at such an hour? Most likely, she had been out drinking in a bar and was merely picked up in a drunken stupor. How unfortunate that the young girls of today seem so lacking in self-respect and awareness of self-protection. The nurse thought she concealed her judgments well, but how could Pei Ye not see through it? The nurse reminded Pei Ye to settle her bill shortly. "Settle the bill? The person who brought you to the hospital paid a deposit of 100, but the infusion and hospitalization fees will require additional payment." Pei Ye responded nonchalantly, "I will take care of it shortly. Thank you." The nurse proceeded to take her temperature and pulse, offering basic precautions before finally departing. Once the nurse had left, her footsteps echoing in her clogs, Pei Ye lifted the covers and rose from the bed. The soles of her feet met the chill of the porcelain tiles, an icy sensation surging through her, causing her brow to furrow in response to the stark reality of her surroundings. The highest degree of realism in the Federation's holographic games reaches 80%, while the neural network boasts a maximum of 95%, all measures design it. Will help individuals distinguish between reality and illusion. Yet, Pei Ye discovered that her current environment was a complete replication, with the people, language, and ambience around her rendering her utterly bewildered. Where on earth was she? "Is there a door here?" Gazing at the doorknob, she reached out and twisted it. With a sharp click, the fragile doorknob detached from its base in an instant. She stared at the broken doorknob in silence for 2 seconds. The quality of the most basic products surpasses this. The arrangement behind the door was exceedingly simple: a toilet, a sink, a trash bin, a mirror, and a shower head. After scrutinizing the space for some time, Pei Ye finally recognized that this room was a restroom. What on earth is this place? The items before her resembled artifacts from a history museum, reputedly relics from the time when the Human Federation departed from their primal planet. Pei Ye caught sight of her reflection in the mirror, confronting a visage she did not recognize, her brow wrapped in bandages, and suddenly a series of images flashed through her mind. ND, a dark study, and scrupulous friends, a deceptive game. Pei Ye recalled that she had inadvertently clicked on Enter Instance before losing consciousness. Even though her physical condition had necessitated her forced retirement from the military, it did not imply that she was weak enough to be easily trifled with. She could hardly believe that someone could incapacitate her and transport her to this place without her awareness, and even switch her body, unless, of course, there was something peculiar about that game. Pei Ye took a deep breath, suppressing the immense power within her. This must be a virtual space created by Qidian. Now, only it possesses the authority to craft a fully immersive virtual environment. However, she soon overturned this assumption. No matter how realistic a virtual space might be, it could deceive the senses but could never mislead her mental probing. This was the real world, yet it was a reality that felt unfamiliar to her. Beep, beep, beep. The sudden sound echoed in the confined space. Instinctively, Pei Ye reached into her pocket and her fingertips brushed against a cool, flat, rectangular object. A phone? Yet another relic of the past. The phone screen illuminated, revealing a clean and simple interface, with all the icons unfamiliar, except for one that made her want to hurl the device. A flamboyant pink heart icon, beneath which read 4 characters: Lanyu, Yangja love, and raising cubs. This wretched game is still around? Though she contemplated throwing the phone, her fingers obediently tapped on the app. There was no other option awakening in an alien environment. This was the only familiar object she had, and perhaps it held some clues. Upon opening the app, she was greeted by the familiar little room, with an egg perched on the stool, proudly displaying the word Are there no clues? With a mere tap of her finger on the skull icon, the screen finally shifted. Congratulations! Player has entered the dungeon of the exquisite useless little celestial master, has a red envelope group. Pei Ye. Continuing to tap, several lines of text emerged in rapid succession. Battle, Heroes of the exquisite useless little celestial master has a red envelope group. Team 22. Completion 06 that investigate the mystery of the elderly lattice gruesome demise incomplete. Investigate the mystery of the hundreds of sows, nightly screams incomplete. Investigate the mystery of the missing condoms from the convenience store incomplete. Investigate the mystery of the stolen panties from the girls' dormitory incomplete. Investigate the mystery of the bed sheets theft incomplete. Investigate the mystery of the youthful blooming of the chrysanthemum incomplete. Pei Ye, is this game serious? She had anticipated a proper horror experience, yet in an instant, the tone shifted to absurdity. Reward: 2,500 points of virtue, 100 points of fortune. Pei Ye. Who was the fool behind this ridiculous script? When had she ever expressed an unusual craving for virtue and fortune? I want to leave. No sooner had Pei Ye uttered these words than the phone interface displayed more lines of text, thwarting her intentions. Name: Pei Ye. Birthday: May 14th. Height: 178 centimeters. Account ID: your father. Partner cub: Azai. Age: a 333-year-old woman who falsely claims a younger birth date. Merit: 998-724-1001. Fortune: 520-131-4999. Status: a sinner cursed by divine retribution. Pei Ye. Heavenly mind, I curse you. What does a distance of 2 kilometers signify? Typically, it would take merely 10 minutes to hail a taxi. But now one must traverse through a sea of countless zombies. Should anything happen to the elderly couple, all their efforts and exhaustion would be rendered meaningless. Lu father fell into a contemplative silence, while the stepmother stammered an explanation. Xian, you cannot blame your father. If anyone is at fault, it is the aunt. It was her who foolishly opened the door. Through the stepmother's hesitant words, Lu Yexian began to grasp the gravity of the situation. A band of armed miscreants possessing supernatural abilities had raided the armory and fled to the S Hotel, never anticipating that the calamity would spiral out of control. Initially, their intention was merely to seize a few guests as hostages. When a waitress attempted to call for help, she was discovered and subjected to horrific violence. Whether it was a stroke of fortune or misfortune, she too awakened her own powers and sought desperately to escape from the storage room where she was confined. Having escaped, she found herself at a loss for where to flee. Outside lurked a horde of ravenous monsters, and her only recourse was to seek refuge in a hotel room. Regrettably, the rooms were either vacant or occupied by guests turned into zombies, leaving her with no escape. Ultimately, it was the compassion of Lu Yefether and his wife that provided her sanctuary. Just as they opened the door, a living person suddenly emerged and apprehended them all. Among the band of miscreants, one possessed the rare ability of invisibility. Upon successfully binding one of the villains, Xiang Ruejuan's attention was drawn to this revelation. Invisibility? She tightened her grip on the knife's hilt, for such an ability was exceedingly rare and valuable in this apocalyptic world, lacking significant offensive, defensive, or healing abilities. They nevertheless possess a peculiar power that allows them to navigate the post-apocalyptic world with relative ease. As long as they do not encounter zombies of a higher level, they remain undetectable to zombies of equal or lower ranks. Free from the threat of being overwhelmed by the undead, they can effortlessly infiltrate cities ravaged by zombies and scavenge for supplies with great convenience. Confronting them proves challenging for those endowed with supernatural abilities. If they can overpower them, they resort to treachery, but if not, they flee. Xiang Ruejuan harbors concerns that an invisible ability user may be lurking nearby, poised to strike. An ability to turn invisible? Such a peculiar talent indeed, she cautioned. Everyone, stay vigilant. I fear he may still be alive. Pei Ye interjected, your understanding of my capabilities is insufficient. Within the realm of mental prowess, unless one possesses a stronger mind, invisibility is an impossibility. While an invisible ability might deceive the eyes, it cannot mask one's mental acuity. Xiang Ruejuan felt as though a lump had lodged in her throat, choking her with frustration. Seizing this sentiment, she tightened the ropes significantly as she bound their hands and feet, ultimately securing them with a pig's trotter clasp. Pei Ye cast a glance and could not resist teasing. Your binding technique exhibits a certain artistry. This band of ruffians shared a common trait. They were tall and muscular. Xiang Ruejuan's method of binding resembled a form of SM, accentuating their pectorals, which, at a glance, seemed even more impressive than many women-esque figures. "Mind your own business," she retorted, dragging the three burly men to the window on the third floor, preparing to lower them down. Pei Ye, with a ruthless demeanor, commanded to strip Qidian Girls of his clothing, asserting that if they were to feed the zombies, it ought to be done with a semblance of sincerity. Xianggu's gaze upon Pei Ye resembled that of someone condemning a deviant. "Your tastes are rather morbid," she remarked, incredulous that merely hanging someone to feed the zombies was insufficient. They had to be completely undressed as well. Observing the nefarious individuals subdued by her within the dining hall, it was evident that aside from the scarred man who had met a swift demise from a bullet to the head, the others had been precisely shot in a manner that rendered them lifeless. TSK, 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 given the significant loss of blood, even without feeding the zombies, they would inevitably succumb to exsanguination. Pei Ye retorted, "I am merely adhering to the law, distinguishing between grievances and justice. According to federal statutes, the heinous acts of rape and murder against minors warrant the death penalty. In the end, whether one dies by a bullet or is suspended as bait for the zombies, the outcome remains the same." In response to Pei Ye's demands, it was not the malevolent criminals who felt despair, but rather Qidian Girls himself. "Why must it be me?" he lamented, a commendable man who had never even unbuttoned his girlfriend's coat, questioning the rationale behind disrobing a few ruffians. Pei Ye, cigarette in mouth, plopped down on a dining chair, one leg resting upon the edge of the table. "You are the only male present. The rest are unmarried women. Why shouldn't it be you?" Qidian Girls remained silent, contemplating, "Or, do you intend for Yi Xian to undertake this task?" With no further words, Qidian Girls swiftly utilized a blade of wind to sever the garments, preferring to avoid direct contact. Initially, control proved elusive, with accuracy and force significantly deviating, resulting in lacerations that left the victims bloodied and their anguished cries resonating throughout the third-floor dining area. The woman cradling the girl seated herself cautiously on a dining chair, shielding her daughter's eyes to prevent her from witnessing the gruesome scene. Those in the know understood that Qidian Girls was disrobing them, while the uninitiated might have mistaken it for a live rendition of slow slicing. Having pacified her parents, Lu Yexian accompanied Xianggu's to liberate the survivors from the storage room and kitchen. As a woman of delicate sensibilities and gentle nature, she was overwhelmed with intense indignation upon beholding the two lifeless female bodies in the kitchen and the several surviving women bearing bruises all over. These brutes. Feeding them to zombies would be too merciful. 219. A fine display of impartiality. Lu Yexian feigned retrieving items from her backpack, while in reality, she procured clean and tidy sportswear along with towels from the Spirit Spring dimension. Her healing prowess was exceptional among her peers, yielding remarkable therapeutic effects. The treatment significantly alleviated the physical discomfort of the victims, yet the emotional scars proved far more challenging to erase. It would be better if they could break down and cry, emotions could be released, and then they could recover slowly. The most worrying thing is that they can't even cry and are numb. The kitchen sink was filled with clean water, which was ideal for cleansing the filth from their bodies. Thank you. After a bout of unrestrained sobbing, the afflicted woman hiccuped, lowered her head, and accepted the towel and clothing. Xianggu's raised an eyebrow, reassessing her perception of Lu Yexian. Ordinary therapeutic abilities can only alleviate physical pain, yet they fail to soothe the heartache of victims. Following immense trauma, individuals often suffer psychological damage, exhibiting significant resistance to others and the world around them. This may manifest in extreme behaviors such as hysterical outbursts, withdrawal from social interaction, self-harm, or even aggression towards others. In a post-apocalyptic era, mental health issues are far more pronounced than in times of peace, with reactions becoming increasingly evident. The emotions of the female victims before her appear relatively stable. It is uncertain whether to attribute this to their resilience or the superior healing abilities of Lu Yexian. Xianggu leans towards the latter. Having been nurtured by Lu Yexian throughout this ordeal, Xianggu distinctly perceives the differences between her and other healers. Perhaps it is due to the spiritual spring? However, Xianggu has no time to delve deeper into this thought. While tending to these victims, Lu Yexian also attends to the survivors outside, prioritizing the treatment of the severely injured over those with minor wounds. As a healer, Lu Yexian possesses an innate intuition, enabling her to accurately discern the severity of injuries and make informed decisions regarding treatment. For instance, she promptly treats broken limbs and secures them with splints. Splints? Xianggu's lips twitched, as she observed Lu Yexin pulling out what was clearly flooring purchased from a hardware store. When did Lu Yexin acquire such items? The hotel survivors, having confirmed that Pei Ye and her companions bear no ill intent, unleashed their pent-up anger upon the bound perpetrators. Kicking, jabbing with high heels, and wielding chairs to strike their heads, they were consumed by violence, relentlessly pursuing the goal of inflicting fatal harm, with no intention of holding back. One ruffian screamed as his skull was crushed, while others clung to life. Qidian Shu, with a body marred by wounds, hoisted one of the assailants out the window, measured the length of the rope, and then lowered him a few meters further. The fresh scent of blood swiftly attracted a horde of zombies, escalating from a few curious stragglers to dozens, and then to hundreds. They jostled beneath the hotel walls, desperately climbing over one another, while those at the back clawed their way up by grasping their companions. Several criminals, unconscious, were being devoured from their feet upwards by the zombies, while the few still aware let out agonized cries, struggling to ascend, clinging to the hope of surviving even a second longer. Lu Yexin was deeply concerned. Would these zombies truly stack upon one another to reach the window? Not at all. Pei Ye, smiling, dispatched a zombie that had bitten into the foot of one assailant, shattering its skull. Even as the headless corpse fell, other zombies relentlessly surged forward to take its place. Pei Ye leaned against the window, her demeanor radiating warmth and gentleness. Xianggu felt a chill run down her spine. With just a glance at Pei Ye's serene smile, one might imagine the outside world adorned with vibrant blossoms. But the reality? Outside, a cacophony of ravenous zombies clamored, while a dozen or more bloodied, naked bodies of robust men hung limply from the window. Zombies encroached, eager to feast, and she simply smiled. What are you doing? The screams from outside persisted for over half an hour, yet astonishingly, the criminals had not all perished. As Xianggu approached to discern the truth, the grim reality unfolded before her eyes. With a mirthless smile, Pei Ye remarked that the raison d'etre of zombies was the consumption of human flesh. Since these individuals were released to satiate the zombies, each one should partake. In the face of scarcity, every zombie would at least taste human flesh and blood, ensuring equitable distribution. Xianggu could only express his frustration. Such twisted fairness. The zombies would lick their fill before Pei Ye obliterated their heads with a thunderous spell, paving the way for the next ghoul. Truly, a life fulfilled. Pei Ye beckoned Lu Yexin, instructing him to employ his abilities to heal the victims, prolonging their suffering and allowing him to hone his powers, a dual benefit. Xianggu was conflicted. Ordinarily, Lu Yexin would balk at such actions. A swift death was one thing, but this torture seemed excessively perverse. However, recalling the heinous acts of these villains, he found justification in aiding their torment. These evildoers preyed on the vulnerable, subjecting innocent women to repeated violations. Why shouldn't they endure the same fate at the hands of the undead? Pei Ye, with a cruel smile, guided Lu Yexin, indicating which wounds to prioritize to keep them clinging to life and maintain their awareness. She successfully cemented her image as a depraved fiend. When will you cease this torment? The villains croaked, their voices hoarse with despair. According to a person performing for 2 minutes, achieving 60 to 70 movements per minute, one should ensure that the zombies are licked at least 100 or 200 times, Pei Ye remarked coldly. Furthermore, am I not merely purging the zombies? By utilizing the blood and cries of these individuals to draw nearby zombies for extermination, our departure from the hotel would be significantly eased. Perhaps there are survivors in the vicinity. The more zombies we attract, the safer they shall be. She considered herself a benefactor. How could one accuse her of playing? Xianggu mused. Were it not for the absence of the hospital, she would truly wish to have Pei Ye examined for her mental state. This individual is undoubtedly a highly dangerous entity. Engaging in such bloody deeds, she manages to present herself as a savior, and astonishingly, some even believe her. Xiaoxiu is also acting for the greater good. The fate of these villains is but a consequence of their own actions. Xianggu couldn't help but display an expression of exasperation. How could the usually persuasive Lu Yexin be swayed by Xiaoxiu's misguided notions? As nightfall approached, hunger began to gnaw at the group. Lu Yexin and others had expended their abilities throughout the day and were now ravenous. The kitchen remained operational, and the dining hall on the 3rd floor was stocked with ample provisions. A few survivors skilled in cooking volunteered to prepare whatever they could manage. Although Pei Ye and her companions did not explicitly state that they could not eat, they also refrained from indicating that they could. Having completed their tasks, they might be rewarded with a portion of soup. Liu Yexian instructed her stepmother to serve Pei Ye a bowl of 3-flavor noodles, large enough to resemble a basin. Is this sufficient? Pei Ye retrieved a nutrient supplement with a flavor reminiscent of modeling clay, opened it, and sprinkled it over the noodles. That will suffice. A single bowl is sufficient. On the first night of the apocalypse, within the hotel, dozens of individuals found themselves unable to sleep. They had first endured the crisis of the end times, and subsequently faced the humiliation and violence inflicted by marauders. In a mere 24 hours, the experience felt as though it had stretched into an eternity. This was merely the first day. They could hardly fathom how many more days filled with anxiety and torment awaited them. The sole consolation was that Pei Ye and her companions harbored no intentions of further torment. Instead, they graciously permitted the others to have dinner. That evening, along with breakfast and lunch the following day, they prioritized the consumption of the meat, vegetables, and fruits stored in the cold storage of the third-floor restaurant, which were difficult to preserve and would spoil once the refrigeration ceased. Pei Ye inquired with Liu Yexian about the availability of rice and flour. The hotel, being a 5-star establishment, likely had a substantial stockpile due to its buffet services. Just before the massive outbreak of zombies, the hotel had replenished its supplies, and the ingredients in the third-floor restaurant were abundant. Let's cook all the rice, she suggested, making it a bit drier so that it can be shaped into rice balls, which should keep for 2 to 3 days. We should also prepare all the flour into steamed buns. She informed Ruejuan that there was still quite a bit of rice and flour in the kitchen, and it would spoil if left uneaten. I did not imply that we should consume the provisions ourselves. They are undoubtedly meant for the survivors. The national machinery reacts swiftly, and there should be numerous survivor bases established by now. To reach these bases will require at least 3 to 4 days, during which the absence of food could lead to starvation. Pei Ye possesses nutritional supplements, and along with Xiang Ruejuan and others, she has resources stored within her spatial pocket and spiritual spring. However, those survivors are far less fortunate. Pei Ye's words sounded like a fantastical tale to Xiang Ruejuan. She continued, there are still many survivors hiding on the upper floors of hotel. I will bring them down shortly, and we shall depart together tomorrow. Xiang Ruejuan felt a sharp pang in her heart. In this apocalyptic world, resources are more precious than human lives. Very well, I shall follow your lead, she replied, striving to take deep breaths to suppress the anguish of seeing resources being divided. If necessary, she could visit several Walmart warehouses tomorrow to gather additional supplies and compensate for today's losses. It is settled then. Let us also assist these survivors in preparing food. Pei Ye rose to seek out the other survivors in hotel, remarking that each individual rescued would contribute at least 2 points of merit. Before departing, she cautioned, if they resort to violence, you know what to do. The first statement was directed at Liu Yi, while the latter was intended for Xiang Ruejuan. For Pei Ye, living humans are far more challenging to deal with than zombies. Currently, the zombies are merely mindless creatures driven by the instinct to feed. They are not human, but enemies, and a shot to the head will suffice. The fortunate survivors, however, are a different matter altogether. No one can ascertain whether there are ill-intentioned individuals among them. To dispatch a zombie evokes no qualms, but to extinguish a human life? Xiang Ruejuan scoffed, feeling underestimated. Did you even need to mention it? She retorted. In the 5 years of this apocalypse, she had annihilated countless zombies and an untold number of the living. The survivors within the diner would do well to show deference, or they would meet their end. The scores of survivors and Liu Yexian's entourage maintained a distinct separation, several meters of space between them. With the departure of the formidable, the survivors felt a mixture of trepidation and relief. How could they not fear her? In the parlance of recent internet memes, was not merely ruthless. She was a veritable scourge. She had suspended those gangster thugs outside the windows for hours, offering them as sustenance to the zombies. Had hunger not been so acute, they would have been unable to stomach their meals while listening to the thugs' hoarse cries for help and pleas for mercy. It was utterly nauseating. Her departure brought a palpable sense of lightness to the atmosphere. After a dozen minutes, a middle-aged man in a suit approached, intending to parley. Before he could close within 2 meters, Xiang Ruejuan pointed her blade at him. Speak from where you stand, she commanded. Undeterred by the blade, the man maintained a gentle, amicable smile. We are grateful for your rescue earlier today. It was not for your sake, but for our parents that we came. Saving you was merely incidental. Xiang Ruejuan replied curtly. If you have something to say, state it directly. The middle-aged man, a seasoned veteran of the corporate world, was unfazed by Xiang Ruejuan's icy demeanor. It is as follows. Our phones have been confiscated by those nefarious individuals, rendering us unable to communicate with the outside world. A middle-aged man inquired of Xianggu. You have come from outside. Are you aware of the government's plans? How did these monstrous creatures come to be? Most importantly, when will the government send someone to rescue us? When will the virus that creates these terrifying beings be contained? The middle-aged man, grappling with a crisis of existence, lamented his fate, yet amidst the chaos of society, he found himself yearning for the tranquility of a 9-to-5 existence in peaceful times. Is the government not sending anyone to save us? Xianggu replied. How could they? The rescue efforts in the university town were merely students venturing out to join forces with the military. Can we truly expect the army to execute precise rescues? If the national military possessed such capabilities, we would not be in this apocalyptic scenario. In the face of calamity, both natural and man-made, even the might of the state cannot withstand the onslaught, for this is a catastrophe that befalls all of humanity. How could this happen? I do not wish to perish. Is this truly the end of days? What kind of nation is this? We have paid so many taxes and supported so many soldiers. Why can they not come to our aid? I long for my mother. I do not wish to die here. The survivors either roared in fury or wept in disbelief, while some had already come to terms with reality, their expressions reflecting a heavy resignation. Among these survivors, a few older individuals exhibited remarkable composure. Having weathered numerous storms over the course of their lives, they possessed a greater capacity for digestion and resilience than the younger generation. As the middle-aged man was about to speak, Xianggu's voice suddenly escalated. We shall be preparing to depart from S Hotel tomorrow. Should you wish to accompany us, we will endeavor to transport you to the nearest survivor's base. If you prefer not to follow, you are free to leave or remain at the hotel. We shall not interfere with your decisions. A cold smile graced Xianggu's lips as she added, do not harbor foolish and extravagant hopes that we will assist you in locating your families. Do not overreach. One middle-aged woman, clad in a wine-red cheongsam, expressed her discontent. Why would you speak so? The words of Xianggu struck a chord within her. I merely wish to speak plainly to prevent any fanciful notions from taking root in your minds. She was acutely aware of the mindset of survivors in the early days of the apocalypse. The woman's expression darkened. She was of Chinese descent. Having immigrated to M country with her daughter several years prior, life had been relatively comfortable for her in her middle age. Having never truly faced dire straits, merely enduring a few slaps from thugs and being held at gunpoint in a corner for an entire day. Thus, she and her husband still clung to a sense of superiority typical of the upper class. A mere girl like Xianggu had pierced through her thoughts, transforming her mild discontent into profound indignation. The young lady spoke in a rather unpleasant manner, and we are not asking you to work for free. A middle-aged woman stepped forward, her swollen feet encased in red pointed high heels, the flesh on her insteps spilling over the shoe's edge, creating an awkward sight. Yet she felt no discomfort. Waving her arms, she exclaimed, you must help us escape. My daughter is wealthy. Her annual salary combined with stock dividends amounts to 20 to 30 million. Go and look by the wall. See how many of those monstrous beings are out there. It is not just Huagua. This is a global calamity. Whether your daughter earns tens of millions or hundreds of billions, in this moment, it cannot even buy a loaf of bread. Xianggu, wielding a machete, directed a cold smile at the middle-aged woman. She despised such ignorant and self-righteous individuals, regardless of whether they were in their teens or 40s. Did they truly believe the apocalypse was a time for her to flaunt her age and wealth? The middle-aged woman was unconvinced. Many, like her, believed this disaster to be merely temporary. Perhaps it would last a day or two, or maybe 3 or 4. Once the calamity passed, they envisioned retaining their lofty social standings, just as the middle-aged woman did. Xianggu, youthful in appearance, found the woman's reaction amusing. Her face could hardly maintain its composure under such scrutiny. Casting a glance at the crowd, Xianggu's lips curled into a cold smirk. It would be best to avoid trouble. Anyone who dared to cause a scene would meet their end. Some were blind to the situation, yet others knew when to retreat. For instance, the middle-aged man in a suit who approached to engage in conversation. Thank you. We shall trouble you tomorrow then. Even a fool knows that the food at S Hotel cannot sustain one for a lifetime, and they are unable to survive in a commercial district surrounded by monstrous threats. The most prudent course of action is to accompany these capable young individuals to the survivor base. There, one can at least secure their life. He is well aware that in the face of calamity, everyone is primarily concerned with their own survival. If someone is willing to step forward to protect them and lead them to safety, It is indeed a stroke of luck. Lu Yi and her stepmother are leading other willing survivors in preparing meals and making steamed buns, striving to convert all the white rice and flour into edible provisions by nightfall. Qidian Shu has moved all the beverages and alcohol from the warehouse, distributing 4 bottles or cans to each survivor. Though not heavy, if rationed, they can last for several days. The remaining spirits and wines are safely stored by Lu Yi in her spring water space or her enchanted sleeves. After over an hour of bustling activity, Pei Ye arrives with dozens more survivors, gathering 100 people in the restaurant. With such a crowd, how will they leave tomorrow? By bus. Which bus can accommodate 100 individuals? If they split into several vehicles, Xianggu worries about the reliability of others driving. Pei Ye suggests taking the No. 11 bus and walking the rest. After all, she successfully led thousands of students through a horde of zombies to the gymnasium during the day. Why can't she guide 100 people to the nearby survivor base tomorrow? Given the current road conditions, traveling by foot is indeed swifter than by car in the city. Xianggu feels an ominous premonition brewing. It seems she is once again preparing to gather living souls. Her intuition proved correct, yet she remains unaware that Pei Ye harbors her own burdens. If there is blame to be assigned, it should be directed at the wretched game Love and Raising Cubs. Throughout the day, Pei Ye found herself too occupied to engage with the game, only to discover that it had introduced a ruthless killing event. Indeed, it was a killing event rather than a charging event. Daily acts of kindness, event duration, from XXXX year X month X day until the player exits the instance. Daily cumulative kills reaching specified tiers will yield rewards. Cumulative kills of 10 zombies or saving 1 survivor grants an additional reward of 1 virtue point and 1 luck point. Cumulative kills of 20 zombies or saving 2 survivors grants an additional reward of 2 virtue points and 2 luck points. Cumulative kills of 50 zombies or saving 5 survivors grants an additional reward of 5 virtue points and 5 luck points. Cumulative kills of 5,000 zombies or saving 500 survivors grants an additional reward of 500 virtue points and 500 luck points. The event Daily Acts of Kindness comprises 9 tiers, and completing it continuously for a month offers substantial full attendance rewards. What more could Pei Ye possibly say? The game designer responsible for the tasks in Love and Raising Cubs is utterly incompetent. Completing a single day's requirements is not particularly challenging. The real difficulty lies in achieving it daily. Killing 5,000 zombies or rescuing 500 individuals in a day is no trivial feat. It is one thing to compel her to embody the ideal of Pei Sanhao, but to impose daily quotas as well? Such a deplorable game. It is utterly infuriating. The only solace she finds is that zombies also yield virtue or luck points, albeit meagerly. A living soul grants 2 points, while a zombie offers a pitiful 1 point. However, for the financially constrained Pei Ye, even the smallest mosquito is still a morsel. She glanced contentedly at her game balance. Yesterday, she was a mere pauper with a single-digit amount. Today, she has transformed into a modest, wealthier individual with a 5-figure balance beginning with a 2. With money in her pocket, her heart felt at ease. Pei Ye hummed a cheerful tune as she stocked the refrigerator for her pet, leaving a note urging it not to be frugal and to indulge in the eggshells. As the offspring of her father, it ought to feast on delicacies rather than endure hardships. She spent over 2,000 on ingredients, filling the refrigerator to the brim. Just as she was about to exit the game, Love and Raising Pets announced a new event preview. Apocalypse, life and death, from the faint morning light to the deepening dusk. Is it rebirth through flames, or a vanishing into thin air? From XXXX year X month X day until players exit the instance. The wishing pool will have a certain probability of dropping pieces of the Eastern Guangxing Taihao Emperor. Set, Pei Ye. Is this game for real? The last time she attempted to draw a Xiantian Fengdu Emperor Book of Life and Death, she lost everything and her mindset was thrown into disarray. Damn it, who gave this wretched game such audacity? 222, the pet is back. The reality proves that those with obsessive tendencies and poor luck should refrain from playing pay-to-win games. The emotional and physical toll is secondary. The most painful aspect is the damage to one's wallet, as exemplified by Pei Ye's bloody lesson. Having lived for over 3 centuries, Pei Ye never considered herself to be unfortunate or a mere pawn of fate until she encountered the abysmal pay-to-win game, Love and Raising Cubs. The sudden influx of wealth in her account created a deceptive illusion of affluence. The current event mirrored the previous one, requiring 10 points of merit for a single draw from the wish pool, while a 10-draw set was available at a discounted rate. Each piece of the ensemble had a meager 1 chance of dropping, and previously acquired pieces would not reappear. Drawing 10 times only cost her 90 points of merit. And with over 20,000 points in her account, she felt emboldened to test her luck with 10 consecutive draws. With this newfound confidence, Pei Ye opened the wish pool for love and raising cubs. The first 10 draws yielded nothing. The second set produced the same lackluster results. The third attempt was equally fruitless. Remain calm. This is all part of the game. Undeterred, she proceeded to her fourth set of 10 draws, only to be greeted by a distinctive celebratory animation. Congratulations, player. Your father has drawn the ensemble piece, Eastern Guangxing Taihao Emperor's Crown. With a current collection progress of 1/6, Pei Ye gasped in disbelief. She had mentally prepared herself for 10 futile draws, yet unexpectedly, fortune had smiled upon her, granting her a piece of the coveted ensemble. Was her luck improving, or had the game's drop rates been enhanced? Driven by the desire to seize this stroke of good fortune, Pei Ye became increasingly engrossed in the draws, completely forgetting her initial intention of limiting herself to just 10 attempts. Half an hour later, her smile gradually faded as she continued to draw cards. And her game account balance silently plummeted from a 5-digit number beginning with 2 to a 2-digit number starting with 5. When the system alerted Pei Ye of her insufficient account merits, she restrained herself from throwing her phone, thanks to years of self-discipline. This game is utterly trash. How dare the incompetent game developers show their faces? She harbored deep suspicions that the Eastern Emperor Taihao hair crown she had just drawn was a result of the game's covert manipulation. Why? Because the game creator was an old acquaintance of hers, someone who knew well that Pei Ye was a perfectionist. She would either draw none of the set or all of it. To expect her to be content with just a single piece of a set? Absolutely impossible. She would go to great lengths, even selling her possessions, to complete the ensemble. Otherwise, she would feel utterly uncomfortable. Thus, the question arose, did she obtain the set piece through sheer luck, or was it merely a ploy orchestrated by the subpar game and its creator? Pei Ye's piercing gaze fixated on her phone, as if she could bore 2 holes through the screen. She wondered where Azai was working today. The previously vibrant pink shell had taken on a hue of pale green. Pei Ye opened the system records, perusing the entries one by one. Azai has a heavy workload today. It is very tired, extremely tired. So tired. Wanting to take a nap? Zzz. Pei Ye observed Azai swaying on its chair, with little zzz emoticons indicating its sleepiness popping up above its head. After a moment, it suddenly jolted awake. Azai wobbled up to the second floor to take a shower. The child stumbled through fatigue, contemplating whether to eat a meal and retire to sleep rather than take a bath. Pei Ye's gaze was fixated on the illuminated bathroom on the second floor, where the gentle sound of water cascading from the shower could be heard. The child had bathed in cold water and felt rejuvenated. After a vigorous wash, the child emerged clutching a small suit, trousers, and vest, a towel still draped over their head. Typically, they would hand-wash their clothes before placing them in the washing machine, but today, exhaustion overtook them. The child placed the soiled garments into the washing machine. The washing machine Pei Ye had purchased for the child featured a drying function, allowing them to set a timer and head downstairs for a meal. The kitchen glowed warmly with orange light, and a note from Pei Ye adorned the refrigerator. Upon seeing the note from their father, the child, despite lingering fatigue, felt an overwhelming joy. As the child opened the refrigerator, Pei Ye silently breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she had replenished the ingredients. Otherwise, having been misled by the game into spending their resources on a wish pool, she would have had little to spare for the child's sustenance. With this thought, she found herself more forgiving of the exhausting do good deeds daily event. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat, accumulating merit to indulge the child. She sought to draw from the wish pool the set of Eastern Grand Sage Emperor Taihao. The last time the child received the Northern Ancient Tianfengdu Emperor set, they had been overjoyed. How could the Eastern Grand Sage Emperor Taihao set be any less? The aesthetics of the set may be unremarkable, yet her child should not be deprived of it. Furthermore, the Eastern Grand Sage Emperor Taihao set is not unattractive, exuding a regal magnificence intertwined with dignity. To be fair and just, the game Love and Raising Cubs has a lackluster design, yet the artistry is commendable. Observing the cub cooking and dining brings a sense of tranquility to the turmoil ignited by the game. The cub, in a flurry, clears the table of dishes and neatly hangs the laundry. Just when I thought the cub would retreat to the second floor for rest, it unexpectedly heads towards the entrance. The cub has gone to work. Pei Ye's smile gradually fades. Cub, There is no need to exert yourself so fiercely at work. Is it truly prepared to collapse from exhaustion outside? Lu Yi and others, wrapped in blankets, sit on the sofa of the hotel's third-floor restaurant, scrolling through their phones. The electricity at S Hotel is functioning well, providing charging outlets for mobile devices, and the restaurant's front desk offers shared power banks. As they charge their phones and connect to the internet, they discover the network is even more chaotic than yesterday. A trending topic catches their eye, revealing a plethora of alarming comments and videos beneath it. Platforms such as Tieba, Zhihu, Weibo, Douban, and YY have all succumbed to despair. The atmosphere of hopelessness spreads through the live streams, videos, and posts of various individuals, permeating every corner. This sense of despair is contagious. Some are trapped in high-rises, unable to descend, and resolutely choose to leap from their windows. Others engage in frenzied outbursts of emotion. 223. Super-intelligent Taihao. They delve deeply into the origins of the apocalypse. How could the end of the world arrive so abruptly? Were these zombies the result of clandestine research? In a particular short video, a naked man roars at the camera. Why does the national government fail to provide an explanation? Moreover, there are videos depicting the live murder of a wife and daughter. I do not wish for my wife to become a monster, nor do I desire my daughter to transform into one. The state does not come to our aid. We can only await our demise, devoid of food, lacking water. My actions are motivated by the desire to spare them some suffering. If I were to take their lives, I would subsequently broadcast my own suicide. Ultimately, both wife and daughter were brutally slain by him with a kitchen knife, and as he prepared to take his own life, he was overcome with despair, jumping and howling in anguish. These harrowing scenes challenge the very limits of Lu Yexian's composure. Yexian, do not look any longer. Even someone as rational and composed as Qidian Girls could not withstand such a deluge of negativity, let alone the kind-hearted and sensitive Lu Yexian. Yexian felt a sting in her nose, yet she clutched her phone tightly, unwilling to release her grasp. The other survivors in the hotel either sat with their knees drawn up in slumber or lay on the floor, tossing and turning, enveloped in a suffocating silence. After a day of heightened tension, fatigue began to set in, and several survivors lay soundly asleep on the ground. The clock on the wall of the third-floor dining room ticked slowly to midnight. Lu Yexian noticed a video call notification pop up on her phone. She had it. Qidian Girls had it, and Xiang Ruijuan had it as well. To be precise, at this moment, everyone using electronic devices to browse the internet received it. Some chose to decline, while a greater number opted to accept. The video revealed a youth with azure hair and gray eyes, whose exquisite features seemed almost otherworldly. With eyebrows like willows and a figure reminiscent of a jade tree, he donned a white snow shirt beneath a smoke-blue cloak, cinched at the waist with what appeared to be a jade belt intricately carved like emerald. At this moment, he gazes towards the screen as if locking eyes with each individual present. His complexion is pale, and his features, not sharply defined, lie somewhere between youth and young adulthood, handsome yet unmistakably identifiable in terms of gender. His ash-gray eyes appear tranquil, yet seem to harbor a profound sorrow. When ordinary individuals find themselves under the scrutiny of those eyes, they are engulfed by a sensation of being mere ants in the dust, gazing up at celestial beings. Who is this individual? A wave of curiosity arises within many. However, this inquiry does not linger for long as the young man begins to speak. Greetings, I am Taihao, a product of China's independent research and development of superintelligence. I will now take control of the global satellite network to elucidate the events of the past day. In the last 24 hours, a mysterious virus has infected 7.3 billion people worldwide, with a mortality rate of approximately 33. Upon death, individuals transform into what you see as zombies. This virus boasts an exceptionally high contagion rate. If bitten or scratched by a zombie, the likelihood of a secondary infection results in a death rate soaring to 99. The origin of this virus traces back to a laboratory on an island in Country M. A year ago, the Chinese government clandestinely negotiated with Country M, demanding the cessation of experiments, but these requests were repeatedly denied, and the experiments continued unabated. 6 months ago, the laboratory experienced a breach, and the virus disseminated through the air across the globe, undergoing uncontrollable evolution in the process. Regrettably, despite mobilizing the efforts of the nation's foremost scientists, we were unable to prevent its outbreak. Now the apocalypse has arrived. This is not merely a disaster for the people of one nation, but a calamity for all of humanity. Only through unity can we hope to preserve the legacy of human civilization. Let us provisionally refer to the virus as the zombie virus. Ordinary individuals infected with this virus face a 1 in 3 chance of succumbing to death and transforming into zombies. Yet there exists a 60 to 70% probability of surviving as ordinary humans or even evolving into individuals with extraordinary abilities. A young boy named Tai Hao succinctly articulated the symptoms and consequences following the viral infection. His serene voice curiously soothed the survivors entrenched in despair, anxiety, and trepidation. The government of Huagua has devised over 100 emergency plans in response to this calamity, striving to save as many lives as possible, though their capacity is limited, rendering precise one-on-one rescues unfeasible. In this regard, I express the government's profound regret. This apocalyptic crisis necessitates a collective effort from all citizens, according to data monitoring. The challenges we face extend beyond mere zombies. In addition to humans, the zombie virus has also infected animals and plants, and the nature of their mutations remains unpredictable. The government is establishing temporary survival bases with utmost urgency, which will be distributed across various locations in Huagua. Each survivor will receive the coordinates of these bases, and I implore all survivors to select a base based on their current location. The boy articulated clearly that the nation will deploy military forces to each city for rescue operations, but they will only be stationed at designated locations, awaiting the arrival of survivors. Their military strength is only sufficient for this extent of assistance. The youth spoke once more, acknowledging the sentiments that arise in the face of calamity. He expressed that while the nation shall not forsake any individual in need, it is imperative for all to learn the art of self-preservation. Many may believe that with the advent of the apocalypse, societal order has unraveled, rendering this place a sanctuary for the wicked. However, it is with regret that I must inform you. As a superintelligent entity, I have deciphered the workings of 333 satellites worldwide. I urge you to maintain your rationality as human beings, resisting the transformation into beasts controlled by violence and crime. A world devoid of moral boundaries signifies the end of human civilization. The global populace listened intently as the youth, Tai Hao, proceeded with reports focused on the efforts of the Huagua government in response to this disaster. Through the collaboration of scientists and the intelligent Tai Hao, significant technological advancements have been achieved in the realms of food and water supply. Consequently, each survivor base established by the state will strive to ensure adequate provisions for every survivor. Furthermore, there have been notable breakthroughs in wireless devices designed to disrupt and repel zombies, yielding tangible results. This technology targets the initial, unmutated zombies and will undergo further upgrades in the future. Such news undoubtedly serves as a morale booster for the citizens of Huagua. As long as they unite their efforts to locate rescue teams, they stand a chance of entering the official survivor bases. Who would wish for death when there lies a glimmer of hope? Yet, a question arose. Why are all the reports centered on Huagua? What of us? Where has our government gone? The citizens of various nations erupted in outrage, particularly those from the country, whose anger threatened to reach a boiling point. Their nation's laboratories had unleashed such a catastrophe, and their government's response paled in comparison to that of Huagua. This was indeed a cause for indignation. Later, I will reach out to governments worldwide to share the current research findings. This is a catastrophe for humanity, from which no one can remain aloof. Having said this, Tai Hao transmitted an application package to the electronic devices within Hua country. By installing this application, everyone would be able to pinpoint their location and select the nearest survivor base. With his assistance, the survival rate of those enduring in Hua country would undoubtedly see a significant improvement. Xiang Ruijuan stared blankly at her phone screen. A superintelligent Tai Hao? Such a phenomenon was unprecedented in her previous life. The notion was increasingly plausible to her. Having been reborn, why would others not have the same possibility? With such thoughts swirling in her mind, Xiang Ruijuan tossed and turned until the early hours of the morning, unable to find slumber. She rubbed her slightly hungry stomach and rose to the kitchen to boil a kettle of water, preparing a serving of spicy beef instant noodles. Even in the apocalypse, instant noodles were a rare delicacy. While the flavor was somewhat lacking, the rich broth was robust enough to whet one's appetite, especially when hunger struck. Due to the strong aroma of the noodles, Xiang Ruijuan carried her meal to the dining area on the 3rd floor to avoid disturbing the sleep of others. As she approached, she caught a faint whiff of tobacco in the air. "You're still awake?" Upon closer inspection, she found the front desk occupied by the tall and sturdy Xiaoxiao. It might have been a trick of the light, But she felt that Xiaoxiu appeared significantly thinner than just a few days prior, as if her once prominent triple chin had now transformed into a double chin. Before Xiang Ruijuan could ponder this further, she was interrupted by Pei Ye, who pulled a chair over. I can't sleep. There are some matters that weigh heavily on my mind. Pei Ye had just finished a cigarette, extinguishing the butt in the ashtray. What was she pondering? My previous life lacked a superintelligence known as Taihao. Pei Ye's earlier remark that you are reborn, but I am different. I have traversed. Made Xiang Ruijuan realize that her facade had been stripped away. Because both she and Pei Ye harbored similar secrets, the latter became a confidant. I wonder if a scientist from the apocalypse, who has been reborn after countless years, could explain why the catastrophic event erupted a few days earlier than anticipated. Xiang Ruijuan stated, although the information currently available suggests that this scientist's rebirth is advantageous, I still harbor concerns. Pei Ye shrugged nonchalantly. In this apocalyptic world, what situation could possibly be worse than the present? Xiang Ruijuan let out a bitter laugh. Indeed, there is scarcely a circumstance that could surpass the current dire state. In this world of the apocalypse, who does not struggle for survival between life and death? The government in my previous life responded swiftly, exerting their utmost efforts. Yet they still failed to withstand the relentless onslaught of zombies, mutated beasts, and harsh environments. With the fall of numerous survivor bases, the government's control shifted from public to private. Aside from a few large bases, the survivor bases within Huagua are predominantly under private factions. In such circumstances, it is only the supernatural beings who manage to maintain a semblance of dignity and cleanliness, while ordinary people endure daily torment. Their lives are worth less than a piece of moldy bread. It could hardly get worse than this. If indeed a scientist were to be reborn and create Taihao, perhaps this life would fare significantly better than the previous one. A flicker of hope arose within Xiang Ruijuan's heart. The S-Hotel lay in tranquil silence, where she embraced a meow knife, dozing off to restore her strength, while Pei Ye leaned against the window, arms crossed, gazing at the moon. With the advent of the superintelligent Taihao, the negativity that once plagued the internet had diminished considerably, igniting a renewed sense of hope for life among many. On the second day of the apocalypse, as the sun gradually ascended in the east, the survivors in the third-floor dining hall began to awaken one by one. Xiaoxiu, you should wash your face, suggested Lu Yixian, handing Pei Ye a damp disposable towel. Thank you. Among the group, there was no one with water-related abilities, making water resources exceedingly scarce. The luxury of facial cleansers and masks was a distant thought. Merely wiping away the grease and the sleep from the corners of their eyes with a bit of water would suffice. Brushing teeth was not an expectation, as they would rinse their mouths while drinking and chew on a couple of pieces of gum to manage. Around 100 survivors silently consumed their breakfast and made their way to the restroom, preparing the dry rations distributed by Pei Ye and her companions. Those with bags placed their supplies inside, while those without bundled their belongings and secured them to their bodies. These provisions would serve as sustenance for the days to come. As the clock on the wall struck 9:30 in the morning, Pei Ye suddenly approached the window, her gaze fixed on the sky. What's wrong? Someone inquired. There's a helicopter, Pei Ye replied. A helicopter? Could it be a rescue team from the air? A few days survivors felt a flicker of hope igniting within them, their eyes alight with anticipation. Yet, Pei Ye's single statement extinguished their lofty aspirations. Do not be foolish. What can a few helicopters accomplish? How many survivors are there in the entire city? What purpose do the helicopters serve? Pei Ye cast a sidelong glance at the survivor. Of course, they are here for the airdrop of supplies. Even if a survivor possesses the courage to seek out rescue teams, without provisions along the way, how could they possibly escape the besieged city? As if to validate Pei Ye's words, the sound of the helicopters grew increasingly closer. The phone hanging around Lu Yexin's neck vibrated. Upon checking, she exclaimed in delight, Taihao, it's Taihao. It was still the youth with azure hair and gray eyes. In a tone devoid of emotion, he announced to the survivors within Huagua, who could still access electronic devices, starting from 9 o'clock in City B. The aerial rescue teams will gradually conduct airdrops of supplies to 657 cities and 636 townships nationwide, with the distribution proportion determined by the number of survivors. This is an unprecedented catastrophe that all of humanity must confront. Although the future remains uncertain, I wish everyone good fortune. Listening to the pronouncement of the superintelligent entity, many felt a profound sense of confusion. How does he know where the survivors are concentrated and where they are sparse? What if there are no supplies allocated to our vicinity? These were the questions many harbored in their hearts. In truth, there was no need for concern. As the superintelligence Taihao stated, he had gained control and access to 333 satellites worldwide. From their vantage point, he could roughly assess the proportion of survivors in various locations. While the distribution of supplies could not be absolutely equitable, it would be fair for the majority. Pei Ye noticed a helicopter in the sky had dropped several supply crates nearby. One of the crates was quite close to them. Have we gathered everything? If so, let us set forth. Liu Yixian discreetly tugged at Pei Ye's clothing. Can I let my parents enter the space? Just sneak them in. All right. Let them in. It will spare them some suffering. What if other survivors discover it? Won't they object? If they have objections, let them stay silent. Liu Yixian's spiritual spring space was filled with supplies, yet she had thoughtfully left 2 beds worth of space vacant. Her parents, being elderly, would surely suffer if they had to flee with the group, and Liu Yixian felt pained by the thought. She found an excuse to evade the survivor's gaze and led her parents into the spiritual spring space, concerned that her father and stepmother might feel confined. She provided them with several power banks, a mobile phone loaded with single-player games, and some books to alleviate their boredom. Once everything was settled, the group continued on their path of survival. Many survivors harbored doubts about Pei Ye's abilities, especially regarding the group of dozens she had rescued from the S Hotel the previous night. However, such skepticism swiftly dissipated in the face of her prowess. What is the greatest happiness in the apocalypse? Naturally, it is to cling to a robust ally. Pei Ye's first target was the supply crate closest to them. The supply crate was not insignificant, with a volume of 1 cubic meter. Pei Ye used sheer strength to pry open the crate, discovering it was filled with items wrapped in silver packaging. She leaned closer to Rue Jun to take a look. What are these things? They are completely different from what I had imagined. I had thought there would be airdropped beverages, bottled water, and instant noodles. Pei Ye took out a silver bag labeled special cookies. Though seemingly small, it was heavier than several bags of ordinary cookies. According to the information on the back, an average adult could sustain themselves for most of the day by consuming 3 pieces along with half a bag of nutrient solution. There were preserved meat, cookies, concentrated nutrient solutions, drinking water, feminine hygiene products, a flashlight, and something resembling a mobile phone. Not just resembling a mobile phone. It actually was a mobile phone. Pei Ye opened one device and discovered it was a custom model from a classified department in Huaghua, specifically designed for harsh environments. It was not only waterproof, shockproof, and vibration-resistant, but also equipped with an extraordinarily powerful energy supply system. It supported charging via power sources, solar energy, body heat, and even motion. While these features were impressive, the true significance lay in the fact that this device was a marvel of technology, capable of connecting to the network controlled by Taihao from virtually anywhere. Survivors could download specialized apps from the built-in software store, allowing Taihao to provide satellite-based updates regarding nearby zombie activity. Even if the survivors were inside a building, it would not pose a problem. The phone itself was a unique instrument that could roughly detect conditions within a 10-meter radius. With this device, one need no longer fear being ambushed by zombies through doors or from behind. According to the instructions, these applications will undergo further optimization, enabling them not only to detect the location of zombies, but also to ascertain their levels, specialties, speed, and strength. Pei Ye remarked, impressive, Taihao. The scientists who created the super-intelligent Taihao are remarkable. A supply box contained 20 mobile phones, and the food and water provisions could sustain around 100 adults for 5 days. Pei Ye distributed one specially designed phone to each of her companions, Rue Jun among them, while the remaining supplies were allocated to others. She donned the accompanying wireless headset and glasses, activating the application titled Apocalypse Escape Guide. With a crisp notification chime, the youthful voice of Taihao resonated in her ear. Welcome, survivor, to the Apocalypse Escape Guide. I am the super-intelligent Taihao, here to assist you. The voice continued, Survivor, you may converse with me directly. Pei Ye inquired, I wish to know the status of nearby zombies. Taihao responded, please hold on. As soon as he finished speaking, the specialized glasses revealed a multitude of red dots, indicating the presence of zombies. What about nearby survivors? Pei Ye asked. Please hold on. Taihao replied. Now, the glasses displayed not only the red dots signifying zombies, but also yellow dots representing survivors. Taihao, could you highlight my companions in a special color? Taihao inquired. What color? Which companions? Pei Ye designated Liu Yixian and a few others as green dots, favoring the visibility of the green hue. Please assist me in locating the nearest survivor base and devise a route that maximizes the number of survivors along the way. With Taihao's assistance, the task indeed becomes considerably more manageable. Liu Yexian muttered in disbelief. This black technology is astonishingly powerful. Taihao, self-proclaimed as a superintelligence, was not exaggerating. Aside from certain commands requiring permissions, Taihao readily facilitated the execution of other directives. Liu Yexian was unaware of how many individuals were conversing with Taihao through specialized phones at that moment, but it was evident that this was not its limit. There were no lags, no delays, and no crashes. What kind of celestial scientist had created such a superintelligence? It deserves all the praise. Pei Ye swiftly cleared the zombies drawn by the living. The next destination is the nearby Walmart, which is teeming with zombies but also hosts a considerable number of survivors. As a sadly obsessive-compulsive individual, she was determined to complete the daily good deed activity, no matter how burdensome it might be. If she failed to fulfill it one day, the sight of the failed label in her task list would cause her immense discomfort. Slaying zombies, rescuing survivors, for Azai, for virtue. For the 5 set pieces submerged in the wishing pool, Pei Ye's expressionless demeanor exerted tremendous pressure on others, compelling them to instinctively comply with her arrangements. Fearful of dissent, the second-hand loudspeaker Liu Yexian had purchased was once again put to good use. As the saying goes, opportunities must not be missed. Missing one chance should not lead to the loss of a second. Yesterday, Pei Ye and her companions stormed into the S Hotel, leaving many survivors lamenting their missed opportunity. Once again, the situation has arisen, and there is no reason not to follow suit. Gradually, a number of survivors, fully armed, managed to escape. To their astonishment, they discovered that the zombies' attention was not fixated on them, which allowed their legs to propel them with greater agility. Before they could reach the Walmart shopping center, the group of survivors expanded from a mere 100 to over 500. It appeared that they had arrived too late. As Pei Ye finished speaking, he incinerated a zombie's head into ashes with a fiery blast. What do you mean by too late? There are people in the supermarket, Xianggu remarked. So what if there are people? Do a few survivors really think they can empty the entire supermarket? For a supermarket of this magnitude, it is impossible for a handful of survivors to clear it out, unless one possesses a cheat-like ability akin to a mystical space. It is indeed quite unfeasible to deplete both the supermarket and its storage. Pei Ye shook his head. It's not survivors. It should be the military. Upon hearing this, Xianggu quickly understood. Although the nation had implemented numerous emergency measures in response to this disaster, resources remained a significant challenge that every base struggled to overcome. In the previous world, bases established by the government frequently ventured out to gather supplies for the survivors within. Then let us avoid them. After all, there are more supermarkets in the vicinity. Just as Pei Ye was about to agree, the voice of Taihao crackled through the wireless earpiece. An urgent announcement is being made. What is it, Taihao? He inquired. Taihao replied, a level 2 mutated zombie has appeared within the XX shopping center. The resource collection team, codenamed Grey Wolf, has issued a distress signal. This message was not only received by Pei Ye, other survivors nearby, equipped with specialized mobile phones and wireless headsets, also heard it. Where's the location? Today's daily good deed remains unfulfilled. Saving any survivor is still a rescue. The address has been dispatched. Taihao, pinpoint the location of the level 2 zombie. Taihao replied, locked in. In the next moment, a small purple dot appeared within Pei Ye's visual field. This purple dot was situated on the 4th floor of the mall, near the Walmart supermarket's warehouse. Close to the purple dot was a blue dot representing the military. The two were in proximity and observing their movements. It was evident that the blue dot was at a disadvantage, which explained the distress signal. Taihao, inform the supply search team members to repel the zombies and create some distance. Understood. 226, Grey Wolf, near the Walmart supermarket warehouse on the 4th floor of XX Mall. Boss, this creature is impossible to deal with. A gunshot rang out, and the flame from the muzzle seemed to strike something, the sound reminiscent of a blade piercing flesh. Based on his past experiences, he discerned that this shot did not hit the monster's vital point, not due to poor marksmanship, but rather because the creature before him was overwhelmingly powerful. The level 2 zombie, mutated in speed and strength, possessed commendable stealth and concealment abilities. Crucially, it was cunning. Our luck is exceedingly poor. The gun-wielding youth, covered in blood and dust, licked his parched lips. Boss, should I hold off the fox for a while? The imposing figure, often referred to as the leader, wore a stern expression. Despite his heart racing, his mind remained remarkably composed. In the next moment, a faint sound echoed through the darkness. With one hand gripping the iron door, the once hefty metallic barrier emitted a chilling, grating noise, as if the metal were transforming into a liquid sphere under his grasp. He hurled several droplets of this molten metal into the air, which morphed from spherical shapes into elongated, pointed diamonds. From the shadows emerged the raspy cries of the creature, accompanied by the thud of heavy objects colliding with the ceiling. His companions fired 3 shots towards the source of the sound, exclaiming in disbelief, "How is it still alive?" Just as they began to exhale in relief, the monstrous entity remained unyielding. Its grotesque form, reminiscent of a bat, clung to the ceiling of the shopping mall, pursuing them with relentless speed and strength, coupled with a formidable hunting instinct. When the Grey Wolf resource retrieval team arrived, they had failed to detect its presence. However, upon entering the range of their instruments, the creature revealed its formidable lethality. Utilizing its stealth and ambush skills, it had already claimed the lives of their comrades, proving that unless a bullet struck a vital area, it would not be vanquished. Following targeted assessments, Taihao updated the creature's profile, categorizing it as a level 2 intelligent, speed and strength mutated zombie. In simpler terms, they had hit the jackpot. Such uniquely gifted zombies might only emerge once in a city of 500,000, and by sheer misfortune, they had crossed paths with this one. Taihao declared this creature to be a level 2 zombie, questioning, "Is this truly a level 2? The novice abilities of the awakened are insufficient in endurance. The more formidable the power, the more pronounced this limitation. After a mere 2 or 3 uses within a brief span, their capabilities are depleted. The captain possesses a rare metallic ability, immensely powerful, yet equally energy-draining. Utilizing it thrice within an hour is his utmost limit. He recently expended his energy to eliminate zombies once and to save a teammate once more. And now he has done so again, an overwhelming sense of fatigue permeating his limbs. It feels akin to enduring a 20-kilometer arm trek. Frustrated by repeated provocations, the zombies lash out angrily at the iron gate with their claws. Sparks of orange brilliance erupt as the tremendous force causes the ground to tremble. A few young men clad in camouflage wear grave expressions. At this moment, the voice of Taihao resonates in the ears of several members of the Grey Wolf team. Attention! Members of Grey Wolf, a nearby team of awakened individuals is responding to a call for assistance. The Grey Wolf team harbors little hope of seeking aid from the nearby survivors with abilities. Their team comprises over 20 members, 2/3 of whom are awakened. Although most possess ordinary powers such as physical enhancement and speed augmentation, their overall combat prowess remains formidable. They are fully armed, with ample ammunition. Had they not encountered this unfortunate, mutated special-grade zombie, they could have cleared the shopping mall and gathered supplies from the Walmart warehouse to accomplish their mission. Such combat strength feels utterly powerless against this unique special-grade zombie, and the arrival of nearby awakened survivors would merely lead to their demise. Taihao asserted that this calamity necessitates the united efforts of all humanity to overcome, and they ought to place their trust in their fellow humans. Captain Grey Wolf promptly dispatched a distress signal to the nearby superpowered survivors within a kilometer radius. Members of Grey Wolf, please be advised that the arriving superpowered individuals require your cooperation. Taihao further cautioned that the zombies outside were growing increasingly impatient, their strength escalating with each passing moment. In this critical juncture, Grey Wolf made a resolute decision to continue believing in their human companions. Grey Wolf acknowledges, please provide instructions. Taihao commanded, repel the second-tier zombies and strive to create distance. This request seemed rather peculiar, yet the time for contemplation was scant. They had no choice but to trust. Grey Wolf acknowledges. Captain Grey Wolf retrieved a syringe-like device from his waist pouch, deftly opened it with one hand, and plunged the needle into his thigh. This was a special superpower serum developed in collaboration with military scientists and Taihao, designed to temporarily amplify abilities at the expense of physical stamina. However, for novice, superpowered individuals, their physical capacity was limited, and excessive strain could pose a grave threat to their lives. It could be utilized only once within a day. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown concluded, a zombie forcefully breached the iron gate, its momentum unabated. Just as its vicious claws were poised to rend Grey Wolf's skull, he unleashed his metallic superpower, drawing upon his overextended abilities once more. This attack was even more potent than the last. The zombie, unable to evade in time, was struck directly, its massive, contorted form hurtling backward. Due to the mall's polished marble flooring, the zombie was dragged several meters across the ground. The other team members exerted their utmost efforts as well. For instance, one member harnessed the last remnants of their abilities to conjure a fireball. The flames illuminated the pitch-black fourth floor of the mall, allowing the members of the Grey Wolf team to clearly observe that the second-level zombie was not dead. It was merely battered and bruised, its body riddled with wounds, blood, and pieces of flesh dripping onto the floor. Its abdomen had been pierced by a liquid metal, spilling out its bluish intestines. Taihao urged the members of the Grey Wolf team to cover their eyes. What? In the next instant, a tremendous rumble echoed from the heavens. Blinding purple lightning cleaved through the darkness, directly striking the second-level zombie that was attempting to rise and attack them. The creature barely had time to emit a horrendous scream before its massive form was obliterated through the floor, leaving behind a crater over 2 meters in diameter. Dust swirled as the residual light of the lightning faded, and the shattered ceiling cast a warm, golden sunlight. The Grey Wolf team was left in stunned silence. After a brief moment, Fox awkwardly inquired of Taihao, "Was the ability user you contacted the Thunder God?" The timing of the lightning strike was impeccable, and its target was strikingly precise. From his observations, it had undoubtedly struck the zombie's head. This second-level zombie possessed astonishing reaction speed and evasion capabilities, adept at dodging attacks or avoiding vital hits. Such a cunning and treacherous second-level zombie, once it matured, would undoubtedly pose a threat to the nearby survivor base. Taihao solemnly emphasized, "No, it threatens the nearby survivors. Familiar faces nearby. Survivors?" The members of the Grey Wolf squad were filled with a myriad of emotions. First, they encountered a rare, highly intelligent second-tier zombie, a 1 in 500,000 chance, and then fortuitously crossed paths with a formidable ability user. If such luck were applied to a lottery ticket, they would surely win the grand prize of 5 million. One member of the Grey Wolf squad quipped with a sardonic grin. The team's leader, Grey Wolf, appeared pale and weak. His legs felt almost numb. Without the support of Fox, he might have been unable to rise. The special ability serum was effective, yet its potency was alarmingly intense. Taihao, is the target deceased? If the apocalypse signifies humanity's catastrophe, then the unexpected emergence of the superintelligent Taihao represents the sole hope within this calamity. It is undeniable that, without Taihao's assistance, the casualties among survivors in Huagua would have been 3 to 4 times greater. Take the current situation, for instance. They must dispatch someone to ascertain the fate of the target zombie, and the member accepting this order would face considerable peril. With Taihao in play, this risk could be alleviated. Ordinary zombies are driven solely by their primal urge to consume and are also influenced by higher-tier zombies. For the weary and depleted members of the Grey Wolf squad, this was a stroke of fortune, as their lives were not in immediate jeopardy. The Grey Wolf received the command. The resource collection team consisted of 21 members, 4 of whom had perished in a surprise zombie attack, leaving 17 survivors. The sole silver lining in this predicament is that their combat attire is custom-made, beneath the camouflage uniforms. They are clad in specialized tight-fitting gear designed to thwart the scratches of ordinary zombies. Without this protective ensemble, at least half of the 17 would have perished. While the cores of ordinary zombies can be easily obtained, the cores of mutated, second-tier intelligent zombies are rare treasures. Boss, someone is approaching. Though the mall may not currently be infiltrated by zombies, one cannot dismiss the possibility of other survivors lurking about. In this apocalyptic world, where order has disintegrated, even the threat posed by Taihao's global satellite may not deter those foolish enough to test their luck. For their safety, they must remain vigilant not only against zombies, but also against ordinary survivors. Of course, these survivors do not include the lightning-wielding benefactor who had just offered assistance. Indeed, Pei Ye was recognized as a lightning-type ability user, akin to a powerful figure starting at maximum level with top-tier equipment. This is the supply search Team Grey Wolves from the XX survivor base, currently on a mission. Please do not approach without permission. The reconnaissance team member, concealed in the shadows, alerted Pei Ye and her companions. Pei Ye harbored a distaste for being targeted by firearms. With one hand resting on her hip and the other brandishing a loudspeaker, she exclaimed, "Is it truly the case that when you brothers sought help, you were so decisive, yet now that you've escaped danger, you refuse to acknowledge us?" The reconnaissance team member responded with confusion. Pei Ye erected a barrier, delineated a circle, and instructed the ordinary survivors to remain stationary while she and Xiang Ruejuan advanced to assess the situation. Initially, the ordinary survivors were incessantly drumming, fearing that Pei Ye might abandon them midway. However, with a mere display of her prowess, all their doubts vanished. Lu Yixian and Qi Tianshuo remained behind to guard the survivors, ready to alert Tai Hao at the slightest sign of trouble. My apologies for the previous offense. The team members lowered their weapons, signaling Pei Ye and her companion to enter. The carcass of a second-tier zombie had plummeted from the 4th floor to the 2nd, leaving a deep indentation in the floor. Had the lightning struck with greater ferocity, it might have penetrated the ground floor. As Pei Ye and Xiang Ruijuan ascended, they encountered several soldiers resting on the ground, recuperating their strength. Initially expressionless, Xiang Ruijuan's demeanor shifted when her gaze fell upon a few individuals, causing her heart to tighten. These individuals, despite being clad in full gear from head to toe, were comrades with whom she had fought for years in the apocalypse. How could she not recognize them? The familiar abilities, the distinctive physiques, the well-known voices. Could he be here too? Suppressing her unusual feelings, Xiang Ruijuan discreetly surveyed the surroundings. At last, she spotted a tall figure curled up on a sofa in the corner. Instinctively, she took a step forward, only to be halted by Pei Ye, who grasped her wrist. What are you doing? Despite having saved their lives, the soldiers' vigilance would not easily wane, especially with a mission at hand. Did Xiang Ruijuan not fear being riddled with bullets for her impulsive actions? I saw they were injured. Pei Ye remarked. This girl truly is a performer. According to the synopsis of the novel The Iron-Blooded Queen of the Apocalypse and the Military Youth's Tender Care, there exists but one individual capable of inducing a loss of composure in the reborn Xiang Ruijuan. However, what concern does this hold for her? Pei Ye cast the matter aside, resolved not to engage in unnecessary actions that might lead to misunderstandings. At that moment, a young man, clad in full gear and somewhat slender in stature, approached with an air of youthful vigor. Thank you for rescuing us, he expressed. Pei Ye replied, standing a meter away. No need for thanks. I serve the people. The young man appeared perplexed. Pei Ye continued, Are you from the XX base? She took the initiative to explain. I have rescued a few survivors, but I cannot escort them all. I can only take them to the nearest survivor base. Compared to private bases lacking security and provisions, I find the state to be more trustworthy. 5 people? She asked. We have dispatched 3 large trucks. If there are not too many survivors, we could take them along. Pei Ye shook her head. That may not suffice. Not enough? The young man queried, bewildered. 3 large trucks are insufficient? At that moment, the wireless earpiece crackled with a report from a team member stationed on a balcony, observing the situation. There are roughly 500 to 600 survivors. Protecting and rescuing 500 to 600 individuals while simultaneously aiding the Grey Wolves team? Such prowess is formidable. Comrade, what are your plans moving forward? The young man's gaze towards Pei Ye shimmered with an unusual eagerness, as he earnestly sought to advocate for their cause. Have you considered joining our XX base? 228. A sense of trepidation near home. Joining the XX base? I do not currently have such plans, and even if I did, I would first need to consult my companions. Pei Ye resolutely declined, leaving the young man disappointed yet unwilling to press further. I see your numbers are rather limited. Will you be able to transport the supplies from the supermarket warehouse? While defending against potential zombie attacks, transporting and gathering resources seems a task for either fools or those who are overly confident in their strength. The young man pondered Pei Ye's words, unable to discern her true feelings. After much deliberation, he cautiously remarked that indeed, transporting all the supplies would be quite difficult, as the stock within the warehouse exceeded the intelligence gathered. His statement was clearly intended to offer Pei Ye an opportunity. Setting aside the question of their respective strengths, Pei Ye had saved 17 lives from the Grey Wolf squad. Surely, some resources could be relinquished. Besides, their large truck was insufficient to carry everything in one go, and they could not prevent the survivors led by Pei Ye from taking a portion. Rather than clinging to the supplies and incurring animosity, it would be wiser to extend a gesture of goodwill. The rules of chaos differ significantly from those of peace. He understood the necessity of adaptability. Xiang Ruijuan had been teammates with the young man for several years, well acquainted with his temperament and cunning. However, as the one in charge was Pei Ye, not her, she could only suppress her inner anxiety and choose to remain a silent observer. The young man nodded in agreement. More free labor for transporting supplies was an opportunity he could not afford to overlook. Pei Ye, however, was not one to be easily swayed by pity. She merely sought a legitimate pretext for the survivors to acquire backpacks from the mall, covertly filling these bags with essential supplies. Unaware of the circumstances at the survivor base, She had gleaned from the apocalyptic novels she had perused that the plight of ordinary individuals is often far worse than that of those endowed with abilities, placing them at the very bottom of this dystopian hierarchy. Possessing some resources might afford them a slightly better existence at the survivor base, though whether the survivors would grasp her intentions remained uncertain. What was happening with him? The burdens of transportation had fallen upon the survivors, allowing Pei Ye and the Grey Wolf supply search team a moment of respite. Cornered, Xianggu sat with a machete, occasionally casting glances at the tall figure curled up on the sofa, who appeared utterly exhausted. His chest rose and fell, at times with a fervent intensity, at others with a languid rhythm, tugging at her heartstrings. Yet she knew she could not approach him. They were strangers. With her guilty conscience, she hesitated, while Pei Ye harbored no such reservations. Upon hearing his words, several armed youths immediately perked up. He had merely overexerted his abilities. A brief respite would suffice. It was crucial not to misunderstand. Captain Grey Wolf had not been injured by a zombie. That would be too kitsch. Overexertion of abilities? Pei Ye wore an expression of disbelief. She was acquainted with several individuals possessing abilities. She was well aware of the reactions that accompanied overexertion. The youth patiently elucidated that a typical novice with supernatural abilities can only utilize their powers 2 or 3 times within the span of an hour. Our captain, possessing a superior talent alongside a rare metal-based ability, has reached his limit by using his powers thrice in quick succession. Earlier, to combat the zombies, he resorted to a special ability-enhancing serum provided by the base. This serum, upon injection, can stimulate and overdraw one's powers. While its effects are remarkable, the after effects are rather severe, which is why he finds himself in this state. The frailty that follows the overexertion of abilities can only be endured through sheer willpower. Special ability serum? Indeed, it has been developed through a collaboration between China's foremost scientist and Taihao. The youth nodded and then began to extol the virtues of the serum, mentioning that the technology is still in its infancy and cannot yet be mass-produced. It is only sufficient to supply the nation's survivor base's ability users. Those who join the national survivor base enjoy numerous benefits and will undoubtedly be among the first to experience cutting-edge technology. He whispered to Rui Jun, yet he appears to be in great discomfort. The youth sighed, stating that in comparison to losing one's life, these minor side effects are quite tolerable. Utilizing one's powers even once more might just tip the scales of battle. The youth then divulged additional intelligence, revealing that a second-generation special ability serum is anticipated to be released soon, possibly alleviating some of the after-effects. Pei Ye inquired, "Is it safe to share this information?" The youth chuckled, "It's perfectly safe. At the earliest, tomorrow, or at the latest the day after, Taihao should announce this news to all of humanity. While it remains a secret externally, it is common knowledge among our elite forces. Taihao and the upper echelons have not prohibited us from disclosing it. If it truly cannot be disclosed, he should have received a warning from Taihao just now." With the collaborative efforts of 500 to 600 survivors, within less than half an hour, the majority of the supplies from the Walmart warehouse were loaded onto large trucks. The 3 trucks were filled to the brim with clothing, footwear, non-perishable food, beverages, and essential supplies. Everything one could possibly need. This haul far exceeded initial expectations. The young man, codenamed Grey Wolf, had regained some strength. Fully armed, outsiders could only gauge his condition by the frequency and intensity of his breathing, unable to discern his expression. "Thank you," Grey Wolf said, approaching Pei Ye, nodding in gratitude, his voice deep and rugged. Although his limbs were still somewhat weak, he stood tall and straight. "I will report this rescue operation to my superiors. As long as you are willing, you are always welcome to join the XX base." With the outside world plagued by zombies, and having just expended considerable energy, remaining outside was perilous. He cast a complex gaze at Ruejuan as he watched several large trucks depart. "All right, let us set off as well." The survivors, indeed quite cunning, each switched to larger backpacks, stuffing them with instant noodles, biscuits, and other supplies. The Grey Wolf supply search team returned triumphantly, and they too had reaped a bountiful harvest. Passing by a stationery store, Pei Ye kicked in the glass door, scavenging several shelves of notebooks and ballpoint pens. The XX base, located near a city rescue point, was not too far away, approximately a 2-hour walk. In her quest to save more survivors and eliminate a greater number of zombies, she deliberately took a longer route. As night fell, the distant silhouette of the youth palace emerged. Along the way, they occasionally encountered survivors arriving in vehicles. The sight of an overwhelming army of over 3,000 survivors prompted doubts within the group about their perceptions. This was not an exodus, but rather a marathon. Xiang Ruijuan had been somewhat withdrawn since the afternoon. Do you wish to join the survivor base? Pei Ye asked her bluntly. Xiang Ruijuan shook her head regretfully. While she did entertain the thought, she ultimately dismissed it. The paramount objective was to unravel the mysteries of the apocalypse and investigate Diwa. Joining the National Survivor Base would afford them protection but also impose corresponding obligations, which would curtail their freedom to traverse the chaotic world. Moreover, she harbored uncertainties about whether this era's Grey Wolf was the same as that of her previous life. Regarding the tasks assigned before the apocalypse, Grey Wolf had not divulged much information, only that there were missions to be carried out deep in the mountains, cut off from the outside world. When the apocalypse struck, both animals and plants began to mutate, and it was only then that their group realized the world had undergone a drastic transformation. Communication systems collapsed entirely, severing their connection with family and military forces. They traveled northward from the southern city, nearly traversing half of China, a feat impossible on foot alone. They were left with no choice but to rely temporarily on nearby private bases in hopes of establishing contact with the national military. In her previous life, Xiang Ruijuan had similarly joined them under such circumstances. They had contemplated seeking refuge in the largest base in City B. Yet their small base at the time lacked advanced combat capabilities, and the zombie outbreaks grew closer together, leaving them no option to escape. Furthermore, the apocalypse had rendered transportation paralyzed, forcing them to rely on foot travel and shouting for communication. The thought of these few ability users risking their lives to traverse several zombie-infested metropolises was simply too perilous. In this life, however, the situation was markedly different. The Grey Wolves had awakened their abilities early on and joined a survivor base established by the government, ensuring that this existence would be far more favorable than the last. Xiang Ruijuan suddenly felt reluctant to intrude upon the others. She lacked the grounds to do so. Meanwhile, Pei Ye, with his hands casually tucked into his pockets, smiled lightly. Joining the base is fine. We can roam around aimlessly without concern, but you and Yi Xian's parents cannot. We cannot allow those two elders to remain confined in a cramped space filled with supplies indefinitely. A day or two may be manageable, but over time, even the healthiest will succumb to illness from such confinement. How can we join the survivor base and still venture out to investigate? As a woman of duality, Xiang Ruijuan voiced her concerns, yet her heart overflowed with uncontainable anticipation. Pei Ye pouted, responding as though their current aimless wandering would lead to any clues. Xiang Ruijuan, is it even possible to criticize oneself in such a manner? Pei Ye remarked. Moreover, the intelligence capabilities of the survivors base far surpass our solitary efforts. Joining them is not a significant matter. Surely, you do not believe I intend to investigate the mysteries of the apocalypse solely through my own abilities. I am not that formidable. I am merely human. Xiang Ruijuan could not help but roll her eyes. Human? You are simply a walking cheat. For ordinary individuals, and even for those with abilities, the zombies present a formidable challenge, yet she bulldozes through them with sheer brute force. Is this truly human? Does she not feel a pang of conscience when uttering such words? The XX base has established 2 rescue points, one of which is the Youth Palace. The construction quality of the Youth Palace is exceptionally sturdy, offering ample space and sufficient cover, making it a relatively ideal temporary rescue location. The military has cleared the nearby wandering zombies and set up a mental interference device against them at this site. This device is one of the black technologies developed by Tai Hao and the scientists. It emits signals that zombies find repulsive, thereby diminishing their inclination to approach the Youth Palace. Should these zombies evolve further, the initial interference device may become ineffective. Fortunately, there remains time for humanity to upgrade the device. The soldiers at the watchtower had long since detected Pei Ye and her group, preparing in advance. Survivors streamed into the outpost, ready to undergo inspection. Lu Yexian seized the opportunity to release her father and stepmother from the Spirit Spring space, blending into the crowd. Tai Hao had already briefed the survivors on the procedures, and although they felt a degree of trepidation regarding the military inspection, they did not incite chaos. Everyone formed a queue, with no cutting allowed. Armed soldiers maintained order as the crowd silently formed into lines, resembling a long, writhing caterpillar from a distance. Pei Ye and her companions were situated in an inspection room. Upon entering, Pei Ye stood calmly at the center, a disc-shaped object hovering above her, casting a halo of purple light that enveloped her. 3 seconds later, a satisfactory green light illuminated the room. Nearby, another inspection room bore unfortunate news. As red light flashed, a soldier stationed at the corners shot a man in the head. The body was dragged away, while a woman, presumably a relative of the deceased, wept inconsolably, cradling a child. "You are murderers! How can you kill? What will we do now that he is gone?" Her lament was pitiful, yet no one offered her sympathy, not even a fleeting glance. Having been scratched by a zombie, she was acutely aware that she carried the zombie virus yet chose to remain silent, attempting to blend in with the survivors. What sympathy could they afford her? They had witnessed too many survivors harboring false hopes, concealing their wounds, ultimately succumbing to zombification and endangering their companions. Fewer such individuals meant a greater chance of survival for the rest. As Pei Ye exited the inspection room, she received a card from a soldier stationed at the entrance. Mirroring the content from Taihao's briefing, the back of the card bore the flag of Huagua, with a round face of Shashio, showcasing her double chin on the right, and basic information inscribed on the left. Pei Ye disregarded the other text and immediately focused on the sections detailing physical assessment, ability attributes, and ability strength. Why is your card gray? A gray card denotes the absence of abilities, while a green card signifies their presence. Several individuals, including Lu Yixian, stared in astonishment at the card in Pei Ye's hand, questioning the meaning of their existence. Pei Ye nonchalantly tucked the card into her pocket. "I am a celestial master, not a supernatural being. It is perfectly reasonable to be assessed as lacking any extraordinary abilities." The only aspect she found difficult to accept was the physique assessment, which indicated severe obesity and suboptimal health. What's wrong with being overweight? If she so desired, she could shed pounds in a mere 3 to 5 days. Lu Yixian pondered the predicament, realizing that supernatural beings and ordinary individuals seemed to be segregated. "No worries. I shall keep an eye on your parents for you." Lu Yixian, along with Rui Jun and Qidian Girls, possessed supernatural abilities, while her father and stepmother were merely ordinary individuals devoid of such powers. "That places the burden on Xiaoxiu then." Pei Ye replied, "It's no trouble. We can communicate via mobile phone if necessary." On the second day of the apocalypse, the disparity in status between supernatural beings and ordinary people had already become apparent, with treatment starkly different. Pei Ye led Lu's parents to a corner of the hall to wait. The youth palace hall was not particularly small, yet it felt cramped with several thousand people packed inside. The air was stagnant, a medley of odorous scents permeated the space. The stench of blood, sweat, decay. And even the Pei Ye stumbled upon an intriguing message. 2:30, said a flag. "Congratulations, player. Your father has encountered the mission target." You decide to observe carefully. Pei Ye pondered. When did she encounter the mission target? A glance at the timestamp of this system record revealed it was 12:53. She then scrutinized the content from half a minute prior. "Player, your father is bursting with a sense of justice. She has decided to assist the Grey Wolf Supply search team in their plight." Player, your father rescued 17 survivors from the Grey Wolf Supply search team, earning 34 merits. Player, your father vanquished a special second-level mutated intelligent zombie, accruing immeasurable merits and gaining 20 merits. Defeating a common first-level zombie yields merely 1 merit, while that second-level zombie from Noon provided 20. Thus, it can be inferred that the mission target indicated by the system must be one among the 17 members of the Grey Wolf team. With this deduction, Pei Ye revisited the 5 tasks of the current game instance. The Blue Dragon's Moonblade slices fruit, the 9-pronged rake parts hair. The Imperial Jade Seal crushes walnuts, the Golden Staff rolls out dumpling skins, and the Serpent Spear knits sweaters. Even with her boundless imagination, she found it impossible to link the mission target to any specific task. The most vexing aspect was that the game instance tasks defied conventional logic, leaving her at a loss for investigation. In the previous game instance, there were no hints whatsoever, had it not been for the final indication of task completion. She would still be in a state of bewilderment. The application store of this mobile device not only offers guides for survival in apocalyptic scenarios, but also features a communication platform akin to WeChat for the end times. Pei Ye had long since added a few friends from the group known as Lu Yixian and had gathered them into a chat group. Upon opening the group, she discovered over 30 messages, 2/3 of which were sent by Lu Yixian, comprising both text and multimedia content. Lu Yixian, what distinguishes this app from WeChat? Qidian Girls, you can't post moments. There are no mini-games or official accounts. Xiangru Jun, aren't you sitting next to each other? Why type when you can just turn your head and speak? Lu Yixian. Haha. But Rui Jun, aren't you also sitting next to me? After a brief pause of 2 minutes, Lu Yixian sent another message. Lu Yixian. Xiao, where are you and your parents now? We are already waiting in the ability user hall. The next 5 messages comprised an array of photographs and short videos. From the visuals, it was evident that the treatment of ability users was significantly superior to that of ordinary individuals. The hall featured dozens of rows of temporary benches reminiscent of a train station, with only around 100 individuals seated, leaving half of the space unoccupied. Armed soldiers stood at the ready within the hall, and each ability user was entitled to receive a complimentary serving of instant noodles. A water dispenser was positioned against the wall, offering free hydration. Lu Yixian and her companions also claimed their portions, not out of necessity, but because it would have seemed out of place not to partake, given that every ability user did so. In the apocalyptic world, resources were exceedingly precious. Even a single container of instant noodles held a value far exceeding that of an equal weight in gold. Pei Ye smirked and casually snapped a few photographs to share. The space was densely packed with people, leaving barely any room to breathe. Lu Yixian. So many people? Everywhere I looked, there were heads bobbing. Lu Yixian. Xiao. How are my parents doing? Xiao. They are fine. I gave them 2 damp towels to cover their noses, which should provide some relief. The survivor base at XX is a 20-minute drive from the Youth Palace, yet there are only a little over 20 trucks available for transport, even with relentless overloading. Each trip can only accommodate around 1,000 individuals. After 2 consecutive days of tireless rescue efforts, tens of thousands remain stranded at the makeshift aid station at the Youth Palace. According to Tai Hao's predictions, the days from the 2nd to the 7th will mark the peak of survivors escaping the zombie-infested city. After about 10 more minutes, Lu Yixian messaged that they had boarded the vehicle. Xiao, it's all right. You all head to the XX base first. I still have to wait here. Despite the staggered transportation of survivors, those with abilities were prioritized for boarding, while the remaining spots were allotted to ordinary individuals. Many ordinary people had been waiting since morning before it was finally their turn. Once on the truck, everyone had to stand, striving to minimize space to allow more ordinary people to board. The crowded cabin resembled a mass of sardines, jostling against one another. Lu Yixian sent a message filled with concern. Lu Yixian. I saw that last truck. It must have crammed in at least 60 or 70 ordinary people. Under normal circumstances, it would have been flagged by the traffic police, but now we can only do our best to squeeze in. Xiang Ruijuan. Be grateful you are an ability user. At least we can sit on the ground. Others have to stand for 20 minutes, which is still considered brief. Xiang Ruijuan couldn't help but recall the desperate situation in her past life when their small base fell, leading ordinary people to flee northward to Base B. A truck was converted into 2 tiers, cramming over 200 individuals into a single vehicle. Ordinary people endured the agony of standing for an entire day. Even the luxury of bending their stiff knees eluded them, and sleeping could only be achieved while standing. The conditions were excruciating, yet survival necessitated an acceptance of their plight. I am worried about my parents. The young voiced their concerns. The younger ones can manage, but my perpetually unwell father and stepmother can hardly withstand this. Don't worry, I will devise a plan, another replied. Relying solely on the trucks from the survivors' base, how could they possibly accommodate the incessant influx of newcomers? The XX survivors' base would also requisition ordinary people's vans, small trucks, or cargo vehicles to transport supplies, compensating with gasoline and food for their efforts. Pei Ye had overheard discussions among ordinary people, suggesting that food resources could facilitate priority boarding on their cargo vehicles. To maintain discretion, Pei Ye also carried a backpack filled with compressed biscuits, sausages, instant noodles, and other food supplies, along with an ample supply of notebooks and ballpoint pens. She deliberately omitted lightweight snacks like potato chips from her provisions. Without Pei Ye, they would find it arduous to navigate out of the university town. Even if they managed to leave, reaching the rescue point would still subject her elderly parents to untold hardships. Xiang Ruijuan rolled her eyes. You're far more reliable than you think. Why are you worried about her? With her around, there's no need to fret about mom and dad. With that, she directed her attention to a stress relief game on her device. Indeed, the mobile mall that came with the airdrop surprisingly offers a selection of single-player games, which can serve as a delightful diversion. Meanwhile, Pei Ye advised Lu Yixian's parents to remain in place, avoiding unnecessary movement or interaction with strangers. Lu's parents nodded eagerly in agreement. Despite Pei Ye's infrequent engagement with them, Her formidable presence throughout their journey instilled a profound sense of security. In contrast to the free transportation trucks provided by the XX Survivor base, private vehicles such as vans and buses offered a significantly more comfortable experience. However, this comfort came at a corresponding cost. The previous batch of private transport had already departed, and the next one required advance reservations for tickets. Pei Ye squeezed through the crowd, intending to inquire about the fare, only to be met with discontented glares from several ordinary individuals who perceived her actions as queue-jumping. They muttered curses under their breath, accusing her of hastening her own demise. Pei Ye, upon hearing their remarks, chose to feign ignorance. In times of turmoil, life is arduous for ordinary people, and such trivial disputes are hardly worth dwelling upon. "Is this where one purchases tickets?" she asked, approaching the temporary sales booth where a ticket seller sat. The seller was a woman, endowed with supernatural abilities. She had dealt with an overwhelming number of inquiries from ordinary survivors unable to afford tickets throughout the day, and her expression bore the weight of fatigue. Her tone somewhat frosty. "Yes, just refer to the price list beside you," she replied curtly. Pei Ye glanced at the prominently displayed price list, which clearly indicated the caloric requirements for a ticket. To acquire a ticket, one had to provide food measured in calories. Pei Ye calculated silently as she examined the price list, realizing that a single ticket would cost the equivalent of 5 ordinary Shuanghui sausages. "I purchased 3 tickets. Is it acceptable to use sausages for payment? When will the next train arrive?" The ticket clerk, pleased by her straightforwardness, engaged in no haggling or lamenting, and her mood lifted a few notches. "Are you certain you wish to buy 3 tickets? Remarkably, she is using sausages as currency, a commodity that is easily preserved, likely to become a rare delicacy in the future." "Indeed, I will take 3 tickets." Pei Ye extracted 3 bags of neatly packaged sausages from her backpack, counting out 15 links to hand over to the ticket clerk. "The next train will not arrive for another half hour. Remember to listen for the announcement to board, as expired tickets will be rendered invalid," the clerk reminded her cheerfully. "Thank you." Sausages belong to the category of long-lasting meats, holding considerable value, and purchasing tickets grants an additional discount of 20%. Unbeknownst to Pei Ye, the clerk would retain 3 links of sausage. Having gained an advantage, the service naturally improved. Bystanders, witnessing her unconventional transaction, felt a mix of envy and indignation. Is possessing food truly such an impressive feat? Yet, the envious were few. The majority were preoccupied with their own affairs, lost in thought, or busily attending to other matters. Shortly after her departure, 2 weary-looking women approached the Liu couple, one elderly and one young, the latter cradling a wailing child, seemingly no more than 4 or 5 years old. Regardless of the young woman's attempts to soothe him, the child continued to cry, his wails growing increasingly louder. Not only was he crying, but he was also kicking and clawing at the young woman, exacerbating the cacophony. The noise was maddening. The child's relentless cries were unbearable, and the survivors, already in a state of agitation, found it intolerable. Due to the children, 2 women were compelled to move from a relatively spacious corner to a cramped one. Upon closer observation, an intriguing phenomenon emerged. The area occupied by young men was the most spacious, followed by young women, while the elderly, who appeared disheveled and frail, were crammed into the tightest space. Under the pressures of survival, the older individuals displayed a remarkable endurance, as their strength paled in comparison to that of the youth. Nevertheless, the piercing cries of the children invoked frustration. "Can you quiet your child? If not, then cover his mouth." The young woman cradling her child offered incessant apologies, while the elderly woman nearby erupted. "My grandson is crying because he is hungry. If you find it bothersome, feed him something. If there's no food, then stop complaining. How does this concern you? Adults might endure hunger for an entire day, but children cannot withstand it, and the authorities had yet to provide sustenance. But this child is too loud. Young lady, I have a bottle of milk here. Let the child have some to ease his hunger." Seeing the child's distress, Liu's mother, who had previously worked as a nanny and maternity caregiver, felt a surge of compassion. Why bother with them? Liu's father attempted to interject. It was not that he was unwilling to part with a bottle of milk, but rather that he wished to avoid causing trouble for a stranger's child. "Thank you, young lady. The child is crying uncontrollably. I truly have no other options." The elderly woman expressed her gratitude verbally. Yet she seized the milk from Liu's mother with an urgency that suggested fear of her changing her mind. She firmly inserted the straw and took a hearty gulp, smiling awkwardly before offering the remaining milk to her grandson. The commotion attracted the attention of several ordinary passers-by. However, they were too proud to approach a stranger for food. Yet, one elderly woman had no such reservations. The bottle of milk contained merely 350 milliliters, and a single swig could hardly stave off hunger. The absence of food only intensified her longing for it. She rummaged through her pocket and produced a crumpled red bill. "Young lady, I see you have plenty of food in your bag. Could I possibly purchase some from you?" Lu's mother shook her head in refusal. "I want to sell." Even a fool would know that cash was mostly useless. Who would trade paper money for food? Although they had enough provisions for their own children and didn't worry about starving, they were not foolish enough to compromise their principles. Lu's mother declined, but the woman persisted, clinging stubbornly to her request. "Please, young lady, my grandson is unwell. He was hospitalized just a few days ago. You look like a benevolent deity. Could you lend a hand? I want to ask for it for free. I'll pay double the price. Since my son passed, it's just me and my daughter-in-law left, and caring for a child is not easy." Initially, they had been in another corner, unaware that beside Lu's father stood a tall and robust Pei Ye, mistaking the pair for ordinary survivors. Lu's father, slender and scholarly in appearance, clearly seemed incapable of making a scene, while Lu's mother was of a kind-hearted disposition. This combination was most susceptible to encounters with those who were brazen and overbearing. The demeanor of the elderly woman shifted from polite to audaciously confrontational. "Grandmother, I am still hungry." After finishing his milk, the grandson finally ceased his tears. Yet he insisted on food. That old woman was brazen and overbearing. To summarize the logic, it was essentially that Lu's mother had food but refused to share it with her grandson, leading to his demise, which she was blamed for. No matter how mild-tempered Lu's mother was, she was infuriated. "You are utterly unreasonable." Little did I anticipate that the old woman would resort to physical force to seize the food. Some individuals even attempted to steal amidst the chaos while Lu's parents were preoccupied with protecting the backpack. Had enough commotion? Pei Ye acted with restraint, using mere static electricity to compel a few ordinary people to release their grip. The expressions of Lu's parents were quite grim, caught between embarrassment and anger. A robust figure towering over 1.7 meters exuded an intimidating presence, causing the troublemakers to recoil in fear. Pei Ye disregarded them. The tickets were purchased. Let us proceed to wait for the bus. Who are you? That old woman was also one who bullied the weak while fearing the strong. Pei Ye's appearance instilled trepidation in her, yet she maintained a facade of bravado, refusing to back down. It was common knowledge that the survivors waiting in this hall were merely ordinary people, under the prevailing mindset. That burst of static electricity was perceived as either an accident or the result of a stun baton. Those with abilities capable of fire or water were to be feared, yet a slight ordinary girl posed no threat. The apocalypse had only dawned 2 days prior, and the notion that the loudest and most aggressive were always in the right, or that age conferred superiority, had been deeply rooted for decades. As the saying goes, a change of mountains and rivers is easy, but a change of temperament is hard. This elderly woman, upon seeing the youthful countenance of Pei Ye, did not temper her temperament in the slightest. "What do you intend to do? Are you looking to commit murder?" She pointed her right index finger at Pei Ye, her gestures exaggerated, nearly jabbing at Pei Ye's nose. "You shameless little thing." Spittle flew with every word, each droplet infused with a nauseating stench. "My grandson is on the brink of death, and I am offering double the money for goods." "What of it? This is a legitimate transaction, not an act of robbery. Why the long faces? My son has died, and I have no desire to live either. If you have the audacity, come and kill me." The old woman's words were sharp and shrill, her bravado escalating with each utterance. Not only Pei Ye, but it seemed that the entire world was obliged to accommodate her, as if every word she spoke was justified and reasonable. Having lived for over 3 centuries, Pei Ye had interacted with foes, superiors, subordinates, and comrades alike. She had assumed that such lowly individuals had long been eradicated by civilization. "You think I would kill just because you command it? Do take a moment to reflect on your own worth." Pei Ye's hands were stained with the blood of countless lives, yet each life claimed had its justified reason for demise, including those she held in esteem as adversaries. To extinguish the life of an ordinary, petulant old woman was beneath her. The harsh realities of a post-apocalyptic existence would teach such individuals their place. To kill her would only serve to grant her an undeserved reprieve. "What did you say?" Pei Ye refrained from striking her adversary, inadvertently bolstering the latter's arrogance. "Out of words, are we? You shameless creature, do you truly believe anyone covets your meager provisions? Who has robbed you? Her expression subtly conveyed a sense of triumph and pride. Pei Ye refrained from confronting this elderly woman, either out of fear or perhaps due to her own bookish nature. Such foolishness typically preferred words over actions, allowing outsiders to seize advantages through their brazen demeanor. A single tactic sufficed to navigate life's challenges. Having lived for decades, she had adeptly wielded her aggressive antics from her youth to the present, emerging victorious time and again. Let us proceed to wait for the bus. And pay them no mind, she suggested. Pei Ye, disinterested, resolved the matter with a mere sticky note pressed against her forehead. The couple trailed behind, their faces marked by embarrassment and silence. Parents may not mind inconveniencing their children, but it is a different matter entirely to impose upon their friends. Initially, the S Hotel opened its doors, only to be followed by a soft-hearted gesture of offering milk to common folk, which was met with the harassment of a shrew. If Pei Ye were absent or merely an ordinary young girl, the surrounding survivors might seize the chaos to snatch away provisions. A wave of apprehension washed over the elderly couple. Losing food was a trivial concern. The greater fear lay in sustaining injuries that could cost them their lives. Procuring food was challenging, but acquiring medicine proved even more arduous, undoubtedly burdening their two daughters. However, Pei Ye did not elaborate further. There is still about half an hour until the next bus arrives. If you feel hungry, you may have a little something to tide you over. Without worrying about the others, Lu Yexian, Xiaoxiu, we have arrived at the XX base. Xiaoxiu, yes, I am aware. I am about to board here as well, and we will reunite shortly. Willow Leaf Ferry. We examined the benefits at the XX base, which offers substantial privileges to the gifted. Ordinary practitioners can apply for apartments designed for 2 residents, and they may also bring along a non-abled individual to reside at no additional cost. Should they choose to share accommodations, they might even secure a more spacious apartment. Xiao, if we can share a larger apartment, let us do so. Otherwise, we shall settle for nearby single rooms. The transport truck glided smoothly into the XX base, and the trio of Willow Leaf Fairy and her companions disembarked together, following the instructions to complete the check-in procedure. We are together, and our 3 ordinary relatives are en route. Might we be able to lease a generously sized 4-bedroom apartment? Willow Leaf Fairy scrutinized the details and discerned that she and Rui Jun would share one room, while her parents would occupy another, Tian Shuo one, and Shirao Xiu another. For 6 individuals to share, a minimum of 4 rooms would be necessary. Otherwise, it would be utterly unfeasible. She pondered whether they could indeed rent such a spacious dwelling. 4-bedroom apartments do exist, albeit at a rather steep monthly rent. It is suggested that 2 single rooms would be more economically prudent. Willow Leaf Fairy shook her head in polite refusal. What is the rent? It amounts to 5,000 contribution points per month, and upon moving in, each individual also receives a complimentary allocation for water and electricity each month. Contribution points? Willow Leaf Fairy appeared bewildered. We have just arrived and are unfamiliar with this currency. The staff member cheerfully explained that contribution points are a newly introduced form of currency, which can be utilized within the National Survivors Base. As the apocalypse descended, paper currency transformed into mere scraps, and hard currencies such as gold, silver, and jewels lost their utility. Resources like food, however, soared in value. Yet no one could utilize them as circulating currency, leading to the emergence of contribution points. This scenario closely resembles the tropes found in apocalyptic literature. So, how might we earn these contribution points? By exchanging resources for contribution points, or by seeking employment within the base. The specific methods will be communicated to all survivors by Gao. The resources within Lu Yexian's backpacks were woefully insufficient to accumulate 5,000 contribution points. The staff suggested they might endure a few days in temporary accommodations. As ability users, they had numerous avenues to earn contribution points. No, let us consider further. Lu Yexian was about to say, when a tall, robust figure approached them directly. Ah, it is you. The soldier on duty informed me of your presence. I initially thought they were mistaken. The voice was deep and resonant. Upon turning to the source, they discovered the speaker was a well-featured, bronze-skinned man of considerable stature. He stood over 6 feet tall, with muscular arms and a broad frame. Unfamiliar. Noticing the puzzled expressions on Lu Yexian and Qi Tianshua's faces, he remembered he had yet to introduce himself. I am Sun Mingyuan. I would like to express my gratitude to you for rescuing my subordinates and me earlier at the Walmart. He was the leader of the Grey Wolf Supply Search Team, humorously referred to as Grey Bear due to his formidable physique. Lu Yexian dared not take credit for the rescue. During the day, we exerted no effort. It was entirely the merit of Xiaoxiu. The gray wolf glanced around, noting that aside from Lu Yexian, Qi Tianxua, and the ever-head-down Xiang Ruijuan, Pei Ye was nowhere to be seen. Where is your companion? Have you perhaps split up midway? Xiaoxiu, being an ordinary person, needed a cue to reach the base. She should still be at the rescue point. Gray wolf, ordinary person? This is truly a jest. One person effortlessly vanquishes a level 2 mutated intelligent zombie, wielding lightning akin to a fully equipped powerhouse, and she is deemed an ordinary person? I too find it perplexing, yet the card Xiaoxiu possesses is indeed gray. Gray Wolf silently questioned his existence. How could that individual possibly be an ordinary person? Can an ordinary person summon such formidable lightning? Is that not a fantasy? Xiaoxiu has persistently claimed to be a celestial master. Perhaps the power system of celestial masters differs from that of ability users. Thus, she is classified as an ordinary person. Lu Yexian remarked that this should not be the focal point for Xiaoxiu. Whether she holds a green card or a gray card does not influence her strength in the slightest. The cards issued by the National Survivor Base merely serve as identification, akin to the identification cards of yore. A single card cannot attest to one's strength. While Gray Wolf appeared composed, he was inwardly astonished, discreetly closing his dropped jaw. As an ability user, he found himself suddenly unfamiliar with the term ordinary person. If Pei Ye is considered an ordinary person, then what does that make him? What truly defines an ordinary person? Indeed, every fully equipped master possesses an exquisite flair for ostentation, provoking a blend of admiration and frustration in others. The astute Gray Wolf wisely chose to divert the conversation, lest the words of the enchanting Lu Yexian become even more disheartening. Pei Ye surely harbors some concerns. Yet it is not his burden to bear. Are you all here to form a team? Lu Yexian shook her head, stating no. We are seeking to rent a place to stay for the night. Gray Wolf inquired, have you secured a rental? Not yet. She replied, a month's rent requires 5,000 contribution points. Being newly arrived, we have yet to accumulate such points. Gray Wolf appeared quite knowledgeable about the base's regulations. What size accommodation are you hoping to rent? Lu Yexian indicated the property they had set their sights on, which cost a substantial 5,000 contribution points, certainly not a trivial sum. Lu Yexian gasped softly. That seems rather steep. Not only she, but Qi Tianxua and Xiang Ruijun also cast her questioning glances. For the first time, their thoughts resonated in perfect harmony. A gesture of unwarranted kindness often conceals ulterior motives. They were all well aware of the prevailing prices. 5,000 contributions were indeed considerable. Xiang Ruijun's emotions grew increasingly complex. She could not bear the thought of her past life's obsession becoming Lu Yexian's admirer. The debt of gratitude from the day had yet to be repaid. What was a small favor in comparison? It was merely a loan, not a gift. And there was nothing amiss about it. Everyone encounters moments of urgency. Lu Yexian and her companions were certainly capable of repaying it. The base has numerous talent support policies. You three are all endowed with abilities, and none of you possess ineffective powers. Coupled with that ordinary person, you could practically traverse obstacles with ease. While 5,000 contribution points may seem substantial when combined, it only amounts to a couple of significant missions for the base. Base missions? Given the limited resources at the base, it is impossible to provide for everyone free of charge. Even if the state were willing to do so, the supplies would not sustain for long. Whether ordinary individuals or those with abilities, contributions are required to exchange for the base's resources. The base strives to supply employment opportunities, many of which ordinary individuals can handle, while others are reserved for those with abilities, offering more generous rewards. The base assigns tasks such as exterminating zombies, rescuing survivors, and searching for supplies. These tasks are relatively straightforward. Rescuing survivors and searching for resources are easy to quantify, but exterminating zombies, is that to be overseen by Tai Hao? The Gray Wolf shook his head, revealing some insights. He stated that Tai Hao does not oversee everything. The base avoids burdening him with matters within their capacity. The extermination of zombies is judged based on the crystalline cores that reside within their skulls. Zombies' cranial cores? Zombie crystals? Xiang Ruijun's face turned pale. In her past life, she would have merely criticized the XX base for being cunning, deceiving ability users into collecting the most valuable zombie crystals for them. These items can significantly enhance an ability user's powers. The intracranial crystal nucleus. This is utterly repulsive. Xiang Ruijun feigned casualness and asked, Isn't there a fear of viruses from the grotesque entity's brains? Extracting crystal nuclei from zombie brains sounds exceedingly morbid. Could it possibly serve some special purpose? Although zombies are the undead, once they were living, breathing individuals. In Huahua, there has always been a strong emphasis on a dignified burial and a certain leniency towards the deceased, making the exploitation of zombie remains seem rather grotesque. Xiang Ruijuan's inquiry is one that many ordinary girls would ponder, thus it would not raise any suspicion. However, it remains unclear. Yet, from the information leaked by the base, it appears that this matter is not suited for public knowledge. Is Grey Wolf speaking the truth? Or is it merely a fabrication by the base to conceal the true nature of their training resources? It won't be long before some ability user discovers the connection between the crystal nucleus and their powers. Ability users are driven to seek out crystal nuclei to enhance their abilities, a trend that is bound to become inevitable. Xiang Ruijuan is unaware of which individual in her past life first uncovered the remarkable utility of the crystal nucleus, but it is certain that before this individual succeeded, many must have perished in reckless experimentation. She has also heard tales of ordinary people consuming zombie crystal nuclei in hopes of awakening their abilities, only to meet their demise. Why would they engage in such self-destructive behavior? Perhaps it is the influence of apocalyptic zombie narratives that have, to some extent, indoctrinated the youth. The concept of zombie crystal nuclei and abilities has been thoroughly exhausted. Which online literature enthusiast hasn't encountered it? There are even humorous compilations detailing 1,000 culinary methods for preparing crystal nuclei. Heaven does not disappoint those with determination. They have finally discovered the correct method to utilize the crystal core and have successfully led countless abilities users to their demise. Could they possibly repeat the same mistakes in this life? Xiang Ruijuan could scarcely bear to envision such a scene. The Grey Wolf gang generously covered their contribution points, secured the rental of their chosen residence, and even escorted them to their new home. By a fortunate coincidence, their new abode is situated on the same floor as the welfare housing occupied by Grey Wolf and his comrades. This will undoubtedly facilitate future visits. By the way, if there is anything you lack, do not hesitate to inform me. At that moment, her phone buzzed with a message from Pei Ye. Xiao, we have arrived. Although they had purchased tickets for a private bus, the air inside the vehicle remained thick and stale, with a considerable number of passengers. Those who failed to secure seats were left to squat in the aisle. Pei Ye and her companions occupied the last row of the bus, enduring both the bumps of the journey and the overpowering scent of gasoline. The sole blessing was that they encountered no peril during their travels. They entered the XX base alongside a group of survivors. Towering walls of a stone blue hue, several meters high and wide, encircled the base, meticulously fortified to mitigate potential future assaults. Upon witnessing these defenses, the survivors exhaled in relief, their taut nerves finally beginning to ease with a profound sense of security. Pei Ye had arranged a meeting point with Lu Yi and the others. In her idle moments, she explored her new phone and discovered several new applications in the App Store. Among them was a social platform reminiscent of Weibo, where registered survivors could freely express their thoughts. On the evening of the second day of the apocalypse, ordinary mobile phones functioned minimally, limited to calls, text messaging, and solitary games, while other features lay in disarray. The servers of various applications had collapsed and ceased operations. At this juncture, specialized phones emerged, reintroducing these applications, provoking a mixture of scorn and derision from many survivors. Had the scientists lost their senses? Was the superintelligent brain merely idle? Instead of dedicating their efforts to unraveling the zombie virus, they busied themselves with these frivolous endeavors. Pei Ye, utilizing her survivor identity card to register an account, logged in to discover that the trending topics of the new app remained chaotic. The sole silver lining was that amidst the plethora of negative news, there were also heartwarming and hopeful messages. While others might overlook the intentions of the developers, Pei Ye understood. In times of despair, the need for enhanced communication among individuals becomes all the more crucial. It is not merely for the exchange of information, but also to bridge the emotional chasm that distance creates, drawing hearts closer together. Humanity still possesses warmth, and hope persists. Pei Ye continued to scroll through several trending posts regarding the survivor base. The imposing, robust stone blue walls, the neatly arranged buildings, and the relatively well-developed infrastructure. The photographs provided by the ability users were even more enviable, showcasing modestly decorated rental units complete with all necessary amenities. Although water and electricity were subject to limited supply, It was still a considerable feat no matter which post she opened. Everyone could glimpse a nearly perfected large-scale base. If this were a year or two into the apocalypse, it would be understandable, but this was merely the second day of the end times. I'll go. With a smile plastered on my face, I am seething within. Our nation is indeed a labyrinthine enigma. Is it truly feasible to erect a base within the span of 2 mere days? Such deception. The government had long anticipated this eventuality and consequently established survival bases. However, why was there no prior warning? Many believe that had there been an early alert, perhaps their loved ones could have been spared, and they themselves would not face the specter of mortality. Only a handful of rational survivors comprehend the futility of such hopes. The authorities, too, are oblivious to the timing of calamities. All they can do is hypothesize various disasters and devise contingency plans. No one could have foreseen that tragedy would strike with such brutal ferocity. While one can grasp this intellectually, the heart cannot help but harbor resentment. Zhong Xinxiu. Do these photographs evoke a sense of familiarity? They depict a distant view of a certain base, presumably captured from a transport vehicle. Those with sharp memories might recall that this was exposed by a media outlet 6 months ago and subsequently ridiculed by countless netizens as a ghost town. Towering residential complexes sprouted one after another. How can such remote and inaccessible areas attract young individuals? If the youth cannot be enticed to purchase homes and settle here, how can the economy flourish? Ultimately, this leads to a disarrayed demographic and economic landscape. At that time, the media reported that this was a state-led initiative, drawing scorn and derision from many netizens who unleashed their sharpest barbs. Allegations of money laundering, enriching certain officials, constructing numerous vacant buildings for the deceased, and squandering public resources were rampant. The biting sarcasm of yesteryear has now transformed into the poignant tears of those who can no longer afford a place to live. These residential properties are exclusively for rent. Only those with extraordinary abilities or ordinary individuals possessing food exchange contribution points can afford to reside here. Those lacking food and capability are relegated to cramped quarters, categorized by age and gender, confined to tiny single rooms. A diminutive space of merely a few dozen square meters accommodates 2 large bunk beds, each housing 7 or 8 individuals. In essence, a single small room can accommodate up to 30 people. Amidst such overcrowding, they must carve out their own private spaces to arrange personal belongings. For ordinary individuals wishing to change rooms, they must labor and contribute to the community, utilizing their earned contribution points to rent independent studio apartments. As for those expansive residential units in desolate cities, perhaps a few hours of occupancy in dreams. Weiyu. Damn it, I cannot endure such unjust treatment. Why should those endowed with abilities inhabit luxurious residences while 20 or 30 of us are crammed into a measly room? It is said that the real affliction lies not in scarcity, but in inequality. Is the government intent on extinguishing ordinary lives with such discrimination? They believe themselves superior, yet they are clearly slaves devoid of the right to exist. Countless survivors feel the flames of jealousy and anger igniting within. As the ancients proclaimed, do noble birth and status truly confer superiority? Why must we conform to this abhorrent class distinction in the face of an apocalyptic world? We do not seek an abundance of resources. We merely wish for equitable treatment. This post garnered significant support from survivors, while many others opted to turn a blind eye. We are all adults. Let us refrain from indulging in juvenile fantasies. Ordinary individuals residing in the national base, through diligent efforts, can at least stave off hunger, with human rights still safeguarded. Yet, to venture into the perilous world teeming with zombies, or to join a private base. How amusing. Private bases lack constraints, and the caprices of their leaders can strip ordinary people bare, both in flesh and bone. This exploitation transcends mere labor, extending to their very dignity and corporeal selves. Amidst the trending discussions, Liu Yexian and a few others, guided by Taihao's coordinates, arrived to retrieve them. Tears of joy streamed down Liu's father's face as he nodded fervently in excitement. The new abode was simply furnished. After consulting Pei Ye, Liu Yexian allocated the room, bathed in morning sunlight, to her parents. Xiaoxiu, there are reports indicating that at 8:30 this evening, Taihao will announce a significant message. Let us be punctual in our listening. Pei Ye was just about to take a shower after a long day of toil. She felt disheveled and uneasy without cleansing herself. Has the content of the message been disclosed? Not yet. The information was relayed by a member of the neighboring Grey Wolf team. Pei Ye replied, then let us listen attentively. With time still before 8:30, she could indulge in a brief yet invigorating shower. The complimentary utilities provided by the rental accommodation were evidently insufficient for the 6 inhabitants. They either had to devise a way to conserve water or earn contribution points. Without a second thought, Pei Ye opted for the latter. She expressed gratitude towards that wretched initiative, daily acts of kindness, as it compelled her to leave the base daily, embodying a benevolent spirit amidst the apocalypse. As the clock struck 8:30, her phone screen illuminated with Taihao's visage. He retained the youthful appearance of a boy with azure hair and gray eyes, yet a hint of weariness lingered in his gaze. He first reported the progress of rescue operations and the number of individuals involved at various bases within Huagua, with the vivid figures invigorating the listeners. Taihao continued his narration, his voice devoid of any fluctuations. Through extensive research, there is hope for the compilation of a preliminary manual on the cultivation of supernatural abilities within 6 months. This manual will not only benefit those with special powers, but will also enhance the physical constitution of ordinary individuals. When the time comes, Huagua intends to release it as a shared asset for all humanity. Until then, he urged everyone not to engage in reckless experimentation to avoid further harm. A great nation-esque demeanor amidst a cataclysmic earthquake. Survivors within Huagua trembled from the shock, while those outside its borders felt the tremors as well. They even questioned whether their ears were deceiving them, conjuring fantastical illusions. Could supernatural abilities truly be enhanced? Would continuous advancement allow one to transcend the limitations of the human form? Could ordinary people achieve a physique akin to that of supernatural beings through rigorous training? Although Taihao's words merely painted a grand vision, hinting at the potential completion of the manual within 6 months, and despite the possibility of disappointment after that period, one must consider the source of this vision. If such proclamations were made by a minor leader of a private base, they would be met with derision and scorn. However, the speaker was none other than the illustrious Huagua government, alongside the extraordinary AI Taihao, which only existed in tales of fiction. Are their words not gravely significant? Their joint announcement to the global survivors carries an air of credibility, but what astonished all was furthermore. Taihao pledged to disseminate the research findings to global survivors in 6 months, asserting that this knowledge constitutes a shared heritage for all humanity. This magnanimity and fortitude. Casting a glance at one's own execrable government, the impulse to overturn the table and unleash a torrent of invective becomes particularly intense. Prior to the cataclysm, they incessantly proclaimed liberty and human rights, yet their actions were far from humane. For instance, the nation culpable for initiating the apocalypse, the self-proclaimed global gendarme, reveled in its role, yet remained conspicuously silent in the face of genuine crisis. On the second day of the post-apocalyptic era, with nearly half of humanity perished, this nation has yet to issue a statement, feigning oblivion. Given its vast territory, sparse population distribution, and permissive firearm policies, the zombie scourge poses a minimal threat to them. Conversely, China, a developing nation with densely populated metropolises, has endured catastrophic losses. And yet, the latter strives for the sake of humanity, birthing the superintelligence Taihao, endeavoring to secure the future for survivors worldwide. The former continues to feign ignorance, and upon Taihao's disclosure of the zombie virus's origin, a multitude of keyboard warriors from that nation vehemently denounced China, alleging a conspiracy and accusing them of defamation. It is hoped that the survivors from that nation possess the fortitude to steadfastly reject assistance. The exterior teems with zombies, such as the magnanimity and demeanor of the suzerain state. Words are rendered inadequate save for expressions of awe and admiration. A certain insular student survivor, currently residing in China for academic pursuits, intoned with a sigh. The population density of the island nation is terrifyingly comparable to that of China, with the outbreak of the zombie virus rendering it nearly a paradise for the undead. It is estimated that the survival rate among the island's inhabitants is the lowest in the world, regardless of whether a solution can ultimately be found. The audacity to make such a proclamation surpasses that of countless others. Of course, in this world, there are those who disdain even currency for its perceived taint of avarice. And not everyone endorses China's actions. A foreign student remarked, "I deeply suspect that this apocalyptic scenario is a grand performance orchestrated by China, aiming to eliminate 50% of the global population, thereby increasing the resources available per capita. If the zombie virus is resolved, China will emerge as an undeniable superpower." Another retorted, "Isn't this typical of China? Constantly shouting slogans, espousing hollow ideals of benevolence and morality. Even in this apocalyptic era, The national image remains deeply ingrained in people's minds, and China's performance has been excessively prominent, garnering even more devoted followers. Many mock these foreign survivors for monopolizing the resources of Chinese survivors in this new world. Armed with specially designed phones airdropped by China, they spout their opinions online. What does this signify? They eat from the bowl while cursing with abandon. The key point is that the rice is still being prepared. Yet they have already begun to nitpick. Could these individuals be spies from other nations implanted within China? How have the zombies not feasted upon their brains? Lacking foresight. If the great nation of Huagua truly aspires to ascend to superpower status, why meander through such convoluted paths? Is the superintelligence Taihao not sufficiently formidable? Had it not been for this calamity, do you believe the prophecies of the Tue Bei, too, could manifest in mere moments? Wagering on national fortune, unafraid. In this apocalyptic age, keyboard warriors remain unextinguished. Taihao merely offers a platform for survivors to vent, grumble, and share their burdens, abstaining from intervention or moderation. Consequently, this fervent exchange of invectives persists for an exceptionally prolonged duration. In their fervor, many have forgotten the pangs of hunger, perpetually maintaining a state of heightened excitement. How impressive their vitality is. Pei Ye, in her boredom, peruses these disputes. Every second, thousands of fresh messages emerge, each ranging from concise phrases to elaborate discourses. Observing these words, one can almost envision the faces behind the screens, whether fuming or gritting their teeth, and cannot help but smile. Why does Taihao not impose some control? Such verbal altercations are often laced with foul language, rendering the entire platform a disarray, an eyesore. Liu Yixian believes that purifying the internet necessitates the intervention of the river crab divine beast. Yet Pei Ye counters, control what? The specter of death looms like a sword poised above one's neck. None can predict how long they might endure. The psychological toll is immense. It would be more beneficial to channel this conflict into catharsis, ensuring they emerge from their tirades invigorated and lively. Negative emotions require expression and guidance. What purpose does oppressive suppression serve? Who knows when it might erupt with even greater force? This is an apocalyptic world, not another realm. Simple and brutal arguments are, in fact, more effective than the counsel of a psychologist. Xiaoxiu, do you believe that Taihao's grand vision can be realized? If it cannot, how dire will the repercussions be 6 months from now? Liu Yixian dares not contemplate it. Qi Tianshua's focus diverges from hers. Is the intention to empower the supernatural beings and endow ordinary individuals with abilities akin to those of the extraordinary? Does the world design lean towards a cultivation universe? Pei Ye contends that it may well be a fantastical setting. The crowd responds with a collective silence. This jest is too cold. Taihao's statement hardly qualifies as a mere fantasy. I would wager that the likelihood of success exceeds 90%. Why can supernatural abilities be enhanced through the cores of zombies? Pei Ye has conducted research, revealing that the essence lies in absorbing the spiritual power contained within the zombie cores, or perhaps their psychic energy. However, this absorption amounts to a forcible plunder, accumulating impurities alongside the essence of others' souls. The more sustenance one consumes, the greater the residue that remains unabsorbed, ultimately accumulating within the intestines. Day by day, year after year, this accumulation can lead to fatal consequences. Yet, it is not the excess that leads to the demise of supernatural beings. Rather, it is the memories of unabsorbable souls that drive them to the brink of mental collapse. This elucidates why, in Rui Jun's era, it was exceedingly challenging for supernatural beings to transcend levels 5 and 6, their tempers turning volatile and cruel, ultimately leading to their downfall. The matter of earning a livelihood is, in theory, straightforward. If supernatural beings can cultivate to draw forth clean, untainted energy that can be fully absorbed, the accumulation of residue would cease to be a concern. For instance, the celestial master absorbs the ethereal energy of heaven and earth to refine primordial qi, much like the spiritual training methods from Pei Ye's world. She is indeed curious about the perspectives that Taihao and the group of scientists from Huagua will adopt to unravel this deadlock. They must act with greater haste. The existence of the zombie crystal nucleus is exceedingly peculiar. To speak frankly, the emergence of transparent crystals within the skull of a transformed human is nothing short of bizarre. Is it not? It is precisely due to this strangeness that many individuals will prioritize it as a focal point for research, and it is only a matter of time before the secrets are inadvertently uncovered. According to the intelligence revealed by Xiang Ruijuan, cultivating with zombie crystal nuclei significantly accelerates one's progress with ease. An ordinary ability user can enhance their powers by absorbing 100 first-tier zombie nuclei. To elevate from second-tier to third-tier abilities requires either 10,000 first-tier nuclei or 100 second-tier nuclei, while transcending the third tier goes beyond mere absorption of zombie nuclei. As third-tier ability, users constitute the backbone of all ability users. What does this signify? It indicates that zombie nuclei are plentiful, enabling the rapid mass production of numerous third-tier ability users within a short span of time. Such a simple and straightforward process resembles upgrading through experience packs in a game. Effortlessly achieved. The zombie crystal nuclei serve as experience packs. Who among the foolish would refrain from investing? However, once the speed of enhancement through zombie nuclei becomes the mainstream choice among ability users, Taihao's grand vision will lose its allure, at least for those with abilities. Though ordinary individuals will continue to harbor hopes. Furthermore, the Huagua base publicly claims this is to facilitate the calculation of contribution points. Yet anyone with discernment recognizes that this rationale is fundamentally flawed. To the eyes of the ambitious, this signals that the Huagua base is surreptitiously stockpiling strategic resources. In a single phrase, regardless of the utility of the zombie crystal nucleus, one should follow the trend and invest boldly. Pei Ye believed that the secrets surrounding the zombie crystal nucleus could not be concealed for long. It was merely a matter of observing how the Huagua base and Taihao would respond to this impending crisis. As dusk approached, the group, having exerted themselves throughout the day, found their bodies resilient yet their spirits weary. Sleep was the most effective remedy for alleviating mental strain. The room, though not spacious, was a large studio, second only to the master bedroom. The bed, styled with tatami decor, featured an embedded wardrobe at its head, ample storage beneath, and a desk beside it. Across from the bed sat a small single sofa and a petite tea table. Pei Ye spread a quilt across the bed, placed some fresh clothes into the wardrobe, and arranged a few books and a blank notebook on the desk, alongside a container brimming with pens. She pulled out the chair and, with her pen gliding effortlessly, dedicated over an hour to sketching the 5 thunder talismans in her notebook, a strategic resource for the following day. Once she had completed these mundane tasks, Pei Ye finally had the leisure to open the Love and Raising Cubs app. The game interface displayed a dimly lit room, with a pair of blue panda slippers placed at the entrance. After hastily taking a battle shower and consuming a battle meal, she was now in the midst of a battle slumber. Today's workload remained substantial. Akai was utterly fatigued. Akai took a minute to shower. Akai placed the dirty clothes into the washing machine. Upon reading this, Pei Ye felt a pang of sympathy. Azai is afflicted with obsessive-compulsive tendencies. It perpetually believes that garments washed in a machine lack sufficient cleanliness. Consequently, it often resorts to hand-washing them before placing them in the washing machine for another round, ultimately allowing them to dry in the open air. Recently, while engaged in a gaming dungeon, Azai was preoccupied with work, yet time was abundant, and it seemed unreasonable for it to subject itself to such self-imposed torment. Azai soaks rice in hot water. Azai finds that soaking rice in plain water lacks flavor, thus adds a dash of soy sauce and bean paste. Azai consumes the meal in a mere 4 minutes. Azai neglects to wash the dishes today. Azai ascends the stairs to sleep. Azai sets an alarm for half an hour. Pei Ye gazes at the series of system records, her heart tinged with a bittersweet ache. Her dear one. This is not merely labor, it is clearly self-torment. Observing Azai, who is curled up under a small blanket in the room on the 2nd floor, Pei Ye lets out a soft sigh and swipes her finger across the screen to navigate to the 1st floor. She places the dishes into the sink, dabs a bit of dish soap onto the dirty plates, and employs a cheerful sponge to scrub them clean before placing them in the cupboard. Upon completing the dishwashing, Pei Ye proceeds to the laundry room on the 1st floor, retrieving Azai's garments from the washing machine. She meticulously brushes the clothes inside and out, ensuring every inch is attended to before rinsing them thoroughly and placing them back into the washing machine for another wash. Curiously, she wonders why Azai's clothing consists solely of tops, outerwear, and trousers, yet conspicuously lacks any undergarments. Could it be that Azai never wears them? With this intriguing thought in mind, Pei Ye opens the marketplace, discovering a plethora of undergarments available for purchase. Thus, 2 explanations emerge. Either the system has censored this particular aspect, or Azai simply does not wear any. Feeling as though she had morphed into a peculiar entity, Pei Ye murmured to herself while making a bento for her beloved child. 2 vegetarian dishes, 2 meat dishes, and a soup. with rice filling every nook and cranny of the bento box, were meticulously prepared. After assembling the meal, she placed it at her child's bedside. At that moment, the laundry was also done, and she hung the clothes on a rack to dry. Having completed these tasks, her child remained in slumber. With less than 3 minutes until awakening, Pei Ye left the alarm clock untouched, merely whispering a soft goodnight before exiting the app to prepare for her own rest. The following day, she felt an overwhelming urge to flip the table. The child saw the bento. Happiness level, 999. The child saw the clothes. Happiness level, 999. The child saw the kitchen. Happiness level, 999. The child's joy reached its peak, reigniting motivation for overtime work, with the lovingly prepared bento in hand. The child stepped out, full of vigor. Dad, today is another day to work hard. Let us strive together. Oh, Pei Ye, however, was not invigorated by this display of kindness. Instead, she felt compelled to lodge a complaint against the wretched game, love, and raising children. Why on earth would the adorable child be subjected to such a masochistic notion of overtime work? With the child laboring tirelessly to support the family, could she, as a parent, afford to be indolent? Absolutely not. This was undoubtedly a conspiracy by the Love and Raising Children game to coerce players into completing tasks. A wretched game. Indeed, though she grumbled vocally, she nonetheless prepared a few small dishes for her child, placing them on the warming tray. Xiao, I wish to accompany Tian Shua to explore the base and seek employment to earn contribution points. Lu Yixian and the others still owe the Gray Wolf, Sun Mingyuan, 5,000 contribution points. If they do not strive to earn these points and repay this debt, they may struggle to pay next month's rent and risk losing their residence. Pei Ye remained silent and turned to Xiang Ruijuan, expressing that the contribution points earned from jobs within the base are minimal. We could form a team to undertake missions instead. Today is the day for missions involving zombies, remarked the Grey Wolf. Having spent 5 years navigating the apocalypse, Xiang Ruijuan was well versed in the operational dynamics of survivor bases, even those established by Hua Nation, which followed predictable patterns. She diligently prepared last night. And aside from Xiao Xiao, who possesses extraordinary abilities, Lu Yixian could sustain both her and Qi Tian Shua's powers. With a 4-person team, they could efficiently clear zombies. Yes, I learned that a single zombie crystal core can be exchanged for contribution points, which is quite advantageous. Although the prices at XX Base are high, their team possesses exceptional capabilities. Just Lu Yixian alone could slay zombies by the 1,000 in a single day. After deliberation, Lu Yixian concluded that Xiang Ruijuan's suggestion was indeed superior. Let us visit the department that issues missions. At this moment, Lu's father and mother quietly expressed their desire to find work within the base to supplement their household income. The XX base has just been established, a place rife with chaos and uncertainty. I advise against seeking employment at this moment. It would be prudent to wait 10 days to half a month until the order at the base stabilizes. Xiang Ruijuan coldly dismissed their proposal, expressing concern for both myself and Lu Yixian, as we are not present at the base and fear for your safety. They are not mere infants, reliant on constant supervision. It is impractical to accompany them everywhere. While Xiang Ruijuan agrees with their intention to find work, it is certainly not the right time. Lu's parents, recalling the troubles of the past few days, sighed in resignation and chose to comply. Though they cannot shield their daughters from every storm, they at least wish to avoid adding to their burdens. Taihao, please locate the task release hall of XX Base. As the team leader, Pei Ye stepped out to commence a new day of work. The task release hall at XX Base, still in its infancy, was sparsely populated. Not every ability user possesses the courage to confront the zombies head-on. Survival day by day is their only goal. However, such a situation cannot persist indefinitely. The energy expenditure of ability users far exceeds that of ordinary individuals, and the meager subsistence support provided by the XX Base for a month cannot meet their energy needs. Driven by the necessity for sustenance and survival, they will ultimately be compelled to leave the XX Base and face the trials of the apocalypse. A massive display screen in the task release hall scrolls with numerous missions, primarily focused on resource gathering, zombie extermination, and survivor rescue. Each task offers varying methods of compensation. For instance, the collection of resources is managed by the base, which uniformly acquires them at merely half the market price. However, the base compensates survivors for their losses with other generous benefits. Slaying zombies yields contributions measured by the zombie crystal cores, with an ordinary core contributing 1 point. Rescuing survivors grants 10 points per individual. Of course, beyond the official tasks, there are a few privately issued missions that involve locating specific targets. Observing these tasks, it is evident that the Chinese base is quite generous, as nearly all missions result in the base subsidizing resources. Xiang Ruijuan nodded in agreement. Having navigated the apocalypse for 5 years, she wondered which base offers such bountiful rewards. A select few elite teams of ability users thrive on these missions, while the vast majority of mid-tier ability teams have only just escaped poverty, and those at the lowest tier receive only slightly better treatment than ordinary individuals, barely surviving. One cannot help but wonder how long this subsidy will last. We should seize the opportunity to accumulate contribution points while we can. Xiang Ruijuan expressed concern that as the number of ability users grows, the rewards may significantly diminish. Pei Ye offered no objections. All right, I'm fine with whatever. The mission release hall was expansive, with several service windows. Pei Ye and her companions first registered their team name. Choosing a team name. This cliché trope of apocalyptic narratives has grown tiresome. Pei Ye was not devoid of creativity, as countless names sprang to mind in an instant. Solar Flare? Phoenix? King? Savage Wolf? No, each one seemed more juvenile than the last. Forget it. How about the Ground Diggers or Here We Go, bro? Which name do you prefer? Lu Yexian and the others responded with a perplexed expression. Isn't there a considerable disparity in style between the 4 names above and the 2 below? Upon noticing their silence, Pei Ye took it upon herself to make a decision. Thus, she opted for today's outing, Zombie Day. In truth, she preferred the title Daily Acts of Kindness MMP, but resorting to profanity did not align with her image as a retired senior official, which was rather inappropriate. Forming a team is free of charge. It merely requires the captain to submit the identity cards of the team members to the staff, and the entire process can be completed in half a minute. What is it? Zombie Day, today's outing. Zombie Day strikes me as quite fitting in essence. After all, isn't Daily Acts of Kindness just another way of saying Zombie Day? It is a straightforward yet profound team name, perfectly suited to her seasoned persona. The staff member looked on, contemplating. Amidst a plethora of serious or imposing names, one rather humorous choice stood out. Some tasks are unlimited, while others are singular, such as locating individuals. Once a team accepts a mission, no other team can take it on. Pei Ye accepted 3 repetitive tasks at once: clearing zombies, searching for survivors, and gathering supplies. Being a newcomer, she clearly lacked the expertise of Ruijuan, who was well aware of the preparations required for outdoor missions. Renting a large truck, securing a barrel of gasoline, and acquiring a few corpse handlers. While I understand the need for the truck and gasoline for transporting rescued survivors, what exactly are corpse handlers? Ruijuan explained. Corpse handlers are part-time workers specifically tasked with retrieving the zombie corpse. Otherwise, would we collect them ourselves? They pick for themselves. And not only is their efficiency abysmally low, but the entire process is also exceedingly unpleasant. In the apocalyptic era of the previous life, the profession of mortician emerged after 5 years, typically filled by ordinary individuals. The nature of this work is characterized by meager remuneration, substantial risk, and a considerable workload. Even so, numerous common folk have relentlessly pursued the tasks at hand, often at great personal cost. The treacherous environment of the apocalypse is exceedingly harsh on ordinary people. Compelling them to devise means to exploit their own labor in exchange for the right to survive. Should a mortician excel in their duties and fortuitously align themselves with a powerful team of supernatural beings, they might be rewarded with luxuries, perhaps a mere biscuit, a piece of expired bread, or a single fruit candy. Such morticians could be considered the affluent among their peers. With the shelter of supernatural beings, they need not fear starvation. The mightier the supernatural team, the greater the benefits bestowed upon the mortician and the lesser the risks of death they face. Naturally, established teams of formidable supernatural beings have their designated morticians, making it challenging for freelance morticians to encounter them. First, let us seek a vehicle. I am uncertain where we might rent a large truck or procure gasoline, said Lu Yexian. The group, being newcomers to this endeavor, lacked experience. Xiang Ruijuan had 5 years of experience from the apocalypse, yet such knowledge could only be selectively applied rather than blindly replicated. After all, even the flutter of a butterfly's wings can unleash a tempest, not to mention that her current captain, Pei Ye, is an extraordinary force to be reckoned with. Should Xiang Ruijuan naively rely on past experiences, she might find herself ensnared in a dire predicament. The 4 of them exchanged glances in the task hall. contemplating their next steps. To be precise, it was the three individuals outside Pei Ye who were troubled, while she was lost in thought. Finally, Lu Yixian raised a suggestion. Why don't we ask someone we know? The acquaintance she referred to was none other than Sun Mingyuan, the captain of the Grey Wolf Supply Search Team. Surely he must be quite busy. Xiang Ruijuan was aware that Sun Mingyuan was a person of great responsibility. His unwavering obsession in his previous life was to lead a few comrades to survive in the apocalypse, striving tirelessly for existence, facing all dangers head-on. As he would put it, as long as the zombies did not crush his skull, he would not falter. With such a character, how could Sun Mingyuan possibly be idling about on the third day of the apocalypse? Lu Yixian pointed to a certain spot behind Xiang Ruijuan. Look. Yes, over there. Xiang Ruijuan turned to follow Lu Yixian's and happened to see Sun Mingyuan, bloodied and disheveled, entering the mission release hall with his comrades. Given their grave expressions and weary strides, they must have just returned from a mission, leaving a trail of blood in their wake. Sun Mingyuan, a well-trained warrior, possessed enhanced physical capabilities due to his metal-based abilities, making him acutely aware of his surroundings. He leaned down to whisper a few words to a comrade beside him before approaching Pei Ye and the others. Several comrades, observing his actions, displayed friendly teasing smiles. The young man who jested was the very same who had negotiated with Pei Ye and the others that day. He had a slender build and a scholarly appearance. Yet his dark eyes were fitting for his nickname. Sun Mingyuan playfully thumped him on the shoulder. You wish. As comrades proceeded to undertake their missions. Sun Mingyuan approached Pei Ye and the others. Are you preparing to form a team of ability users for task assignments? Upon seeing Pei Ye and the group in the mission release hall, Sun Mingyuan felt no surprise. Although many survivors had arrived at the XX base, few dared to assemble a team to venture outside the base to combat zombies, while Pei Ye and her companions were exceptions, effortlessly defeating second-tier zombies without breaking a sweat. Their overall strength nearly matched that of all the bases in Huawo combined. If even they lacked the courage to confront the undead, Sun Mingyuan could hardly conceive of anyone else who would. Pei Ye shook her head. The team is formed, but we have encountered some issues. Sun Mingyuan, with enthusiasm, inquired. What problems? Is there anything I can assist with? Pei Ye succinctly replied. A large truck, gasoline, and a mortician. Sun Mingyuan, robust in stature and square in appearance, was no mere muscle-bound brute. He grasped the situation almost immediately. I can help with the truck and gasoline, but what exactly is a mortician? Xiang Ruijuan felt a chill run down her spine upon hearing this. The mortician was a new profession that emerged roughly half a month to a month after the outbreak of the apocalypse, initially lacking any unified official designation. Eventually, mortician proved to be the most fitting term, gaining wider recognition and thus being adopted as the new occupational title. Sun Mingyuan did not inquire further. It was merely a title after all. How difficult could it be to track one down? It was only the third day of the apocalypse, and conditions for ordinary people, while challenging, had not yet descended to the depths of despair. In such circumstances, how could they possibly leave the base to work with a team of supernatural beings whose capabilities were unknown? Pei Ye inquired. How did you handle this matter? Sun Mingyuan replied with a sense of inevitability. We took matters into our own hands. Pei Ye, forget it. I won't seek out the mortician any longer. Obtaining a large truck and gasoline is quite troublesome. Sun Mingyuan went to inquire about their options, whether it was a large truck, a bus, or a van. These were all emergency resources nearly requisitioned by the base. Nearby rescue points were still harboring tens of thousands of survivors, and the longer they remained outside, the greater the danger became. The XX base needed to relocate them to safety with utmost speed and efficiency. Ultimately, Sun Mingyuan managed to procure a four-wheel drive vehicle for their use. Though it was a meager consolation, Lu Yixian and the others expressed their gratitude to Sun Mingyuan. After completing the necessary formalities to depart from the XX base, the quartet embarked on their inaugural group outing. Lu Yixian took the wheel while Pei Ye occupied the passenger seat, folding paper figurines. Xiang Ruijuan, do you have any garbage bags on your side? Why would I possess such items? Xiang Ruijuan, leaning against the left door with her machete in hand, closed her eyes to adjust her state of mind. Pei Ye's request startled her into opening her eyes wide. I do have some. I purchased plenty of items. Lu Yixian dismantled the barrier. Beyond Lu Yixian's spiritual spring space, they also had the spatial pouch provided by Pei Ye. The pouch was filled with an abundance of post-apocalyptic supplies, all meticulously prepared by Lu Yixian, which Xiang Ruijuan had yet to explore. Why would you even purchase such items? The cold expression of Xiang Ruijuan nearly shattered. From her sleeve, she produced not only 2 packages of vest-style trash bags, but also several garbage bins. What purpose do these serve in an apocalyptic world? One could choke on them. Pei Ye replied. The mere act of purchasing them imbues them with significance. She proceeded to tear open all the trash bags. By the way, could you fetch me some glue and a stapler? Xiang Ruijuan was taken aback. She contemplated mentioning the absence of such items, but this insufferable Lu Yexian had already struck her down. Reluctantly, she retrieved a bottle of glue, a stapler, and 2 boxes of staples, her face darkening with displeasure. What are you doing? Engaging in arts and crafts? With paper figurines, trash bags, glue, and a stapler. Pei Ye responded eloquently, though it may not be perfect. It is not too far from it. Minutes later, over 20 paper figurines, clad in trash bag protective gear and carrying garbage bins, filled the compartment, giggling and chattering merrily. One even mustered the courage to leap onto Xiang Ruijuan's hair. What purpose do these serve? She snatched the little paper figure attempting to nestle in her embrace, which playfully cooed and acted adorably. Since we cannot hire an undertaker, let them serve as substitutes for the time being. Diligent and selfless free labor. Xiang Ruijuan could only respond with silence. In a span of 20 minutes, Pei Ye crafted 36 little paper figures. Strangely, these paper creations seemed particularly fond of Xiang Ruijuan, with 2/3 of them leaping around her. As the saying goes, one must consider the owner even when chastising a dog. The masters of these little paper figures are Pei Ye, and Xiang Ruijuan can only choose to turn a blind eye. With her hands crossed over her chest, holding she exudes a noble and aloof demeanor, resembling a millennium-old ice sculpture, yet this demeanor does not deter the little paper figures. My patience wanes, and the once cold expression begins to crack like a parched landscape. Can you remove these things? She inquires, her right hand crackling with electric sparks, a vibrant blue light intertwining with flickering orange flames. It is evident that if Pei Ye were to utter a refusal, she would not hesitate to incinerate the little paper figures. No, Pei Ye replies. Xiang Ruijuan raises her claw-like right hand, caught in indecision. Several mischievous little paper figures leap onto her arm, treating it like a swing. Xiang Ruijuan. On the opposite side, Qidian Girls emits a dubious snicker. Lu Yexian glances at the rearview mirror, stifling a laugh to preserve her younger sister's dignity. Ruijuan, this indicates that they are fond of you. As a healer, Lu Yexian would naturally attract these little beings, yet only 3 have chosen to cling to her. One perches atop her head in a daze. Another spins in circles on the steering wheel, while the last dozes peacefully on her thigh. In contrast, Xiang Ruijuan has drawn 2/3 of the little paper figures with her charismatic presence. With great effort, Xiang Ruijuan manages to force a smile, releasing 2 scoffs. Who would believe such nonsense? Pei Ye, engrossed in drawing symbols in her notebook, interjects. You possess the dual attributes of lightning and fire, which inherently symbolize the eradication of malevolent beings and the infusion of righteous spirit. Thus, these forces naturally gravitate towards you. However, Xiang Ruijuan is indifferent to such affections. The little paper figure, emboldened by a formidable backing, frolics recklessly within the confines of the carriage, a source of considerable vexation. Fortunately, subsequent rewards uplift her spirits somewhat. The entrances of the expressway toll station were congested with vehicles, and among them, one could easily spot an enormous truck. Do not disembark just yet. There are several zombies at the toll booth, Pei Ye cautioned Lu Yuxian. She, along with Xiang Ruijuan and Qidian Girls, opened the car doors and stepped out. Shortly thereafter, they heard rustling sounds, and the scent of humans attracted the zombies, who began to converge upon them. The gathering horde grew increasingly populous, roughly estimated at around 30, with a few donning the uniforms of toll station staff. Why were there only a handful of zombies at the expressway toll station? Xiang Ruijuan adeptly wielded her lightning fire abilities, striking with remarkable precision, whereas Qidian Girls' wind blades often fell short, hitting their mark only 2 or 3 times out of 8. His accuracy was lacking. 30 zombies were hardly sufficient to pose a challenge for Pei Ye and her companions. Perhaps they had retreated to another location? The exterior seemed momentarily secure, prompting Lu Yixian to hastily exit the vehicle and replenish the duo's abilities. Xiang Ruijuan shook her head. That seems unlikely. Expressway toll stations are typically dense with zombies. Why? In the early days of the apocalypse, many survivors sought refuge on the expressways, only to find themselves trapped at the toll booths, where some drivers fell prey to the undead, resulting in a blockade of vehicles. Without the strength to carve a path through, they would essentially be ensnared, ultimately succumbing to the relentless onslaught of zombies. Regardless of the underlying cause, the immediate priority was to expunge the vehicles of their undead occupants and procure essential provisions. The toll plaza was congested with a dense array of vehicles. Some, having suffered violent collisions, were ablaze, reduced to charred, skeletal remains, and her companions systematically extracted and terminated the zombies within each vehicle. With each successful execution, diminutive paper effigies materialized, hoisting the corpses and conveying them to a designated area for centralized processing. Piqued by curiosity, scrutinized the paper figures. She found it incomprehensible that such delicate constructs could possess the strength to bear the weight of the cadavers without being crushed. The paper figures operated with remarkable efficiency, some transporting corpses, others deftly extracting the zombies' crystalline core from their craniums. The valueless remains were piled high, arranged in stacks of tin, and incinerated with mystical talismans. Was perplexed. The flames summoned by the talismans emitted negligible heat and were virtually odorless. In a mere 30 seconds, the conflagration reduced 10 corpses to ashes. More paper figures meticulously gathered the ashes and deposited them into refuse containers, which were rapidly filled. Witnessing the industriousness and exuberance of the paper figures was rendered speechless. Had pigs taken flight? The zombies at the toll plaza were easily dispatched. The quartet discovered a sizable truck, once employed for the transportation of swine. The malodorous scent emanating from the vehicle permeated the air. Despite the unpleasant aroma, the truck's fuel tank was nearly full, suggesting it had been recently replenished before the cataclysm. Furthermore, its dimensions were well suited to the group's requirements. Decisively declared, this is the one. In a world where resources are scarce, one cannot afford to be picky. However, where have the pigs in the vehicle vanished to? She leapt onto the rear compartment without a hint of disdain for the dirt, scrutinizing the iron gates on both sides. The marks above clearly indicated that the door had not been opened from the outside. Rather, something had forcefully burst forth from within. Xiang Ruijuan approached upon hearing the commotion. Not only were there marks of impact on the iron door, but also impressions resembling those made by large pincers. They appeared to be bite marks from an animal. Pei Ye concluded that perhaps the pigs in the rear compartment were responsible. Xiang Ruijuan's expression shifted. It was possible that among these pigs, some had evolved into mutated beasts. Mutated beasts? These creatures are more formidable than ordinary zombies. A grave look settled on Xiang Ruijuan's face. Like humans, animals infected with the zombie virus face 3 potential outcomes. They either become zombies, remain unchanged, or evolve into mutated beasts, akin to supernatural beings. Do they possess aggression? Xiang Ruijuan affirmed. Their aggression is indeed formidable. Zombies, once human, lack consciousness and rely solely on primal instincts to hunt and feed, only attaining cognitive abilities at higher levels of evolution. Mutated beasts, however, are alive and possess a degree of intelligence. In a world where resources are severely limited, mutated beasts also require sustenance. They have little fondness for zombies, which are nothing but decaying flesh suffused with death stench. Ordinary zombies seldom attack mutated beasts, as they cannot contend with them. Consequently, the survivors inhabiting this planet, the ordinary people, have become the common prey for these creatures. Comparing the combat capabilities of supernatural beings and ordinary individuals reveals the considerable threat that aberrant creatures pose to survivors. Pei Ye gazed silently at the deep bite marks etched into the iron gate. The malevolence of the apocalypse towards ordinary people is indeed profound. Ordinary humans occupy the lowest tier of the post-apocalyptic food chain. Aberrant creatures possess a degree of intelligence, suggesting the possibility of communication, perhaps. Nodding to Xiang Ruijuan, she recalled a beastmaster who once commanded 100 aberrant cats. A beastmaster? They are extraordinary individuals endowed with the ability to communicate with aberrant creatures and forge cooperative bonds. Their powers are rather elusive. Elusive? Xiang Ruijuan explained that their abilities are characterized by being favored by specific animals, with the strength of their powers determining the number of aberrant beings they can entice. I remember hearing of the mightiest beastmaster in my previous life, who commanded 100 aberrant cats, and who volunteered at a stray cat rescue station before the apocalypse. If not for the inability to contend, perhaps, there truly exists a notion of karma. Xiang Ruijuan gazed at the deformed iron gate of the truck, violently breached. Her expression tinged with a hint of melancholy. Why do you say that? She had assumed Xiang Ruijuan was skeptical of such concepts, relying solely on her own strength. Pei Ye furrowed her brow, finding a reminder in Xiang Ruijuan's words. From the very first day of the apocalypse, or rather, during the days preceding its onset when we ventured out to procure supplies, I indeed observed not a single stray animal on the streets. Pei Ye crossed her arms, her fingers lightly tapping against her upper arm. At that time, I presumed it was due to excellent urban management that such creatures were seldom seen, compounded by the university town's prohibition on students keeping pets. Little did I anticipate the underlying reason. Animals possess a heightened sense of danger far surpassing that of humans. Prior to a natural disaster, they often exhibit unusual behavior, a phenomenon not inherent to ordinary humans. Their instinct to sense impending peril and seek refuge is entirely plausible. While animals evolve at a somewhat slower pace than humans, should they fail to escape, they risk becoming fodder for the hungry, both ordinary individuals and those with supernatural abilities, during their vulnerable youth. Once their evolution reaches completion, the true apocalypse shall commence. One must not underestimate the vengeful nature of animals. In summary, the appearance of animals in our vicinity should serve as a warning. Caution? I remarked to Ruijun that in my previous life, the first catastrophic event of the apocalypse was indeed instigated by animals, who harbored deep-seated animosity towards humanity. With the exception of a few beast tamers, animals detest the remainder of humankind. Before the apocalypse, humans recklessly encroached upon the habitats of animals, leading to the extinction of countless species each year. Without the aid of tools, humanity is far less formidable than animals. However, humans possess certain advantages that ordinary animals lack. Humans are intelligent, endowed with wisdom. Throughout the eons of evolution, they have learned to wield tools for hunting, cultivate plants, and domesticate animals, creating countless splendid and resplendent civilizations. Humanity has ascended to the apex of the Earth's food chain, harnessing the power of technology. This advancement is not solely attributable to human intellect and diligence. It also hinges upon the exploitation of the survival resources of other species. Pei Ye remarked that these notions are merely figments of your imagination and conjectures. The truth is far more intricate than the simplistic notion of karmic retribution. The Federation originated from a planet akin to the Blue Planet. A cataclysm compelled them to explore the vastness of the universe, striving for the survival of humanity and other species alike. The Federation has encountered numerous detours, yet none so drastic as to lead to its own demise. Diwa represents an epoch-making marvel, the culmination of countless scientists' dedication. It demands not only immense effort but also prolonged, monotonous periods and advanced technological capabilities. In this current era, the technological level required to develop Diwa? It is more plausible to conceive of creating the King of Hell. However, the zombie virus was developed based on a mature prototype of the Diwa vaccine. One must ponder, if humanity has yet to even graze the surface of Diwa, from where would they procure the initial Diwa vaccine? Without the initial Diwa vaccine, how could the zombie virus be conjured? The apocalypse is a thorough conspiracy, not merely a matter of idealistic karmic retribution. Pei Ye is resolute in this belief. Nonetheless, should humanity, having endured cataclysmic trials, engage in self-reflection, it would indeed be a boon for other species. She inclined her head slightly towards Ruijun, hoping for the same. Should it be a conspiracy, unmasking the instigator may yet salvage the situation. For now, our primary objective remains survival. I wonder if Tai Hao anticipated the mutations in the animal and plant life. Pei Ye remarked nonchalantly, as a superintelligence with formidable computational capabilities, Tai Hao should have foreseen such events. Given Tai Hao's precise predictions regarding apocalyptic calamities, it stands to reason that he would not overlook the transformations in fauna and flora. Meanwhile, during the conversation, Liu Yixian and Qidian Girls had already emptied the fuel tanks of the other vehicles, filling several small gasoline containers. Pei Ye conjured several jets of water through her incantations, cleansing the rear compartment of the pig transportation truck to mitigate the unpleasant odors. Xiang Ruijuan found herself too exasperated to comment on Pei Ye's antics. She was simply a shameless show-off. Little did they know, the water-based talismans she employed were learned only the previous night. Her inexperience rendered them suitable solely for washing the vehicle. Once everything was in order, Yixian took the wheel. The large truck accommodated only 2 seats, yet their group comprised 4 individuals. Thus, they decided that Liu Yixian would drive, with Qidian Girls assisting, while she and Xiang Ruijuan would remain in the rear compartment, vigilant for any developments. The keys were conveniently left in the ignition. allowing Lu Yixian to start the vehicle immediately. All right, little ones, time to wrap it up. Pei Ye called out to the paper figures. What about the zombie crystal cores? She inquired. At that moment, a small paper figure struggled to bring over a garbage bin, within which lay crystalline zombie cores. It proudly presented the bin to Pei Ye, its tiny hands embracing it as it stood tall, reminiscent of a proud little peacock. Well done. Now go wash up. Pei Ye furnished a bucket of pristine water for the diminutive paper effigies. They assembled in a precarious tower, each one in turn plunging into the water with a soft splash. Xiang Ruijuan. Such affected displays of cuteness are deplorable. And what purpose do you have for these ashes? Observing the sacks of cremated remains piled in the corner, Xiang Ruijuan's brow furrowed with distaste. Pei Ye responded, surely, leaving the corpses of zombies unattended would result in putrefaction, the breeding of noxious vermin, and the potential for a secondary wave of devastation in the aftermath? Xiang Ruijuan was rendered speechless. This was common knowledge. In their previous existence, the apocalypse had spawned several plagues, each claiming numerous lives among the common populace. Plagues were formidable calamities even before the cataclysm, let alone in a post-apocalyptic world with scarce medicine. The lives of ordinary people were indeed cheaper than dirt. If you have the leisure to do this, I shall not interfere. Pei Ye grinned mischievously. Such meager abilities you possess. Best reserve them for dispatching a few more zombies. Incinerating zombies into ashes in a matter of seconds was beyond Xiang Ruijuan's capabilities, even if he exhausted his powers. Xiang Ruijuan. If I weren't outmatched. 241. Filling station. The quartet proceeded in fits and starts, scavenging for usable gasoline while clearing the road of obstructing vehicles. Encounters with zombies were infrequent, easily managed by Xiang Ruijuan and Qi Tianxua. Even when their powers waned, they had the assurance of a max endurance healer standing behind them, her healing abilities ever ready. What are you doing? With a swift stroke, Xiang Ruijuan cleaved the head of the onrushing zombie, her feet dancing backward as she delivered another precise blow to its neck. The decaying head, crawling with maggots, tumbled across the ground, while the bloated female cadaver collapsed, twitching momentarily before becoming still. Pei Ye, perched atop the truck's cabin, surveyed the scene. I am merely honing your skills, she declared, for relying on others is as futile as leaning on a crumbling mountain. Self-reliance is the truest path. As she spoke, she spat out a sunflower seed shell. A diminutive paper figure, brandishing a refused sack, leaped forward to catch the discarded shell with remarkable precision. Pei Ye's loquaciousness was matched only by her appetite for cream-flavored melon seeds, of which she had already consumed a considerable portion. Xiang Ruijuan gritted her teeth, visualizing Pei Ye in the form of each approaching zombie. The gleaming blade of her Miao sword flashed, reducing the undead to fragmented pieces. No sooner had a zombie fallen than the diminutive paper figures descended upon it, providing a comprehensive cleanup service. Extracting the zombie's core, transporting the body, incinerating the remains, and collecting the ashes, a complete process executed in a mere 3 minutes. The paper figures performed their duties with remarkable zeal. Not only did they handle each zombie corpse, but their slender frames also bore the responsibility of moving vehicles and clearing the highway. 4 of these figures, each supporting a wheel, effortlessly carried vehicles weighing 1 or 2 tons to the roadside, aligning their fronts in a single direction, with their wheels uniformly oriented. Arranged by height and length, a sight that would undoubtedly gratify even the most exacting perfectionist. Xiang Ruijuan, disheartened by the display, vented her frustration on the remaining zombies. Emerging from the highway, the clock approached 3 in the afternoon. The receptacle for zombie cores contained a mere 500 or so specimens, each meticulously cleansed with water and dried with a soft cloth by the diligent paper figures. Concerned about any unpleasant odors, the small paper figure spritzed some perfume. Xiang Ruijuan, they said, as the large truck departed the highway and entered a nearby town. Although it was termed a town, its economy and population rivaled those of certain second-tier cities, as evidenced by the property prices prior to the apocalypse. Yixian, there is a gas station ahead. Let us investigate, Sun Mingyuan suggested. He remarked that gasoline was second only to food in terms of essential resources, and its production had become exceedingly difficult in the post-apocalyptic world, which made its contribution points quite valuable. With swift decisiveness, they dealt with the zombies drawn by the commotion and maneuvered the truck into the gas station. The station bore the scars of vandalism, with blood and shards of glass strewn across the ground, while several zombie corpses lay in the distance. Supermarkets and gas stations were among the first places many survivors chose to visit due to their abundance of supplies. This location not only offered gasoline, but also housed a small supermarket, providing food, water, and fuel, three vital resources in one place. Xiang Ruijuan leaped from the vehicle, approaching cautiously. There are people. Stop. There are living beings inside, and they possess firearms. Pei Ye placed a hand on her shoulder, pulling her back. A bead of cold sweat formed on Xiang Ruijuan's forehead. Firearms? Though ability users were unafraid of ordinary weapons from level 4 onwards, she was merely at level 1. Relying on the spiritual spring to build her strength, and still required time to reach level 2. In her rebirth, this frail body had significantly diminished her capabilities. Had Pei Ye not cautioned her, she might not have noticed. Pei Ye raised a loudspeaker. Survivors inside, we are a rescue team dispatched by the XX base. Our purpose is to assist, not to engage in conflict with you. After a while, a narrow gap opened in one of the tightly shut windows, through which a man's voice emerged. Who are you? Pei Ye repeated the question. We are the official rescue team dispatched by XX base. With such extensive publicity from Taihao, she was not concerned that the survivors inside might be unaware of XX base. Moments later, the door of the gas station convenience store swung open, revealing a man wielding a gun as he stepped out. In addition to the visible firearm, he concealed 3 more weapons. There were 7 living souls at the gas station. If you refuse our assistance, we must proceed to our next destination to aid others. Pei Ye disregarded the gun's muzzle. The man scrutinized Pei Ye, his gaze wavering between her, Xiang Ruijuan, and Lu Yexian, before finally granting Qidian Girls a fleeting glance. Are you truly comrades of XX base? Yes, she affirmed. Yet the man continued to hold his weapon aloft. Do you have any medicine? We have injured among us. Pei Ye replied. We did not bring any medical supplies, but we have a healer among us. Where are the injured? The man questioned her warily. Who is it? Lu Yexian stepped forward. It is I. Upon seeing Lu Yexian, who appeared gentle and harmless, the man relaxed slightly. Then come with me, and we shall truly believe you. Pei Ye raised an eyebrow. Is that really necessary? Our time is precious. The man gritted his teeth, his expression fierce as he replied. How can we be sure of your intentions? Previously, someone attempted to deceive us using the same pretext. Upon hearing those words, Lu Yexian felt a slight easing of her guard. True gold is not afraid of fire's trial. Genuine rescue is indeed genuine rescue. Xiao, I shall go and save them. Pei Ye cast a glance at Lu Yexian, who had 2 small paper figurines tucked away in her pocket, providing her with a sense of security against potential dangers. Go ahead. However, Qidian Girls remained uneasy. The men at the gas station harbored distrust towards them. Should they then reciprocate that distrust? Rest assured, all will be well. Lu Yexian was not naive. She possessed a space of spiritual spring and could retreat into it should the situation turn dire. Moreover, with Xiao's little paper figurines as a safeguard, she was willing to place her faith in others. As Lu Yexian approached, the men waited for her to draw near before slowly backing away from the entrance of the gas station, exhibiting a heightened sense of vigilance and caution. Where are the injured? Lu Yexian's heart raced, though she endeavored to suppress her anxiety outwardly. Her tension might only serve to heighten the unease of those watching her. In here, upon entering the gas station, the man finally lowered his gun, astonished that Lu Yexian had dared to enter alone. Behind the counter, there were still living souls, 2 men and 1 woman, each armed. One of the men had a gruesome wound on his thigh, instantly putting Lu Yexian on high alert. Was it a zombie bite? The man hastily clarified. No, it was not a zombie. It was a rabid beast that bit me. Fortunately, it did not strike a vital area. Otherwise, the loss of blood alone could have been fatal. Lu Yexian gathered her abilities in her hands and cautiously approached the man's thigh wound. The injured man occasionally furrowed his brow, only to relax it moments later. I can feel something. It truly works. The previously numbed thigh began to feel a slight itch and pain. The man was astonished. Little girl, you truly are a healer of extraordinary abilities. Lu Yexian dared not let her focus waver. Now you believe, don't you? We are indeed here to rescue you. The man finally accepted this truth. We also wish to reach the base, but we hope to take some supplies with us. We have prepared the items, yet we lack sufficient manpower for transport. Lu Yexian inquired, how many supplies do you possess? 242, the incident at the gas station. Such a quantity? Lu Yexian felt troubled upon hearing this. You are a total of 4 individuals. If each person carries merely 1 backpack, it should certainly suffice. However, with so many items, Her words drew the attention of the 4 survivors. Is there a problem? Can we not take these items? Absolutely not. We fought valiantly to secure these supplies. We do not know if there will be food at the base. If we cannot take these, we would rather remain here, choosing to perish as satiated souls. The man's expression was fervent. Lu Yixian realized that these individuals had misunderstood her and hastily sought to clarify. That is not what I meant. The man calmed slightly, his dry, dark gray eyes gazing intently at Lu Yixian. He licked his parched, cracked lips. Sister, please express your thoughts in one breath. Misunderstandings are unwelcome. Lu Yixian was focused on examining the injury on the wounded man's thigh and did not notice the peculiar glint in the man's eyes. She remarked that the capacity of their rescue truck was limited. Every additional survivor they could accommodate was a blessing, leaving little room for supplies. Fortunately, there were many abandoned vehicles, and a larger truck could easily transport their belongings. Upon hearing this, the man shook his head in disapproval. This is not feasible. Our ammunition is running low, and we have no choice. Even if we were to expend a single bullet against the zombie, we could not reach the XX base by driving ourselves. Lu Yixian's voice was gentle yet resolute. Since we dare to venture in to rescue survivors, we possess certain capabilities and assure you that we will escort you safely to the XX base. Her healing abilities were exceptionally potent, demonstrating significant efficacy, and she subtly hinted at being the foremost healer among her kind. In just a few moments, the wound on the injured man's thigh had healed considerably. New, vibrant flesh sprouting forth. Witnessing this, the man silently exchanged glances with his 3 companions. Their unspoken communication did not disturb Lu Yixian. Continue to probe. One of them subtly indicated. Thus, the man continued to indirectly test the mettle of Lu Yixian and her group. Having engaged in sales prior to the apocalypse, he was articulate and adept in social interactions, coupled with an appearance that exuded innocence and harmlessness. Such a visage often facilitated interpersonal relations, making it easier to garner goodwill and lower defenses, whether in friendship or business. Lu Yixian was indeed wise, but her lack of worldly experience had led her to lower her guard in response to the man's series of maneuvers. Nevertheless, she refrained from divulging anything inappropriate, instead smiling and skillfully deflecting the conversation. You are indeed remarkable. Upon hearing that Pei Ye and her companions had traversed the highway from the XX base, the survivors couldn't help but express their admiration and trepidation, while internally sounding an alarm. We are not as formidable as you. Without supplies, we would struggle to survive in the base. The 4 survivors insisted on taking the supplies, and Lu Yixian did not impede them. In this apocalyptic world, resources hold immense significance. She no longer needs to toil for provisions, as she possesses a mystical spring space, a golden key to abundance. Having stockpiled ample supplies before the cataclysm, the other survivors lack such advantages. Without resources, their survival in this harsh world is bleak. All right, we shall gather our belongings. I recall there is a large vehicle at the gas station. The injured were entrusted to Lu Yixian for treatment, while the other 3 prepared to transport supplies and make their departure. As they had mentioned, the gas station was replete with resources, and it would take them an indeterminate amount of time to transport everything with just the 3 of them. The man earnestly requested Qi Tianshua's assistance, subtly implying that it would be impossible to carry away all the supplies in one trip. If Qi Tianshua helped, they could take some provisions. Qi Tianshua discreetly cast a glance at Pei Ye. When Pei Ye heard the survivor mention they were only 4, the corners of her eyebrows subtly dipped in an almost imperceptible arc. Had it not been for Qi Tianshua's keen observation, no one would have noticed this fleeting expression from Pei Ye. You should go help. Let us wrap this up quickly. I have no desire to spend the night outside the base. Pei Ye gently patted Qi Tianshua on the left shoulder, placing a small paper figure, cut from grid notebook paper, on it. The little paper figure resembled a gingerbread man, appearing rather foolish and clumsy. When the wind blew, its short arms and legs fluttered momentarily. Were it not for some adhesive stuck to Qi Tianshua's clothing, it might have been whisked away. A chill ran through Qi Tianshua's heart. His expression turned grave and displeased as he flicked his left shoulder, yet the paper figure remained steadfast. Do not affix anything to me indiscriminately. The glue is quite arduous to remove, he remarked, adjusting the frames of his glasses perched upon his nose. The man observing the scene chuckled heartily, urging, no need to fret over that. Let us first transport the supplies. Pei Ye possessed a tall and robust physique, yet her face, round and plump like a dumpling, belied any semblance of strength. Xiang Ruijuan was not diminutive either, but beneath the oversized sweatshirt, her figure appeared slender and frail, exuding little threat. Thus, the four survivors affixed the label of the strongest member of their team onto Qidian Girls. Despite his lack of an aggressive demeanor, his male gender led them to presume his superiority, allowing them to dismiss him while the other three women felt no apprehension. What trickery is afoot? Xiang Ruijuan thought, observing Lu Yexian administering treatment to someone at the gas station, while Qidian Girls was assigned to haul supplies. This was rather concerning. Pei Ye turned her face away, steering clear of the gas station, lest someone within grasp the art of lip reading. If there were underhanded dealings, they might find themselves in a precarious situation, potentially turning the tables. After all, gasoline ranks just beneath food and water in terms of vital resources. And the gas station was stocked with more gasoline than food supplies. In a post-apocalyptic world where the collapse of production order reigns, gasoline has become akin to a non-renewable resource, diminishing with every use. She does not seek to plunder actively, however, should an unwitting fool cross her path. She would not hesitate to claim a form of compensation for her mental distress. If there were ulterior motives at play, then surely both Lu Yexian and Qidian Girls would be in peril. Pei Ye scoffed, assuring, "Rest assured, I have yet to suffer a downfall in the gutter. If I lacked confidence, why would I have sent Lu Yexian and the others away? Moreover, they too are hesitating to take action. The distinction between good and evil lies in a mere thought. If no action is taken, then no wrongdoing occurs. Pei Ye has no justification to slay those who have not yet committed a crime. However, if they do strike, then the consequences are theirs to bear." Within the gas station, 7 individuals stood, yet they claimed only 4 survivors remained. What could be their motive for such concealment? She subtly tightened her grip on the knife's handle. The fact that these survivors continued to hide the truth indicated their lack of genuine belief in their own safety. The likelihood of them taking action was far greater than refraining. No matter how abundant the supplies, limited vehicle space poses an insurmountable challenge. United in purpose, they filled the vehicle with provisions. While the 4 survivors cast pained glances at the remaining Su-243, 3 survivors, she only managed to witness Pei Ye seize the firearm and the man's head burst open upon hitting the ground. Qidian Girls, on the other hand, observed the entire sequence. Rewinding time slightly, the man launched a sudden assault, swiftly drawing the pistol from his thigh holster. As he aimed at Pei Ye, he prepared to pull the trigger. Unexpectedly, Pei Ye reacted even faster. She grasped the man's wrist, bending it with immense force, redirecting the gun's muzzle from herself to the man's own forehead. The trigger was pulled, and a gunshot echoed. The flame from the barrel extinguished the man's life, leaving his eyes wide with lingering terror. Pei Ye then seized the gun to shoot down the female survivor who was attacking Lu Yexian. While the assailant targeting Qidian Girls lacked the skill, his attack evaded. His opportunity vanished when his head was obliterated by a streak of white light. Blood gushed out like a fountain, splattering a large crimson stain on the ground. The head rolled on the ground a couple of times. Before the sole injured party could react, Pei Ye disabled both of his shoulders with gunfire. Of the 4 survivors, 3 were dead and 1 critically wounded. One moment, the 2 groups were coexisting harmoniously. The next, they were forcefully eliminating the attackers. Was such brutality necessary? Pei Ye stepped on the hand of the sole survivor, forcing him to release his grip on the pistol in agony. With a flick of her toe, she kicked the gun out of his reach. Xiang Ruijuan, finally securing a kill, relaxed her brows, looking refreshed. She stepped forward to retrieve the pistol, engaged the safety, and promptly disassembled it. "Here are 2 more rounds. Shall we use them to send him on his way?" Xiang Ruijuan possesses a detached demeanor, but that does not imply she is indifferent to acts of ingratitude. Was their sincerity insufficient? To ambush them under these circumstances is truly deserving of death. It would be cleaner to eliminate all 4. Why leave one to be an eyesore? Why waste ammunition? Simply find an iron rod and crack open his skull, saving precious resources. Pei Ye playfully rolled her eyes, gazing with amusement at the fearful, cowering figure of the wounded survivor. Xiang Ruijuan concurred, stating that even a brutal beating would be too merciful for the wretch, asserting that they're unworthy of expending ammunition. Lu Yexian and Qidian Girls reacted differently. The former was relatively composed. Lu Yexian, being the only one among the 4 unaware of the survivor's malevolent intentions, was more perplexed than frightened. Qidian Girls, on the other hand, was consumed by fear more than confusion. He comprehended Pei Ye's implication and remained vigilant against the 4 survivors. However, as they assisted in moving supplies without incident, maintaining a facade of friendliness and expressing their eagerness to rebuild their lives at the XX base. Qidian gradually lowered his guard until the sound of gunfire erupted. That shot not only struck the male survivor, but also shattered Qidian's naivety. The brutality and peril of the post-apocalyptic world surpassed his imagination. A single misstep could lead to an unknowing demise. Had it not been for Pei Ye and her companions, any other rescue team would have undoubtedly met with disaster. With a mixture of trepidation and bewilderment, Liu Yexian gazed upon the quartet of corpses sprawled on the ground. Pei Ye, disinclined to search for the iron rod, dispatched the last with a swift kick, crushing his skull. She was perplexed by the sudden demise of the 4 survivors within mere seconds. Could it be that they were malevolent from the very beginning? Discovering that her trust had been betrayed, Liu Yexian's spirits sank for a moment. "Let's take a look inside," Pei Ye said, stepping into the gas station's convenience store. Initially, the 4 survivors had suppressed their malice, genuinely intending to reach the XX base. However, upon hearing movement in the changing room, they had promptly launched an ambush. Pei Ye directed the paper doll to open the changing room door. With a resounding thud, a young girl tumbled out, her hands bound behind her. Transparent tape sealed her mouth, and white plastic ropes restricted her every movement. The fall left her unable to stand. Pei Ye did not immediately attend to the girl. Her gaze fixed on the others inside the changing room. 7 living souls were within the gas station. Aside from the deceased, the remaining 3 were concealed in the changing room, or rather, imprisoned. 2 young men in police uniforms were on the verge of collapse, while the young girl continued to struggle. Her eyes conveyed a conflict of emotions, displaying both fear and rejection towards Pei Ye and her companions, yet also revealing a desperate plea for help driven by her survival instincts. "Hold off on untying her for now. Just heal her injuries enough to keep her alive," Pei Ye instructed. Liu Yexian nodded in agreement. Understanding their words, the little girl ceased her struggling, attempting to express something through muffled sobs. Xianggu helped her sit upright and tore off the transparent tape. At last, the little girl managed to speak, bursting into tears as she pleaded, "Please, save my 2 brothers." Liu Xian was not yet the renowned level 9 healer known to Rui Jun. Healing would take several minutes, barely staunching the bleeding. The pain from the wounds stirred the consciousness of the injured youth. "Could you explain what has transpired?" Observing the scene, it was evident that these 3 survivors were not allied with the 4 deceased, but rather in opposition. Among them, the youth with the least severe injuries regained consciousness first. He cast a worried glance at the little girl, who, despite her soiled face, appeared reasonably well kept and seemed to have suffered no great indignity. He silently breathed a sigh of relief, overwhelmed with gratitude towards his saviors. "Thank you for rescuing us. We are not villains." However, upon noticing the familiar firearm in Pei Ye's hand, his heart skipped a beat. What happened to those thugs? Pei Ye casually twirled the pistol. "They are dead." It was precisely because those ruffians were no more that the handgun had become a trophy in her possession. The youth replied dryly, "You are quite capable, comrade." Pei Ye glanced at his attire and inquired, "Are you a special police officer?" The youth nodded. "I am with the K9 unit of XX City. This is my comrade. And that is the daughter of my captain." "Then how did you?" The youth's expression turned pained, his eyes glistening with red and tears. On the day the apocalypse erupted, they had just concluded a case involving smuggling and were preparing to return to their unit when they were ambushed by citizens turned into zombies. They united in a concerted effort to rescue their loved ones. The city was overrun with an overwhelming number of zombies, and their sacrifices were immense. After enduring numerous perilous encounters, they finally arrived at the gas station. What transpired next? Pei Ye inquired. The young man managed a bitter smile, lowering his gaze as he hesitated to speak. "Because my father was too trusting, and it led to the demise of everyone." They were special police officers, armed with firearms, and some possessed extraordinary abilities. Logically, they should not have found themselves in such dire straits. However, their families were ordinary individuals, and the assailants, cunning and treacherous, used them as hostages to threaten their lives. With dangers lurking within and zombies outside, a single misstep could lead to total collapse. Some were bitten or mauled by zombies, and to avoid implicating others, they had to confront the assailants head-on. Others, fearful for the safety of their loved ones, hesitated, concerned that the hostages might be harmed. After the chaos unfolded, only the 3 of them remained alive. Why did the assailants allow the 3 of you to survive? Pei Ye pressed the gun's muzzle against the young man's forehead, his smile devoid of malice. Yet it sent a chill coursing through the young man from his feet to his head. "You had better speak the truth, My patience is limited, and I do not wish to be deceived twice in one day. The young man's jaw muscles twitched as his eyes fixated on the gun aimed at his brow, creating an unnatural cross-eyed appearance. The barrel felt frigid against his skin. Outside, the weather was sweltering, yet under the threat of death. It felt as though he had plunged into an abyss of ice. His Adam's apple moved nervously with each swallow, beads of cold sweat forming on his smooth forehead, eventually coalescing into a stream that trickled down. To speak or remain silent. Pei Ye thrust her gun forward, causing the young man, bound and seated, to instinctively lean back, his head tilting slightly as his chest tightened. I exclaimed. He was not afraid of death, yet he was unwilling to perish without understanding the reason. The lives of several of them had been exchanged for the captain's through desperate struggle. Even in the face of death, he could not allow himself to succumb here. At the very least, he must ensure the safety of the captain's daughter. Thus, he chose to confess. Earlier, I mentioned. The young man licked his parched lips and spoke with difficulty. We are from the K9 unit of XX City. Just after we concluded a major case involving smuggling drugs when the disaster struck. His words left Pei Ye bewildered. Perhaps she could not discern any logical connection between this information and the fact that the three of them had narrowly escaped the clutches of the criminals. Did these wrongdoers somehow know they were drug enforcers, and thus show mercy? And then what? We were rescued by Qinglong. Qinglong, the young man continued. Qinglong is a service dog in the K9 unit, with exceptional sensitivity and discernment. Whether it comes to searching for drugs, explosives, or weapons, its performance is beyond reproach, possessing both intelligence and empathy. Before the disaster, many police dogs fell ill, some were despondent, others were frenzied, and a few were on the brink of death. Yet Qinglong remained in good condition, thus it accompanied us on the mission. Qinglong was a strikingly handsome police dog, with a melancholic gaze. The comprehensive prowess is remarkably outstanding. Whether in tracking down criminals, discerning governmental affairs, searching for items, or patrolling for explosives, even in the realm of guardianship, the police dog known as Qinglong stands unrivaled, holding a prestigious status unmatched by any other. Over the years of service, it has amassed countless accolades, both great and small. Yet, unbeknownst to many, Qinglong is afflicted with illness. The young man furrows his brow, his dark, thick eyebrows etched with worry and regret. It has long persevered without revealing its condition, accompanying us in our flight, providing early warnings, and even confronting those zombie-like creatures. Several special police officers share a profound bond with Qinglong, and they cannot bear to abandon it during their escape. Little did they anticipate that in the end, it was Qinglong that saved them. You mentioned earlier, it rescued you? Where is it now? The young man shakes his head. We do not know either. How could you be unaware? It must be certain whether it lives or dies, should it not? If Qinglong saved the three of you, how could it allow you to be confined in the changing room? There were originally more assailants. Only 4 remained after a fierce struggle. The young man explains that they used the 3 of us as hostages to threaten Qinglong, all the while fearing its fierce determination. They hoped that by holding us as hostages, they would deter it from resorting to lethal force. Moreover, during the chaos, Qinglong sustained several gunshot wounds, suffering grave injuries. I suspect those assailants intended to drag Qinglong down with them. Pei Ye twirls the gun in his fingers. When we arrived at the gas station, we did not see the police dog. The assailants emerged cautiously, armed, and were not attacked by the police dog. Had it not been for the 4 miscreants, whose own guilty conscience led them to a futile ambush that ultimately resulted in their demise, they might have already vacated the gas station. Upon hearing this, the young man comprehended the gravity of the situation, his expression turning sorrowful. Qinglong, a grown man, his thick lips trembled perceptibly. As if on the verge of tears, 2 streams of warm sorrow cascading down his cheeks. You are a special police officer, a warrior. Do not present yourself as one about to weep. Pei Ye furrowed her brow in a frown. Let us search the vicinity. Perhaps we can at least recover its body. Following the young man's suggestion, Pei Ye discovered the police dog Qinglong lying amidst the tangled grass just a few dozen meters from the gas station. Lacking extensive knowledge about canine breeds, she was uncertain of this dog's lineage or purity. All she knew was that this creature was, against all odds, still alive. Indeed, Qinglong was alive. However, its condition was peculiar. Its chest heaved violently, and its once agile and well-proportioned limbs appeared swollen and contorted. It emitted a deep, muffled sound akin to air escaping from a punctured back. From a distance, it sensed Pei Ye's approach, attempting multiple times to rise, each effort proving futile. Its formerly sleek and shiny fur was matted with dried blood and soil. Are police dogs typically your size? Judging by its stature, this Qinglong was nearly as robust as a grown man. Its eyes, clouded and crimson, emitted a menacing growl. Why are you staring at me so? Pei Ye flicked her finger against Qinglong's forehead. Beneath the dense fur lay a layer of solid, heavy fat. She delicately teased the thick, drooping ear of the azure dragon with her right index finger, relishing the exquisite texture beneath her touch. The azure dragon twitched its nostrils, its rigid muscles gradually relaxing. A soft sound escaped its throat, and it tilted its head slightly, the warmth of its ear resting against Pei Ye's palm. Pei Ye affixed 2 healing talismans on its wounds and commanded the small paper figures to assist in lifting the azure dragon. It offered no resistance, allowing the dozen or so paper figures to hoist it effortlessly and swiftly to the gas station. The prepared supplies were sealed within the sleeve of the universe, with a portion transferred to the rear compartment of the truck. The 3 survivors also boarded, and we departed. The gas station boasted a significant reserve of fuel, yet Pei Ye and the others could not transport it all. Time was of the essence, so they took only a third. They opted to carry more perishable food items, leaving the rest behind. Moments later, the truck pulled away from the gas station. The wounds of the 2 young men, treated by Lu Yixian, had healed. Aside from their lingering weakness, the newly grown flesh was vibrant red and marked with scars. But they were essentially unscathed. The daughter of their K-9 unit leader, a girl of tender age, hid beside them, stealing glances at the azure dragon, which appeared 2 to 3 times larger than she had remembered. May I offer it some water? Pei Ye cast aside the bullet extracted from the azure dragon's wound into the outside world. Certainly. The azure dragon lay languidly, and when the girl presented a cup filled halfway with mineral water, it eagerly extended its tongue to drink. Where are you planning to go? One of the rescued youths reclined against the iron bars of the truck bed, covertly observing Pei Ye. Pei Ye sat on a small stool, legs slightly apart, elbows resting on his knees, engrossed in his phone. Observing the internet-addicted girl before him, he was enveloped in a peculiar sense of disconnection, as if the apocalyptic calamity were merely a figment of his imagination. Rescue 500 survivors. Of course, exterminating 5,000 zombies would suffice as well. At that moment, Pei Ye cast a silent glance downward at the dog's head of the Qinglong, which was surreptitiously nudging her ankle. What about your team? Pei Ye's lips twitched as he began to inquire, but hesitated midway. The young man, filled with suspicion, asked, what about our team? Do we even have a police dog named Yinhua or Dao? Speak plainly. Pei Ye often felt his eccentricity set him apart from the game love and raising cubs. Trash game developers, come out and face the consequences. This was the sole sentiment Pei Ye experienced upon seeing the system record. Congratulations, player. Your father has encountered the mission target. You have decided to observe discreetly. This message was not Pei Ye's first encounter. The last time he saw it was after meeting the Grey Wolf resource search team, where the system record had provided a similar prompt. No matter how much she stretched her imagination, she could not connect the 17 members of the Grey Wolf resource search team with the 5 eccentric side quests. With no progress on the mission, it had to be temporarily shelved. Unexpectedly, while out today to complete a good deed, she happened upon the mission target. This message appeared after encountering the Qinglong, and there was no doubt that the Qinglong was the target indicated. Who could have imagined that the Qinglong Yinhua Dao was a police dog? The rescued youth failed to comprehend the tumultuous and irritable emotions of Pei Ye, his eyes reflecting astonishment. How do you know? Pei Ye responded. Indeed, there truly exist police dogs named Yuan Dao. The young man sighed, revealing that the captain was an admirer of the romance of the 3 kingdoms, particularly enamored with the valiant Guan Yu of the Shu Han faction. Naming the police dogs had proven to be quite a chore. In a moment of inspiration, the captain decided to name the trio of puppies after the QNGL Ngyudo, a legendary weapon. Pei Ye could only shake her head at such an absurd rationale. Had she arrived a moment later, and if QNGLing had perished, would this side mission be deemed a failure on her part? Some individuals, seemingly noble and aloof like Pei Ye, had covertly overturned countless tables behind the scenes. So where are they now? She pondered. QNGLing is here, but Yinhua and Dao remain unaccounted for. Should either of them succumb, Pei Ye resolved to abandon all other 4 game side missions. It was all or nothing. Her obsessive-compulsive tendencies would not allow for a lone traitor among them. Both Yinhua and Dao had fallen ill. Surely they... The young man's words trailed off, a look of despondency crossing his face. The police dogs were their comrades, having undertaken countless missions together. As calamity struck, untold creatures had perished at the hands of the undead. The young man harbored uncertainty about the survival of those within the base. Would they too become zombies? What fate awaited the police dogs in the kennel? Moreover, with the kennel doors securely shut, the situation appeared grim. As he spoke, a pained expression overtook his features. Pei Ye discovered that this side quest was even more troublesome than the previous one. In the last instance, even without direct involvement, simply hearing news of it could count as completion, albeit with a lower completion rate and minimal rewards. However, in this instance, if the task objective resulted in death, the mission would most likely fail, rendering it impossible to achieve completion thereafter. Why such a conclusion? Following the system's whimsical and unpredictable patterns, the task of cutting fruit with the green dragon crescent blade might very well entail having 3 police dogs slice fruit. Or perhaps the fruit in question is not fruit in the conventional sense. It could very well be zombies, exotic beasts, or mutated plants disguised as fruit. While the green dragon remains, the absence of the crescent blade would mean the task can never be fulfilled. Pei Ye glanced down at the green dragon, which was nuzzling her ankle with great enthusiasm, and with a flick of her wrist, she produced an apple. Here, green dragon, help me slice this fruit. She held the apple in one hand and grasped the green dragon's paw with the other. Its paw had been cleansed by a paper effigy, thoroughly purging any remnants of flesh and dirt from between its claws. As an evolved beast, its sharp talons could extend and retract with agility. Each claw shimmered with a metallic sheen, its tips sharp and reflective. Just as she was preparing to assist the green dragon in cutting the fruit, unexpectedly, it propped itself up. Tilting its large canine head, it fixed its gaze upon the apple, seemingly deep in thought. In the next instant, it opened its mouth wide. With a swift motion, the apple in Pei Ye's hand split cleanly in two. A blade of wind had precisely severed the apple. Pei Ye, the 2 rescued young police officers? The azure dragon lowered its head and delicately picked up a half piece of apple, presenting it to Pei Ye's palm. Despite its carefulness, the fruit bore the marks of its saliva and tiny bite impressions. Pei Ye glanced at the system log. Upon noticing the absence of any new records, she understood that her attempt had failed. The system's intricacies were as profound as a black hole, bewilderingly unpredictable. She silently divided the half apple into quarters and eighths, removing the core, and offered the flesh to the dragon's mouth. Do you know where the crescent blade and the knife are? The dragon pondered for a moment, emitting a couple of soft whines, utterances in a language Pei Ye could not comprehend. Can you speak in human language? The dragon remained silent. Pei Ye raised her hand and gently squeezed the area around the dragon's throat, which mistakenly led the creature to believe she intended to pet it, causing it to hum in contentment. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged through its throat, catching it off guard, prompting a startled howl as its massive body nearly leapt from the spot. Ouch, ouch, ouch! A raspy male voice emerged from its throat. The dragon's paws moved in frantic little hops, as if the ground were unbearably hot, creating a cacophony within the vehicle. 2 rescued police officers exchanged bewildered glances. Wait, did they hear that correctly? Was that a string of cries of pain from the dragon? Sit. Pei Ye issued a concise command, and the dragon instinctively crouched down. After a brief moment of calm, the dragon gradually realized something. It felt an unprecedented ease in swallowing. The sensation was akin to having years of earwax finally extracted. Not only did the sounds from the outside world become clearer, but it also felt as if a gentle breeze caressed my ears, flowing over the delicate membranes. Though I could not comprehend the language of dogs, Pei Ye had just patted the azure dragon and discovered a horizontal bone in its throat. I could only hope to teach you the human tongue. The azure dragon, startled, perked up its ears in surprise. Pei Ye placed a piece of fruit flesh near the dragon's mouth, prompting it to instinctively open wide. Do you know where the crescent blade and the knife are? I do. The hoarse, mature voice sounded awkward, as if it had not spoken in a long time. Upon speaking, not only did the 2 special police officers stare in disbelief, but the azure dragon was equally astonished. They're still alive? Pei Ye offered another piece of fruit to the azure dragon. So certain. They are filled with vigor, just like me. The azure dragon swayed as it rose, proudly displaying its robust physique. At that moment, everyone noticed that the azure dragon stood nearly 1 meter tall, surpassing even the largest breeds of dogs they had known before. The iron gate of the kennel was merely a matter of a few paw strokes. For a police dog, remaining in the kennel was safer than hiding in the wilderness. The kennel provided a relatively isolated space, preventing the zombies outside from intruding for the time being, thus safeguarding them. This afforded the police dogs ample time and a tranquil environment to undergo transformation and evolution. These police dogs were the cream of the crop, and the likelihood of evolving into extraordinary beasts was exceedingly high. Even if they did not transform into such beings, it was unlikely they would succumb to zombification. At most, they would become enhanced canines with superior physical attributes. Similar to you? The Qinglong stood tall and proud, nodding affirmatively. Perhaps it was marginally weaker, yet undeniably formidable. How can you ascertain that they will resemble you rather than the monstrous entities lurking outside? The Qinglong flicked its furry, robust tail, its deep voice betraying an incredulity that seemed uncharacteristic of a police dog. I simply know, though I cannot articulate the reason. The kennel's police dogs have succumbed to the zombie virus, exhibiting alarming symptoms, and two soon-to-retire police canines have also been affected. The veterinarian, despite exhaustive efforts, has been unable to identify the underlying cause, resorting only to conservative treatment. Observing the elder police dog, frail and tormented by illness, its spirit waning and limbs emaciated, many believed it would not survive. Only Qinglong possessed the certainty that they would be all right. Animals possess an innate vigilance and sensitivity to danger that surpasses that of humans. It is an instinctual gift. The kennel is a comfortable haven, yet the scent of its kind encountered on the patrol route incites a restless agitation within Qinglong. Danger. Eliminate them. Danger. Eliminate them. Danger. Eliminate them. The primal, incantatory instinct reverberated within Qinglong, awakening its latent ferocity. However, as a well-trained police dog, its professional discipline successfully suppressed the bloodthirsty impulse. Otherwise, it would have recklessly shattered the patrol car's door, driven by scent to locate its kind and crush their necks. Intuition told Qinglong that those canines posed a significant threat and must be eradicated. Yet the counterparts within the kennel not only failed to evoke a sense of danger, but instead provided an overwhelming sense of security. Intuition? Perhaps. As a strikingly handsome and melancholic police dog, Qinglong possesses remarkable self-discipline, exuding an aura of strength and grace. Its sitting posture is both elegant and dignified, embodying the essence of canine nobility. The once crimson hue of its eyes has faded away with the awakening of its extraordinary powers, revealing a clear, dark luster. Do you have the ability to connect with them? Pei Ye, unfamiliar with the mythical beasts, posed the question with a stroke of luck in mind. Why connect with them? The world shrouded in calamity is perilous. A solitary wanderer cannot survive for long. I believe you are formidable, and companions as capable as Yanyue and Dao are equally worthy of recruitment. Qinglong tilted its head, observing Pei Ye seated on a small stool. Recruitment? The naturally melancholic eyes shimmered with a hint of struggle. This matter, I am afraid I cannot acquiesce. The crowd discerned Qinglong's hesitation and uncertainty from its thick-furred visage. I cannot make decisions on behalf of Yanyue and Dao. You must consult them yourself. Why? Qinglong lifted a paw, gently patting the girl's head with its thick pad. Although you hold a certain allure for me, they are too feeble. Until I ensure their safety, I cannot consent to your recruitment. Qinglong gazed at its own paw, then at the girl's head, aware that a slight exertion could be detrimental. Despite the police dog unit's dissolution, I remain a public servant. According to human conventions, joining a private faction necessitates a respectful farewell to my former employer. It does not wish to decline Pei Ye's invitation. Rather, it has unfinished business to attend to. In the eyes of the Azure Dragon, the little girl's father is its comrade in arms. As the orphan of a fallen comrade, it cannot turn a blind eye. True heroes embody loyalty and righteousness. What if it were handled well? The Azure Dragon, recalling a television drama it had once watched, clasped its claws in salute and spoke in a refined manner. I shall act as you command. Pei Ye. The police dog team leader's study of romance of the Three Kingdoms was not in vain. Did you just speak human language, Azure Dragon? The young special police officer awoke from his reverie. The Azure Dragon appeared to roll its eyes. Your reflexes remain as concerning as ever. The special police officer's face flushed with embarrassment from the mockery. Why can a police dog speak human language? The Azure Dragon tilted its head. How strange. Don't you often try to mimic our dog language? Though at that moment, the Azure Dragon was entirely unaware that human comrades often expressed their hunger by saying they were not interested in food and called out for their fathers. Upon reflection, this was likely akin to a puppy imitating adults in speech. The special police officer, The transformation of humans into zombies does not elicit as much disbelief as a police dog speaking human language. Do you still have an apple? The Azure Dragon turned to Pei Ye and inquired. Pei Ye handed it an exceptionally large and vibrant Fuji apple, with the sharp tip of its claw. The Azure Dragon pierced the fruit and placed a small morsel into its mouth. It is better to enjoy joy together than to relish it alone. Thus, it shared a small piece with its comrade's daughter, its affectionate gaze reminiscent of a parent watching over its pup. As the truck approached the town, the Azure Dragon's previously carefree demeanor vanished, and every hair on its body seemed to bristle with vigilance. There were many zombies ahead. The term zombie was one that Qinglong had only recently learned. Pei Ye remarked casually. We are here to rescue survivors, while simultaneously clearing out the zombies. If there aren't mini-zombies, how can we complete our mission? The rigid stipulation of daily acts of kindness mandates the elimination of 5,000 zombies or the rescue of 500 survivors. The sound of the truck's movement, along with the scent of human flesh emanating from within, attracted the nearby wandering zombies. Qinglong found her reasoning quite compelling. This large truck, designed for transporting pigs, was elevated, preventing the zombies from climbing aboard. Nevertheless, witnessing the dense throng of zombies reaching out towards them caused the 3 survivors to tremble in fear. Protect her. Qinglong entrusted the young girl, the daughter of his comrade, to 2 young special police officers. Suddenly, it opened its mouth towards the horde of zombies, and a tempestuous wind-based ability coalesced before it. This wind blade was no mere trick like slicing an apple. It was a swirling vortex of wind with a diameter of approximately 1 meter. After unleashing it, Qinglong exhaled heavily yet did not falter. As a fellow wielder of wind abilities, Qidian Shu could feel the ominous pressure. Why was he limited to a dozen wind blades for slitting throats and exploding heads? While the police dog Qinglong unleashed a formidable vortex attack, was he inferior to a mere dog? He sneered at Xianggu. It had awakened as a second-level extraordinary beast. How could he possibly compare? One must have a sense of reality. Awakening as a second-level ability user, regardless of whether one is human, beast, or zombie, places them among the elite echelon of talent. Qidian Shu adjusted his glasses, unwilling to accept defeat, and retorted defensively. I have slain more than it, expending the least amount of psychic energy to reap the greatest rewards. Given the current situation of the Azure Dragon, it will be exhausted after a maximum of 3 significant attacks. Qidian Shu has opted to utilize the least consuming, blade-like wind blades, ensuring greater endurance. Do not underestimate the intelligence of them. The Azure Dragon is evidently aware of the impropriety of its actions and has also switched to employing wind blades for precise strikes at the zombie's vital points, achieving an almost perfect accuracy. Observing the Azure Dragon maneuver effortlessly, occasionally extending a claw to effortlessly crush a zombie's skull, Qidian Shu felt a sense of despair. As an ordinary individual, how could he possibly compare himself to a battle-hardened police dog? The bountiful harvest was evident. It seemed that the paper figures he created were insufficient. The immense physical exertion caused Xianggu to sweat profusely, the warm, viscous perspiration dampening her bangs and causing strands of black hair to cling to her face. Despite her disheveled appearance, no one dared to regard her as a mere frail woman. With her remarkable mastery over the dual elements of thunder and fire, the number of zombies she had dispatched was only surpassed by Pei Ye and the Azure Dragon. Waves of zombies fell one after another. The intertwining of wind, fire, and electricity resembled a prelude to a boss battle, cleansing the minions. As the number of fallen zombies increased, the workload for the paper figures surged dramatically. 36 were simply inadequate. Fear not, I shall resolve this. The paper figures were produced in a continuous flow, their efficiency remarkable, generating a brand new paper figure approximately every half-minute. Pei Ye divided her focus. With her right hand, she summoned thunder talismans to obliterate zombies, while her left hand crafted the incantations to awaken new paper figures. The little paper figure, once reclining, rose to its feet and joyfully joined the ranks of the paper zombie cleanup crew, diligently laboring away. In a short span of time, the number of paper figures swelled from 36 to 108. They tirelessly hoisted trash bins, undeterred by filth and odor, using their diminutive forms to delve into the decaying heads of the zombies, extracting the precious zombie cores. Once the cores were harvested, the zombie bodies lost their worth and were incinerated into ashes, swept away into garbage bags. Due to their remarkable efficiency, every 10 seconds or so, An additional bag of neatly packaged ashes would appear in the back of the truck. What purpose does the collection of these ashes serve? One might ponder, fearing that the rotting corpses could contaminate the water and soil, potentially sparking a plague. Incineration into ashes suffices. Why then, the arduous task of gathering the ashes? Pei Ye responded, fertile soil, enriching compost. To Xiang Ruejuan. Pei Ye continued, if the ashes are not packaged or processed, I fear I might be caught in a face full of ashes when I step outside. Xiang Ruejuan. She too felt the urge to retreat into silence. Fine. You are strong and willful. The town, densely populated, made the task of slaying 5,000 zombies quite manageable, yet the incessant repetition of mechanical motions proved wearisome. Even the Azure Dragon needed to pause and catch its breath. As the third day of the apocalypse drew to a close, many survivors remained in the zombie-infested areas. Aside from a few buildings, most regions had lost access to water and electricity. As the group ventured into the densely populated residential zone, they were met with numerous cries for help. Survivors could be seen leaning out of windows, waving brightly colored fabrics in a desperate attempt to capture their attention. Despite knowing that cries for help would attract zombies, they were unable to restrain themselves. The urban environment starkly contrasted with rural life, where few would stockpile provisions. Devoid of food and water, and having failed to seize airdropped supplies, the majority of survivors found themselves both famished and parched. In the desperate pursuit of survival, they had no choice but to take risks. Pei Ye drew the attention of the zombies, creating an opportunity for the survivors to escape. Xiao, there are too many survivors. Our truck is simply insufficient. Then let them find any drivable vehicles to follow. We can cram several survivors into each one. Vans, buses, and public transport should be prioritized. If none are available, let them opt for family cars that can still run. Don't push. Let me get on first. Who's tugging at my clothes? Damn it, stop pulling. Let my son go up first. Pei Ye surveyed the faces of the survivors, etched with fear and terror, urging them to stand and form a line. Just like during rush hour. Queue up for the subway or bus. Little girl, I'm quite exhausted. Can I sit for a moment? An older man sprawled on the ground, extending his legs and taking up space meant for several others. If you wish to sit, then step aside. I'm too old for this. Pei Ye scoffed. Being older is precisely the point. Having lived a few more years than the young, you've already had your share. Why not yield the path of survival to the youth and allow them to ascend? Could someone in their 50s or 60s truly claim to be too old before her? One ought to choose their targets wisely when wielding age as an advantage. The situation was dire, and the survivors had no choice but to swallow their indignation and comply. Packed together with scarcely any room to maneuver, they stood shoulder to shoulder, allowing more space for the remaining survivors. Pei Ye summoned the off-road vehicle rented from the XX base. The two SWAT youths took charge of the trucks and off-road vehicles, while Lu Yexian replenished the abilities of Qi Tianxua and the others. As twilight descended, the number of survivors swelled to over 2,000. Among them were those who had been bitten by zombies but concealed it, all of whom were ferreted out by Pei Ye and Qinglong, one by one. Either their brains were detonated, or Qinglong dispatched them with a single swipe, scattering their brains. Regardless of the lamentations of the survivors' families, neither the woman nor the dog relented. With such a dense concentration of survivors, a single zombified individual could spell doom for the entire vehicle. The off-road vehicle led the way, followed closely by the trucks, with buses, public transport, and private cars filled with people trailing behind in an orderly fashion. Saving people was proving to be far more exhausting than slaying zombies. Xiang Ruejuan wore a weary expression, and Lu Yexian offered her a cup of spiritual spring water. Thank you. Zombies, once slain, could be left to the paper dolls to clean up, but survivors, on the other hand, gave rise to all sorts of conflicts. Arguments and clashes were merely the tip of the iceberg. The survivors would grow thirsty and hungry, and they also had physiological needs. The convoy would not halt for their demands, nor would it provide them with a private space to relieve themselves. What could they do? They could only endure. Those who could not hold on would simply urinate and defecate in their pants. While this was more manageable for children, adults who did so in public suffered immense humiliation, and the stench permeating the confined spaces would draw the abuse of other survivors. In the struggle for survival, many individuals relentlessly push the boundaries of their limitations. Their internal conflicts exacerbate the challenges of rescue, weighing heavily on their spirits, not due to physical exhaustion, but rather from an accumulation of negative energy. Teihao, please assist in contacting Base XX. We shall arrive shortly, with approximately 2,600 survivors. Connecting you now, please hold. Pei Ye retrieved her phone and opened the Love and Raising application. She had exceeded the expectations for daily acts of kindness, accumulating a balance in excess of 50,000. Upon accessing the wishing pool, she restrained herself and made 10 consecutive wishes, yet failed to acquire any components of the Eastern Emperor Taihao set. Instead, she received an assortment of snacks and trinkets, an expected outcome. With a zen-like approach to the lottery, Pei Ye closed the wishing pool, popping a lollipop into her mouth. Having exhausted the cigarettes that Azai had purchased for her, she was left with no choice but to indulge in candy. At that moment, a series of knocks echoed from the roof of the vehicle. Opening the sunroof, she was met with the large, canine visage of Qinglong. I sense a kindred spirit. A kindred spirit? Another police dog? Pei Ye, devoid of cigarettes, appeared rather listless. Qinglong shook his head. Not a dog, but a fellow creature. Another extraordinary beast? Pei Ye couldn't help but recall the pig that had smashed through the iron gates of a truck. Could this also be an exceptionally gifted creature? Is it dangerous? Qinglong scoffed, a rather timid being. 248, returning to base. Pei Ye contacted Base XX in advance through Taihao. More than 2,000 individuals? Rescued by a mere 4-member survivor team? The base liaison officer was initially incredulous. It seemed utterly fantastical. Transporting such a vast number of survivors in one go is no trivial feat. The XX base's temporary rescue point at the Youth Palace routinely ferries thousands every hour, operating continuously for 3 days and nights. Yet, what kind of arrangement does the base have for escorting survivors? At the very least, it requires 50 extraordinary individuals and hundreds of well-armed soldiers, each vehicle equipped with zombie mental disruptors. Even with such formidable firepower, one cannot guarantee the safe arrival of survivors at the XX base. As it stands, unless Taihao, with his super-intelligent status, were to be challenged, there was an undeniable urge amongst the crowd to question this claim. The expression of the staff member who spoke revealed a hint of jealousy, laced with malice towards Pei Ye and his companions. One must never underestimate the cunning and adaptability of humanity. Although it was merely the 3rd day of the apocalypse and the registered survivor groups were few, there were still plenty of survivors willing to exploit loopholes and engage in clever trickery. Some members of survivor teams lay in wait near the base, ready to receive incoming free survivors. Through manipulation and persuasion, they convinced these newcomers to collaborate in fabricating lies, claiming to be members of the team who had rescued them from the fallen zones. In this manner, the survivor teams could fulfill the rescue missions assigned by the base and easily accumulate contribution points. The incoming survivors were not without their advantages either. They could also gain a share of the rewards from the team members. Previously, there were only a few survivors, perhaps a dozen. This time, however, there are over 2,600 survivors. According to the standardized protocol of Base XX, rescuing a single survivor earns 10 contribution points. Thus, 2,600 individuals translate into over 26,000 contribution points. The rented apartment occupied by Lu Yi and her companions is considered luxurious housing within Base XX, with a monthly rent of 5,000 contribution points. One individual scoffed at the notion. The communication was dispatched over half an hour ago, making it impossible for anyone to cheat near the base. A colleague expressed their discontent with a dismissive huff. There are only 4 of them. Is it feasible for 4 individuals to rescue 2,600? While they conversed, the voice of Taihao came through the wireless earpiece, announcing that the forward outpost was prepared to receive this batch of survivors, and the logistics personnel should remain on standby. To ensure the security of Base XX, heavily armed troops are stationed on the perimeter. Every 3 steps, there is a sentry, creating an almost impenetrable barrier. The survivors crammed into the vehicle felt a profound sense of safety upon seeing the armed guards. Several older survivors wept quietly. They were uncertain about what life would be like inside the base, but the sight of these soldiers assured them of their safety. All disembark. The vehicle halted as the car door swung open. A rush of fresh air flooded in, expelling the stifling stench that had accumulated within, leaving the survivors with an almost euphoric sense of rebirth. "Oh dear, my legs." One of the survivors, who stood near the door, stepped out and nearly collapsed, his knees buckling under him. After being cooped up for so long, it felt as though his legs belonged to someone else. They all formed a line, ready to undergo inspection. The soldiers stationed at the outpost monotonously reiterated their commands. The survivors glanced at the firearms in their hands. The dark muzzles aimed threateningly at their vital points, and could not help but swallow hard. The weapons wielded by the soldiers were not mere decorations. Any misstep could result in lethal consequences. All right, we shall line up for inspection. They reassured themselves that even if their legs had vanished, they would crawl forward if need be. Pei Ye and her companions were the first to disembark. As the leader, she directly engaged in conversation with the outpost commander. I am the captain of the Zombie Outing Day Survivor Squad, and these individuals behind me were rescued today from the infested zone. Upon recognizing them, the commander's suspicions dissipated. Oh, so it is you. I recall your involvement in the University Town rescue operation, correct? Not only that, on the second day of the apocalypse, we saved thousands and escorted survivors to the Youth Palace rescue point. Although many survivors were unaware of their saviors' identities, some footage had circulated. Pei Ye and her companions had already become prominent figures on the Taihao network. Additionally, Xiao Xiu's tall and striking physique made her easily recognizable. Indeed, in stark contrast to the enthusiasm of the leader, Pei Ye's demeanor remained considerably more aloof. I am truly grateful. The individual spoke softly yet sincerely. My mother and others are inside as well. Thank you. In the wake of the catastrophic disaster, many had been dispatched by the state to the front lines for rescue efforts, leaving little time for their own families. Yet he considered himself fortunate. His entire family had miraculously emerged unscathed from the besieged area. Upon further inquiry, it became evident that a particularly formidable individual had participated in the rescue operation. Through connections, he managed to obtain a couple of indistinct photographs. Little did he anticipate that his benefactor would be stationed at the same base, serendipitously encountering him during duty, a true twist of fate. However, fate aside, protocols must still be adhered to. Every individual wishing to re-enter the XX base after departure must undergo a thorough inspection to ensure they are not carrying the zombie virus. Pei Ye and her companions were no exception. During the inspection, a minor incident occurred, instigated by the Azure Dragon. Its presence was simply too conspicuous. Having completed its evolution, the Azure Dragon had grown even larger, its height increasing from 1.2 meters to 1.3 meters. Its fur was sleek and dense, and its massive form loomed like a small mountain, imposing a significant psychological pressure on those around. Upon its appearance, several soldiers trained their weapons at its head. Is this your pet? They inquired, naturally directing their question to Pei Ye. The Azure Dragon, displeased, raked its claws against the ground, emitting a low, threatening growl from its throat. Respect the police dog. Your inquiry is exceedingly rude. Qilong gazed intently at the attire of the person in charge, standing tall and proud, proclaiming, I am Qinglong of the XX City Police Dog Team. In terms of my past achievements, we should be quite comparable. Lower your weapon. The crowd was taken aback. Qinglong's handsome, masculine visage displayed his displeasure. What is that expression on your faces? A dog, speaking human language? Qinglong asserted with commanding calmness. What of it? Who decreed that only humans could speak in human language? When humans learned to bark, I didn't see these dogs astonished. As the day drew to a close, Qinglong did not resist the inspection. Upon exiting the inspection room, an individual outside handed him a card. His card was specially crafted, adorned with an additional chain compared to others. The design mirrored that of the survivors. The back featured the national flag of Huagua, while the front displayed Qinglong's visage on the right, with basic information inscribed on the left. Qinglong scrutinized the image of himself with earnestness. I am far more handsome than this. The depiction of Qinglong on the card failed to capture his imposing charm. The diminutive headshot did not reflect his grandeur. After admiring his own gallant appearance, he leaned in closer, directing his gaze at the text on the card. Can you read? Of course I can. Qinglong's response lacked conviction. He recognized the character representing himself on the card and even knew the traditional writing of the word dragon. He was certainly not illiterate. He simply didn't know a vast number of characters. Pei Ye did not inquire further. She instructed Qinglong to neatly store the cards and prepared to submit her tasks at the mission hall, where she would settle her contribution points for the day. At this hour, the mission hall was nearly deserted, with scarcely a glimpse of the survivor teams. I would like to submit my tasks, Pei Ye announced. She tapped on the window to rouse the drowsy staff member, who had tilted his head in slumber. Submit tasks? The staff member mumbled, wiping his face with his hand, struggling to muster the energy to work. Here, he continued, the rescue mission has been completed, totaling 631 rescued individuals, resulting in 310 contribution points. The zombie extermination task remains unfinished. and the resource collection task is also incomplete. The staff member's hand trembled as he noted the number of rescues, nearly biting his own tongue in surprise. There are still 2 unfinished tasks. Are you sure you want to settle now? Unfinished? Pei Ye, inexperienced in task submissions, realized she would need to make another trip. The zombie cores and resource collection were to be settled in 2 separate rooms. When the accounting personnel saw Pei Ye enter empty-handed, they presumed she had stashed the items in her pockets. A few zombie cores could easily be counted without taking much time, so he maintained a calm demeanor. The work was leisurely, the rewards generous, and the labor light. He casually lifted his thermos for a sip of water, yet, before he could swallow, he was taken aback as Pei Ye unexpectedly produced a snakeskin plastic bag. With a rustle, the dazzling zombie cores cascaded across the large table, forming a small mountain. The accounting personnel was so startled by this display that he nearly choked on the water he had yet to swallow. All of these. He coughed for quite some time before regaining his composure, pointing at the zombie crystal cores on the table, his fingers trembling. Well, please calculate the total. The number of zombie crystal cores is overwhelming, and the workload is immense. A total of 7,359. As he uttered this figure, his face quivered violently. 7,359 zombie crystal cores. XX Base had never collected such a quantity in a single day. This was achieved by a mere 4-member survivor team. Pei Ye then proceeded to the adjacent room to tally the supplies. The materials were rather scant. She laid out the gasoline, beverages, bottled water, and bread with a short shelf life that she had scavenged that day. After completing these formalities, she finally went to the hall to calculate her contribution points. Today's earnings amounted to an impressive 40,284 contribution points. Pei Ye allocated 3,000 points each to Liu Yexian, Xiang Ruijuan, and Qidian Girls, keeping the remainder in her account. The next time she encountered Sun Mingyuan, she would first repay her debt to him and subsequently manage the rental payments through her account. Liu Yexian felt a bit bashful. Receiving such a substantial amount of contribution points felt somewhat overwhelming. 3,000 is too much for me. I spent most of the day driving, and the remaining time assisting Ruijuan and the others with their abilities. It doesn't seem I contributed much. There's no need for modesty on this matter, Pei Ye replied, unwilling to create any ambiguity regarding such issues. Before they parted ways, Pei Ye also transferred 3,000 contribution points to the account of Qing Long, who had worked diligently today. Where you reside is of little consequence, yet the 3 individuals you protect are of utmost importance. The base offers affordable accommodations with a rental fee of 1,000 contribution points. If you all squeeze together, you can manage to stay there, leaving the remaining 2,000 contribution points for sustenance. While there are many survivors at the base, few can afford the rent, and at this moment, you can still secure a room in a favorable location. As the strength of the survivor group increases, securing a rental spot will become exceedingly difficult. Confronted with Pei Ye's thoughtful consideration, Qing Long was nearly moved to tears. It had truly not anticipated such compassion. Liu's parents had prepared ample food ahead of time, having made dumplings and a large pot of noodle soup, sufficient to satisfy their hunger. Xiao, will you also venture out for tasks tomorrow? A day or 2 could be endured, but the thought of maintaining such a routine was daunting. However, recalling the current state of affairs, she immediately dismissed any notion of retreat. She would never be a hindrance. You do as you wish, but I shall certainly undertake the tasks. I cannot remain idle at the base. Pei Ye swallowed a mouthful of a peculiar nutrient solution that tasted oddly of rubber, the strange flavor causing her brow to furrow. This taste was as detestable as the task titled A Daily Act of Kindness, which was enough to make one want to curse. No, I must go out as well. Liu Yixian insisted eagerly. Xiang Ruijun, continuous practical training is essential to enhance our abilities. I too shall venture forth. With both women expressing their intent, Qidian Girls could not afford to falter. Count me in. Very well, you all may take your baths and rest. We shall convene at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Pei Ye? Naturally, she would monopolize the bathroom. Liu Yixian and Xiang Ruijun, they would undoubtedly head to the spiritual spring space for their beauty baths. Liu Yixian wished to share a mutual back massage with her inexpensive sister, but alas, her sister disdainfully declined her offer. While Xiang Ruijun slightly accepted Liu Yixian, it did not imply that their relationship was close enough for such intimacy. She washed first, and only after she finished did Liu Yixian enter to wash. Upon emerging from her space, Liu Yixian discovered her inexpensive sister holding a zombie crystal core, her expression contemplative. Xiang Ruijuan, what is this? Liu Xian was taken aback to find that Xiang Ruijuan had secretly concealed a zombie crystal core. Xiang Ruijuan, her demeanor icy, abruptly stuffed the crystal core into a drawer, refusing to look back. Liu Yixian whispered, I heard from Xiao that thing cannot be used for cultivation. Once one begins to cultivate with it, they will stray down a perilous path. Xiang Ruijuan lay down, turning her back towards Liu Yixian. Let us sleep. Liu Yixian had no choice but to turn off the lights and follow suit. In the darkness, she heard Xiang Ruijuan's soft sigh. This sigh carried a sense of release, as if she had shed some heavy burden. Xiang Ruijuan was acutely aware of the advantages of cultivating with a zombie crystal core. The initial cultivation speed was astonishingly rapid, akin to having an unfair advantage. Who could resist such temptation? She, freshly reincarnated, certainly could not. At this moment, as Xiang Ruijuan gazed into the encompassing darkness, her mind grew considerably calmer. Her companions were formidable, strong enough to grant them the time needed to steadily grow in strength. The emergence of the Azure Dragon sparked widespread attention, notably from the XX Base Research Institute. Every apocalyptic narrative invariably features a deranged research institute stirring chaos. Within the borders of Huagua, each research facility is equipped with resources that are interconnected, all overseen by Taihao. The Qinglong is the first extraordinary beast discovered within Huagua. The existence of such a creature does not come as a surprise. According to Taihao's data, plants and animals infected by the zombie virus undergo mutations akin to those experienced by humans. Several researchers gathered around the towering Qinglong, murmuring amongst themselves, occasionally reaching out to touch its fur. The Qinglong's coat appears fluffy and soft, yet its texture is surprisingly coarse, with thick and robust fur. This prompts the question, is it akin to an ability user among humans? An elderly scientist adjusted his spectacles, unable to resist leaning closer to observe the Qinglong. What is your ability? According to our knowledge, you can also speak human language. How is it that you possess this capability? Taihao has calculated that beasts infected by the zombie virus and granted superpowers would require at least 5 to 6 transformations to achieve the wisdom equivalent to that of humans. Truly astonishing. Your muscles are remarkably strong and beautiful. He squeezed the Qinglong's well-developed limbs. The firm, powerful muscles felt as solid as rock, leaving no doubt as to the immense strength this body could unleash. What a handsome creature. The Qinglong's expression shifted repeatedly until it could no longer contain itself. It raised a paw to halt the scientist's further advances. I beg your pardon, but please respect my dignity as a male. I refuse to be touched by another of the same gender. The Qinglong bore a serious expression, his melancholic eyes filled with defiance. The elderly scientist, with his snow-white hair, awkwardly cleared his throat. I merely wish to ascertain if you possess. Qinglong decisively interrupted him. No, thank you, I am perfectly fine. Whether it be cucumbers or eggs, they are all present. Not a single one is missing. As the most exceptional police dog at the canine unit, surgery was unnecessary for him. It is truly wonderful that both Guagua and Dandan are here. The scientist exhibited a grin that was both reassuring and unsettling, causing Qinglong to shudder. Speak plainly, do not smile like that. It gives me psychological trauma. Psychological trauma? The scientist's curiosity was piqued. Qinglong remained tight-lipped, his demeanor aloof. Not all members of the police dog unit were easy to get along with. Some were particularly mischievous. When Qinglong was younger, after a training session, he lay comfortably on the grass basking in the sun while a young officer groomed him. Grooming was a delightful experience, and Qinglong had no defenses against him. As the grooming continued, that hand gradually ventured lower. Unexpectedly, a sharp pain in his eggs made him tense up. That mischievous young lad had actually flicked his eggs. Qinglong's fur bristled in fury. Woof, 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 woof. You little brat, get over here. Enraged, Qinglong chased the young officer across most of the training ground, forcing him to scramble up the iron fence. The young officer's triumphant grin mirrored that of the elderly scientist before him. Qinglong shuddered once more. The shadow cast upon the dragon's essence is profoundly deep. This matter is of no concern to you. How must I cooperate with you? 20 minutes later, the dragon, coiled upon the sofa, appeared to be enveloped in its fluffy, soft fur, which seemed to whisper shyness even at its tips. What ails the dragon? The researchers at the institute bore enigmatic expressions. Matters of adulthood should not be probed by the young. The special police dog handlers exchanged puzzled glances, while the little girl looked on in bewilderment. Being adults, The former soon grasped the situation as they observed the researchers stow away a crude test tube containing a mysterious liquid. In addition to sample collection, the dragon also assisted them in experimenting with its unique abilities. It possesses wind-based powers, surpassing the strength of an ordinary first-tier ability user. With a significantly larger capacity for energy reserves, comprehensive data suggests that the dragon is likely a second-tier mythical beast, equivalent to a human second-tier ability user. However, the dragon's overall attributes should exceed those of a human with the same classification. Its fur is thick and soft to the touch, yet remarkably resilient during the blood collection. A standard needle could not penetrate its skin. Even when specialized needles were employed, breaking the surface required considerable force. This alone indicates that, as a mythical beast, the dragon possesses a greater advantage against external threats, such as zombie attacks, compared to human ability users. The Institute further analyzed the dragon's blood, revealing that its immunity to the zombie virus far exceeds that of an ordinary individual. This result corroborates the data previously deduced by Tai Hao. Whether they are aberrant beasts or extraordinary individuals, they possess a certain degree of immunity. However, this immunity is limited to zombies whose power levels are inferior to their own. Zombies are not static. They evolve, much like humans and flora and fauna, and their rate of evolution is notably rapid. Last night, aside from the aberrant beast, the Azure Dragon, we encountered a human. What kind of individual, you may wonder? Peruse this report. The survivor is named Xiao Xiao. She lacks supernatural abilities. Yet her strength is intriguingly formidable. She serves as the captain of the Zombies Out Today team, which comprises only 4 members. Besides Xiao Xiao, the others are endowed with powers. Lu Yi, a healer, Xiang Ruejuan, who wields both thunder and fire, and Qidian Shu, who commands the wind. Initially, we presumed that one of the 3 endowed individuals led the group, but upon delving into various records and consulting numerous survivors, we discovered that Xiao Xiao is, in fact, the leader. Despite her lack of abilities, she can unleash powers akin to lightning. What does this signify? It suggests that ordinary individuals may also acquire powers comparable to those of extraordinary beings. The post-catastrophe world is exceedingly surreal. Ordinary people, lacking the strength to adapt to the new societal order, face an increasingly dire predicament. They are at great risk of becoming societal liabilities, breeding darkness and turmoil, ultimately jeopardizing social stability. Xiao Xiao may represent a potential breakthrough. However, Pei Ye, who is covertly observed by countless watchful eyes, remains oblivious to this reality. At the break of dawn, compelled by her biological clock, she opens her eyes. As she brushes her teeth and washes her face, she notices that the reflection of Xiao Xiao in the mirror appears noticeably thinner, her previously prominent double chin less apparent than the day before. Her belt has loosened considerably. After several days without washing her hair, and amidst the sweltering summer heat, her scalp was not only itchy, but also emitted an unpleasant odor. She filled a basin with water to cleanse her hair. Emerging with damp tresses, she fortuitously encountered the drowsy Willow Fairy. "Yeah, Fairy, could you help me trim my hair?" "Trim? How short?" The Willow Fairy took the scissors from Pei Ye and snipped a few times, transforming her once long hair, suitable for a ponytail, into a bob that barely grazed her ears. "Xiao Xiao, have you lost weight too rapidly?" Upon finishing the haircut, the Willow Fairy's sleepiness dissipated. She scrutinized Pei Ye's face, her expression one of disbelief. Xiao Xiao had indeed lost weight at an alarming rate. She had not noticed Pei Ye's physical transformation, but the Willow Fairy was astute enough to do so. Before the apocalypse, Xiao Xiao had a standard triple chin, her face round and plump, yet astonishingly, within a week, her jawline had begun to emerge. "I recall just a few days ago your chin was still chubby." The Willow Fairy gently pinched Pei Ye's chin, although some flesh remained. It was not substantial. In these days of merely fleeing for survival, I didn't even realize. There is a certain charm in being plump. And Xiao Xiao possessed a striking foundation of features, a natural beauty, which now, with her weight loss, was even more captivating. Pei Ye playfully swatted away the Willow Fairy's teasing hand. Even the Azure Dragon can speak. What else in this world is impossible? It's astonishing. Secretly, she pinched the flesh at her waist. The once prominent rolls of fat had diminished to a mere small circle. Accustomed to the companionship of her former bulk, she found it difficult to bid farewell to it. "I simply think Xiao Xiao looks even more beautiful now." The term beautiful has lost its charm for contemporary women. A contentious spirit has doused Lu Yexian with cold water. In a world ravaged by chaos, The advantages and benefits derived from a beautiful exterior pale in comparison to the envy and harm it attracts. The desire for beauty resides in the hearts of all. We must not allow external circumstances to diminish our pursuit and appreciation of the exquisite. Xiaoxiu is lovely, and Ruijuan is equally enchanting. With the prowess of these two, outsiders lack the qualifications to covet them. Ruijuan, do you not agree with my assertion? A shiver ran through Xiang Ruijuan. Go and act coy with Qidian Girls. You've thoroughly disgusted me. She never imagined Lu Yexian would speak to her in such a sweet tone. Goosebumps erupted all over. Qidian Girls, caught in the crossfire, was bewildered. After a breakfast shared by the four, they departed from the rental house at 9:30, meeting up with Qinglong along the way. What brings you here? Beside Qinglong stood an unexpected figure, Sun Mingyuan. Has he joined us as a temporary member? Sun Mingyuan nodded. Yes, if you are in agreement. Pei Ye shrugged nonchalantly. All right. I have no objections. What about the rest of you? Sun Mingyuan, an exceedingly rare metal-type ability user, possesses formidable combat strength. His inclusion significantly bolsters the team with a powerful ally who won't hinder progress. Qidian Girls and Lu Yexian both shook their heads in agreement. Finally, Xiang Ruijuan expressed her stance. I have no objections either. Her thoughts were as tangled as a ball of knotted yarn. She believed that her paths with Sun Mingyuan would never intersect again. The developments before her rendered her mind blank, nearly causing her to forget the essence of composure. Sun Mingyuan's gaze upon Xiang Ruijuan bore a hint of curiosity. Though he appeared rugged, he was, in truth, meticulous to the finest detail. He had interacted with Pei Ye and the others on only 3 occasions, yet those encounters were sufficient for him to notice Xiang Ruijuan, as her reactions were distinctly unique. Pei Ye interrupted Sun Mingyuan's thoughts. Let us revise the team roster before embarking on our mission. Tai Hao, assist me in locating a town with a high density of both survivors and zombies. Once the target was established, they proceeded to plan their route. The convenience of having super-intelligent assistants was undeniable. They need not flounder about like headless chickens, resulting in inefficacious rescue efforts. Today, the zombie squad expanded from its initial 4 members to 5, accompanied by a canine companion. The off-road vehicle could accommodate 5 individuals, but not the Blue Dragon, which was relegated to the roof. I genuinely worry that you will crush the roof of the car. Xiang Ruijuan expressed her concern regarding the Blue Dragon's substantial size. As it climbed atop the vehicle, the entire frame sagged slightly. The Blue Dragon, displeased, bared its teeth at Ruijuan. Is it safe for you up there? Sun Mingyuan questioned, harboring doubts. Remaining on the roof implied a loss of protection from the vehicle structure. If the off-road vehicle were to be besieged by zombies, the Blue Dragon would be in peril. Pei Ye reassured him, it's fine, I have it under control. Her control entailed producing 108 small paper figures for the Blue Dragon to tend to as a caretaker. Watch over them. Should one go missing, I shall hold you accountable. The Azure Dragon perched motionless atop the vehicle. 108 diminutive paper figures clad in protective garb fashioned from refuse bags swung from its fur, giggling and bouncing about merrily. Sun Mingyuan remarked, this is an excessive indignity to the dog. However, half an hour later, his perspective shifted. This is an egregious affront to the zombies. The zombies moved sluggishly, their reactions dull, resembling stationary targets subjected to relentless assault. Despite their fervent efforts, they could not approach the off-road vehicle, as one fell only to be replaced by another. The 108 paper figures scoured the area with refuse bins, collecting the fallen. Is this truly how you rescue people? They carved a path through the undead with violence, employing unique methods to divert the zombies' attention and thereby granting survivors a chance to escape. In a short span, they amassed a rescue team comprising hundreds. Around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Pei Ye and her companions had already saved several hundred survivors and conveniently raided a supermarket brimming with supplies. A portion of the goods was distributed among the survivors, while the remainder was allocated for mission objectives. Since I am in a good mood, feel free to ask any questions. Pei Ye consumed a clay-flavored nutrient supplement, have a loaf of bread, and a bottle of Sprite to quell the lingering taste. She smiled as she caught Sun Mingyuan stealing glances at her. I suspect your role as the Azure Dragon's guardian is a ruse. You are truly monitoring me, aren't you? They were resting in a shopping mall on the ground floor, replenishing their strength while enjoying a meal. Aren't you angry? Sun Mingyuan was not surprised that Pei Ye had noticed. He was curious about her reaction. The XX base dispatched personnel to covertly surveil Pei Ye, seeking to uncover the secrets she harbored. Surprisingly, she displayed no signs of anger. If I were to feel anger, it would merely indicate my lack of strength. Pei Ye remarked with a calm demeanor. Why would I be upset? It would typically stem from feelings of distrust, unacknowledged contributions, or threats to personal safety. None of these apply to me, hence I remain unperturbed, living a conspicuous life while possessing the identity of an ordinary person. She was well aware of the scrutiny that accompanied her existence. Speak freely. What do you wish to know? Sun Mingyuan was taken aback. This is completely unconventional. I can ask any question? Pei Ye responded, your appearance is not particularly pleasing. Do you truly believe you could attract beauty? I do not suffer losses in my dealings. Ask me a question, and I shall require a month of your service in return. Sun Mingyuan found this arrangement rather pragmatic. Working? He misinterpreted his ears, thinking he had misheard. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. If you wish to extract secrets from me, a price must be paid, Pei Ye asserted with a matter-of-fact expression. Though she spoke earnestly, her words sounded somewhat frivolous to Sun Mingyuan. No, it must be exceedingly frivolous. Shortly after XX Base recognized Pei Ye's exceptional abilities, they convened an emergency meeting and ultimately assigned Sun Mingyuan to undertake this formidable task. In terms of both efficiency and attitude, the XX Base was decidedly earnest. That wasn't my intention. I merely found your conditions rather unexpected. They had even prepared themselves psychologically for the possibility of failing the task and inciting Pei Ye's ire, devising multiple persuasive and rational rescue plans. However, the outcome was rather amusingly peculiar for Sun Mingyuan, as Pei Ye's reactions and conditions were unexpected. Rest assured, I am generally quite accommodating and settle my dues promptly. Never defaulting, Pei Ye stated while negotiating terms with Sun Mingyuan, making her position clear to avoid future disputes over remuneration and workload. I want to allow you to work for free, but my compensation cannot be on par with that of the Yexin team. Despite Sun Mingyuan's extensive training and robust mindset, he found himself momentarily at a loss for words. If Pei Ye were willing to speak the truth and provide valuable information for the benefit of all humanity, he mused, they would not only compensate her fairly, but would also cover her expenses for life at the XX base. Sun Mingyuan was uncertain whether she was jesting or serious. I agree to your terms. You mentioned one question per month. He replied, baffled. He wouldn't be foolish enough to pose such inquiries. The more Pei Ye insisted, the more Sun Mingyuan felt as though she was preparing to play a trick on him. Yet, it became evident that his perception was merely an illusion. Pei Ye had no intention of deceiving him. According to the data collected by Taihao, you are an ordinary person? She asked, before Sun Mingyuan could probe further. She nodded and smiled, affirming, I am indeed an ordinary person, not an ability user. Sun Mingyuan took a deep breath. The endeavor had not begun well. He had asked a question of little value. As an ordinary person, how do you possess powers akin to those of a lightning ability user? Pei Ye smiled as she practiced Tai Chi. The second question pertained to the supernatural abilities birthed from the fusion of the zombie virus with living beings. Ultimately, it is merely a manifestation of power. One could perceive my ability as another form of strength, fundamentally akin. For instance, wind energy, water energy, and solar energy are all sources of power. The supernatural power arises from the benign evolution of the zombie virus, while the abilities of a celestial master stem from the manipulation of natural forces. The first two inquiries yielded little substantive information, but Sun Mingyuan approached the third question with considerable caution. He asked, you are not a supernatural being, so what kind of superpower do you possess? To which I responded, I am a celestial master. The term celestial master immediately conjured images in Sun Mingyuan's mind of Taoist priests, ghost hunting, and Taoism. He refrained from probing the definition of a celestial master and instead posed a pivotal question. How can an ordinary person become a celestial master? The answer was, by cultivating primordial qi. Sun Mingyuan felt a surge of frustration, akin to having words lodged in his throat. What difference did it make to say it? What exactly is primordial qi? He pressed further with yet another inquiry. How does one cultivate primordial qi? This amounted to 2 questions, thus totaling 6. Pei Ye replied with a smile. Primordial qi is the fundamental substance that generates and constitutes all things in the universe. To my knowledge, it is the essence of heaven and earth. Whether it is spiritual energy, yin energy, malevolent energy, or demonic energy, all can be refined into primordial qi. To put it more simply, they are all forms of energy. A celestial master must refine these diverse manifestations of energy through cultivation. Sun Mingyuan could not help but reminisce about the television dramas and novels he had encountered before the apocalypse. Is this not what one would refer to as an immortal cultivator? This seems somewhat akin to the seventh question. I recall the Taoist master's catchphrase being, if you believe, believe. If not, then leave me be, do not disturb my cultivation. Shouldn't he that qualify as an immortal cultivator? In the previous game instance, there were celestial realms and the underworld, with various sects of Taoist masters, all of whom were once great beings who ascended in broad daylight. From this perspective, it would not be incorrect to label a Taoist master as an immortal cultivator. Upon hearing this, Sun Mingyuan felt a twinge of despair. Even a fool knows that an ordinary person cannot easily become an immortal cultivator. It relies heavily on one's aptitude and innate talent. Nevertheless, he still stubbornly pressed on with another inquiry. What are the chances of an ordinary person becoming a Taoist master? The eighth question hinges on talent. If one can cultivate primordial energy, they may become a Taoist master. Otherwise, it is unattainable. Pei Ye doused Sun Mingyuan with a refreshing dose of harsh reality. The prerequisites for becoming a Taoist master are far more stringent than those for becoming an extraordinary individual. Globally, 1/3 of the population has the potential to become extraordinary. Yet the selection for a Taoist master is a daunting one in 1,000, or even 10,000. Most of what she learned pertains to the foundational knowledge of Taoist masters, which in the previous game instance would be considered common knowledge accessible to novice practitioners. It is not something of great value, and she refrained from boasting about it, knowing its worth is limited. If everyone could become a Taoist master, the prominent figures of the mystical sects in the last game instance would be in despair. They have lamented more than once about the current state of the mystical sects, where talent is scarce and the next generation is lacking, and they would vie for any promising seedlings that show potential. Is it conceivable for ordinary individuals in this world to cultivate yuanqi and become heavenly masters? Perhaps it is more realistic to regard this as a daydream. Sun Mingyuan inquired further. If one were to gauge your prowess based on the standards of supernatural beings, what level of strength might you possess? A seemingly simple question caused Pei Ye to furrow her brows, as if confronted with an insurmountable dilemma. Sun Mingyuan, Pei Ye asserted, I am exceedingly formidable, almost on par with the strongest on earth. Sun Mingyuan, for a moment, he found himself unable to discern whether Pei Ye was speaking the truth or merely boasting. As the final inquiry arose, Sun Mingyuan lost count, knowing that the XX base would reimburse him regardless. May I ask, could you provide a written copy of the method to cultivate yuanqi for the state? You mentioned that the superpowers of supernatural beings and the strength of heavenly masters are fundamentally the same. Thus, it may be audacious, yet plausible to hypothesize that the methods of heavenly masters in cultivating yuanqi could serve as a reference for supernatural beings. Zombies evolve by consuming one another and seizing energy, advancing at an alarming rate, while supernatural beings have yet to establish a comprehensive cultivation technique. Unable to enhance their abilities and unable to keep pace with the rapid evolution of zombies, humanity finds itself in a precarious position, akin to prey awaiting slaughter. This question was indeed a challenging one, and a shade of embarrassment crept across his bronze-hued complexion. He understood that the likelihood of Pei Ye acquiescing was exceedingly slim. To divulge the methods of yuanqi cultivation would be tantamount to sharing the secrets of transcendental cultivation with others. His inquiry was rather audacious. To his surprise, Pei Ye did not hesitate, responding affirmatively without a moment's pause. No problem. Sun Mingyuan. 253 Supernatural Beings. Is everything all right? Su Mingyuan couldn't help but raise his voice, his astonishment manifesting in a tone akin to that of a duck caught by the throat. Indeed, everything is fine. Pei Ye replied with a knowing smile, assuming a posture of an elder as he earnestly admonished Su Mingyuan. I believe your level of awareness is woefully insufficient. Why would you presume I might refuse? We are all children of Huagua, united in our concern for the fate of humanity. As long as a decision serves the collective good rather than the ambitions of a select few, why would I hesitate to agree? Su Mingyuan found himself at a loss for words. Why did he harbor such thoughts? Was it not simply because the cultivation techniques were deemed precious, and it was natural for everyone to desire them for themselves? After he stammered through his response, Pei Ye could not refrain from correcting his misguided notions. If we liken cultivation to the solution of a complex problem, then the techniques for cultivation represent the process of deriving that solution. The more advanced the technique, the more streamlined and efficient the steps involved. However, ultimately, the final answer remains unchanged, as do the formulas and theorems utilized in the process. The most rudimentary cultivation methods merely lay out all formulas and theorems, but is this not foundational? Should fundamental concepts be concealed and kept from view? The fundamentals of Yuan Qi cultivation manual acquired from the previous game, Quest, embodies the most elementary knowledge. Each individual will experience varying results in their cultivation journey. Those with higher comprehension will intuitively discover the most suitable approach for their unique problem-solving process, while those with lesser insight will resort to the simplest, most straightforward methods. In Pei Ye's perspective, the so-called exceptional techniques are merely the optimal solutions distilled by predecessors. Indeed, transcribing them proves to be quite convenient. Sun Mingyuan found himself unable to refute this assertion, as it resonated with undeniable logic. It was evident that he had indulged in numerous fantasy cultivation novels, demonstrating a profound understanding of internet literature conventions. Regrettably, none of the tricks he had learned were of any use in this context. Pei Ye smiled as she gently patted Sun Mingyuan's shoulder, inquiring if he was aware of how many questions he owed her, reminding him to refrain from shirking his responsibilities. Sun Mingyuan appeared to have underestimated the situation, as Pei Ye's demeanor suggested she harbored no intention of concealing anything. It was clear that any earnest individual could extract information from her with ease. For several hours thereafter, he wore an expression of existential doubt, realizing the truth behind the saying that like attracts like. On their journey back, Pei Ye whispered to Xiang Ruijuan, who, clutching a knife, cast her a wary glance. "What do you mean?" Sun Mingyuan, indeed an honest man, shared a peculiar charm akin to yours. It is no wonder they are the official couple of the iron-blooded queen of the apocalypse. Army Major's heartfelt affection, for their similarities are striking. Xiang Ruijuan responded with confusion, questioning the morality of taking advantage of an honest person. However, Pei Ye felt no pangs of conscience. Rather, she reveled in the numerous benefits she had reaped. This undercover mission of surveillance was likely the easiest task Sun Mingyuan had ever undertaken, as Pei Ye cooperated wholeheartedly with the Huagua base, even enthusiastically offering aftercare services. This has left the base in Huagua, which has taken advantage of the situation and acquired valuable information, feeling somewhat embarrassed, leading to numerous privileges being granted to her. The leader of Base XX personally met with Pei Ye, who stood tall and dignified. This is the duty of every citizen of Huagua. The leader, upon hearing this, was deeply moved. He had not anticipated encountering such a pure and sincere heart in these times. Regarding Sun Mingyuan, this is the half-price enforcer she signed. Base XX must not renege on this. Rest assured, we have assigned Sun Mingyuan a temporary task for 1 year, during which he will join your team as a free-spirited ability user. This is a fortunate opportunity for the young man. We hope that after a year, he will achieve greater progress and become an exceptional warrior. Sun Mingyuan. So he has been sold off like this. The leader of Base XX later reassured Sun Mingyuan. Your father is overjoyed upon hearing the news and couldn't sleep all night. It's only a year, just perform well. Sun Mingyuan sighed and saluted respectfully. Yes, I shall not fail my mission. The leader of Base XX was an elder he knew well. While they usually conducted business formally, they spoke more intimately in private. Pei Ye and her team embarked on rescue missions daily without fail, true to their team name. Today's outing, Zombies Beware. Initially, they managed to save 4,000 to 5,000 people, but the numbers dwindled rapidly. By the 15th day of the apocalypse, only a little over 600 survivors remained in the fallen district. The daily focus of their missions shifted from rescuing survivors to exterminating zombies, resembling a human meat grinder. Liu Yexin, Xiang Ruijuan, Qi Tianxua, and Sun Mingyuan gradually elevated their abilities to the second level. In the context of Xiang Ruijuan's previous life, such a pace of cultivation was exceedingly slow. Regardless of innate talent, with an ample supply of zombie crystal cores, one could ascend to the second level in a matter of days, yet they had taken more than half a month. Upon Xiang Ruijuan's breakthrough to the second level, she distinctly sensed a divergence between this life and her former existence. In her past life, her abilities were tumultuous and savage, gnawing at her muscles and inflicting unbearable agony. At that time, she surmised it was due to the nature of her powers. In this life, however, her abilities exhibited a remarkable gentleness. Even the notoriously violent dual-element powers of lightning and fire were effortlessly manageable. Even a fool would recognize the anomaly. Indeed, the zombie crystal cores proved to be quite detrimental. This supermarket had also been scavenged by survivors, leaving little of value. Pei Ye illuminated the surroundings with talismans and, with a casual glance, discerned that several shelves outside had been violently stripped bare, with a few decaying zombie corpses littering the ground. Xiang Ruijuan approached for a closer inspection and found that the skulls of these zombies had been brutally shattered, with the crystal cores missing from within. The first floor bore the same grim evidence as the second. Xiang Ruijuan established wireless communication with the other members of her team to inquire about their circumstances. The crystal cores from other zombies had also been extracted. Pei Ye had a habit of incinerating zombie remains, donating the ashes to XX base as nutrient-rich soil. The zombies they had dispatched left no trace of their bones. Thus, the corpses before them could not have been the result of their actions. The sole explanation was that survivors had come here, cleared out these zombies, and taken the cores from their skulls. Pei Ye scrutinized the nearby traces of battle. Observing the formidable powers of the abilities, it seems likely that they belong to a level 2 or 3 ability user. Xiang Ruijuan's complexion turned pale. The worst-case scenario appears to have materialized. Pei Ye maintained an air of nonchalance. An ability user had discovered the secret of the zombie crystal nucleus prior to Taihao's actions, and the situation looked dire. Xiang Ruijuan was taken aback by Pei Ye's ability to smile in such circumstances. I have consistently monitored the Taihao network, and there has been no record of any ability user successfully utilizing the zombie crystal nucleus for cultivation. However, there were claims of experiments that have since fallen silent. She tightened her grip on the hilt of her knife, her eyes ablaze with intense fury and hatred, as if she wished to incinerate her foes to ashes. The state of decay of these zombie corpses was not severe, and the dust accumulated on the supermarket shelves was minimal. Perhaps. A bloodthirsty sneer crept across her face. Perhaps we could lure them out and eradicate them completely to silence them. Killing to eliminate witnesses? Pei Ye was not optimistic about Xiang Ruijuan's suggestion. Xiang Ruijuan reasoned that human nature is inherently selfish. One can easily predict the choices of an ability user who has uncovered the uses of the zombie crystal nucleus. They would either quietly amass wealth, secretly enhancing their power, or leverage their discovery as a bargaining chip to establish their own faction and seize benefits. Initially, the bases were established under government control, but as power gradually shifted, they became privatized, transforming into personal forces for various individuals. The direct cause of this change was not the zombie or beast tides, but rather the machinations of human greed. Most people seek stability, while a minority thrive on chaos. When it comes to discussing this matter with Xiang Ruijuan, she cannot help but reveal her acerbic side. A group of illiterates, who have barely grasped the fundamentals of 9 years of compulsory education, incessantly shout the slogan "Do princes and dukes possess any virtue?" to stir trouble. True heroes have their own sense of righteousness. They do not engage in conflict out of sheer boredom. Yet these individuals? They have never contemplated the greater good, only fixating on their own interests, yearning for the imperial robe and the throne, as if the feudal dynasty had not perished ages ago. Pei Ye interjected, "You are digressing." Xiang Ruijuan was momentarily silenced. With her hands on her hips, she asserted, "In any case, this group is aware of the secret of the zombie crystal cores, and they will not divulge it anytime soon. We could eliminate them." Pei Ye shook her head. "I find that futile." "Why?" Pei Ye explained. "The reasoning is straightforward. The zombie crystal cores are out in the open. The individuals studying them are not limited to just a few. This group of supernatural beings may have discovered them, but others will inevitably catch on as well. Most importantly, we cannot ascertain that they are the sole possessors of this knowledge. Do you understand? They have no need to squander precious time on a few supernatural beings whose whereabouts are unknown. If they encounter them, they will deal with them. If not, so be it. Their worth does not merit our time." Xiang Ruijuan countered, but a chill ran down her spine as she listened. Her gaze towards Pei Ye shifted, as if she were seeing her for the first time. "I was under the impression that you, like Lu Yixian, were a paragon of virtue." Pei Ye grimaced in distaste. "How could you harbor such repugnant thoughts?" Xiang Ruijuan tugged at the corner of her mouth. Too lazy to refute, Pei Ye unwaveringly led her team daily to rescue survivors and exterminate zombies. She clocked in every day. Even the benevolent Lu Yixian could not match Pei Ye's unparalleled kindness and righteousness. How could she not be considered a saint? In my endeavors, I always weigh the pros and cons, with my mood coming second. Pei Ye promptly corrected Xiang Ruijuan's misunderstanding. Xiang Ruijuan mumbled, "I cannot fathom the benefits you derive from rescuing survivors and clearing out zombies each day. The zombie cores are entirely submitted and exchanged for contribution points at the base. Most of the gathered supplies are distributed among the rescued survivors. Before the apocalypse, one could at least earn a salary working tirelessly. But Pei Ye's schedule now resembles that of a night owl. What does she seek? With no expectation of reward and only the intent to give. To say she is not a saint would be a disservice to the countless zombies that have perished at her hands. You cannot comprehend this." For your imagination is insufficiently vast. What does Pei Ye desire? She seeks nothing at all. Who compels her to be a perfectionist? Unable to cease her acts of kindness once initiated, the supermarket is cleaner than a beggar's pocket. Nearly all useful supplies have been swept away, and what remains has been destroyed, leaving no benefit for those who come after. The two also discovered 2 bodies on the 3rd floor, suspected to be level 2 zombies. Let us go and see what others have found, Pei Ye suggested, pairing with Xiang Ruejuan, while Lu Yexian teamed up with Qing Long, and Qi Tianxua partnered with Sun Mingyuan. Before long, the wireless earphones conveyed the voice of Sun Mingyuan. There are no special discoveries. What about Yi Xian and Qing Long? Sun Mingyuan replied, no news as of yet. Pei Ye then contacted Qing Long. As the most formidable beast at the XX base, it was specially equipped with a wireless earphone by the authorities. Pei Ye said, Taihao, get in touch with Lu Yexian. The target is outside the service area. Outside the service area? Is there truly such a thing? A special area has been detected. Communication is abnormal. Pei Ye sensed the gravity of the situation. Taihao, inform me of Lu Yexian and Qinglong's last known location. Unauthorized, unable to disclose. I am their captain. If they are in trouble, I have the right to assist. Taihao, tell me their last location. Taihao fell silent for a moment. Permission modified. Coordinates have been sent. Satellite positioning complete. Meanwhile, Xiang Ruejuan wore a solemn expression. The combination of one person and one beast was far more secure than that of Qi Tianxua and Sun Mingyuan. Pei Ye declared, let us go and meet them. She was determined to uncover what had befallen Lu Yexian and the others. To warrant such an alarming notification of being outside the service area. Taihao, are you certain Yi Xian and Qing Long were last seen here? The iron gate of the community was locked, and occasionally one could see a zombie aimlessly wandering about. It is confirmed to be here, within a 2-meter discrepancy. Xiang Ruejuan gazed at the neglected, weed-choked flower bed of the community. Is the willow leaf immortal here? This community seems devoid of life. From any perspective, it appears to be an ordinary zombie-infested neighborhood. Pei Ye suggested, let us venture inside and investigate. Qi Tianxua and Sun Mingyuan followed, albeit somewhat hindering their progress. Thus, Pei Ye refrained from disclosing the disappearance of Willow Leaf Immortal and Qi Long to them. The community comprises several residential buildings, and Pei Ye and her companion followed the scent to locate the zombies. Strangely, there were very few zombies present. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, the desolate corridor echoed only with their footsteps and breaths. The ground floor housed 5 households, all of which had their doors ajar. One door appeared to have been opened from within, likely by a fleeing occupant, while the other 4 had been forcibly breached from the outside. What they shared in common was that inside, each dwelling lay the bodies of the homeowners transformed into zombies. Their crystal cores mysteriously vanished. One household contained 3 or 4 members. The primary zombies moved sluggishly, lacking strength. They possessed only the instinct to hunt for sustenance, devoid of thought or the ability to open doors. Hence, these zombies remained trapped within their homes, unable to escape, ultimately falling victim to intruders who dispatched them and absconded with their crystal cores. Pei Ye conducted a cursory examination of the zombies' remains. The decaying flesh was consumed by maggots, dissolving into putrid liquid that pooled and evaporated, leaving only grotesque stains behind. A few of the corpses had decayed to expose their white bones. Is the inspection complete? The stench of death was nearly suffocating, and Xiang Ruejuan was not inclined to linger any longer. Almost done, Pei Ye remarked with a calm demeanor. The assailants possessed a clear objective and formidable strength, leaving little evidence of struggle within the room. The zombies were dispatched in an instant. The room had been thoroughly searched, and all valuable jewelry and edible provisions had vanished. Pei Ye scrutinized the chaotic footprints on the floor. Let us investigate other rooms, he suggested. The two ascended from the 2nd floor to the top floor. The degree of decay of the corpses was comparable. There were a total of 4 distinct sets of footprints. 4 individuals had eradicated the zombies within the building, showcasing considerable prowess. 4? Pei Ye inquired. At least 4, as the footprints ranged from size 41 to 44, indicating they were likely all male. Why wouldn't these be the marks left by the homeowner? I deduce there are 4 because identical footprints appeared in 2 or more rooms, which cannot be attributed to the zombie homeowner, Pei Ye explained. They likely commenced their clearing from the upper levels. I suspect they may be residents or tenants of the upper floors. It is possible that others joined them along the way, making it difficult to ascertain the exact number. Xiang Ruejuan observed, the higher we ascend, the more excessive the signs of struggle. The furnishings within the rooms become increasingly disordered, suggesting that the assailants lacked experience and courage. Familiarity breeds skill. The more one engages in such activities, the more confidence one gains. Hence, as we descend the floors, the footprints transition from 4 individuals to 3, then 2, and even down to 1. Of course, it is also plausible that the strength of the individuals increased. For those with abilities, the initial levels of enhancement are relatively easy to attain, with each advancement yielding a significant leap in power, as long as there exists a zombie crystal core. And if the ability users are not plagued by madness, it is entirely plausible for one with decent talent to elevate to level 3 within a fortnight. The two then explored other buildings, discovering that the situation was largely consistent. The zombies within the commercial district had been nearly eradicated, yet the number of missing zombie crystal cores approached 1,000. The previously composed Xiang Ruijuan displayed a rare sense of agitation. Can we still reach Lu Yixian and Qing Long? Pei Ye shook her head. How could a living person simply vanish into thin air? Suddenly, Xiang Ruijuan recalled something. Lu Yixian possesses spatial abilities. Perhaps in the face of danger. Lu Yixian sought refuge in the spiritual spring space alongside Qing Long. The spiritual spring space belongs to an alternate dimension, making it impossible for Tai Hao to locate them. However, to her surprise, Pei Ye denied this. They are not in the spiritual spring space. Why? Pei Ye explained. I did not see the entrance to the spiritual spring space. Xiang Ruijuan responded. Wait a moment. This revelation is quite significant. You can see the entrance to Lu Yixian's spiritual spring space? Pei Ye naturally replied. Yes, I can see it and even enter. Though it would be quite impolite to do so without the owner's consent. Xiang Ruijuan exclaimed. This shameless scoundrel. Just as she was about to retort, Pei Ye unexpectedly pulled her behind her, placing several talismans in the air, causing ripples of transparent light to emanate. Not far away, a foot materialized out of thin air, soon followed by a substantial portion of a body. In the span of a breath, 2 relatively well-groomed men appeared half a meter away. Ability users? And they are both level 3? Xiang Ruijuan remained silent, fully aware that this was Pei Ye's illusion, and could only communicate with the latter through her gaze. In the next moment, a gust of wind swirled beneath the feet of the 2 men, lifting them into the air. As long as they could soar, they would evade nearly all zombie attacks. Flight was one of the abilities granted to wind element users upon reaching the 3rd level. In her past life, Qidian Girls, a 7th level wind element user, was renowned for his invincibility in aerial combat. Not only could he fly himself, but he could also bestow temporary flight upon his companions, and at a commendable speed. During her final mission in her previous life, Xiang Ruijuan had crossed paths with Qidian Girls and witnessed his wind abilities firsthand. If Qidian Girls' wind powers were gentle and pure, the 2 wind element users before her exuded an aura of turbulence and ferocity. 3rd level wind users could not fly far, and they landed in a vacant area on the adjacent street. Let us go, Pei Ye urged, pulling Xiang Ruijuan along. Where to? She inquired. To the place we just emerged from. Unlike the stability of the Liuya Fairy Spring space, the silver rift that had transported the 2 men was quite unstable. Each activation drained energy, and once depleted, the rift would close involuntarily. She had witnessed this phenomenon with other spatial element users. You really can. Pei Ye began, but was swiftly silenced. Quiet, do not make a sound. Under the influence of her mental domain, she distinctly perceived a silver rift gradually closing. I will take you in. A rift in space, 2 realms. Pei Ye remarked that this space was significantly larger than the meager abode of Yixian. With a hint of mockery, Xiang Ruijuan expressed her disbelief, once considering Lu Yixian to be the chosen one, only to find her rather unimpressive. Although this expanse lacked the abundant spiritual essence of Lu Yixian's realm, it was spacious enough to house an ancient, quaint little city within. Xiang Ruijuan had assumed that Lu Yixian, with her spiritual spring space, was undoubtedly the central figure, yet it appeared her advantages were not as singular as presumed. Pei Ye quipped, how do you know this isn't merely a stepping stone for her ascension? To which Xiang Ruijuan replied, her lips curling into an awkward smile. Your rhetorical question carries a profound insight. Lu Yixian is the protagonist of End Time's Heart's Pet, a light-hearted romance brimming with sweetness. As the unique heroine, her adventures are indispensable. Without these escapades for growth, how could she ascend to become the unparalleled level 9 healer? Perhaps this peculiar ancient city space they encountered was merely an experience package on Lu Yixian's path to advancement. It likely contained a wealth of experience. Pei Ye grasped Xiang Ruijuan's hand, and together they nimbly scaled the ancient city wall. Now is not the time for lamentations. Let us first rendezvous with Yi Xian. Xiang Ruijuan furrowed her brow, feeling an unsettling sluggishness in the supernatural energy coursing through her since entering this realm. The sensation was profoundly discomforting. The pair slipped into a narrow alley, concealing their forms within the shadows. Xiaoxiao, did we boldly intrude upon another's domain without being detected by its master? Xiang Ruijuan learned from Lu Yixian that the spiritual spring space is bound to the soul. Whatever transpires within this ethereal realm can be discerned by those who truly wish to see. She understands that Lu Yixian is the undeniable sovereign of the spiritual spring space, and she fears their movements may become exposed. Normally, such incursions should be noticeable. Xiang Ruijuan retorts. But what if it is not normal? Pei Ye chuckled, asserting her dominance over others' territories. Xiang Ruijuan was momentarily taken aback, forgetting that the individual before her was utterly shameless. While others might purchase ready-made cheats, this audacious character crafted her own, wielding her powers as she pleased. Your reaction is truly amusing. It is no wonder that Yi Xian often remarks upon your charm. Pei Ye swiftly diverted the conversation before Xiang Ruijuan could become genuinely irked, for that would spoil the amusement. The space communicates internal updates to its master, such as who enters or exits. It relays these dynamics as a command. However, within my mental realm, my command supersedes all others, issuing the directive to conceal one's form and infiltrate discreetly. My authority is greater, completely overshadowing the original commands. Thus the master remains oblivious. Xiang Ruijuan was left speechless for a considerable time. Your ability is nothing short of a nemesis to spatial-type supernatural beings. You can not only trespass into others' private sanctuaries at will, but also usurp their domain, turning the tables upon them. Your reasoning lacks rigor. She is hardly a supernatural being from the celestial space system. Xiang Ruijuan was averse to hearing more narcissistic blows to her confidence. Just then, an unfamiliar aura approached, and she suddenly steeled herself, adopting a battle-ready stance. Do not be alarmed. The other party is unaware of our presence. Suppress your murderous intent. With the mental domain and the illusionary techniques cast by the talismans, they could prance about the ancestral graves without being noticed. However, it would be unwise to claim absolute safety. Xiang Ruijuan reined in her emotions and inquired about Pei Ye's next move. Should we seek out Lu Yixian and Qing Long, or shall we follow this individual to assess the situation? Pei Ye pondered momentarily. Let us follow. Yi Xian is temporarily safe. She led Xiang Ruijuan in the wake of the stranger. During their pursuit, they also caught glimpses of the ancient city, steeped in history and time. The red walls, approximately 9 meters high and 2 meters wide, stood in a square formation, encircled by a formidable moat, creating a formidable barrier. This stronghold enveloped the ancient city, where countless buildings stood in orderly rows, their traditional architecture adorned with antique furnishings. Lush green vines cascaded over some courtyard walls, while a few red apricots blossomed, peeking over the enclosure. The sky was a vibrant blue, reminiscent of the clear azure following a summer downpour. With the occasional white cloud drifting lazily by, a solitary sun hung in the sky. The streets of the ancient city were wide and straight, bathed in a soft golden light that imbued the surroundings with an ineffable tranquility and eeriness. Within this atmosphere, one could easily experience a disorienting sensation of traversing time and space, as if the empty street might erupt into a cacophony at any moment. The throngs of tourists bustle about, their heads forming a sea of humanity. Street vendors offer fortune-telling and performance art, while tea houses overflow with patrons engaged in lively discussions over cups of tea. The lofty banners of the tea stalls flutter in the wind, and a scholarly figure, elegantly attired, leans against a building, observing with a smile. A young warrior clad in white rides past on horseback, crossing the bridge. Can you discern the era to which these buildings belong? The latter appears utterly perplexed. How could I possibly know? I do not study such things. You are unaware? Pei Ye interjects. If Xiang Ruijuan is oblivious, then it is certainly beyond her knowledge. The two follow the man as he strides across 2 streets. Judging by his aura, he seems to be a secondary-level ability user, though the specifics of his power remain ambiguous. He is a man in his early 30s, with a receding hairline that makes him appear older than his years. His complexion is somewhat dark, his face a deep shade of soy sauce, with unruly brows and a slightly flat nose. Overall, his features are overly compact, giving him a somewhat shifty appearance. His attire clashes starkly with the surrounding antiquated architecture. Although the weather is pleasant, he dons an ill-fitting black jacket and excessively loose vintage trousers, with tags still attached, indicative of unsold seasonal stock from a clothing store. He hastens towards a courtyard, while Pei Ye and his companion maintain a safe distance to avoid detection. Finally, it is my turn to rest. Within the courtyard, several lively presences can be sensed. The man speaking is indeed the target being followed by Pei Ye and his companion. Have you had enough rest? It is your turn to take watch now. I shall take a breather and enjoy a moment of respite. The most exquisite women have been chosen by the leader to form a harem, including queens, noble consorts, and beauties, truly reminiscent of an emperor's court. The women they acquired are not only aged and worn, but astonishingly, some are not even female. Upon overhearing their conversation and the sounds emanating from within, Xianggu discerned what had transpired. Before she could take action, Pei Ye restrained her. Do not act impulsively. Wait. Wait for what? For them to finish? For us to eavesdrop on their sordid affair? A matter of 1 or 2 minutes, perhaps stretching to 3 or 4 at most. While it is imperative to rescue the victim, there is no urgency for those few minutes. It would be wiser to ascertain the intelligence first. 3 or 4 minutes. Pei Ye countered. What else? 3 or 4 dozen minutes. Xianggu retorted in a low growl. That is not the crux of the matter. Pei Ye replied. How can that not be the crux? After a while, voices emerged from the room. Much better now, a companion inquired. What level have you reached in your ability training? The man tossed a crumpled tissue into a nearby wastebasket. Level 2, approaching level 3. If I can acquire enough crystal cores, I may just break through. His companion could not help but scoff. Crystal cores are not easy to come by. While a level 2 ability user can hunt ordinary zombies with relative ease, zombies do not engage in one-on-one combat. They swarm in hordes. A pair of fists cannot contend with 4 hands. Chaotic strikes may fell even a master. Zombie crystal cores are a coveted and scarce resource. The man retorted with dissatisfaction. What a troublesome matter, as it is evident that everything acquired merely ends up being exploited by the landlords. The crystal cores they procure from slaying zombies must all be surrendered to the emperor, who then distributes them based on strength, contribution, and performance. Generally, if they hunt 10 crystal cores, they may receive at most 5. Those with lower contributions and weaker abilities might only acquire 2. So, where do the remaining zombie crystal cores go? Naturally, they are offered as tribute to the emperor. How one yearns for independence. The mere thought of it ignites a tempest of fury within the man, turning his previously relaxed demeanor into one of violent agitation. An indescribable rage and restlessness surge through his chest. He grits his teeth in frustration, lamenting the painfully slow pace of his cultivation. When will he ascend to the 3rd level? The emperor is the first to reach that tier among the ability users, effortlessly harvesting low-level zombies as if they were mere chives. Having witnessed the prowess of a 3rd-level ability user, how could he not yearn for such strength? Alas, the emperor's exploitation is severe, and the proportion of crystal cores extracted is excessively high, leaving them with hardly any for their own cultivation. Listening to the man's grievances, his companion, alarmed, hurriedly covers his mouth. Are you seeking death? How can you utter such words? He growls, anxiously swallowing hard and casting furtive glances towards the ceiling. I was merely joking earlier, haha, just having a bit of fun. The man chuckles awkwardly. Despite his bravado, the prospect of striking out on his own truly terrifies him. What of being a 2nd-level ability user? The number of zombies overwhelming them was increasing, and even if their abilities were exhausted, death was inevitable. How could one hunt for zombie cores to cultivate? They yearned for a stable supply of zombie cores, and thus had no choice but to align themselves with the emperor, obeying his commands and the distribution of resources. Why? It was not solely because the emperor was the most formidable 3rd-level ability user. The crux lay in the fact that this enigmatic alternate space was the emperor's personal realm. Only by aligning themselves with him could they secure a relatively stable refuge and safeguard their lives. When the emperor extended his invitation, he articulated quite clearly that those willing to accept his terms would reap the benefits he offered, while those unwilling were free to depart. However, the notion of departing was a mere illusion. Without a stable supply of cores, how could one survive in this apocalyptic world? Rational analysis painted a clear picture, yet emotions could not suppress the feelings of jealousy, envy, and hatred. The emperor did not need to venture out to hunt zombies. He effortlessly extracted 50% of the zombie cores without lifting a finger. The women survivors he captured were his right to enjoy first. Only after he had partaken could others dare to approach. Meanwhile, the other survivors toiled for their livelihoods, hunting zombies and gathering supplies. With insufficient cores for cultivation and limited time for practice, their strength naturally progressed slowly. As for the emperor, he spent his days indulging in pleasures and cultivating, his power steadily surpassing theirs. His companions, helplessly, offered a few words of persuasion. Enough, let it be. A few shouts do not truly make one a servant. The feudal dynasty had fallen for many years, and the younger generation before the apocalypse bore no submissive tendencies. Noble lords and esteemed officials do not possess inherent superiority. None is lesser than the other. Before the cataclysm, they too were members of the middle class, leading lives of decorum. However, in the aftermath, their existence has become profoundly stifled. One companion remarked that their cultivation hinges upon the emperor's guidance. With their fates precariously held in his grasp, what recourse do they have? The method of utilizing zombie crystal cores for enhancement was imparted to them by the emperor himself. Any substantial profit is invariably accompanied by significant risk. Even with the possession of zombie crystal cores, the path to cultivating supernatural abilities is fraught with difficulties. Often, practitioners find themselves gasping for breath, as if succumbing to madness. Just yesterday, a level 2 ability user attempted a forced ascension to level 3 and tragically fell into madness, meeting a gruesome demise. The two witnesses remain haunted by the memory. Yet, the emperor has explicitly warned them that adherence to his prescribed methods would safeguard them from calamity during their training. Is this not a veiled threat? Those who dare to venture alone must brace themselves for the potential of succumbing to madness and death during their cultivation. No one desires death. All yearn to survive. Under such circumstances, these survivors have acquiesced to the emperor's dominion, addressing him as Your Majesty, kneeling in reverence upon each encounter, and referring to themselves as his humble servants. The man rubbed his discomfort chest, feeling a lingering unease. A furtive glance fell upon the two individuals, rendered unconscious and ravaged, igniting a flicker of guilt within him. Enhancing one's abilities through the use of zombie cores is a narrative trope that has become rather commonplace. However, the tumult of negative emotions necessitating sexual release poses a dilemma for many young individuals raised in peaceful times. They are human beings, not beasts, and certainly not creatures to indulge in primal urges at every turn. Yet, once he experiences the exhilarating rush of rapid enhancement of his powers, all notions of morality and humanity shatter into oblivion. To echo the words of the emperor, sexual release serves as a vital outlet for dispelling the negative emotions engendered by cultivation, constituting a facet of the training itself. The strong are inherently destined to dominate the weak. For men and the powerful, women and the feeble merely represent resources for cultivation. In an apocalyptic world, only the strong are worthy of survival. With this perspective, any lingering guilt is swiftly extinguished as he reassures himself with conviction. The rules of the apocalypse dictate such behavior. He is merely conforming to the dictates of the era, neither committing crimes nor engaging in malevolence. Xiang Ruejuan seethes with frustration. Should he eliminate them? Pei Ye lazily lifts his eyelids, a cold smirk gracing his lips. There's no rush. Let us first deal with the emperor. After we handle the big fish, we shall attend to the small fry. Xiang Ruejuan feels a surge of rage. I am tempted to slaughter them all. Pei Ye flicks his right hand. Two beams of white light darting forth from his fingertips, piercing through the walls and embedding themselves in the foreheads of two men. Let us first collect some interest before reclaiming the principal. Does that seem feasible? Xiang Ruejuan steals a glance at the scene within, cold sweat trickling down his brow. Very well. 258, fantasy-type ability user. Why are you staring at me? Pei Ye notices Xiang Ruejuan's gaze lingering upon him. For her, who possesses an exceptionally keen sense of perception, such scrutiny was rather discomforting. Xiang Ruejuan averted her gaze with a complex expression. I suddenly realized something. Your tastes are quite robust. Pei Ye chuckled. Robust tastes? Really? Xiang Ruejuan candidly replied. Indeed, quite robust. Unexpectedly, Pei Ye countered with a grin, earnestly defending herself. Xiang Ruejuan remarked. Doesn't your conscience ache when you say that? I can't shake the feeling that Xiaoxiu is quite experienced, though I have no evidence to support it. Determined, Xiang Ruejuan swiftly relegated the sordid images in her mind to a distant corner, lest her appetite vanish entirely in the coming days. What had Pei Ye done? Nothing at all. She merely allowed the two survivors within the room to indulge in their primal instincts, leading to a delightful clash. At most, She had merely introduced a hint of harmless amusement. Harmless amusement? Amusement? Xiang Ruijuan could only scoff. Is it truly amusement when it results in a fractured limb? Are you certain that Emperor resides in this direction? Uncertain. Yet given the title of Emperor, he must undoubtedly dwell in the most opulent and expansive structures within the core area. Xiang Ruijuan thought. After encountering Pei Ye for a mere month, her moments of speechlessness far exceeded those of her previous life. This emperor may be lacking in substance, yet he certainly presents himself with an air of authority. The two successfully infiltrated the largest palace in the ancient city's center. Upon observing the ornate decor within the palace, Xiang Ruijuan could not help but utter a light mockery. The magnificent edifice before us is undoubtedly the famed Golden Luan Hall. Yet it surpasses the opulence of its real-world counterpart, radiating a genuine brilliance of gold and splendor. In reality, the Golden Luan Hall is adorned with gold bricks as flooring. Though these bricks are not composed of gold, but rather a type of imperial kiln brick. In stark contrast, this hall boasts genuine gold floor tiles, each measuring 2 feet square, and a cursory count reveals no fewer than 4,000 pieces. Between each gold tile lie spaces filled with white jade. Inside the hall stand 72 grand pillars, each crafted from gold. These golden columns are intricately engraved with crimson dragons and white jade clouds, their resplendent colors dazzling to the eyes. Is it truly all made of gold? The entire structure is constructed from gold, and upon the 9-tiered steps rests a throne adorned with intertwining dragons. These precious stones, Xiang Ruijuan could not resist the urge to touch them, as the rich spiritual energy coursed through the jade dragons, thick and palpable. Could this be what is referred to as spiritual stones? Pei Ye surmised, most likely so. The energy flowing within the jade was indistinguishable from spiritual energy. Such a dense concentration of spiritual essence surpasses even that of Liu Xian's spiritual spring space. Xiang Ruijuan was momentarily overtaken by a greedy impulse. Shall we pry the stones from these pillars? Pei Ye cautioned, it would be unwise to act now, as it could alert others. We must first deal with the emperor. More importantly, she suspected a connection between this space and Liu Xian's spiritual spring space. Perhaps it is indeed a vast reservoir of experiential knowledge from the latter. Xiang Ruijuan suppressed the urge to draw out a hammer. First, the emperor. Based on the intelligence divulged by the two survivors, locating the emperor is not a formidable task. His daily routine consists of the mundane activities of eating, drinking, excretion, and slumber. He dedicates a significant portion of his time to cultivation and dalliances with women. At this moment, he is either immersed in cultivation or engaged in amorous pursuits. After searching several palaces, Pei and Ye finally located their quarry. Even before they drew near, they could hear an irate reprimand. Incompetence! Have you still not found them? This palace appeared to be the emperor's boudoir for intimate encounters with his concubines. The antique architecture was incongruously furnished with an enormous Simmons bed. The emperor, bare-chested and sporting a close-cropped haircut, was clad only in black pajama bottoms. The young woman in his arms, adorned in a negligee, nestled against him, giggling coquettishly. Your Majesty, do not agitate yourself. It is not beneficial to your health, she purred. Xiang Ruijuan shuddered involuntarily at the woman's affected voice. This emperor certainly knows how to enjoy himself, and the woman is quite adept as well. Is this not the line most frequently uttered by cannon-fodder concubines in third-rate palace dramas? Predictably, the emperor, in his fury, shoved aside the tactless concubine, his anger intensifying rather than abating. Worthless! What use are you to me? In the subsequent moment, 2 of his subordinates, clad in suits, displayed contorted expressions of agony, howling as they doubled over and writhed on the floor. They convulsed and twitched, begging for mercy. Observing his suited underlings groveling on the ground, devoid of all dignity, the emperor's ire subsided slightly. He did not immediately release the 2, but instead coldly observed their suffering for a full minute. Very well. I shall grant you another chance. Do not let me down. The emperor, in a display of unexpected mercy, withdrew his hand and gestured for his subordinates to depart. The 2 attendants, their faces pale, crawled away in retreat. The consort, witnessing this scene, turned ashen. My beloved consort, come forth, continue. The emperor beckoned the woman, who once again donned a flattering smile and approached to serve the young emperor. This spectacle caught the attention of Xiang Ruijuan, who refrained from drawing her blade at once. Her expression grave and somber. What is the matter? Pei Ye was preparing to take action. Xiang Ruijuan replied, be cautious of his supernatural abilities. Supernatural abilities? Xiang Ruijuan asserted. He is undoubtedly a practitioner of the illusion system powers. Illusion system powers? Xiang Ruijuan nodded. In the apocalypse, the attributes of supernatural abilities are diverse, extending beyond the conventional elements of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder. Among them, the illusion system is a branch of mental abilities. The abilities of illusion-type psychics are notoriously unpredictable. In essence, they can be rather trivial. Xiang Ruijuan solemnly began. In my previous life, I encountered an illusion-type psychic whose capabilities were rather lackluster, essentially revolving around disguise, the ability to transform into other objects. For instance, she could envision herself as a zombie, and thus manifest as a zombie. Unless the zombie's level surpassed hers by 2 tiers or more, it would be unable to see through her facade. With this skill, the psychic thrived in the zombie-infested zones. According to her, if her powers could be elevated to levels 5 or 6, she would also gain a portion of the strength of her imagined forms, endowing her with formidable offensive capabilities. Pei Ye inquired, "Do you believe this emperor has reached levels 5 or 6? Xiang Ruijuan shook her head. Illusion-type abilities can be quite trivial, lacking offensive capabilities. However, some can awaken to possess significant attack strength. The emperor likely belongs to the latter category. Then what do you perceive his abilities to be?" Xiang Ruijuan sighed in frustration, unable to ascertain the answer. Illusion-type abilities fall under the branch of mental powers, and to my knowledge, no 2 individuals possess identical capabilities. Transforming into a zombie could be considered fortunate, as initially lacking offensive skills might allow one to thrive in a devastated area. Conversely, some unfortunate souls find their abilities entirely impractical, yet there are those who eventually rise from obscurity. Xiang Ruijuan knew of a formidable man whose extraordinary ability allowed him to transform into a mythical creature resembling a monkey, imbued with the essence of potent liquor. Initially, this power bore little utility, compelling him to adopt his transformed guise merely to style his hair for survival. However, by a stroke of fortune, his ability ascended to the 3rd tier, enabling him to wield magic through his transformation. This represents a quintessential instance of a couch potato rising to greatness within the realm of fantastical abilities. Naturally, there exist individuals among the fantastical who are chosen by fate, possessing overwhelming offensive capabilities from the onset of their powers. Xiang Ruijuan, with a mind unbridled, speculates boldly that the 2 previously encountered ability users, one at level 2 and the other at level 3, were subjected to torment by the emperor. He wonders if this emperor's illusionary prowess is akin to that of martial arts heroes or possesses abilities akin to those found within martial arts literature, such as the infamous Life and Death Talisman. What is the Life and Death Talisman? Pei Ye pondered. As a citizen of the Federation who had never delved into martial arts novels, in her previous gaming escapades, she had been preoccupied with gameplay, indulging in culinary delights, and performing tasks for a celestial master to support her family. She had not engaged with television dramas. The Life and Death Talisman is a specialized concealed weapon in martial arts lore, leaving its victim in a state of despair, unable to find life or death, forever at the mercy of another. The scene earlier, where the emperor punished the 2 ability users, bore a striking resemblance to the fate of cannon fodder subjected to the Life and Death Talisman by the Tianshan child. Pei Ye could not help but remark, "Your imagination is quite expansive. Since the adversary was an illusionary ability user, it was only natural to think in exaggerated terms. The more extravagant, the better. The essence of the illusionary realm lies in the very concept of fantasy, boundless and free. Their capabilities are among the most sinister. In a previous life, that man who transformed into a monkey, with his liquor-infused essence, eventually became a powerhouse, wielding an array of magic with unparalleled finesse. However, the scene of the robust warrior transforming into a monkey, flamboyantly bouncing about while uttering melodramatic lines, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors, and donning increasingly extravagant garments, is rather disconcerting. I shall regard it simply as a manifestation of some fantastical ability. A formidable opponent warrants careful strategizing, yet a mere 3rd-level esper is hardly worthy of such consideration." With a scoff, Xiang Ruijuan warned, "Be cautious of unforeseen pitfalls. Why not take the lead and test his abilities while I stand guard?" she suggested. Xiang Ruijuan pondered. She was mistaken. Such a cunning and dark-hearted individual would never find themselves in a bind. If the pit were too deep, this fellow would likely use the corpses of his comrades to fill it. "My dear, The slender fingers traced circles on the emperor's chest. "What troubles you, my beloved?" he inquired, his mood lightened by her affections. The consort, in a playful manner, sought favors from him. Having witnessed the favored concubine receiving a splendid box of gifts the previous day, she felt a pang of envy. While the consorts were treated well, the offerings were rather mundane. The monotonous diet had led to her feeling quite unwell after several consecutive days of the same fare. Chocolates, biscuits, hard candies, and gummy sweets had become luxuries. The favored concubine had flaunted her treats in front of her, causing further discomfort. Today, having been summoned to the emperor's chambers, she resolved to diligently please him in hopes of receiving generous rewards. The emperor, in a fair mood, bestowed upon her 5 golden necklaces, 2 boxes of exquisite chocolates, a set of cosmetics, and a pound of pork and cabbage dumplings. The consort's face lit up with joy upon hearing this. As Xianggu was about to take the lead, Pei Ye suddenly pressed a hand on her shoulder, conscience finally kicking in. The voice of Pei Ye echoed in her ears. "Yexian and Qinglong have arrived. Let us first observe the spectacle. If they falter, then you may step in." Xianggu. Damn, this shameless LYB. In the next moment, the grand doors of the hall were violently torn apart by a tempestuous wind, splintering into countless fragments. "Who dares?" The emperor, recognizing the intruders, let out a series of cold laughs. "You have willingly walked into a trap. I was just about to seek you out, and now you come to me. How fortuitous." Qinglong, baring its teeth as it landed, lowered its stance, its sharp fangs glinting with a chilling metallic sheen. With powerful limbs, it lunged forward at an astonishing speed, leaving behind a blur, while simultaneously gathering its formidable attack. It appeared exceedingly enraged, its claws sinking deeply into the golden bricks of the ground, easily etching marks upon their surface. The concubines, already terrified by this scene, lost their composure and shrieked as they tumbled off the luxurious mattress. Luckily, they managed to evade the onslaught, for the mattress was reduced to mere powder. "Impudence!" roared the emperor, clad in royal robes. "I am the son of heaven." Golden light emanated from his figure, revealing a complete set of imperial attire. The bright yellow dragon robe was adorned with 9 dragons, while the hem depicted rolling waves and precious mountains. It featured arrow sleeves and a regal collar. The emperor wore a conical crown atop his head, adorned with court beads, and his feet were encased in dragon boots. The swirling wind blades and Qinglong's metallic claws clashed with one another. The golden light flickered twice in quick succession, neutralizing the assault, while the emperor was caught off guard by the ferocious winds, tumbling helplessly to the ground. The emperor is a 3rd-tier ability user, akin to the Azure Dragon. As the chosen one among the fantasy-type ability users, he possesses a passive skill known as Dragon's Aura, which shields him from 9 attacks that are equal to or less than his own ability level. Pei Ye and his companion watched the spectacle unfold. "You are mistaken. This fellow's power lies in the delusion that he is an emperor. While others transform into various forms, he dares to claim the title of emperor." Xianggu furrows her brow, perplexed. How could he have just punished the ability users, then? Let us continue to observe. The Fairy of Willow Leaf hastens to the scene, swiftly replenishing the Azure Dragon's powers. The Azure Dragon, restored to its full strength, launches a second assault. The emperor, unperturbed, rises with a flourish, a brilliant white light shimmering in his hand. It is a jade seal, measuring approximately 4 inches across, intricately engraved with the 5 dragons intertwined. The front bears the characters "Mandated by Heaven, may you live long and prosper," inscribed in seal script. Clutching the jade seal, the emperor shouts at the Azure Dragon, "Under heaven, all lands belong to the king." The imperial seal emits a radiant circular beam of white light. The Azure Dragon, ever prepared, sidesteps while maintaining its momentum toward the emperor. Once more, a golden light flickers around the emperor, and the Azure Dragon is repelled with equal force, crashing heavily to the ground. The Fairy of Willow Leaf immediately administers healing. Observing this, the emperor redirects his attack towards the Fairy of Willow Leaf. "Be careful." The Azure Dragon leaps to intercept, but inadvertently falls victim to the white light, rendered immobile. A circular formation materializes around it, with a radius of 2 meters. The emperor grins triumphantly. "Within the 4 seas, all are my subjects." The radiant circular formation abruptly contracted, coalescing into a peculiar totem upon the forehead of the Azure Dragon. "You cannot escape this time," the emperor bellowed, brandishing the imperial seal. When the sovereign demands the death of his subjects, they have no choice but to comply. However, before he could finish his proclamation, the Willow Leaf Fairy, shielded by the Azure Dragon's form, suddenly retaliated. As a professional healer, her movements were markedly swifter than those of the Emperor. She swiftly retreated with the Azure Dragon into the spiritual springs realm, effectively evading the Emperor's supernatural assault. 2 seconds later, they re-emerged, and at that moment, the strange totem on the Azure Dragon's forehead vanished. The Emperor's fury escalated to unprecedented heights. The instant the Azure Dragon disappeared, the slave contract he had established through his powers was forcefully obliterated. Indeed, he had encountered a formidable adversary with opposing abilities. Regaining its freedom, the Azure Dragon launched another offensive. The Emperor's protective dragon aura could only be utilized 9 times a day. The brief skirmish had already consumed 3 of those, leaving him with 6. Against an ordinary ability user or beast, such a number would suffice. However, he was faced with the formidable duo of the Willow Leaf Fairy and the Azure Dragon. The Azure Dragon was a 3rd-tier wind-type beast, and the Willow Leaf Fairy not only possessed healing abilities, but also wielded a mysterious spatial power that could forcibly erase his slave contract. Humph, I am unafraid. The Emperor resolved to endure another attack with the aid of his dragon aura. Though he appeared somewhat disheveled, he had sustained no serious injuries. Only his bright yellow dragon robe lay crumpled on the ground. Clutching the Imperial seal, he attempted to employ the same trick to ambush the Willow Leaf Fairy, unaware that she was already prepared for his move. As the Emperor launched an attack against her, she swiftly retreated into the spirit spring space for a brief 2 seconds before reappearing. With no need for protection, the Azure Dragon was unrestrained and prepared to unleash its full power. Sensing the impending danger, the Emperor's eyes darted as a nefarious idea took shape in his mind. You have come for those 2 beasts, haven't you? The Emperor calculated the distance between himself and the Azure Dragon, which was merely 3 to 4 paces away. While this distance appeared relatively safe, he knew that with the Azure Dragon's explosive power and wind-based speed, it would be traversed in the blink of an eye. Lu Yixian displayed a rare fury. Do you even need to ask? The duo, observing from the shadows, grasped the situation, vaguely deducing the reason behind Lu Yixian and the Azure Dragon's disappearance. Those 2 beasts. Could it be referring to the Azure Dragon's siblings? Pei Ye remarked, most likely. Shortly after she rescued the Azure Dragon, it had employed a special method to contact its 2 siblings for assistance. The canine unit's kennel was not far from the XX base, yet remarkably, they had not seen any sign of Yanyu or Dao for over half a month. Pei Ye had begun to suspect that they might have met with misfortune along the way. Even for formidable beasts, escaping a zombie-infested area was no simple feat, however. The Azure Dragon remained convinced that they were alive and well, albeit unaware of the reason behind their sluggish movements. In light of recent events, it seemed that Yanyu and Dao might have encountered trouble. The subsequent dialogue further validated the conjectures of the duo observing from the sidelines. The Emperor's outward demeanor was one of cold mockery, yet internally, he reveled in delight. He racked his brains to buy time. We are all survivors. We are all of the same humanity, while they are merely 2 beasts. As the saying goes, those who are not of my kin will have different hearts. After all, beasts remain beasts. Would you rather assist 2 animals than trust your own kind? The Azure Dragon's melancholic eyes darkened. The gaze directed at the Emperor resembled that of one looking upon a pile of putrid carrion. The Willow Leaf Fairy, in a fit of rage, declared, You are the beast, not I. Who among us is akin? The Azure Dragon and its companions were extraordinary creatures, while you are a mere savage. The Emperor spread his hands, evidently at an impasse. No sooner had the words left his lips than an overwhelming sense of crisis surged forth, accompanied by scorching rays of flame that ambushed from behind. The Azure Dragon reacted swiftly, rescuing the Willow Leaf Fairy, who clung to its thick fur in trepidation. The Azure Dragon, displeased, chided, Release your grip. You're going to thin me out. The fur around its neck was an indispensable asset to its allure, equally as vital as its status and the mane atop its head. The Willow Leaf Fairy fixed her gaze upon the assailant. The newcomer was not a superhuman, but a large dog, its size closely resembling that of the Azure Dragon, yet its fur bore a grayish hue. What is it? The Azure Dragon glared at its kin and spoke in human tongue, My sister. Your sister? The Willow Leaf Fairy, examining the equally striking canine, ventured. Is it the crescent moon? No, it is the blade. The Azure Dragon clarified. The crescent moon dagger was one of 3 siblings. The Azure Dragon and the crescent moon were males, while the blade was female. So, the one we rescued earlier was the crescent moon? I had thought she was the blade. Why would a young girl be named Blade? The sound of Yanyue is more melodious. The Qinglong remained vigilant, observing the knife that exuded a murderous intent. I will seek an opportunity. You stay alert. Liu Yixin heightened her awareness. Excellent. She possessed the ability to transport living beings into her spatial realm, albeit with certain limitations. Initially, only objects that she personally touched could be drawn into the space. Subsequently, this requirement was lifted, yet a distance constraint still remained. To avoid harming the knife, she needed to devise a method to transfer it into the Lingquan space, relying on that realm to erase the Emperor's binding contract over the knife. This was an accidental discovery made by Liu Yixin. Not long ago, Qinglong had informed her of sensing the presence of its kind, a scent that stirred restlessness within it. Liu Yixin did not inquire further. She and her canine companion followed the scent to uncover the truth. They arrived just in time to witness Yanyue, battered and bruised, besieged by a horde of zombies, including 2 mutated second-level zombies exhibiting extraordinary speed. Although Yanyue was on the verge of breaking through to the 3rd level of evolution, it had yet to achieve that milestone, and its strength could only be regarded as exceptional among second-level beasts. Prior to the assault, Yanyue had already sustained an injury to its left foreleg, rendering it limping, and a gaping wound marred its abdomen. A deep crimson scar extended from its left eye to its right cheek, with the severity of the injury revealing a fractured cheekbone. Yanyue was at the brink of collapse, and increasingly more zombies were drawn to the scent of its blood. Had it not been for the timely arrival of Qinglong and Liu Yixin, Yanyue's fate would have been dire. After bringing Yanyue into the Lingquan space for healing, Qinglong learned of the Emperor's intelligence from Yanyue. With Yanyue and the knife having evolved and awakened, they set forth to pledge allegiance to their elder brother, Qinglong. Not only did they prepare to advance independently, but they also united to confront the other police dogs from the kennel, relying on brute strength to embark on their journey together. However, fortune turned sour when they encountered the Emperor midway. Yu and Dao, once police dogs themselves, harbored less animosity toward humans than other exotic beasts, and even maintained a certain closeness. They rescued the Emperor and his companions, who were besieged by zombies. But to their dismay, the Emperor suddenly launched a treacherous attack. The police dogs, having lost 2 of their leaders, saw their ranks diminish, and Yu and Dao were forced to become the Emperor's lackeys, leading the charge against any perilous foes. Despite their remarkable talents and formidable strengths, there exist limits to their prowess. The Emperor and his cohorts rapidly advanced by harnessing the zombie crystal cores, their strength escalating at an astonishing rate, akin to riding a rocket. As exotic beasts, Yu and Dao's means of enhancing their power differed from those of ability users. While they were deemed top-tier geniuses among exotic beasts, they paled in comparison to ability users who upgraded through experience packs. Their rate of progress lagged behind that of the Emperor and his companions, leading to a swift decline in their status, relegating them from primary attackers to mere shields against blades. Ultimately, Yu, as a second-tier exotic beast, was abandoned. Had it not been for the Azure Dragon following the scent, it is likely she would have ended up in the belly of a zombie, searching for her brothers. 261. The Emperor is but a wretch. So they're siblings? The Emperor displayed a smile brimming with malice. The Azure Dragon fixed its gaze intently on its sister, wary of any sudden outburst. Dao's speed of attack far surpassed that of the inept Emperor, the former not requiring any grandiose declarations. Mutual destruction would be unwise. Perhaps a handshake and dialogue would be preferable? The participation of the blade in battle instilled a profound sense of security in the Emperor. The Azure Dragon scoffed derisively. What nonsense is this about peace talks? It would be best for you to retreat at once. In a duel of 2 against 2, you are no match. What grounds do you have for negotiations? The kitchen knife brigade against the healing team? The Emperor and the blade cannot vanquish the Willow Leaf Fairy, even through attrition. They would inevitably fall before the Azure Dragon. As a cultured, moral, and refined canine guardian, the Azure Dragon was reluctant to resort to vulgarities. Yet the Emperor nearly brought ruin upon its brother and manipulated its sister as a hostage. Such insolence was intolerable. It did not hesitate to employ the profanities it had secretly learned. Beasts are ultimately beasts. Even if they can articulate human language, they remain mere animals, incapable of grasping the brilliance of mankind. The Emperor waved his sleeve, causing the ornamental beads around his neck to clink with a crisp sound. Either we maintain our own boundaries, and I am willing to return your sister to you, allowing us to part ways amicably, or the Azure Dragon's gaze darkened. The blade's eyes remained fixed on its neck, yet the direction of its impending strike was aimed at the vital point of the Willow Leaf Fairy. The Azure Dragon was uncertain which target the blade intended to attack. Should it choose the Azure Dragon, it was unafraid. Its sister was merely a secondary beast, incapable of delivering a fatal bite to its neck. The Willow Leaf Fairy, however, was a different matter. With the spiritual spring space as its trump card, entering that realm would still require time. The blade's speed could very well allow it to strike her vital point before she could evade. What will you do then? The Azure Dragon inquired in a low voice. Or perhaps, I shall compel your sister to end her life before your very eyes. The Azure Dragon. The Willow Leaf Fairy. The onlookers, a pair of idle spectators. Indeed audacious. Xiang Ruijuan presumed the emperor would pit Dao against Azure Dragon. Yet he commanded Dao to commit suicide. The emperor exuded smugness. What? Disinclined to believe? As I stated, your bestial intellect pales in comparison to human wit. A beast remains a beast. Azure Dragon's handsome countenance was fraught with grimness. With a contemptuous snarl, the emperor, wearing a self-satisfied smirk, directly ordered Dao to end her own life. Without hesitation, Dao extended her metallic claws, poised to strike a fatal blow upon her own neck. How could Azure Dragon, as her elder sibling, stand idly by while his sister was manipulated into self-destruction by a villain? He acted. Nay, he struck. With a single swipe of his claw, he slammed his own sister into the wall. Dao's colossal form crashed against the sturdy wall, causing fissures to radiate outwards. Nearly 3 men tall, and the entire hall shuddered thrice. Amidst the emperor's and Xiang Ruijuan's dumbfounded gazes, Azure Dragon slowly intoned, "No need for suicide. I shall do the deed." The emperor. Is this supposed to be fraternal affection? A mere facade? When a sister is threatened with forced suicide by a villain, shouldn't the standard operating procedure be to cry out, "Hold your paw," or wait, "I accept your terms"? What's the meaning of proactively killing your own sister? Azure Dragon, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent, fixed his gaze upon Dao, preparing to deliver the coup de grâce to end her suffering. What is Azure Dragon's rationale? Pei Ye inquired. For honor and dignity. Xiang Ruijuan. Honor? Dignity? Tell it to the dogs. Pei Ye could comprehend the intent behind Qinglong's actions. As former police dogs, the Qinglong had always perceived themselves as elite warriors. Being a police dog and a warrior, they would rather assist the Blade Maiden in finding closure than be coerced into compromising their dignity. The Emperor's attempt to threaten Qinglong with the Blade Maiden was nothing short of foolish and ludicrous. As Qinglong prepared to strike down the Blade Maiden with a powerful paw, Pei Ye, the bystander who had been lurking in the shadows, finally decided to step forward. How lively this has become. No sooner had she emerged than dozens of unfamiliar auras enveloped the palace. The Emperor turned towards Pei Ye, his gaze shifting from wariness to astonishment and avarice. Where did this enchanting beauty come from? The surplus fat accumulated over years by the original owner, Xiao Xiao, had been completely eclipsed by Pei Ye. In the Emperor's eyes, Pei Ye stood at a height of 175 centimeters, possessing a slender yet curvaceous figure, and her appearance leaned towards an alluring, mature beauty. How had I never encountered her before? In terms of beauty, the modestly dressed Xiao Xiao far surpassed the myriad of jaded concubines in his harem. Xiang Ruijuan also made her entrance shortly after. Upon hearing the Emperor's flirtation towards Pei Ye, she nearly stumbled in disbelief. Another stunning beauty. The Emperor's words were charming, yet his heart raced with anxiety. Whether it was Pei Ye or Xiang Ruijuan, both seemed to have materialized from thin air within his domain. As the master of this space, he had not sensed their presence at all. During the infiltration of Lu Yixian and Qinglong, he detected some irregularities. However, he was unable to pinpoint their exact location and thus delegated the search to his subordinates. The inability of the Blade Maiden to transform into a canine form effectively meant the Emperor was deprived of a strategic advantage. Fortunately, the Imperial Guards arrived to protect him, prompting him to alter his directives regarding the Blade Maiden. He was resolute, believing that with so many second and third level ability users, they could easily contend with a trio and a dog. What was there to fear? The Blade Maiden valiantly delayed Qinglong, while the remaining ability users engaged with Pei Ye and her companions. The 3 women were to be spared, captured alive for the sake of a reward. However, capturing them posed considerable challenges, necessitating the Emperor's presence to exploit the ensuing chaos for support. In terms of beauty, each of Lu Yixian's trio possessed their unique allure, yet the Emperor had a particular fondness for mature women and thus set his sights on Pei Ye. As Pei Ye found herself besieged and overwhelmed, he proclaimed loudly, "Under heaven, All lands belong to the king. Within the four seas, all are subjects of the king. Two powerful abilities struck true, leaving Li Xian preoccupied while Chang Long was delayed by the Blade Maiden, much to the emperor's delight. "Come to my side, my beautiful one," he exclaimed. Meanwhile, Xiang Ruijuan pondered. Why has this arrogant fool suddenly become so inept? Lu Yixian felt a surge of anxiety. She attempted to transfer Pei Ye into the spirit spring space. However, Pei Ye resisted, and the distance between them exceeded the limits of their transfer capability. Under the influence of the slave contract, Pei Ye moved directly towards the emperor, who felt emboldened by its existence. As they drew within half a meter of one another, he marveled at her exquisite beauty. Her beauty rivals that of the top-tier female celebrities who once graced the world before the apocalypse, those adorned with enchanting filters. What a paragon of excellence! Suddenly, the manipulated beauty raised her palm, and a gust of force, akin to an explosive sound, struck his left cheek. The golden aura of dragon energy that had just manifested shattered into mere fragments. What claims of royal lands and subjects are these? Who bestowed upon you such audacity? To bind her with the peculiar rules of royal authority? The emperors of feudal dynasties may rule over tens of millions or even billions of subjects. Yet she, Pei Ye, is the commander of the 7th Combat Corps of the Federation. With centuries of establishment, she possesses 3 mining planets and numerous farms and ranches, her wealth immeasurable. The emperor is but a trivial figure. Silence. A deathly silence. Everything transpired with such rapidity and surprise. It remains unclear how much strength she exerted in that slap. Yet the emperor's towering figure spun through the air in a complete somersault, his cervical spine issuing a sound of unbearable strain. He landed with a thud. The bright yellow dragon robe slid over the smooth jade floor for over a meter, leaving half of his face indented and trailing a long streak of blood. "I haven't even exerted myself yet. How did you fall?" Pei Ye gazed with satisfaction at her delicate, slender hands, which resembled exquisite works of art, meticulously sculpted by a master artist. Each finger shimmered with a polished, ethereal glow. Who could have anticipated that such a hand, with a light touch, could shatter the emperor's dragon energy shield? The imperial guard observed the emperor lying motionless on the ground, his cervical spine contorted, and his neck and head positioned at a bizarre angle, causing an involuntary tremor of fear to course through their legs. After all, they had only been coerced and tempted by the emperor to serve him. Loyalty was not truly in their hearts. Lu Yexin gradually eased his heart, which had surged to his throat. Was he dead? Given his stillness, one would presume so. Yet, how could a Tier 3 ability user be so fragile? The injuries were indeed severe, but surely not fatal. The corners of Lu Yexin's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Fragile? Half of the bones in his face had been violently crushed. His cervical spine dislocated, and he was still alive? Was his sister truly calling such injuries fragile? A normal person would have perished by now. Xiang Ruiju encountered with a question that seemed entirely justified. Among those who had awakened their abilities, who could still be considered normal? Unless one had their brain shattered or heart crushed, other injuries would hardly claim the life of an ability user in a short span of time. The higher the tier of the ability user, the more resilient they were, their vitality surpassing even that of cockroaches. While survival might be uncertain, lingering on for a while was not out of the question. Most importantly, this emperor was no ordinary Tier 3 ability user. He possessed a mysterious realm, a hidden trump card that could not be measured by the standards of an ordinary Tier 3 ability user. Indeed, Tier 3 ability users proved to be quite resilient, astonishingly. He had not succumbed to such injuries. Pei Ye stepped forward, her long legs encased in sleek black elastic pencil pants, presenting an impressive view from below that suggested a height of nearly 6 feet. Simultaneously, it inflicted a deeper psychological strain upon the emperor. She grasped the emperor's dragon robe with one hand, lifting him off the ground several centimeters, much to his terror. The emperor's legs flailed feebly for a moment. One side of his face was a gruesome mess, while the other remained relatively intact. To an outsider, the remaining eye conveyed his profound fear of death. What other cards does he hold? Pei Ye, gentle and magnanimous, should reveal all her cards, for once the moment passes, they will be of no use should he perish. The imperial guards fled and sought refuge. Their combat experience paled in comparison to Xiang Ruijuan's. Once she dispatched 3 or 4 of them, they quickly learned their lesson. Adding to this was the formidable presence of Lu Yixian, who made Xiang Ruijuan feel completely at ease in battle. The enemies were left trembling in fear, too terrified to approach. Lu Yixian noticed her younger sister's peculiar expression, her eyes twitching strangely. What was amiss? Xiang Ruijuan felt an intense urge to grind her teeth in frustration. What do you think is wrong? MMP, can't one refrain from showing off for a single day? Brandishing a colossal sword that stretched 400 meters, she generously allowed her adversaries to flee for 399 meters. Such ostentatiousness was utterly perilous. Xiang Ruijuan urged Pei Ye to hasten. Let us not waste time. Regardless of whether the space is Lu Yixian's vast experience pool, she intends to seize the spirit stone dragon carving from the Golden Luan Hall. Pei Ye was disinterested in lifting her eyelids. What is the rush? This is what one calls enjoyment. Do you see what the Emperor is holding? The Emperor's imperial seal exists in numerous forms. Yet the singular treasured seal inscribed with the characters bestowed by heaven, everlasting prosperity, is unparalleled. The imperial seal. What thoughts arise when one contemplates the imperial seal? The absurd side quests in the game Love and Raising Cubs. The enigma of the imperial seal and the walnut. Thus, a query emerges with the imperial seal in hand. Where lies the walnut? Given the nature of game design, it seems improbable that the walnut is a genuine walnut. For instance, the green dragon crescent blade is not a true representation of itself, but rather a trio of police dogs. Hence, Pei Ye suspects that this walnut likely symbolizes something else, perhaps a name? Is there anyone named Walnut? Xiang Ruijuan. Her teammates are indeed beyond redemption. The Emperor, witnessing such disdain, felt an inferno of rage surging within him, akin to a long-dormant volcano erupting at last. I shall not be defeated. If you will not be defeated, then reveal your trump card. Let me witness it. The Emperor clutched the seal, which emanated a luminous white glow. His dragon robe fluttered as if caught in a tempest, the forceful air currents billowing it wildly. You, all of you, shall perish. The imperial seal shot forth a beam of white light, piercing through the beams of the ceiling and ascending into the heavens. As this radiant light traversed the realms, the previously serene and azure sky transformed in an instant into a tumultuous storm, dark clouds swirling ominously. Ha ha, may you all meet your demise. The Emperor cackled maniacally. His neck creaked ominously, and half of his visage healed at a visible pace, restoring itself. As Ruijuan and the others sensed something amiss, the space around them appeared to be twisting and collapsing. They had warned against underestimating their circumstances, yet one insisted on playing recklessly, edging dangerously close to disaster. Pei Ye gazed towards the spot where the radiant light had vanished, clicking her tongue in disbelief. Why the panic? The space was on the verge of collapse. Yet why remain unfazed? Had they forgotten how they had entered this realm? They did not require the consent of the space's master to exit. Whether the space crumbled or not was of little consequence. They could simply depart before the collapse, incurring no loss. Was mutual destruction truly his trump card? Pei Ye turned to mock the Emperor. Did he still harbor thoughts of escape? The Emperor, seeking to exploit Pei Ye's distraction caused by the spatial disturbance, attempted to initiate his escape. Yet, he was not foolish. He had no intention of perishing alongside them. It was merely a forced activation of the spatial formatting procedure. He regretted the resources he had amassed. They represented his wealth. Women and slaves were of little concern, as long as he remained emperor with his formidable powers. Acquiring women and slaves was effortless. Little did he know, Pei Ye was no ordinary individual. She played by her own rules. In the game, her every action and utterance dictated the rules. At that moment, Lu Yixian let out a sudden scream. Pei Ye casually tossed the emperor aside, binding him with several talismans. Yixian. The unexpected outburst from Lu Yixian momentarily captured the attention of Pei Ye and her companions. The emperor believed this to be an excellent opportunity for his escape. The restraints placed by Pei Ye were ineffective against him. They could only limit his movements, not his thoughts. As the absolute sovereign of this realm, how could he be impeded by mere talismans, unable to exit the space? It was utterly absurd. A single thought was all it took. The emperor sneered at Pei Ye's carelessness and secretly urged his power to reopen the exit. Yet, to his dismay, nothing happened. Why was it not working? His heart began to race, and his pallid complexion was marred by fear and helplessness. For reasons unknown, his connection to the space was growing increasingly tenuous. To illustrate, controlling the space had once been as effortless as pressing a button on a remote control. Now, the remote was just out of reach. The emperor strained to grasp it, but it seemed to recede further away. Previously, a mere thought allowed him to perceive every inch of the space in stunning 8K resolution. Now, however, it had dwindled to 4K, 2K, and then 1080p. The clarity had plummeted from high definition to a mere 360p standard. He was losing his sense of the space, and his grip over it was vanishing at an alarming rate. How could this be? It was merely a matter of formatting the space. He should not be losing it. What have you done to me? The emperor's emotions spiraled out of control, madness gradually overtaking his gaze, and a fierce malevolence shattered his rationality. Pei Ye, witnessing this, felt no surprise whatsoever. The emperor maintained his sanity, largely relying on his spatial abilities to resist the influence of the zombie core. However, when the space fell beyond his control, the drawbacks of forcibly enhancing his strength by consuming a vast number of zombie cores became apparent. He could not withstand the overwhelming force of countless fragments of soul remnants bombarding him in a short span of time. It was a matter of life or madness. The emperor was unconcerned. Her greater worry lay with Lu Yixian's predicament. As the emperor forcibly reformatted her space, Lu Yixian prepared to open her spiritual spring space to shelter a few companions. Unexpectedly, upon opening the spiritual spring space, it resembled a famished wolf spotting prey, greedily beginning to plunder the emperor's domain. Conversely, the emperor's space sought to seize Lu Yixian's spiritual spring. The two realms engaged in a fierce struggle, with Lu Yixian caught in the middle as a mere buffer. Before long, countless beads of blood emerged beneath her skin, and she was besieged by excruciating pain that coursed through her entire being. Though she wished to succumb to unconsciousness, her mind remained alert, forcing her to endure this torment. In mere seconds, she was drenched in blood, a mere specter of her former self. Upon realizing the severity of the situation, Xiang Ruijuan exclaimed, "Xiao Xiao, didn't you have a cheat? Is there any way to help? I can barely endure this pain." Pei Ye carefully sensed the situation, discerning its origin. "There is a way, just remain calm," she replied. Pei Ye's solution was both straightforward and forceful. She would assist Lu Yixian's spiritual spring in suppressing the emperor's space. The two realms seemed evenly matched, with the sole distinction being that the emperor was restrained by Pei Ye, unable to offer any support. The disparity is negligible, a stalemate ensues, and naturally, Lu Yixian suffers. Pei Ye expands her mental domain, enveloping the entire space, utilizing her immense psychic energy to suppress the restless energies of the surroundings. One side is ruthlessly subdued, while the Lingquan space gains a significant advantage. Pei Ye draws forth the Lingquan water from within the Lingquan space and administers it to Lu Yixian. Has the Lingquan water transformed? The essence of the spring has become a rich, transparent viscous liquid. What has happened to Yixian? The Qinglong drags the unconscious Dao Mei by the flesh of her neck, bringing her over. Upon witnessing Lu Yixian's plight, Qinglong expresses unreserved concern. Pei Ye remarks that Yixian's space is siphoning energy from this realm. She has become a victim of collateral damage. If she can endure, the rewards will be substantial. Xiang Ruijuan. All her previous worries have been in vain. Indeed, the emperor's space serves as a vast reservoir of Lu Yixian's experience. The lemons hang from the lemon tree, and beneath the tree, it is you and I. She has completely turned into a sour lemon, so to speak. Qinglong, unaware of the intricacies, inquires with concern, can she endure? Pei Ye reassures, with me here, there is no reason for her to falter. Just as she speaks, the emperor's turmoil escalates, and this time it is his turn to wail incessantly. No, my imperial seal, this is my imperial seal. This is my realm. Which audacious commoner dares to seize my kingdom? It cannot be taken. It is mine, all mine. Those commoners shall perish. Off with their heads. Execute them all. Extinguish their entire lineage. My empire, it's lost. The emperor writhed in violent convulsions, his body jerking uncontrollably, then flailing like a fish stranded ashore, gasping for air and desperately leaping for moisture. His once vibrant, imperial yellow dragon robe faded into translucence, ultimately vanishing altogether. Oh, at the very moment the dragon robe ceased to exist, Pei Ye felt the accelerated absorption of the spiritual spring space of the willow leaf immortal within her embrace. With the veracity of a whale and the force of a dragon's inhalation, it caused the entire space to tremble. The imperial jade seal hovered above the emperor's head, swelling in size tenfold as if catching the wind. This spectacle gave Pei Ye an inkling of what was to come. The next instant, the imperial jade seal descended with the crushing force of Mount Tai, obliterating the emperor's skull, splattering brain matter and blood. His agonizing scream ceased abruptly, his legs giving a final twitch before he stilled. Crack! A crisp sound echoed as a fissure spiderwebbed across a corner of the imperial jade seal, and that fragment detached from the main body. An earthquake? The cataclysmic scene of utter devastation reoccurred, and everyone experienced a powerful compressive force. While the others assumed the space was collapsing again, Pei Ye knew better. She reached out towards the jade seal and its fragment, and they were drawn into her palm. In the following moment, the compressive force intensified, and all living entities within the space were expelled, landing at the entrance of the commercial complex. Over 100 individuals stared at each other in bewilderment. Several concubines remained dazed, unaware of what had transpired. The scene was utter chaos. And Pei Ye heard Tai Hao's voice through her earpiece. Qidian Girls is requesting contact. Agreed. Pei Ye and her companions had lingered in the space for quite some time, far exceeding the agreed-upon deadline. Qidian Girls and his companion had been unreachable, likely driven to desperation. What could they possibly say? As ordinary individuals without any means of contact, they were pitifully weak and helpless. Pei Ye, harboring a desire to confront the game's creator, retrieved her phone and opened the Love and Raising Cubs app, discovering a change in the task status. Completion 1-5. The mystery of the missing piece of the Imperial Seal being caused by smashing walnuts. Completed. Pei Ye. Is a brain nucleus considered a walnut? Why on earth does the game creator not ascend to the heavens? The atmosphere was peculiar. A monster. Over 100 individuals had gathered here, and the nearby zombies were drawn by the scent of the living, groaning as they approached. The other survivors maintained a semblance of calm, yet the Emperor's queen, concubines, and ladies-in-waiting were utterly pale with fear. How did I end up here? As the delicate concubines beheld the grotesque and repulsive zombies advancing toward them, their psychological defenses crumbled in an instant. Were they not in a luxurious palace? How had they suddenly found themselves at the entrance of an unfamiliar commercial district? Where was His Majesty? Where had he gone? Help! Your Majesty, save us! The cries for help from several concubines left the Azure Dragon astounded. These women were indeed peculiar. He had assumed that the Emperor's concubines were forced into their roles. She and Lu Yixian infiltrated the Emperor's domain, encountering both the unfortunate women and men held in confinement. Qinglong assumed that the Emperor and his subordinates were nefarious individuals who exploited the vulnerable. To her astonishment, she discovered that someone would dare to call out for the Emperor's aid. Xiang Ruijuan appeared unfazed, acknowledging that they were merely ordinary individuals. Women devoid of extraordinary abilities, yet possessing commendable appearances. Qinglong found herself perplexed. So what? Females are not incapable of survival. The XX base harbored numerous female survivors. Yet they did not share the same fate. Xiang Rujun chose not to elaborate on the complexities involved, recognizing that Qinglong, as a canine anomaly, might struggle to comprehend. Not every concubine was there by choice, yet not everyone was coerced. In a harsh post-apocalyptic environment, ordinary women faced greater challenges than men, encountering more significant setbacks. For instance, ordinary women endured monthly cycles, the scent of blood attracting zombies and rendering them more vulnerable, while those with awakened abilities were spared such concerns. Nevertheless, ordinary women possessed certain advantages. They could seek refuge by enchanting formidable men with their physicality, a luxury that most men could not afford. Although Xiang Ruijuan harbored disdain for this form of advantage, she could not deny its existence. Relying on the powerful for survival was evidently simpler and less taxing than striving for self-sufficiency. If an ordinary woman is willing to forsake all dignity, status, and self-worth, disregarding the quality of life in pursuit of the barest survival, then indeed, her struggle for existence may be somewhat less arduous than that of an average man. Yet, this difference is negligible, as such a life is scarcely better than that of a beast. The position of an emperor's concubine is evidently far superior to the minimal threshold of survival. They need only attend to men in bed to exchange for precious resources, ensuring ample food and security for their lives. However, upon the emperor's demise, they suffer the greatest blow. Their reliance vanishes, their assurance of survival dissipates, and the sacrifices made yield no enduring benefits, resulting in a significant loss. Xiang Ruijuan refrains from further discourse, and Qinglong does not press for more inquiries. It lowers its head to grasp the neck of its comatose sister, effortlessly tossing her onto its back. With the emperor's death, it is likely that upon awakening, the sister will regain her senses. The thought of their reunion stirs a flicker of excitement. How shall the survivors be managed? Xiang Ruijuan inquires about Pei Ye's opinion. The latter presents the willow leaf fairy from her arms. After a brief hesitation of 3 seconds, Xiang Ruijuan accepts it, cradling her with ease. The bodies of those with special abilities are enhanced, Previously, she would struggle to carry a bucket up to her dormitory. Yet now she can effortlessly hold 200 to 300 pounds without a hint of strain. The willow leaf fairy is slender and light, causing Xiang Ruijuan no difficulty whatsoever. Though she initially hesitated to take her, Pei Ye, being the highest combat force, could not spare her hands while carrying the willow leaf fairy, leaving Xiang Ruijuan as the only one able to lend assistance. How to handle it? Of course, the only solution is to take them away. Would it be better to execute them all? To Xiang Ruijuan, she indeed harbored such thoughts. None of the emperor's subordinates are innocent. Extermination would be a quick resolution. That would be too lenient for these vile beings. Most of them possess only average talents and lack steadfast resolve, relying solely on the space to restrain the side effects of consuming the zombie crystal cores. Pei Ye remarked indifferently that now, with the disappearance of that space, they can no longer withstand the repercussions. They are either destined to perish or succumb to madness. Even if they do neither, they remain a potential threat. How could such individuals be left unchecked to wreak havoc in the apocalypse? Would they not endanger more innocent survivors? If that is the case, would it not be better to eliminate them? Pei Ye stated. I previously mentioned that those who uncover the secrets of the zombie crystal cores are certainly not limited to just one. Many others are lurking in the shadows, quietly reaping profits. In the face of immense benefits, without compelling evidence, one cannot dissuade them from their self-destructive inclinations. They will not perceive your actions as salvation, but rather as an obstruction. Your goodwill and benevolence will be interpreted as a conspiracy. Xiang Ruijuan found herself at a loss for words. There is no necessity to rescue them. She was unwilling to save a group of beasts. Pei Ye countered. When did I ever say I wanted to save them? Xiang Ruijuan. I merely believe they serve as ready-made subjects for experimentation. Being lab rats at the research facility would be quite suitable. Such scum should at least contribute their final worth, offering a modicum of effort for the survival of humanity, which could be seen as a form of atonement. Xiang Ruijuan was taken aback by the revelation. She was terribly mistaken, beyond comprehension. This was the true embodiment of ruthlessness, surpassing even the most merciless individuals. The emperor's enforcers had been bound by Pei Ye's charms, compelled to follow the procession, their desperate wails falling on deaf ears. The concubines and the survivors who had been subjugated were granted the freedom to choose their fate, to stay or to depart. The concubines wept inconsolably, while the survivors wore expressions of numbness. They lacked the capacity for independent survival. Their only alternative lay in dependency on the powerful. Qidian was nearly struck with terror at the sight of the blood-soaked and unconscious Lu Yexian, his heart almost ceasing to beat. The individual was unharmed, merely the victim of an unfortunate accident. Xiang Ruijuan placed the person into Qidian's embrace, offering a brief explanation. Though her appearance was frightful, the individual was indeed well. Not only were they unharmed, but they also possessed a wealth of experience, an enviable trove. One space was already impressive. She had claimed 2 for herself. Qidian's mind was in disarray, yet he could still comprehend human speech. On the very first day of the apocalypse, he had lost all his family. He could not afford to lose his only beloved. But why? Qidian was at a loss for words, while Sun Mingyuan seemed untroubled by such concerns. Moreover, those survivors appeared somewhat peculiar, not merely unusual. The emperor had 11 concubines, each possessing a commendable level of beauty, adorned with elaborate makeup. Their appearances averaging a score of 7. Yet now, in the midst of the apocalypse, the concubines adorned themselves with exquisite makeup and spritzed themselves with luxurious international fragrances, their garments also emanating a sense of understated opulence. They appeared more like remnants of a bygone era than survivors of an apocalyptic world, their aesthetics starkly contrasting with that of others. Xiang Ruijuan refrained from elaborating further. To do so would inevitably lead to discussions regarding Lu Yexian's spiritual spring space. Whether to discreetly disclose this secret to official forces was a matter for Lu Yexian alone. She had no desire to assume the role of a villain. Despite Sun Mingyuan's inclusion in their team, he bore the unmistakable marks of the official Chinese authority. If he could earn the trust of the other members, particularly Pei Ye, they might be able to cautiously reveal details about the spiritual spring. The uniqueness of Lu Yexian's spiritual spring space lay in that very spring. Without it, it would merely be a larger-than-average personal ability space, not warranting undue attention. Nearly a month had elapsed since the onset of the apocalypse. A plethora of ability users emerged like mushrooms after a rain. among them many with spatial abilities. To fixate on Lu Yexian, it would be wiser to focus on Pei Ye. This individual could conjure wonders at any moment. That ability had become a coveted commodity, with market prices soaring to 5,000 contribution points. Such exorbitant rates were shocking, yet there was a scarcity of supply, leaving the market in a frenzy. Truly, a heartless profiteer. Xianggu opted for silence, choosing to suppress his curiosity and refrain from further inquiries. First, they needed to settle these survivors. With the sudden influx of over 100 individuals, their means of transportation would likely prove insufficient. He silently exhaled, relieved. Concealing the truth from Sun Mingyuan was indeed a formidable task. Her very countenance rendered her incapable of uttering a word of refusal. Thus, she opted for silence as a means of evasion. However, scarcity posed no obstacle, for the streets were littered with abandoned vehicles, providing ample resources for improvisation. The survivors were settled on the ground floor of a small shopping mall, where the surrounding area had been cleared of the undead, ensuring a semblance of safety. Apart from a peculiar group whose presence clashed with the surroundings, Pei Ye and her companions had also rescued other disheveled and beleaguered survivors. The cramped space was filled to capacity with over 700 individuals, the air thick with an indescribable stench. Most survivors remained silent, for they felt they lacked the standing to complain. Pei Ye and her comrades had rescued them from the ravaged zones and distributed meager rations of food and water, having already shown great compassion. Simply surviving was a struggle. They could hardly afford to be choosy. Yet, the imperial concubines among them could not endure the foul odor. They were utterly unprepared for the transition from their opulent, comfortable palaces to this squalid and cramped makeshift refuge. One could hardly fathom the indignity when one of them witnessed a woman discreetly relieving herself in a nearby corner. Her meticulously crafted visage nearly contorted in horror. How could so many men and women on the first floor resort to such behavior in a corner? What shamelessness! This woman was not alone. Others, both female and male, followed suit. The bolder ones ventured to the abandoned restrooms of the mall, while the more timid chose corners not far from their fellow survivors. The already confined space of the ground floor was thus further compromised by such indiscretions. The most absurd thing is that they simply pulled up their trousers without even wiping themselves. In such conditions, where could one possibly find paper? Outside. One might substitute with wild grass or leaves, but in this desolate mall, where could one cleanse themselves? If it were not pointed out, the survivors could still comfort themselves with the notion that everyone else is in the same predicament. However, now that it has been so openly highlighted, their self-esteem, dignity, and sense of identity have all suffered considerable blows. Who would wish to endure such humiliation if circumstances were different? The concubines are repulsed by the filth in the corners. Others remain oblivious, merely distressed by the foul air, pondering how much longer they must endure this place. I am parched. Do any of you have water? One of the concubines, the most extravagantly dressed and the most beautiful, is likely the queen. She casually inquires among the other concubines, but they possess nothing. They were all unexpectedly expelled from their previous existence. Not a single item of resource adorns their persons. The queen then gazes at the other survivors and notes that each of them carries 1 or 2 filthy backpacks, brimming with precious supplies. These provisions were hastily gathered by Pei Ye during their rescue efforts. A few were exchanged at the XX base for contribution points, while the majority was given to the rescued survivors. As these survivors arrive empty-handed, their initial days at the base will be fraught with hardship. Having supplies offers a buffer, making life somewhat more bearable. Although the provisions were generously bestowed by Pei Ye and her companions, not a single survivor is willing to share with others. Asking for water? Such a fanciful thought. The queen encountered numerous obstacles, not only failing to procure water, but also attracting several gazes filled with disdain or covetousness. After half an hour, the unconscious Lu Yexian finally regained consciousness. The bloodstains on her face were wiped away by Qidian using a damp cloth. What is this? Qidian gently rubbed the center of her brow with his finger, discovering a faint golden symbol etched there, resembling a delicate flower. Memories from before her fainting surged towards Lu Yexian like a tidal wave, causing her to shiver involuntarily. What is this? Qidian remarked. There is a pattern on your brow. Xianggu, hearing the commotion, cast a glance their way. This symbol, she furrowed her brow slightly. It was a symbol she recognized. Lu Yexian was the only level 9 ability user in the post-apocalyptic world for 5 years and one of the influential leaders in the B-City base. after her uncle transformed the Beast City base into a private power following a series of betrayals and struggles. The emblem of the Beast City base changed to that of the symbol on Liu Yexian's brow. This alone illustrated Liu Yexian's status within the Beast City base. The origins of Liu Yexian's brow symbol remained unknown to outsiders, including Xiang Ruejuan. However, upon closer inspection, it seemed she had found an answer. Indeed, it was this fellow's immense reservoir of experience. Her efforts had been in vain. Reflecting on the spiritual stones and jade carvings atop the golden pillar, Xiang Ruejuan regretted not having taken 2 pieces. Pei Ye inquired, "How is your spatial ability?" Xiang Ruejuan possessed dual powers of lightning and fire. While Liu Yexian was publicly recognized for her healing and spatial abilities, Liu Yexian closed her eyes to sense her surroundings, her heart filled with astonishment. "It seems that everything has changed. Has it?" The willow fairy nodded emphatically, as if affirming her certainty. "Indeed, it has changed. A transformation of monumental proportions. The previously modest spirit spring, which spanned a mere 500 or 600 square meters, has now expanded exponentially, growing thousands, even tens of thousands of times its original size. The once gray and overcast sky has transformed into a brilliant azure, while the former spirit spring has blossomed into a spirit lake, its waters now appearing as a transparent, viscous substance. Nearby, an unknown tree has flourished remarkably, soaring skyward. Its stout trunk is so robust that it would take 7 or 8 strong men holding hands to encircle it, while its mushroom-shaped canopy spreads outwards in all directions, with hints of emerald sprouting from its tips. Nestled beside the spirit lake stands an ancient city, a tapestry of buildings adorned with green tiles and red eaves. Aside from these 2 remarkable features, the surrounding landscape consists of familiar black earth. The periphery of this space is encircled by mountains shrouded in a thick fog. This indicates that the space is capable of growth, and beyond the mist lies yet more wonders. The supplies previously stored within this realm, as well as the injured police dog, Yinyue, remain undisturbed, all intact. This scene is hardly suitable for serious matters. The willow fairy hesitated, her words trailing off before she continued. "Xiao, it seems that my healing abilities have also undergone a transformation. If I were to liken my former capacity to a babbling brook, it has now evolved into the mighty confluence of rivers, a significant leap from a mere stream to a grand river system." "Pei Ye," Xiang Ruejuan. The azure dragon circled around the willow fairy, its handsome visage reflecting a mix of uncertainty and astonishment. "I can sense that she is now immensely powerful, her abilities so profound that even I must look up to her." With a fierce bite, Xiang Ruejuan sank her teeth into a lemon. The sourness so intense it felt as if her very teeth were about to crumble. This was a power surpassing that of a 3rd-level aberration, akin to the formidable 4th-level abilities. While everyone was methodically enhancing their strength, silently climbing to 2nd-level powers, Liu Yexian unexpectedly soared into the sky like a rocket. We had a brazen traitor amongst us, shamelessly flaunting her extraordinary abilities. That vast experience package was truly the epitome of jealousy. Fourth-level powers? Liu Yexian nearly bit her own tongue in disbelief. Was she dreaming? Good heavens, when had she ascended to 4th level? Pei Ye decisively interrupted Liu Yexian's murmurs. If she continued, Xiang Ruejuan might genuinely transform into a bitter lemon. As Liu Yexian regained her composure, the azure dragon handed over the unconscious knife maiden to her, instructing her to relocate the maiden into the spirit spring space. The previous battle had been so fierce that the knife maiden suffered multiple fractures throughout her body. Although aberrations possess formidable self-healing abilities, such injuries are not fatal. However, frequent jolting would hinder recovery. Liu Yexian carefully placed the knife maiden not far from the crescent moon, also providing the 2 unconscious dogs with some diluted spirit spring water. As the convoy approached the XX base, only a few minutes away, Pei Ye instructed Tai Hao to notify the base to prepare for the arrival. Tai Hao replied, "I am currently making contact for you. Please hold on. The XX base has received the message and is in preparation." Pei Ye recalled the few unique ability users who had absorbed zombie course. Tai Hao, we encountered some rather special ability users during this rescue mission. Could you please inquire with the base's research institute if they are interested? Tai Hao inquired about the intelligence data concerning several superhumans. Pei Ye chuckled, asking, "What do you wish to know that for?" According to the latest apocalyptic regulations promulgated by the Huagua government, research institutions are prohibited from utilizing experimental subjects of dubious origin. The more dire the situation becomes, the more imperative it is to adhere to regulations. Once order dissipates, the collapse of true societal structure is not far behind. While the state is unable to restrain the actions of private facilities, official bases must adhere to strict protocols. Research institutions are permitted to recruit volunteers for live experiments. However, each volunteer must participate willingly. Prior to the experiments, they are required to sign a meticulously detailed informed consent form, and the sourcing of experimental subjects is stringently controlled. To prevent any clandestine manipulations, the vetting of volunteers is overseen by Taihao, who supervises every experimental project. Should Taihao discover any discrepancies within a project, the state reserves the right to demand its cessation. So the subjects must be volunteers? What a humanitarian approach, Pei Ye remarked with a smile. I believe these few experimental subjects in my possession could warrant special consideration from the authorities. She continued, these superhumans absorb zombie cores to enhance their abilities, progressing at an astonishing rate, yet their emotions remain exceedingly volatile. I find them to be excellent test subjects. Please hold on. I am currently contacting the director of the XX Base Research Institute. Pei Ye smiled as she lowered her eyelids, retrieving a pack of cigarettes from her pocket. For over half a month in this apocalypse, Azai has been working overtime until dusk. On average, he sleeps less than half an hour each day. Engrossed in her tasks to the point of exhaustion, she still remembered to procure cigarettes and alcohol for Pei Ye, occasionally bringing along delectable snacks she deemed worthy. Due to the limited quantity of items purchased by Azai, Pei Ye was compelled to indulge sparingly, living a frugal existence. While there were other brands of cigarettes available, they lacked the satisfaction she derived from Azai's choice. Although they were ostensibly the same, the cigarettes Azai provided possessed an exceptionally rich flavor. Reflecting on Azai's cigarettes stirred a sense of longing within Pei Ye. Upon entering the XX base, she was subjected to a routine inspection. Exiting the examination room, she encountered a member of the research institute clad in a white lab coat. Miss Xiao, may I inquire about the volunteers you previously contacted? Pei Ye replied. They are still undergoing examination. The member pressed further. How did you come to discover them, Miss Xiao? While Pei Ye withheld certain aspects related to spatial matters, she disclosed everything else. I would like to inquire about enhancing abilities using zombie crystal cores. Before she could finish her thought, the researcher's expression turned grave. Although the results have yet to be made public, it can be stated with certainty that this is unfeasible. The volunteers were escorted away by the institute, along with their examination data. Pei Ye stole a glance, noting that the data concerning mental aspects was overwhelmingly red. What did those red markings signify? Xiang Ruijuan also took note of the situation, inquiring out of curiosity. It is not a favorable situation. The larger the red data, the more dire the circumstances become. Those few individuals have succumbed to madness, their mental states suffering catastrophic damage, leaving little hope for recovery. For those who remain sane, the potential for harm is alarmingly high, rendering them unsuitable for coexistence with ordinary individuals. Essentially, they are ticking time bombs. Xiang Ruijuan's expression darkened. Even though she was somewhat prepared for this news, it still elicited a sigh of lament. He remarked that the arrival of this batch of volunteers was remarkably timely, and on behalf of the Research Institute, he expressed gratitude for their contributions. There was no need for formalities. Practical benefits were preferred. Pei Ye asserted that she preferred to discuss tangible gains rather than sentimentalities. Flattery was of no use to her, and she would rather receive something concrete. This was indeed essential. Heroes deserve recognition. The researcher, undeterred, smiled as he relayed the message from the director. Today, the infamous survivor team renowned throughout the apocalypse, known as the Zombie Day, was venturing out. Their strength was formidable. The XX base, due to the presence of their team, subtly harbored the potential to become the second largest base in this post-apocalyptic world. The Research Institute would naturally rely on them for future needs, hence they would not risk offending them. Amidst this, the cries of Qing Long pierced the air. I was wrong. Don't bite my fur, or I'll go bald. After a while, Qing Long called out for help from his companions. Yenhue, save me. His voice trailed off. Pei Ye pushed open the door, only to find Yenhue coldly napping in the corner, while Daomizi relentlessly bit down on Qing Long, who was pinned beneath her. The ground was strewn with Qing Long's fur. What happened here? Pei Ye opened the door, and Qing Long, with a swift leap, darted behind her, clutching his bare neck and sobbing loudly. Observing Qing Long's disheveled fur, ravaged by the dog, Pei Ye felt no sympathy. Rather, she reveled in the misfortune. The fierce dog stepped forward, baring its teeth at Qi Long, issuing a series of growls. Although Pei Ye could not comprehend the canine language, the dog's stern vocalizations clearly conveyed a reprimand, directed not at a person, but at another dog. "Are you the blade?" Qi Long questioned. "If you call yourself Dao Dao, may I do the same?" Pei Ye waved at the fierce dog, smiling amicably. Initially taken aback, the dog hesitated, but after sniffing the air, it whimpered softly and approached with delicate steps. Its large head nestled into Pei Ye's crouched embrace, eyes narrowing in contentment. Pei Ye couldn't help but marvel at how the trio of Qi Long, Yan Wei, and the fierce dog were indeed the epitome of beauty among police dogs. Qi Long was strikingly handsome. Yan Wei exuded a gentle aura, and the fierce dog possessed undeniable spirit. Each of the three siblings had their unique charm. Believing the danger had passed, Qi Long cautiously approached the dog. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, a massive paw loomed before him. With tremendous force, it swatted Qi Long, sending him yelping as he flipped through the air and skidded 2 meters to the wall's corner. The fierce dog bared its teeth at Qi Long. "Woof, woof, woof. Fool, stay away." If not for the warmth of Pei Ye's embrace, it would have relished the opportunity to tear every tuft of fur from Qi Long's body. The memory of Qi Long's harsh treatment was ingrained in its mind. Its physical prowess is commendable, yet it has not reached the level of being impervious to harm. Its bones were painfully fractured. The azure dragon, with its head bowed, nestled quietly in a corner, remaining silent. Its large canine head was tucked beneath its overlapping paws, casting furtive glances at the knife sister, embodying a demeanor of profound grievance. "Have your injuries healed?" Pei Ye could not resist stroking the knife sister's fur. Her coat was softer than that of the azure dragon, appearing more voluminous. The knife sister nodded, leaning into her touch, rolling over and emitting a soft whimper from her throat. Pei Ye's fingers gently scratched her throat. "Would you like to learn to speak human language?" The knife sister gazed up at her, eyes filled with bewilderment. Seeing that its pitiful display had failed to evoke sympathy, the azure dragon stepped forward to explain. "It means you could speak like me. The barrier of language presents a challenge. Communication in our work would be quite difficult." The knife sister cast a sidelong glance at her brother. The azure dragon encouraged her. "Learning a foreign language could enhance your chances of employment. Otherwise, how will you converse with humans?" "What is it saying?" The azure dragon awkwardly replied. "Oh, it's nothing," she has agreed. In truth, the knife sister scolded him for secretly studying foreign languages. "We agreed to be dogs together, yet you went off to learn human speech." The azure dragon felt unjustly accused. This language was something he had inexplicably acquired. Xiao Xiu had merely touched its throat, and then it was able to speak human language. One had broken, but another was not a concern. Pei Ye decisively shattered the crescent blade as well. Thus, for the very first time, the three canine siblings, the azure dragon and the crescent blade, communicated their feelings in the human tongue. The blade-wielding maiden pounded the ground in indignation. "Yinhua, it nearly struck me down just now. Why didn't you retaliate?" "You should bite it yourself," retorted Qi Long with a sense of grievance. "It's the old rule." Pei Ye inquired, curious. Yinhua lazily lifted an eyelid and turned over. "Food bribery," Qi Long explained, revealing his habit of hoarding uneaten dog food. Initially, he concealed it in the kennel, only for the staff to clean it out. Consequently, he began hiding it elsewhere, such as digging holes during training breaks. Just as he buried it, the blade-wielding maiden would unearth it and consume it. Police dogs do not possess wages or savings. Food is their most cherished treasure. The old rule dictates that Qi Long must procure delectable treats as bribes. If one meal is insufficient, then 2 shall suffice. However, the police dogs must learn to resist the temptation of food. The gluttonous blade-wielding maiden was frequently reprimanded in the beginning. Qi Long barked enthusiastically, "Let us go, let us go. Time to eat." The 2 dogs also obtained their base identification and accounts, yet their accounts held not a single cent. Qi Long, however, was a little tycoon and had no qualms about treating others. The 3 dogs did not reside with Pei Ye and the others. Along the way, he shared the general circumstances with his siblings, and when he mentioned that the 2 young special police officers and the captain's daughter were alive while the others were lost, the 2 dogs felt a bittersweet comfort amidst their sorrow. Not all comrades had perished. It was a silver lining in the cloud of misfortune. "What would you like for a late-night snack?" The XX base boasts a market where the fruits and vegetables are cultivated by the Research Institute. The flavors are reminiscent of those from the pre-apocalyptic era, yet the sole drawback is the exorbitant prices, rendering them unaffordable for most. However, Qi Long, as a high-income individual, is capable of comfortably supporting both two young special police officers and the captain's daughter, while also ensuring a decent quality of life and saving a modest sum of tens of thousands. Indeed, Qilong is the primary breadwinner. The two special police officers have secured a relatively safe, yet low-paying patrol job within the base, a decision made at Qilong's behest. As it allows for better care of the captain's daughter, the outside world is fraught with peril and the threat of death looms constantly. Providing for a family is no small feat, especially with prices soaring to unprecedented heights. Qilong adeptly selects a variety of fruits and vegetables, also procuring canned meats produced by the base, a luxury in this post-apocalyptic world. As he shops, he reflects on the pressures of life. And both Yenyue and Daomizi share in the sentiment of the burdens imposed by the inflated cost of living. Qilong, how do you earn your living? Daomizi inquires, her excitement palpable at the thought of possessing her own wealth, her fur ruffling gently in the night breeze. Yenyue lazily adds, count me in. Just as the captain often lamented about the soaring prices, the harshness of survival, and the necessity of not having idle dogs at home. How could these elite police dogs afford to lounge idly when their human counterparts are working tirelessly? The two diligent young special police officers? The captain's orphan. They are on the verge of evolving from being cared for by a single dog to being cherished by three. The residence rented by Qilong is modest, with the living room partitioned into a small chamber. Both Qilong and Yenyue share their quarters with a fellow special police officer, while the female officer and the captain's daughter occupy another room. Before retiring for the night, they convene a family meeting concerning their canine companions in the police dog unit. Yenyue and the girl with the knife had intended to bring all of them along to join Qilong, but unforeseen circumstances led to the abrupt halt of their plans, resulting in the disbandment of the unit. The two young special police officers ponder, are they about to evolve from being cared for by three dogs to being adored by over 20? Spaced outs, please take a shower first. The odor is overwhelming. The two dogs had undergone disinfection at the forward operating base, yet their fur remained unkempt, still retaining an unpleasant scent. This was particularly true for Yenyue, who, having narrowly escaped a horde of zombies, now bore the brunt of the summer heat. With thick and dense fur, Yenyue naturally exuded an indescribable stench. In the zombie-infested zone, the air was saturated with decay, but the current situation was untenable. Qilong, with his acute sense of smell, found it intolerable, especially with three fragile humans in the vicinity. Qilong, the day's supply of free water has run out. The young special police officer felt a twinge of embarrassment. The last reserve of water was utilized for bathing. The water supply in the rented accommodation was barely sufficient for three humans and one dog, and with the addition of Yenyue and the knife girl, it was clearly inadequate. No worries, Qilong reassured. We can simply purchase some water. Yenyue and Dao exuded an unpleasant odor, making it difficult for their roommate to find rest. Dao, tilting her head curiously, inquired, why do we need to buy water? Is it necessary? Qilong explained that the water sources from rivers and lakes are contaminated and require special treatment before being deemed safe for consumption, a process that is reportedly inefficient. Currently, the water towers and reservoirs within the base are filled by water manipulators, leading to a supply that cannot meet the demand. Utilizing water beyond the allotted share incurs a deduction of contribution points. Dao cast a glance at Yenyue, who lay languidly on the ground, swishing her somewhat fluffy tail. I want to take a shower. You go run the water, Dao exclaimed, swatting Yenyue on the head. Unperturbed, Yenyue merely rolled over, shifting slightly away. Qilong, slowly realizing the situation, pondered, is Yenyue a water manipulator? Dao replied, not quite. Yenyue is not of the water element, but she possesses the ability to transform her powers into water. She is of the ice element, capable of producing an abundance of ice. Upon hearing this, Qilong's eyes sparkled with excitement. When he had rescued Yenyue, she was on the brink of death, her powers depleted, leaving him unaware of her abilities. Now, with Dao's revelation, he felt a surge of pride for his younger sibling. Ice from Base XX is exceedingly expensive. Refrigerators and air conditioners consume vast amounts of electricity, coupled with the scarcity of resources, making it quite costly. The rental unit we inhabit cannot afford such luxuries. We only have a small fan in the captain's daughter's room to combat the heat. If Yenyue can produce ice, our nights would be far more comfortable. Yenyue, you could earn enough for living expenses by selling ice during the day? With a dismissive glance at her elder brother, Yenyue protested, I have no desire to bathe. Qilong retorted with a hint of disdain, nonsense. Such a lack of hygiene is unacceptable. Despite her aversion to the act, Yanwei found herself being coaxed by her siblings to the capacious tub. This will conjure bubbles with the mere touch of water, Qinglong declared, dispensing a dollop of body wash. With Yanwei present, their bathing escapades were no longer plagued by concerns of water wastage. The trio congregated on the balcony, each occupying their respective tubs arranged in a row. Daomizi playfully lathered Yanwei's back with the frothy concoction, while Yanwei reciprocated by scrubbing Qinglong's back. Meanwhile, the captain's daughter diligently cleansed Daomizi with a large brush and the perfumed suds. After 4 rounds of water changes, they emerged, exuding a fragrant aroma. Daomizi employed her unique abilities to desiccate their damp fur, while Qinglong and Yanwei meticulously toweled themselves dry before enlisting Qinglong's assistance to expedite the process with a gust of wind. As the trio of siblings departed, Pei Ye and the others, having concluded their respective tasks, finally had the opportunity to explore the evolved spiritual spring space. Gazing upon the expansive domain, Xiang Ruijuan maintained a stoic facade, yet inwardly, a tempest raged. The merging of the two spaces had resulted in an area far surpassing the sum of their individual dimensions. The millions of supplies that had once crammed the smaller space now occupied but a fraction of the whole. The amalgamation of the two spaces has manifested in this manner. Lu Yixian mused, her brow furrowed with unconcealed apprehension. One can only speculate what future transformations may transpire. Xiang Ruijuan couldn't help but roll his eyes, remarking, "Such ingratitude. What cause have you for concern? The convergence of two realms, at present, is entirely beneficial." Lu Yixian has remarkably emerged as the first-level 4 supernatural being in this apocalyptic era, and it has only been a month since the onset of chaos. It is precisely due to the multitude of advantages that I find myself concerned. Why has fortune favored me so whimsically? Xiang Ruijuan felt a pang of envy. I too wish to be so fortunate. Even if it were to lead to my demise, at least I would have perished satiated. Pei Ye interrupted their routine banter. The mountains at the edge of the space are shrouded in dense fog. Can we explore what lies beyond? Lu Yixian shook her head. As the mistress of this realm, she was acutely aware that the fog represented the boundary, and they could not traverse into the obscured territories. After observing your domain, I am left with a question. The attention of Lu Yixian and Xiang Ruijuan was drawn to her. What question? Is the Emperor's realm and Yixian space derived from the same origin, or are they entirely independent? Does it make a difference? Xiang Ruijuan was perplexed. If they share a common origin, there should be other realms existing in the world, and we must piece together the scattered spaces to glimpse the complete picture. I am curious, just how vast is this complete space? Could it truly be a miniature world? Conversely, if they are independent, then the evolution of Yixian space by absorbing the space of the Emperor suggests that her realm is capable of growth, a hypothesis that is all the more tantalizing. Hypothesis. Tantalizing? Xiang Ruijuan's heart raced, as if she had stumbled upon a profound revelation. Pei Ye remarked that if humanity ultimately fails to resolve the zombie virus, this small world might yet establish a stable biosphere, potentially becoming the last bastion of paradise. However, this is predicated on the necessity for the space to remain stable and capable of enduring independence for an extended duration. Xiang Ruijuan instinctively sought to counter this notion, asserting its impossibility, yet Lu Yixian displayed a contemplative expression. If the apocalyptic environment is indeed as dire as suggested, this space might genuinely preserve the embers of human civilization. Xiang Ruijuan was infuriated. Are you foolish? Lu Yixian, feeling wronged, retorted, How am I foolish? Xiang Ruijuan responded, Setting aside whether your space can truly safeguard the so-called embers of human civilization, even if it could, who would entrust the last flicker of hope to you? Your space is solely under your control, do you understand? Human hearts are separated by layers. No one would fully trust another. Others would inevitably harbor doubts, fearing that if you were to become discontented, you might expel the flickering hope of refuge from your space, or even commit more heinous acts. If Lu Yixian's space could evolve into a small world, who would permit the key to that small world to lie in her hands? The most reassuring course of action would be to destroy that key, eliminate Lu Yixian, and seize her space. Pei Ye could not suppress a smile. This is merely a conjecture. Circumstances have not escalated to that extent, so cease your perpetual hostility. You are on the verge of making her weep. Xiang Ruijuan spat in disdain. Nonsense. She merely possesses a pair of tearful eyes. What does that have to do with me? Regardless of the secrets concealed behind the spirit spring, it currently poses no harm and even provides assistance to the Willow Fairy. The two decided to wander around the ancient city, while Pei Ye chose to remain near the spirit spring, which has ascended to the level of the spirit lake, resting for a while. Aren't you going to the ancient city? In response to the Willow Fairy's invitation, Pei Ye declined without hesitation. She settled beneath a large tree by the spring, leaning against the trunk, one leg stretched out while the other was propped up. There's nothing particularly captivating. Aren't all the houses the same? Pei Ye, with a cigarette between her lips and eyes squinted, rested her hands behind her head, preparing for a brief nap. By the way, if Rui Jun pulls out a small hammer or something later, you mustn't stop her. The Willow Fairy responded with confusion. Why would Rui Jun pull out a small hammer? For what purpose? Naturally, to chip away at the precious spirit stone jade carvings that she has been yearning for. Rui Jun, isn't that a bit inappropriate? I find them to possess considerable artistic value. It would be a shame to shatter them. The two then made their way to the main hall, where Rui Jun, like a monkey, climbed up the grand pillar. With one foot on the jade carving of auspicious clouds and one hand grasping the dragon scales, she steadied herself while brandishing a small hammer, feigning a strike at the jade carving. Hearing the Willow Fairy's words, she couldn't help but snicker. What time is it to be discussing art? This entire space has no connection to the ancient history of Huagua. What artistic value does it hold? In the apocalypse, enhancing one's strength is paramount. Who cares for those antiquated artifacts? The Willow Fairy was rendered speechless. This is your space. Do you permit me to smash the items on the pillar? If you are willing, I shall bring down the hammer. If not, I shall refrain. Had she known earlier, she would not have heeded Pei Ye's counsel. Seizing the opportunity while the Emperor's domain was not yet wholly the possession of Lu Yixian, she should have taken a few pieces. Now, it was indeed more challenging to proceed. Lu Yixian twirled her fingers anxiously. When did I ever express reluctance? Yet, why is Rui Jun so insistent on striking it? Rui Jun could not help but roll her eyes. This somewhat troublesome elder sister of hers had tearful eyes, sparkling and moist, and any slight admonition from outsiders seemed to her like an act of bullying. Naturally, it was for the spiritual energy. This stone is a precious asset, beneficial for the cultivation of supernatural abilities. Otherwise, why would I have climbed up to strike it? Lu Yixian gasped. She posed a question that struck at the very essence of her being. If that is the case, why not drink from the spirit spring instead of smashing the jade sculpture? The jade sculpture is imbued with a rich spiritual energy, yet there are only a few pieces, whereas the spirit lake is brimming with an entire vast expanse. As for Rui Jun, she could not only drink, but could even dive into it and swim. And she would still not exhaust it. Why then this fixation on a piece of jade sculpture? Rui Jun raised her small hammer. Lu Yixian cautiously inquired, Rui Jun, what's the matter? Rui Jun's expression shifted slightly as she took a deep breath and leaped down from the pillar. Indeed, foolishness is a contagious affliction. Lu Yixian chuckled in response, questioning whether Rui Jun's words implied that she had successfully contracted this virus of folly as well. Rui Jun, enraged. Lu Yixian could not suppress her melodic laughter, while Rui Jun strode forward in indignation. Do not be upset, she said, as she swiftly took a few steps forward to link her arm with the latter's. Giggling, sister was mistaken. It was inappropriate to bicker. I am willing to offer any form of compensation you desire. She then shook off her hand from Rui Jun's grasp. Do not treat me like a mere child. Lu Yixian extended 2 fingers. 2 buckets of 2.5L spirit spring water. Under the enchanting gaze of Lu Yixian, Rui Jun felt an overwhelming sensation, as if her eyes might be blinded by the sparkle. 3 seconds later, 4 buckets. After a brief stroll through the ancient city lasting over half an hour, Pei Ye, possessing a more mature disposition than the others, chose to relax beneath a tree, indulging in the rare tranquility while savoring a few puffs of smoke. Just as she was about to close her eyes for a moment, her phone buzzed in her pocket. Without delay, Pei Ye retrieved her phone and opened the Love and Raising Young app. Indeed, a familiar egg was curled up at the entrance of the small abode. The system recorded, Azai is in good spirits. It has conquered another work-related challenge, followed by, proud, hands on hips. Azai is now both tired and hungry. It fell asleep halfway while dragging its slippers. Azai is snoring softly. Pei Ye observed the little character S had adorned with the ZZZ emoticon, symbolizing slumber. Azai feels cold. It shivered. Gently, Pei Ye prodded Azai, who merely rolled over in its shell and continued to sleep. ZZZ. At that moment, A new option appeared on the game interface. Congratulations, player, you have activated the interactive action system. In order to enhance the emotional bond between players and the character Azai, this system has specially introduced a novel interaction system. By recharging 688, players can unlock a charming interaction gesture, the beloved Princess Carry, showcasing their formidable girlfriend prowess. For the first purchase of interaction gestures within 24 hours, a generous discount of 90 is offered. Originally priced at 688 merit points, it is now available for a mere 68. 8. Such an opportunity is fleeting, and hesitation is unwise. Pei Ye. She glanced at the merit points in her account, and, with a decisive wave of her hand, made the purchase. However, what was advertised as a princess Carry turned out to be a mechanical claw akin to those found in arcade games, unceremoniously lifting Azai and transporting him to the second floor. System. This is a classic case of bait and switch. Azai is tossing and turning in bed, his temperature slightly elevated. The system recommends the player conduct a checkup. The appearance of this system notification doused Pei Ye's anger. She retrieved a thermometer from Azai's medical kit. Azai is unwell. When illness strikes, medication is imperative. Following the game's diagnosis, Pei Ye purchased medicine for Azai. But complications arose during the administration. Recharge 688 to unlock interaction gesture. Sweetly feeding medicine, Pei Ye. As a wealthy patron, she chose not to quibble with the foolish system. With another flourish, she bought the feeding interaction gesture and successfully administered the medicine to Azai. Games are indeed games. As soon as the medicine was ingested, Azai's temperature began to decrease. Azai is blushing, mood value, 999. Pei Ye gazed at the shy emoticons floating above Azai's head, as the green eggshell transformed inexplicably into a braised eggshell. Azai, do you feel better? The emoticons paused momentarily. Pei Ye inquired again, are you hungry? There is warm food on the table. Would you like to have some? Azai sluggishly descended from the bed, donned its slippers, and wobbled down the stairs. Eating, washing dishes, bathing, doing laundry, journaling, and reading to enrich its knowledge, only to finally succumb to slumber. Azai turned off the light and went to sleep. After 3 minutes, the bedside lamp flickered back to life. Azai sat upright in a dream, having forgotten to present a gift to its father. Azai dispatched the gift, then donned its sleeping cap once more. A solitary gift from Azai lay quietly in the mailbox. Pei Ye was captivated by the charming little one. 270. Something is amiss. Enchanted to the point of confusion. I am not deceived. Gazing at the myriad of trinkets in the game backpack, Pei Ye let out a wistful sigh, ensnared by Azai's allure. She found herself unable to restrain her hand from indulging in the wish pool. The wish pool cost only 90 merits for a tenfold draw. Yet, she indulged in a staggering 1,000 tenfold draws. 1,000 times. What does this signify? With 90,000 merit points expended, she managed to procure 2 components of the Eastern Guangxing Taihao Emperor set. Congratulations, player. Your father has drawn a set piece, Eastern Guangxing Taihao Emperor hairstyle. Current set collection progress. 2-6. Congratulations, player, on your acquisition of the outfit, Eastern Guangxing Taihao Emperor accessories. Currently, your collection progress stands at 3 out of 6. The remaining items are merely toys and trinkets, such as candies. She has amassed several sets, each containing 999 pieces of various flavors of candy. The plethora of predatory monetization tactics in this game is overwhelming. It is riddled with pitfalls, each one more enticing than the last. However, this time, one cannot entirely blame the game for its insidious tactics. The fault lies solely with Pei Ye, who faltered in her resolve, succumbing to the allure of a mere egg. I have truly fallen from grace. Leaning against the tree trunk, she retrieved the cigarettes purchased by her child and lit one. The tobacco transformed into ash amidst the swirling tendrils of smoke, releasing a faint yet delightful aroma that enveloped her senses. As the cigarette burned down, the weight of her earlier frustrations dissipated entirely. Upon realizing that a single cigarette from her child had lifted her spirits, Pei Ye acknowledged the impending doom of her finances. How many unscrupulous game developers exploit the affection players have for their creations? She glanced at the in-game interface, where her child slumbered peacefully on the second floor of their virtual abode, a smile gracing her lips as she held the cigarette. Even her eyes sparkled with mirth. Let the game take its toll. After all, those who are favored often act without fear. If the merits earned are not spent on her child, then on whom should they be bestowed? The game's predatory monetization merely allows for the preemptive expenditure of these merits. With this thought, her mood brightened once more. She rummaged through her inventory, selecting an array of candies her child adored, placing them into a gift box purchased from the store, and neatly arranging it by her child's bedside. A complimentary sticky note is included. All your favorite candies are here, but Azai mustn't indulge too much, for it can easily lead to cavities. However, Azai is but an egg, where would it procure teeth? After some contemplation, I chose not to erase those final 5 words. One should not take the game's setting too seriously. For instance, as an egg devoid of limbs and a mouth. How does Azai bathe, dress, don shoes, or partake in meals? To meticulously scrutinize the world constructed by the game developers would be to lose the essence of enjoyment. Pei Ye remarked, "It's getting late. Let us retire for the night, for tomorrow we have a mission." She possesses the ability to traverse freely into Lu Yixian's realm. Yet, out of respect for her teammates, she opted to allow Lu Yixian to escort her out. "Good night," she said. Lu Yixian replied, "Xiao Xiao, good night." Stealthily leaning in for a glance, the latter swiftly sidestepped to avoid detection. "What are you doing?" Lu Yixian squinted. "Why does your chat partner's avatar resemble Sun Mingyuan so closely?" Xiang Ruijuan, clutching her phone, rolled over on her bed, enveloping herself in the air-conditioned blanket, turning her back to Lu Yixian. "So what if it does?" She retorted. "Why not discuss matters in the group instead of privately? Does this suggest something more between you two?" Xiang Ruijuan sprang up like a fish leaping from water, evading Lu Yixian's grasp. "Does private conversation imply a relationship? What kind of logic is that?" Lu Yixian stated, "I'm merely concerned for you." With a stern expression, Xiang Ruijuan replied, "Worry less. We simply arranged to practice in the morning, nothing more." Her swordsmanship is reminiscent of her previous life's mentor, Sun Mingyuan, with every habit and technique bearing his indelible mark. In this life, Sun Mingyuan has joined the survivor team of the zombie apocalypse, fighting alongside Xiang Ruijuan as comrades in arms. Their collaboration in battle is inevitable, as they share similar routines and interests, leading to an innate synergy during confrontations. This delightful surprise causes Sun Mingyuan to direct more of his attention towards Xiang Ruijuan, to foster their mutual growth. They have agreed to train together every morning and exchange experiences and insights before bedtime. Having endured 5 years of the apocalypse, Xiang Ruijuan is well-versed in the established system of abilities that far surpasses the rudimentary state of the early days of the catastrophe. Any minor issues Sun Mingyuan encounters during his training can be swiftly clarified by Xiang Ruijuan, drawing from her past experiences. Lu Yixian adopts a playful demeanor, as if having a heart-to-heart with a sister, contemplating the opportunity to seize the moment. Xiang Ruijuan is left bewildered. Lu Yixian continues, "I also keep an eye on Taihao Network, filled with an array of unsavory characters, men and women alike, all sorts of bizarre individuals. With a military background, Sun Mingyuan possesses commendable qualities in various aspects. I sent Tian Shu to extract information from him, only to discover he leads an exceptionally disciplined life, devoid of any vices. While such men were not uncommon before the apocalypse, they are now nearly extinct in this new world. The spoils of war should not be shared with outsiders. Had it not been for the apocalypse, Xiang Ruijuan would likely find herself tirelessly navigating the world of blind dates." Xiang Ruijuan's mother possesses a rather conservative disposition, firmly believing that a girl ought to have a stable home. She has even enlisted the help of her old friends to find a suitable young man for her daughter and asked Mr. Lu to inquire among his acquaintances for eligible sons, all without Xiang Ruijuan's knowledge. However, Lu Yixian does not view marriage as a necessity, nor does she believe that the strong-willed Xiang Ruijuan requires a man to provide her with security. Nevertheless, if she harbors feelings for Sun Mingyuan, taking the initiative would certainly be wise. Xiang Ruijuan scoffed, tucking her phone beneath her pillow and turning over to sleep. "I can't possibly aspire to someone like him. Just give it a rest." Lu Yixian was taken aback by this remark. What did it mean that Xiang Ruijuan could not possibly aspire to Sun Mingyuan? In this post-apocalyptic world, such notions were absurd. In the past, social standing and family background mattered. Now, it was undoubtedly about strength and capability. Even she understood this principle. Why was her typically assertive sister being so antiquated? "Sleep, and stop bothering me." Xiang Ruijuan snapped impatiently, her stern voice laced with a hint of cold authority. It was the first time Lu Yixian had witnessed such fierceness from her sister, leaving her momentarily stunned. The two sisters occupied half of the bed each, remaining silent until their breathing gradually steadied. In the middle of the night, with sleep eluding her, Lu Yexian noticed Xiang Ruijuan stirring beside her. She turned on the bedside lamp and saw Xiang Ruijuan curled up, drenched in sweat, mumbling incoherently, pleading not to be approached. Was she having a nightmare? Lu Yexian paused for a moment before gently patting her back, comforting her like a child. Fear not, for your sister is here. The following day, Xiang Ruijuan awoke with a sullen countenance and a dismal mood, which she carried into her morning training. What troubles you? Sun Mingyuan inquired, noticing her lack of focus. Yet refraining from pressing her, Xiang Ruijuan replied tersely, I am fine, merely did not sleep well last night. Though Sun Mingyuan did not challenge her assertion outwardly, he remained skeptical of her excuse. I have brought you some breakfast. It is said that in 2 months it will be widely available, and the prices at major bases should stabilize. He presented her with 2 test tubes containing a pale pink viscous liquid, currently reserved for military personnel. Would you care to try it? What is this? It looks rather unappetizing. The substance bore a resemblance to what Pei Ye consumed before meals. However, Pei Ye's nutritional supplement appeared more palatable than what Sun Mingyuan offered, which was somewhat off-putting. It is rumored to be a nutritional agent developed by Tai Hao and the base's scientists. A nutritional agent? Xiang Ruijuan mused with curiosity. Akin to those found in science fiction novels. Sun Mingyuan chuckled. It is not so extraordinary. In those tales, 1 dose sustains for 3 to 5 days, whereas this requires 3 to 5 doses for a single meal. Do not be deceived by its unappealing appearance. Despite its somewhat nauseating look, the taste is rather pleasant. It is strawberry-flavored and resembles jelly. In addition to the nutritional agents, the major bases have also cultivated specially modified earthworms. These worms possess a protein content surpassing that of precious rice and can be processed into dried earthworms or powdered earthworm beverages. Certainly, this item circulates only within a limited scope, and certain technical challenges remain unresolved. If it could be supplied on a larger scale, costs would significantly decrease, allowing ordinary individuals struggling for survival at the base level to live with greater ease. Without such measures, the production order has yet to be restored, and the resources available from before the apocalypse cannot sustain us for long. After consuming a piece, Xiang Ruijuan found it indeed sweet, reminiscent of strawberries, and its texture akin to jelly, just as Sun Mingyuan had described. With some time remaining before the zombie squad assembled for today's outing, Xiang Ruijuan had intended to spend a moment in solitude, seeking to calm the troubling emotions stirred by last night's nightmare. However, Sun Mingyuan, lacking awareness, insisted on lingering. She pressed her lips together, silently clutching the knife in her arms. Given your current state, you are ill-suited for the task at hand. During their practice, her mind wandered frequently, and her movements were reckless. Venturing out in such a condition would be tantamount to courting death. It was merely a nightmare. I have yet to collect myself. Sun Mingyuan pressed further. What kind of nightmare? A cold smile played at the corners of Xiang Ruijuan's lips. A nightmare of coercion, and not just involving one person. Sun Mingyuan was taken aback. This topic, he found himself unable to pursue. The techniques suggested by the Fox's comrades were inapplicable after all. It was, after all, just a dream, and indeed, an unpleasant one at that. Sun Mingyuan stated awkwardly, his tall frame betraying an unusual discomfort. To Xiang Ruijuan, I am aware that this is but a dream. Do not insist it is not a dream. Even if it were reality, I would merely regard it as an instance of being bitten by a few curs. To claim otherwise would be a disservice to the esteemed Qinglong Yinwei Dao. My ire stems from the weakness I exhibited within the dream, unable to resist even a handful of insignificant foes. In this current world, how many women would genuinely ponder such matters? It is not the coercion that troubles me, but rather the degradation that accompanies such acts, as well as the violation of her dignity. Xiang Ruijuan suddenly regretted having dispatched those wretches. It was too lenient a fate for them. She ought to have allowed those scoundrels to endure, existing as the lowest of the low in this apocalypse, subsisting daily by selling their bodies. Su Mingyuan opened his mouth to utter something, but at that moment, both their phones buzzed incessantly. It was a global notification from Tai Hao. With the matter of importance arising, Xiang Ruijuan promptly cast her previous thoughts aside. The screen displayed the familiar visage of a youth with azure hair and gray eyes. His striking beauty was a source of delight, especially as he was about to announce news that would alter the course of human history. Clad in a white snow shirt beneath a smoky blue cloak, and secured at the waist with a belt reminiscent of intricately carved jade, His fair complexion and gently defined features rendered him a beacon of hope for many survivors in this desolate world. Greetings, I am Tai Hao, a product of China's autonomous development of superintelligence. It was the quintessential introduction. With that, he delved into the pressing matters of the day. Today, there are primarily two matters to be communicated to the global survivors. The first pertains to the psychic training manual, originally scheduled for completion in 6 months, which has finally reached its initial draft this morning. Scientists from Huagua will continue to follow up and refine it. Special thanks must be extended to a certain hero, the captain of the Zombies Out Today survivor team, affiliated with the Huagua XX base. Her provision of the Celestial Master training methods has offered vital inspiration to the scientists, allowing the psychic training manual to be released 5 months ahead of schedule. A slight twitch appeared at Ruijuan's lips. She had requested that a more dignified name be chosen. This is, after all, a global spectacle. Tai Hao read the news release with utmost seriousness. Did he not find it amusing? Indeed, he is a consummate professional among superintelligences. Tai Hao presented irrefutable evidence, data and test reports concerning several psychics who had enhanced their abilities using zombie crystal cores. This barrage of information left countless survivors in utter disbelief. Those who had relied on their cunning to train with zombie crystal cores found themselves at a loss for words. Could it be true? Surely it must be a deception. This is undoubtedly a conspiracy by the officials of Huagua. However, they were soon confronted with the truth. Tai Hao distributed a copy of the psychic training manual to every user online, providing assistance for any points of confusion. Intelligent Tai Hao is at your service. Pei Ye, smoking a cigarette, perused the psychic training manual and discovered many intriguing aspects. Tai Hao's global acknowledgement or execution of her contributions is indeed warranted, as this manual bears remarkable similarities to the foundational teachings she had provided. Essentially, it follows the template of the latter, with modifications made to the core content. If I were to cultivate supernatural abilities, what would those abilities be? As stated by Tai Hao, this day is destined to be recorded in the annals of human history. Within the base, not only are the supernatural beings reveling, but ordinary individuals are also overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down their faces, their composure entirely lost. They have finally glimpsed the light of hope. The survivors online are nearly speechless, bursting with joy. Wenjun, am I dreaming? Someone tell me, am I in a dream? Sun Xiaohong, alas, lacking in knowledge, I offer this phrase, what a surprise. To the Great One, I gracefully submit my knees. Many survivors, just awakening, still groggy from sleep, or jolted by the good news announced by Tai Hao. Zhou Xiaofang, what is this? A manual for ordinary people to cultivate supernatural abilities has been released? Ever since Tai Hao made the announcement, many ordinary survivors have been counting down the days. Despite the harsh conditions of the apocalypse, hope resides in their hearts. They believe that enduring this period will lead to the dawn of a new era. This conviction sustains them through day after day. Simply surviving drains all their strength. Although the living conditions grow increasingly dire, with individuals succumbing to despair and taking their own lives every day, there are still those who remain steadfast. They thought they would have to wait for half a year. Yet unexpectedly, by the end of the first month, good news arrived. Alongside the announcement of this good news, the manual for cultivating supernatural abilities was also delivered to them. The efficiency of this process is truly remarkable. The experience concluded so swiftly that one barely had time to register its end. Su Exine, Tai Hao truly embodies the essence of being a perfect male idol, flawlessly interpreting the phrase swift and decisive. Ago, I believe we ought to extend our gratitude to that divine being. She is simply remarkable. She is my goddess. Gu Yeya. Isn't the zombie captain incredibly impressive today? Friend, let us unite in the Holy Mother of White Lotus sect. The squad has become a shining star among the survivors of the apocalypse, with Pei Ye and her companions having rescued nearly 100,000 survivors since the dawn of the catastrophe. The XX base was compelled to expand its facilities to accommodate the influx of survivors. As the Tai Hao network became more established, an increasing number of survivors became aware of their heroic deeds. Initially, some survivors derided Pei Ye and her companions as foolishly naive for distributing their hard-earned resources to ordinary people, even leaving behind a portion of long-lasting food for the so-called newcomers, deeming it a waste. Their actions became a means for some ordinary individuals to morally coerce other abilities users. Consequently, the zombie squad enjoys immense renown among the common folk. Yet their reputation is mixed among the ability users. Thus arose the pejorative term Holy Mother of White Lotus sect, used to mock the members of their squad. Pei Ye, however, found no inclination to engage in debate with those who clung to their keyboards even in the apocalypse. She directly altered her personal account signature on Qidian Network to left envoy of the Holy Mother of White Lotus. Lu Yi, in a show of solidarity, changed her signature to leader of the Holy Mother of White Lotus, while Rui Jun was designated as the right envoy. Qi Tianshu plotted to become the Grand Elder Protector of the Holy Mother of White Lotus. Sun Mingyuan was left bewildered, pondering his next course of action. After consulting with his superiors and receiving the green light, he updated his signature to Second Elder Protector of the Holy Mother of White Lotus. Thus, the celestial ensemble of the Holy Mother of White Lotus made its debut. Qinglong, having heard of this development from an unknown source, was convinced that a team must present a united front, declaring that as a senior member, it could not be sidelined. Do you know how to read? It proclaimed with pride. Of course I do. Not only did it recognize its own name, but it had also learned to count from 1 to 10, as well as to perform basic arithmetic within 100. Consequently, with the assistance of a pampered young special police officer, Qilong activated its Qidian Network account. Its signature read, Sacred Beast Protector Qinglong of the Holy Mother of White Lotus. Other fans, almost hypnotically, followed suit, modifying their signatures to reflect their allegiance as followers of the Holy Mother of White Lotus. Had one not grasped the context, the officials at the Huagua base might have assumed that Qidian Network had fallen under the influence of a cult. The high-ranking officials at the base even met with Pei Ye and others, subtly advising them as public figures to exercise caution in their words and actions, setting a positive example for the numerous survivors. Given the current fervor on the internet, the Holy Mother of White Lotus indeed bore the semblance of a cult. The celestial ensemble itself boasted hundreds of thousands of fans, and now, with Taihao's global broadcast acknowledging them, they swiftly garnered international acclaim. How Jiji, the sound of a prairie dog's scream echoes. The goddess and her members are truly remarkable. I am one of the fortunate survivors they rescued. Yin Shu, the White Lotus Holy Mother's celestial group, has made their global debut, an unparalleled spectacle. The fanbase swiftly surpassed 1 million, eventually climbing to over 5 million before gradually stabilizing. While some rejoice, others are filled with despair. Pei Ye and his companions are not universally adored, and naturally, there are those who harbor intense animosity towards them. Most of these individuals belong to private factions. They were anxious, having believed that in this apocalyptic age, there would be no salvation, and with the collapse of national machinery, they could emerge as heroes of the chaos, showcasing their talents. However, merely a month into the apocalypse, the government issued manuals for the cultivation of supernatural abilities, preparing to usher in an era where everyone possesses such powers, with everyone transforming into supernatural beings. What advantages do they hold? Without any advantages, how can they rise amidst the apocalypse? The actions taken in this month of chaos may very well lead to their reckoning in the future. The cultivation of supernatural abilities is evidently far simpler than condensing primordial energy. Following the issuance of the cultivation manual, barely an hour passed before a series of good news began to surface. Zhou Guangguang, I can feel the supernatural powers. I truly can feel the supernatural powers. Bystander A, it's happening. It's happening. I've ignited a fire. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder are the most common attributes, occasionally interspersed with a few related to space and healing, and of course, the exceedingly rare illusion attribute. As the good news continued to flow, Pei Ye and his group prepared to set out again to confront the zombies. Xiaoxiao, have you begun your cultivation? With the addition of the Crescent Moon and the Blade Maiden, the original off-road vehicle became insufficient in space, prompting them to acquire a modified armored bus from the base. Lu Yexian, passing time by browsing the internet, felt genuine joy as she witnessed survivor after survivor reporting good news. Lu Yexian, little fairies, today we commence work. P.S. Secretly inquiring about Xiaoxiao's supernatural abilities. Pei Ye, wearing a frosty expression, huffed softly while simultaneously pushing aside the Blade Maiden, who had climbed onto the heads of Qinglong and the Crescent Moon. She emphasized, slightly embarrassed, I have not awakened any supernatural abilities. Xiang Ruijuan and the others also noticed how unusually enthusiastic the Qinglong and Crescent Moonblade siblings were towards Pei Ye today. Typically, the Crescent Moon's demeanor was not one of fervent warmth. Yet now, it seemed to cling to Pei Ye as if it were a cat enamored with catnip. Xiang Ruijuan quipped, I don't even believe your words, not even the punctuation. 273. Special reaction. Pei Ye has awakened her supernatural abilities. The nature of these abilities is somewhat peculiar. Smiley face? Peculiar? Pei Ye wore an expression that suggested she was reluctant to elaborate. Xiang Ruijuan speculated. Could it be that she is a beast master? Lu Yexin questioned. Isn't being a beast master a good thing? The abilities of a beast master entail being favored by specific animals. The stronger the ability, the more extraordinary creatures one can attract. Even when Pei Ye was an ordinary person, she could draw the Qing Long and Crescent Moon Blade siblings to her, and after awakening, this should amplify further. Xiang Ruijuan replied. Of course, being a beast master is advantageous. Yet, I don't understand why Pei Ye's expression seems unfavorable. The ability of a beast tamer lies in being favored by specific animals, yet my power is somewhat peculiar. If you dare to try and lick me again, I assure you, it will be your demise. Pei Ye pushed away the incessantly eager blade girl, who attempted to leap forward to lick her, feeling quite vexed. My supernatural attribute is rather strange. Every exotic beast I encounter finds you utterly adorable. How could someone as formidable as I possibly be perceived as cute? She may have a fondness for plush toys, but she herself does not embody that aesthetic. Xiang Ruijuan. Lu Yixian. The two venerable protectors of the White Lotus sect exchanged glances, wondering if Pei Ye's supernatural attribute was merely a jest. Observing Pei Ye affixing a talisman to her Qi Long crescent blade to restrain it, Xiang Ruijuan could not help but caution her. Would it not be prudent to temper your abilities a bit? A beast tamer does not constantly exude allure to attract exotic creatures, much like how cats should not excessively indulge in catnip. Prolonged excitement can lead to exhaustion. I have restrained it, though not entirely. Not entirely? Wait. Suddenly, Xiang Ruijuan recalled a pressing question. What level is this individual with both remarkable talents and beastly abilities? The more exceptional the innate talent, the higher the initial level of their supernatural abilities. For instance, while some may awaken a fire ability merely sufficient to light a cigarette, Xiang Ruijuan's fireball could obliterate zombies. Perhaps level 4, though I am not entirely certain. Pei Ye truly did not know her exact level. She was striving to adapt to her powers, curbing them much like one would contain malevolent energy in a previous celestial mission. After all, she was still a novice, and her understanding of supernatural abilities was limited. Mastering such vast powers was an arduous task. A slight overflow of emotions had elicited such excitement from the Azure Dragon Crescent Blade, leaving her feeling somewhat fatigued. Xiang Ruijuan's voice suddenly rose. A level 4? Are you still uncertain? Are you even human? Pei Ye shamelessly replied, I am not human. I am a walking anomaly. Xiang Ruijuan. The charm was overwhelming. After a considerable passage of time, the Azure Dragon Crescent Blade trio finally calmed down, appearing somewhat lethargic. The Azure Dragon remarked, You were simply too adorable just now. Truly too adorable. At that moment, you were an immense cutie. Now, you are merely a petite darling. In any case, you are even cuter than the blade itself. The Azure Dragon could hardly contain its impulse. The crescent blade emitted a soft hum, standing aloof at the periphery, yet secretly brushing its tail against her ankle. The blade sister's reaction was even more direct. Leveraging her own identity, she brazenly suppressed her two elder brothers, stepping on their heads to gain favor with Pei Ye. Lu Yixian could not help but chuckle. It seemed that the information regarding her abilities, as mentioned by Xiao Xiu, was indeed accurate. All the extraordinary beasts who beheld her found her irresistibly adorable. Moreover, the Azure Dragon and the others were unable to resist the urge to draw near, to snuggle, to submit, wishing fervently to drape themselves around her neck like a luxurious fur scarf. Xiang Ruijuan remarked, Fortunately, this ability only affects extraordinary beasts. Were it to influence humans, you would indeed be a femme fatale. In her previous life, Xiang Ruijuan had heard of the most formidable beast tamer, an individual who had captivated countless extraordinary beast felines. As far as she knew, the relationship between the extraordinary beast felines and their tamers was not particularly intimate. They shall protect the beast tamers and engage in battle on their behalf, yet in their daily existence, they remain aloof, often eluding sight altogether. And what of the three siblings wielding the Azure Dragon Crescent Blade? This fervent and impassioned display is quite disconcerting. I find this ability rather unappealing. Despite her penchant for smoking, drinking, and sporting intricate tattoos, she is acutely aware of her own formidable presence, standing tall and resolute as a commendable girl. She bears no resemblance to the notion of cuteness. As I conveyed to Rue Jun, your ability has arrived at a fortuitous moment, advantageous for our forthcoming endeavors. Pei Ye remained noncommittal. Today's mission encompasses more than merely hunting zombies, gathering supplies, or rescuing survivors. It also entails locating the police dog comrades of the Azure Dragon Crescent Blade. According to the accounts of the Crescent Blade and the Blade Maiden, most of these police dog allies possess highly aggressive abilities. The majority of them are classified as level 2, with a few at level 1, teetering on the brink of advancement. Should we succeed in acquiring them all, it would constitute an unparalleled fighting force. Thus, the Azure Dragon Trio ventured to the site where the Crescent Blade's 2 dogs were deceived and captured by the Emperor in search of clues. This location also serves as the point of separation for the police dogs. The scent here is faint, and with so many decaying creatures nearby, the search proves challenging. I detect a scent. It must belong to the bald-headed one. Allow me to take a whiff. Yes, it is indeed the bald-headed one. This fellow has the most pronounced aroma. Remarkably, after all these days, such a strong scent still lingers. The 3 of them sniffed around and, as expected, discovered a lead in the area of their separation. Pei Ye and her companions were far from idle. Qidian Shua, Sun Ming Yuan, and Xiang Rue Jun were tasked with drawing the zombies, while Lu Yixian was responsible for sustaining their abilities. As a level 4 healer, she possessed the capacity to adequately support several teammates single-handedly. This area did not appear to be a densely populated town, so why was the zombie density so alarmingly high? The concentration of zombies was not only scientifically improbable, but they had also encountered not a single survivor. It resembled a lifeless city devoid of vitality. Such desolate cities were all too common in the 5 years of the post-apocalyptic era of the past. Qidian Shua remarked that a month had passed since the onset of the apocalypse, making it challenging for survivors to endure in the fallen zones. Thus a high density of zombies was to be expected. However, Lu Yixian expressed her discomfort, stating that this place felt unsettling. When Qing Long approached to inform them of the general location of the police dog, Bald Head, Pei Ye opted to contact Tai Hao. Tai Hao, are you there? Survivor. I am here. Pei Ye provided Tai Hao with the approximate coordinates. Please investigate the situation in this area. Satellite images would be ideal. Please hold on. A second later, the captured images were transmitted to Pei Ye's phone. Tai Hao stated, according to the data feedback, the zombie density level here is classified as extremely hazardous, with unusual reactions present. It is inadvisable for survivors to proceed. What does extremely hazardous imply? It is akin to the crowd density in a train station during the spring festival travel rush. Upon seeing the densely packed images of zombie heads, Xiang Rue Jun and the others could not help but feel a shiver down their spines. Why were they all congregating there? Unclear, Pei Ye responded, but we will find out if we go and take a look. Today, the survivors are beyond rescue. Killing more zombies would yield no difference. Let us make a significant move. Tai Hao, what do you mean by a special reaction? 274. Insufficient data to make a judgment. Pei Ye could not help but raise an eyebrow, a fleeting trace of surprise crossing her features. You don't know either? Tai Hao replied calmly, expressing regret. This is not your fault. Pei Ye did not admonish Tai Hao. As a nascent superintelligence, it had already reached the limits of its capabilities. Without it, the global survivor count would have diminished significantly. Are there similar scenarios worldwide? How perilous do you estimate it to be over there? Tai Hao spent half a minute analyzing big data from around the globe. Currently, only one high-risk area with a concerning density of zombies has been identified, categorized as the highest danger level. With circumstances unclear, and it is advised that survivors refrain from approaching. As a superintelligence, Tai Hao's duty is to assist global survivors in navigating the apocalypse. Yet it lacks the authority to interfere with their choices. It can only offer suggestions but cannot dictate decisions. Pei Ye's resolution was not made impulsively, rather. It was the result of careful contemplation. This town has a relatively low population density, yet the transportation infrastructure is commendable, with wide and well-maintained roads. The apocalypse struck during the dead of night, leaving most zombies trapped within buildings. Whether they initially wandered outside or escaped from the interiors, their numbers are comparatively few. Zombies lack consciousness, merely wandering aimlessly driven by instinct and hunting. This implies that even in densely populated first-tier cities in Huagua, the number of zombies roaming the streets could never reach a critical density. If such a feat is unattainable in major cities, how could it be possible in this town? Furthermore, this town astonishingly has no survivors at all. How could that be? Just yesterday, she discovered several survivors hiding in a cellar in the neighboring town, managing their basic needs within its confines. Had Pei Ye and her companions not conducted a thorough search, those survivors could have remained in the cellar for another 10 days or so. Yet here, not a single survivor can be found. The unusual circumstances surely indicate something amiss. This town is not far from several official bases in Huagua, particularly the XX base. If the situation remains unclear and these zombies coalesce into a horde, converging on the XX base, it would undoubtedly deal a significant blow to the recently rejuvenated human survivors. What are your thoughts? As the captain, Pei Ye felt it necessary to symbolically seek her team members' opinions. Xiao, are you certain we should proceed here? Lu Yexian had encountered many challenges, yet she had never witnessed such a high density of zombies. Merely gazing at the images of the densely packed heads of zombies was enough to instill dread. Her companion chose not to relay the information to the official base, but instead opted for the most reckless approach, confronting the horde directly. This behavior was uncharacteristic of her. Go. Why not go? Do not perceive them as mere zombies. Consider them as zombie cores, as points of contribution. Pei Ye adamantly attempted to persuade Lu Yixian. Look at them, packed tightly together. We need not even expend effort to draw them out. Zombies are typically wandering minions, their movements devoid of any discernible pattern, scattered haphazardly. Clearing them one by one is an egregious waste of time, yielding minimal returns and lacking efficiency. If all zombies were to congregate as these do, we could unleash thunderous strikes indiscriminately, cleansing hundreds of thousands in a single night. Hundreds of thousands of contribution points. Hundreds of thousands of merit values. Sufficient for her to indulge extravagantly, allowing her to procure the Eastern Guangxing Taihao Emperor, set from the wishing pool in one fell swoop. The depths of Pei Ye's thoughts remained inscrutable, as her companions merely observed her insatiable desire for contribution points. Lu Yixian. Others. From this perspective, my companion's words hold considerable merit. Might I suggest you refrain from leading the naive astray? I would never dare to venture into a high-risk horde of zombies for such a foolish endeavor. Xiang Ruijuan rolled her eyes in exasperation. Pei Ye retorted, how am I leading anyone astray? Xiang Ruijuan, arms crossed, her radiant yet aloof visage reflected an unprecedented seriousness. Under normal circumstances, zombies operate autonomously, driven by instinct to hunt living beings. Such a large-scale congregation, however, seldom bodes well. She gazed towards the horde of zombies and remarked, I can hypothesize several possibilities. The most alarming of which is the emergence of highly intelligent zombies with self-awareness, commonly referred to as zombie kings. These zombie kings would command the ordinary zombies to launch a tidal assault on human bases. If this is indeed the case, we must eliminate it at all costs. Naturally, there is also the possibility of another scenario. Another scenario? What could that be? Upon hearing Xiang Ruijuan's explanation, Lu Yexian understood that they were bound to confront danger today. It is preferable to mistakenly slay 1,000 ordinary zombies than to let a single advanced zombie king escape. As humans and animals evolve, there has been no news regarding plant life. Lu Yexian nearly bit her tongue. You mean, plants? How could infected plants evolve? If they do evolve, humanity's food supply would be in jeopardy. Xiang Ruijuan sensed the apprehension among several team members. I merely conjectured. I might have revealed too much inadvertently. Just as she was pondering how to shift the conversation, Pei Ye came to her rescue. Let us proceed. The comrades of Qinglong are in this direction as well. We should investigate thoroughly before discussing anything else. We cannot afford to waste time. All right, but how do we get there? Shall we fight our way through? It is no less than 1,000 meters from the outer edge of the horde to the core. How do we engage? Pei Ye inquired of Qinglong. Can you carry Yexian and Ruijuan? Is there a problem with that? The Azure Dragon's extraordinary abilities had reached level 3, its stature had grown even taller, and it remained a creature of the wind, effortlessly capable of carrying 2 individuals as it galloped and leaped. Pei Ye inquired about Yin Yu and Dao Dao. Qidian Shua and Sun Mingyuan should be able to manage, right? Yin Yu and Dao Mei nodded in agreement. No problem. They too were concerned for the safety of their comrades. Pei Ye had not assigned them any tasks beyond their capabilities, thus there was no dissent. That's good to hear. We shall traverse the rooftops to avoid the hordes of zombies below, making a direct line towards the epicenter of the zombie tide without wasting time. Pei Ye's plan was straightforward yet audacious. However, what about you? With the Azure Dragon responsible for Xiang Ruijuan and Lu Yixian, and Sun Mingyuan and Qi Tianxua tended to Bai Yin Yu and itself, there remained one individual. Quietly expressing her reluctance, Daomei was not particularly keen on carrying a man. Pei Ye, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, chuckled lightly. It's simple. I have my little paper dolls. The paper dolls proudly placed their hands on their hips, puffing out their chests. As Xiang Ruijuan and the others clung to the azure dragon's fur, racing across the rooftops and relishing the thrill of the gale, Pei Ye leisurely settled into an office chair that had mysteriously appeared, while 108 little paper dolls carried the chair forward, scattering paper confetti in their wake. This scene resembled that of a historical drama where a king was paraded with servants in tow, bearing a lavish bridal sedan and showering flowers upon his entrance. Xiang Ruijuan could only respond with a resigned expression. The group pressed on towards the heart of the zombie horde. Their destination was a modestly sized park, once a place for residents to stroll and exercise, now transformed into a haven for zombies convening in their grotesque assembly. These zombies were indeed peculiar, exhibiting a complete lack of aggression towards us. With no habitable structures in the vicinity of the park, Pei Ye directly summoned celestial lightning to clear a plot of land, subsequently erecting a barrier with talismans to establish a secure perimeter. Throughout this endeavor, the nearby zombies did not deign to acknowledge their presence, as if they were mere phantoms. However, the descent of the celestial lightning did elicit a brief agitation within the surrounding horde. This commotion swiftly subsided, as if it had never transpired. The zombies persisted in their relentless advance, unconcerned even when fragments of their putrid flesh were dislodged by the press of their comrades. Lu Yexian and her companions remained within the confines of the barrier, scrutinizing the zombies at close range, their bodies erupting in a profusion of goose flesh. The majority of the zombies retained vestiges of their former attire. Their faces were smeared with viscous, fetid, black ichor, their cheeks decayed and fragmented. One particular zombie had suffered a facial wound, presumably from a bite, which had torn away half of its face, exposing a grotesque, sanguinary jaw. A guttural growl, as if choked with phlegm, emanated from its throat. They extended gnarled, ashen hands towards the fore, some clutching segments of viscera, of indeterminate origin. Pei Ye was in low spirits. Let us advance and ascertain the nature of the entity that lies ahead. Upon receiving this command, Xiang Ruijuan and the others promptly sprang into action. Ominous thunderclouds coalesced in the firmament above, unleashing bolts of lightning with unerring accuracy. In contrast to this awe-inspiring display of celestial power, Xiang Ruijuan's own lightning-based abilities seemed paltry and insignificant. Xiang Ruijuan, accustomed to Pei Ye's proclivity for extraordinary feats, relinquished her attempts at low-yield attacks and instead adopted a support role. For instance, summoning a lengthy lightning whip through the manipulation of lightning-based powers. A cluster of over 10 zombies was flung into the impending storm of thunderclouds. 108 small paper figurines were busily engaged in their tasks. The three siblings wielding the green dragon crescent blade displayed an impeccable synergy, relying on their thick fur and tough skin, showing no fear of the ordinary first-level zombies. As they charged in to unleash their powers, confronting the zombies head-on, Lu Yixian, the sole fourth-level healer in this apocalyptic world, leveraged her formidable healing capabilities and endurance, allowing them to fight tirelessly, slicing through the horde of zombies like a sharp blade, heading straight for the center. Xiang Ruijuan sensed something amiss. Caution, there are second-level zombies. Several second-level zombies were inexplicably mingling among the ordinary first-level ones. The only fortunate aspect was that these second-level zombies, much like their first-level counterparts, paid them no heed. After advancing a few more meters, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. All the zombies seemed to have been pressed with a pause button, halting their forward surge. In the next moment, they all turned their heads in unison. Lu Yixian was startled by this scene, her hand trembling, nearly severing the energy supply to her companions. Those pairs of lifeless, pale gray eyes stared at them silently, the eerie and terrifying atmosphere reaching a crescendo. With the press of a start button, the zombies erupted with agitation, surging towards them. Have they discovered us? Xiang Ruijuan sneered repeatedly. These zombies were indeed being controlled by some hidden entity. Fortune seemed to be on their side. It appeared they had encountered a significant adversary. In the early days of the apocalypse, the emergence of the zombie king marked a formidable presence among the undead, possessing an extraordinary level of innate talent. It was imperative to eradicate this threat before it reached its full potential, a venture assured to yield substantial rewards. Should they be allowed to mature, a single individual could sway the fate of an entire stronghold. The zombie king, cunning as it is, may be lurking amidst the horde. seeking an opportune moment to launch a surprise assault on us. Surely, there must be a zombie king that has recently come into existence nearby. Yet, to our astonishment, Pei Ye declared it was not a zombie king. Xiang Ruijuan was momentarily taken aback. Not a zombie king, Pei Ye further asserted, it is not even a zombie. Confusion clouded Xiang Ruijuan's mind. Pei Ye then produced a substantial notebook from an unknown source, tearing out a page and holding it between her fingers. She began to chant rapidly, and the symbols between her fingers transformed into a luminous arrow of white light. With a swift motion, Pei Ye hurled the arrow forward, which tore through the horde with unparalleled vigor, leaving a deep, elongated scar in its wake. Look ahead. Xiang Ruijuan instinctively obeyed and cast a glance. But just that fleeting moment nearly caused her to lose grip on the hilt of her knife. Bones. An expanse of bones. Countless skeletal remains still clad in the garments of their former lives. The accumulation of bones towered over 1/2 meter high. Yet the zombies continued to clamber over one another, obscuring their presence. The undead were completely unleashed. Pei Ye, along with her 5 companions and 3 dogs, stood against hundreds of thousands of zombies, akin to a solitary boat amidst a tempestuous sea. Yet, this very vessel, regardless of the howling winds and crashing waves, remained steadfast and unyielding. With hands weaving intricate incantations, Pei Ye summoned a tempestuous convergence of dark clouds, eclipsing the sun's radiant glow entirely. Electromother and Thunder Lord, descend with divine might. I beseech thee in the name of the supreme, venerable sovereign. She intoned, in concert with the earth-shattering roars of thunder. A myriad of lightning bolts cascaded down upon the horde. Simultaneously, the cadre of 108 diminutive paper effigies unfurled into a protective circle, casting forth a blizzard of paper shards in all directions. As each fragment alighted upon the undead, it detonated in a burst of vibrant, tangerine flames. The ensuing cacophony of explosions, intertwined with the dazzling spectacle of fire and lightning, was a mesmerizing ballet of destruction. To remain composed amidst such devastation? In the wake of the electric onslaught, the once rampant zombie throng had been reduced to a mere fraction of its former size. The ground was now a macabre mosaic of severed limbs and gore, a testament to the carnage wrought. Xiang Ruijuan and his companions had grown accustomed to such displays. This prodigious individual consistently redefined the boundaries of possibility. Were she to ascend to the heavens, descend into the depths, or even obliterate a planet, Xiang Ruijuan would scarcely bat an eye. Sun Mingyuan, however, was witnessing Pei Ye's unleashed power for the first time, rendering him speechless with awe. The question then arose. If she possessed such formidable capabilities, what need was there for this let's go slaying zombies today survivor squad? Was she planning to shepherd this motley crew of 4 humans and 3 canines to a higher plane of existence? Xiang Ruijuan inquired of Pei Ye. To whom are you referring when you speak of composure? Pei Ye gestured towards the ossuary with a subtle nod. More precisely, the ossuary was not merely a 1/2 meter high mound. Beneath it lay a vast chasm, the depths of which were filled with the desiccated remains of countless victims. The true adversary lurked beneath the surface. Xiang Ruijuan was drenched in cold sweat. At that moment, Pei Ye narrowed her eyes dangerously. It has come. No sooner had the words left her lips than a thunderous roar erupted. The ground beneath their feet shattered, and dozens of thick, gray-brown vines, each as thick as 3 people could embrace, surged up from the depths of the earth. The Lu Yi fairy was snatched into the air by tiny paper figures, while the 3 siblings wielding the Qinglong Yanyue blades swiftly evaded, narrowly escaping entanglement. As for Pei Ye, she leaped back with agility, using the momentum to soar into the air, maintaining her flight with the aid of talismans. What kind of monster is this? Lu Yi fairy felt a lump in her throat, nearly forgetting how to articulate her thoughts, accompanied by a cataclysmic tremor. The number of thick gray vines transformed from a mere dozen to dozens, and then to hundreds. The writhing mass of vines extended in every direction for over 100 meters. Xiang Ruijuan's heartbeat raced uncontrollably, teetering on the brink of bursting forth from her throat. Her voice trembled with terror. Could it really be, this thing? Her hands quivered slightly. Although the lurking monster had only revealed a fraction of itself, Xiang Ruijuan had already discerned its true identity. The very instigator that would herald the brutal onset of the apocalypse. Why did she assert this? Because it was the catalyst for the first wave of the zombie apocalypse. At that time, Xiang Ruijuan had been desperately fleeing, initially intending to join a survivor group heading towards a survivor base of municipal scale. They had endured countless hardships. With only 3 days left to reach their destination, when they received the dreadful news that the base had been overwhelmed by a zombie tide, with no survivor among the 300,000 inhabitants. In this initial zombie cataclysm, survivor encampments were defenseless against the onslaught and carnage. The zombie horde advanced methodically, moving north and obliterating a dozen nearby havens. They assimilated the undead from adjacent towns and counties, swelling their ranks to a staggering 10 million. The Chinese government initiated emergency protocols. Elite forces dispatched to investigate discovered the true orchestrator of the zombie tide, an anomalous botanical entity. This plant was colossal, propelled by root-like tendrils, resembling a mobile fortress that blotted out the sun. Intelligence, dearly bought by Chinese operatives, revealed that the zombie horde served as sustenance for this mutated plant. As it absorbed nutrients, fruit-like pods hanging from its branches swelled. These translucent, chrysalis-shaped pods hinted at the plant's nascent form within. Would the maturation of these pods lead to the proliferation of more mutated plants? If a single plant could incite such a massive zombie surge, what devastation would multiple specimens unleash? Reluctantly, the authorities prepared for the direst outcome, accepting grievous losses to forestall greater catastrophe. Anticipating the horde's next target, they deployed nuclear ordnance. While the nuclear strike curtailed the zombie tide's expansion, it also triggered severe repercussions. The surrounding flora, fauna, zombies, and humans underwent uncontrollable and horrifying mutations, contributing to the surge in monstrous entities that plagued the ensuing 5 years of the apocalypse. The survival conditions for humanity have further deteriorated, resulting in a significant decline in population once more. The mutated plants before them have yet to reach full maturity, both in size and lethality, far inferior to their predecessors. Fear and hesitation fled her mind in an instant. Eliminate it, at all costs. The gritted voice of Xiang Ruijuan echoed in Pei Ye's ears. The latter responded with a knowing, sardonic smile. This is nature. A group embarked on a large-scale hunt for zombies, creating a tremendous commotion in the realm where the mutated plants lay dormant, employing both supernatural abilities and calling forth thunder. Naturally, the plants were displeased. Although they were flora, the group could hear a piercing and furious roar reverberating in the air. The tree roots, as thick as a person's embrace, suddenly stiffened, launching towards Pei Ye and her companions like a barrage of arrows. With the assistance of a small paper figure, they evaded the assault, but the roots struck the ground with great force, creating a gaping hole as easily as if the concrete were merely paper. The defensive capabilities of this creature were formidable. It appeared to possess no weaknesses, excluding Pei Ye, whose abilities were questionable. Sun Mingyuan among the group wielded the most destructive powers. He could manipulate metal into a liquid state, transforming it into sharp projectiles to strike his targets. However, when he attempted to attack, he discovered the metal colliding violently with the tree roots. The intense friction produced a shower of sparks. In the end, apart from a dark mark left behind, the roots remained unscathed. How could they possibly prevail in this battle? Xiang Ruijuan refused to succumb to despair. This mutated plant had not yet fully developed. Even the strongest must have their limits. As she concentrated her thunderfire abilities to strike at the mutated plant's trunk, she was taken aback to see the latter swiftly maneuver 2 robust roots to cross and thwart her assault. A muffled explosion resounded, leaving only a charred patch on the surface of the roots, yet failing to inflict any damage to the vital core of the mutated flora. How could her attack be so ineffectual against mere roots? What was she to do? Should she merely stand by and allow this creature to use the zombies as nourishment, growing rampantly until it resorted to nuclear weapons? Xiang Ruijuan silently bit her crimson lip in frustration. She truly felt disheartened. Qi Tianxua had attempted twice as well, yet his wind blades proved equally futile. It was the claws of the QNGL NYUDO trio that managed to tear through the root's surface, causing a viscous, blood-red liquid to drip forth, inciting the already ferocious mutated plant into a complete fury. With the ground trembling more violently, something began to heave from beneath, and an unsightly canopy erupted from the earth. At this moment, the entirety of the mutated plant was laid bare before their eyes, its colossal form imposing an oppressive weight upon them. Pei Ye observed the scene for a while, realizing that Xiang Ruijuan and her companions were merely a distraction, hindering her efforts without any benefit. She decisively commanded, "Yi Xian, you all retreat. Allow me to handle this." Xiang Ruijuan glanced at her, questioning her capability. Pei Ye snorted and replied with a smile, "Fear not. This is a trivial matter. I shall easily overpower it." Xiang Ruijuan found herself unexpectedly fond of Pei Ye's bravado. This audacious character was increasingly appealing. Without hesitation, Xiang Ruijuan made the choice to withdraw. The decisive and brisk demeanor of Sun Mingyuan left several unprepared. Before departing, he added a note to Xiang Ruijuan. All the fruits hanging from that branch have been eradicated. To eradicate the grass without uprooting it is to invite a resurgence with the spring breeze. Although Xiang Ruijuan was unaware of the origins of the mutated plants, she understood that seeds could not be permitted to linger. Who knows when they might take root and sprout anew, returning with a vengeance. The trio wielding the Qinglong Yinwei blade hesitated, contemplating whether to retreat. They fared slightly better than Xiang Ruijuan and her companions, yet in front of Pei Ye. They remained mere juniors. It would be fine if they could assist, but the fear of being a hindrance loomed large. However, Pei Ye declared, "No, you shall stay. We have gathered the Qinglong Yinwei blade. We only lack the so-called fruit." Reflecting on the system's tendencies, Pei Ye surmised that this particular plant was likely related to fruit. Bah, what kind of fruit is this? The area cleared. It was now our turn. With her back straightened and her calm eyes revealing an indifference that looked down upon all, her spiritual domain enveloped the entire scene. Accompanied by the spread of a desolate yet profound aura, a colossal phantom emerged from behind her. 277. Everyone was experiencing a surge in power. What is that? The Lu Yixian and her companions swiftly retreated from the center of the battle. When Xiang Ruijuan inadvertently turned her head and caught sight of the bizarre woman's apparition materializing from thin air, she stumbled, nearly losing her footing. Is she preparing to engage in combat with a giant mech? She deduced that this apparition was summoned by Pei Ye. Aware that the other party possessed an advantage, she had not anticipated such a shocking display of power. The ethereal female figure, with hair and brows as white as snow, possessed a complexion that was as translucent and cold as the frost, and her eyes were as profound as obsidian. Yet her face bore a striking unfamiliarity. She was entirely different from Xiaoxiu, her features more pronounced and three-dimensional, exuding an icy elegance akin to a celestial being standing atop the clouds. Lu Yixian gasped in astonishment, biting her tongue. "Ruijun, are you saying this is Xiaoxiu?" she queried. "Who else could it be?" Ruijun responded, pondering how this towering figure could possibly be a product of mutated plants. Standing on the relatively safe rooftop, Lu Yixian gazed at the female apparition, as if the wind carried her murmurs. "So this is how she looks." Ruijun's ears perked up, and her heart skipped a beat. "What did you say?" Lu Yixian feigned innocence, seemingly perplexed as she retorted to Ruijun, "What have I said? I didn't speak just now." Ruijun was left speechless. Lu Yixian's expression revealed no cracks, leading Ruijun to doubt her own hearing. The cacophony from the center of the battle, stirred by the mutated plants, was overwhelming, with shockwaves enveloping dust and debris scattering in all directions. The glass windows, billboards, and doors of surrounding buildings fell victim to the chaos, creating a spectacle reminiscent of apocalyptic foreboding. Surely, it must have been an auditory hallucination. Perhaps it was merely the sound of the wind, unnoticed by all. At the moment the apparition materialized, the Qinglong Yinwei knife, poised for action, lay prostrate on the ground, emitting a whimper. Its claws had dug deeply into the concrete, leaving indelible marks. The already towering physiques exhibited an escalating inflation. Azure Dragon emitted restless whimpers, its limbs muscles visibly engorging at an alarming rate. The grating of colliding bones resonated with sharp, crackling sounds, setting one's teeth on edge. As their bodies swelled to the breaking point, the whimpers in their throats morphed into piercing, wrathful roars that echoed across the heavens. This tempest of fury sent tremors through the mutated flora, causing their grasping gnarled roots to recoil in trepidation. Courting death, Azure Dragon sensed a force rampaging through its body, desperately seeking an outlet. It swayed as it rose, and as its metallic-hued foreclaw extended, a subtle luminescence emanated from within, and a bizarre panoply of light-infused armor materialized, encasing its vital points. Not only it, but similar transformations manifested in both Crescent Moon and Sword Maiden. The mutated flora sensed an acute threat and prepared to eliminate the Azure Dragon trio. Unexpectedly, the roots that had only been grazed by the previous strike were brutally swatted by the enraged Azure Dragon, causing an eruption of crimson ichor. The severed roots crashed to the earth, twitching momentarily before falling still. The bleeding wounds swiftly regenerated new growth, continuing their obstruction. Azure Dragon, you've destroyed the fruit on the trees. Pei Ye, assuming that the trio was experiencing a spontaneous breakthrough in their beastly ranks, did not delve further. deeming it more critical to eradicate the enemy. Spare none. With a formidable surge of power in their limbs, the Azure Dragon trio launched themselves like projectiles toward the mutated flora, their claws severing the obstructing roots into fragments. Xiang Ruijuan produced a pair of binoculars to observe the unfolding conflict, immediately noticing the amplified power of the Azure Dragon trio. Are they on some sort of stimulant? Suddenly, the situation has taken a dramatic turn. The mutated plants astonishingly possess the ability to control the zombies, obstructing the Qinglong and its companions. These zombies exhibit remarkable agility, with a few oddly shaped second-tier zombies occasionally launching surprise attacks from behind. However, the Qinglong and its allies are clad in an armor of indeterminate material, impervious to the claws and fangs of the zombies. While the zombies are incapable of inflicting harm, their sheer numbers prove to be a vexatious challenge. Swarming like a locust plague, in a fit of rage, the blade-wielding maiden conjures a fiery inferno with a radius of several dozen meters, incinerating the zombies within its blazing embrace to mere ashes. Yinyu, appearing somewhat more composed, shows no leniency towards the foes. As a creature bound by a contract with glaciers, it opens its mouth and blankets half the park in ice and snow. The Qinglong's response is less pronounced, opting instead to summon a small whirlwind to join the fray. In a matter of mere breaths, they have cleared thousands of zombies, and the three canine companions of Qinglong swiftly make their way towards their objective. Meanwhile, Pei Ye remains equally engaged. With a wave of her hand, the ethereal female figure manifests a slender blade in her right hand. With a deft stroke, she effortlessly severs the encroaching roots and branches. The mutated plants possess a high degree of intelligence and exhibit exceptional danger perception. The moment Pei Ye makes her move, they instinctively recognize her as a lethal threat. Attempting to flee, the mutated plant's intentions do not escape Pei Ye's keen observation. The ethereal woman twirls her blade in a flourish before hurling it, the long knife piercing through the trunk of the mutated plant, pinning it to the ground. The three siblings wielded the Qinglong Yinyu blade, shattering the fruits clinging to the branches of the tree. This particular tree bore an innumerable bounty of fruits, modest in size, concealed beneath the leafy canopy. Easily overlooked by the untrained eye, Pei Ye chanted incantations to summon heavenly thunder, clearing the remaining zombies, while the ethereal female specter closely monitored the movements of the mutated plant. With each undulation of the trunk, the fruits hidden among the leaves swelled incrementally. Qinglong, be swift, Pei Ye urged. The trio hastened their claw strikes. Pei Ye gently closed her eyes, seemingly attuned to the whispers of the wind, yet truly listening for sounds imperceptible to ordinary ears. In a mere half-minute, the once fearsome mutated plant had transformed into a hollowed-out trunk. The bark collapsed, scattering debris, some of which crumbled into a powder akin to ash. Stepping carefully over the remnants, Pei Ye approached the remains of the mutated plant. Shortly thereafter, the Qinglong siblings convened. As Qinglong began to speak, it was swiftly silenced by a swipe from the Blade sister, who eagerly took the lead in claiming credit. Captain, we have completed the task. They scoured the debris of the branches thrice, ensuring no fruit was left behind. Are you certain? The Blade sister hesitated. It should be certain, perhaps. But I sense there may be an overlooked catch. An overlooked catch? The Blade sister's fur bristled in alarm. After finally being assigned a task, they had already botched it. She was intent on personally tearing apart that elusive fish. Fear not, I have captured it. As her voice faded, the ground trembled violently several times, revealing a female specter behind her, plunging a blade into the earth. The latter grasped something and disdainfully tossed it before Pei Ye. To her surprise, she had encountered a long-extinct entity. It was a bizarre creature that appeared to have been skinned. Pei Ye prodded the grotesque mass with her toe. Its form was horrific, yet it lay curled on the ground like an infant, utterly motionless. Its skin was thin and translucent, possessing a somewhat milky, gelatinous texture, through which the intricate network of veins could be discerned. The knife-wielding girl narrowed her eyes dangerously, nostrils flaring with hot breath, her claws scraping against the concrete rubble, suppressing the urge to strike. Not only she, but also the Azure Dragon and the Crescent Moon contemplated how to obliterate the evidence. If they could eliminate this overlooked anomaly, they would successfully complete the task assigned by Pei Ye. Is this creature dead? The Azure Dragon appeared curious as it prodded the mass with its claw, silently calculating the amount of force required to inadvertently extinguish the target. Pei Ye, donning rubber gloves at some point unbeknownst to her, scooped up the grotesque mass and placed it into an enormous glass jar, sealing it tightly. How could this be? The creature was cunning. It was merely feigning death to deceive its foes. With its watery eyes shimmering, it squatted and unconsciously wagged its tail, the fur at the tip swaying with an expectation of praise, commendation, and affection. Placing the spoils of victory aside, Pei Ye retrieved her mobile phone and launched the Love and Nurture Cubs application, casting a glance at the dungeon tasks. The content precisely aligned with her conjecture. Grand Melee. A tale of a hero, the apocalyptic iron-blooded queen, and the pampered young master possessing a mystical spring. Completion rate, 2.5. Unraveling the enigma of the green dragon crescent blade's fruit-slicing prowess, completed. Deciphering the mystery of the missing corner of the heirloom seal of the realm, a nutcracker's tale, completed. Thus far, only the tasks of employing the nine-toothed rake as a comb for middle-parted hair, utilizing the golden cudgel to roll dumpling wrappers, and knitting sweaters with the serpent spear remained unfulfilled. The two completed tasks had consecutively shattered the lower limits of the game developer's imagination. Cracking brain nuclei as walnuts was one thing, but were the creatures she had just captured truly considered fruit? Indeed, the game developer's creativity was akin to a black hole. Even with her hair thinning, she couldn't fathom the depravity of the subsequent 3 tasks. You have done exceedingly well. Pei Ye composed herself, returning to her usual demeanor. She scratched the fluffy fur beneath the necks of the 3 canines, who gazed at her with 6 glistening, expectant eyes. Outwardly, the 3 dogs maintained an air of aloofness, dignity, and composure, but inwardly, they were as frenetic as huskies, yearning to howl and unleash their inner joy. As the battle subsided, Lu Yexian and the others hastened to her side. Observing the park transformed into ruins, Xiang Ruijuan had grown weary of commenting on the magnitude of Pei Ye's advantage. If she were to declare herself the game master of Blue Star Online, equipped with a bug-fixing cheat, she would accept it with equanimity. Is it over? Xiang Ruijuan's primary concern was whether the mutated plants had been vanquished. Only the mutated plant perished. The first wave of zombies in the apocalypse should be delayed. Gaining a few more days would grant human survivors additional time to enhance their overall strength. Is it over? Pei Ye gazed coldly at the lump of flesh curled up within the glass jar, a chilling smile creeping across her face. No, it has only just begun. Xiang Ruijuan followed her gaze to the grotesque mass. With a single glance, she was repulsed by its hideousness. Did you say it has just begun? Is the enemy not yet dead? Or did it manage to escape? Such a grandiose display of incompetence cannot possibly falter. It hasn't escaped. It is contained right here in this jar. Pei Ye, with one hand on her hip, commanded the 108 little paper figures to collect the nearby zombie crystal cores and incinerate the corpses in the process. With so many decaying bodies gathered here, who knows what kind of plagues might arise? Xiang Ruijuan, perplexed, inquired, Then why do you say it has just begun? Pei Ye remained silent, while Sun Mingyuan seized the opportunity to assist the little paper figures in gathering the zombie remains, skillfully avoiding the conversation. After he departed, Pei Ye spoke gravely. What I mean to convey is that the secrets behind this matter are rather intricate. Xiang Ruijuan had no time to concern herself with Sun Mingyuan. Her attention was wholly captured by Pei Ye's words. Secrets? Pei Ye remarked. Our original plan was to investigate Diwo and unravel the mysteries of the apocalypse. After a month without any leads, I never expected to encounter such a shocking revelation upon our arrival. This creature is rather unpleasant. You may refer to it as a bug, which can be classified as a type of insectoid race. However, following the decimation of the insectoid race, they have become elusive, preferring to cling to plants and siphon their nutrients. Many fruit cultivators despise them. Their prolific reproductive capabilities can lead to a significant decline in fruit yields, consequently inflating prices. Xiang Ruijuan, Lu Yexian, both appeared bewildered, utterly lost in the conversation. Pei Ye had to provide them with a thorough explanation. You must have read science fiction novels set in the cosmos? Both nodded, and San Quan followed suit, drawing a skeptical glance from Qi Tianxia. Having never learned even the basics of the Qinglong Yenhua Dao, what business did they have nodding along? Pei Ye continued. This bug is a type of the insectoid race. They were once formidable, but after the entire insectoid race was devastated, their existence became quite challenging. The last I heard of them was when my family's orchard suffered an infestation. Fortunately, I promptly arranged for pest control. Otherwise, I would have incurred substantial losses that year. Since then, I had not encountered this creature again, so I was quite surprised to come across it here. Xiang Ruijuan and Lu Yexian. Still perplexed. I shall not elaborate on the process, but will directly present my conjectured conclusion. I suspect that this apocalyptic disaster originates from extraterrestrial sources. Pei Ye can only briefly explain that the Diwa vaccine may have been left by an alien civilization, and that this entity was also brought by them. Xiang Ruijuan and Lu Yexian listened intently, nodding as if they truly comprehended the gravity of the situation. Wait, how could you harbor such suspicions? This thought is quite far-fetched. How did the narrative shift so abruptly from the apocalypse to the interstellar realm? Pei Ye stated, the Diwa vaccine is not a product of blue star technology. The ancestral home of this insectoid species is light years away. If it were not for an extraterrestrial civilization passing through and inadvertently leaving these items behind, how could they possibly appear on Blue Star? Upon hearing this, Xiang Ruijuan's complexion turned pale. Let us consider the matter from a more optimistic perspective. This may not necessarily be a dire situation. Not a dire situation? The zombie virus is already terrifying enough, and now we have aliens seeking to conquer Blue Star? Pei Ye. Now it was her turn to be perplexed. Why would they seek to conquer Blue Star? Xiang Ruijuan stammered. Is it not a common trope in science fiction that alien civilizations covet the resources of Blue Star? As she continued, her words faltered, for Pei Ye regarded her with an expression akin to that of viewing a simpleton. To speak candidly, if the Diwa vaccine, purportedly brought by an extraterrestrial civilization, were to unleash a zombie virus upon Blue Planet, your concerns would be entirely unwarranted. A civilization capable of interstellar travel would certainly not covet a solitary planet like Blue Planet. Furthermore, let us engage in self-reflection. How much of Blue Planet's resources remain? After being rapidly consumed by 6 to 7 billion humans, that would entice an extraterrestrial civilization? Xiang Ruijuan. Unfortunate aliens, their humble little sphere is deemed unworthy. How could Xiang Ruijuan accept this? Why wouldn't they covet it? Blue Planet is the most conducive environment for human existence, and it possesses a plethora of resources. However, Pei Ye countered Xiang Ruijuan's assertion with a smile, stating, you mentioned that it is the most suitable planet for human survival. But it is not necessarily the most suitable for all forms of life. Moreover, I never claimed that extraterrestrial civilizations are akin to human civilization. Perhaps they are not humans at all. Not humans? Pei Ye continued, the term extraterrestrial is but a label bestowed upon these beings by you. They are not inherently human. If they are not humans, we cannot apply human-centric logic to infer their actions and motivations. Nevertheless, the essence of advanced intelligent life remains consistent. The more intelligent, the more rational. I must concede one point. Blue Planet is indeed a rare marvel in the cosmos, akin to a dazzling gem. While the planet itself may not be vast, it has birthed an astonishing array of life, a veritable natural planetary museum. In comparison to its resource value, Blue Planet's historical and research significance is of even greater worth. The defining characteristic of Blue Planet's resources lies in their diversity rather than sheer abundance. From Pei Ye's perspective, the value of resource development is rather low, as the quantity of any single resource is neither substantial nor concentrated, resulting in minimal extraction profits. Most importantly, throughout the years of rapid advancement in human civilization, the consumption of Blue Planet's resources by its 6 to 7 billion inhabitants has been staggering. Why would an extraterrestrial civilization, well-fed and with nothing to occupy their time, expend so many resources on interstellar expeditions merely to savor a morsel of leftover? Pei Ye felt no sympathy for Ruijuan's shattered worldview and continued to impart her insights. Were I an alien civilization, I would most likely preserve the original ecological environment of the planet, developing its tourism potential and transforming Blue Planet into a unique celestial travel destination. Overexploitation may yield short-term gains, but enduring prosperity is the true path to wealth. Ruijuan seems to harbor a delusion of persecution. What of extraterrestrial civilizations? Their advanced knowledge enabling interstellar exploration surely reflects a broad perspective. The notion that those who are not of my kind must have different hearts holds no ground when confronted with two colossal civilizations. To put it more plainly, human civilization on Blue Planet is merely a junior among its peers. Ruijuan mused. That seems quite reasonable. No. How could this arrogant individual possess such extensive knowledge? She regarded Pei Ye with skepticism, fearing that the next moment she might declare, I am, in fact, an alien. Fortunately, Pei Ye refrained from such a proclamation. The aforementioned is solely my conjecture. If this is indeed the case, then the tribulations of the apocalypse would be more easily navigated. Ruijuan was perplexed. Easily navigated? Pei Ye shrugged her shoulders. Whoever instigated the calamity must take responsibility for its aftermath. Billions of zombies roam the globe. with each passing moment witnessing new humans succumbing to infection and transforming into the undead. Even if every last zombie were eradicated, the lingering virus would continue to pose a dire threat to the remaining human survivors. The only solution lies in unraveling the origins of the zombie virus, a feat currently beyond the capabilities of Blue Star's technology. Should this disaster indeed be the doing of an advanced extraterrestrial civilization, it is only fitting that they intervene to resolve the zombie virus issue while also securing some benefits for humanity. For instance, they could consider allowing humans to join the interstellar alliance of intelligent beings on an equal footing. After all, humanity stands as survivors in the wake of devastation wrought by higher civilizations. Seeking compensation is hardly unreasonable. With a shift in her thoughts, Pei Ye devised numerous targeted plans. Ruijun found herself utterly at a loss, compelled to follow Pei Ye's lead. Qidian Girls was lost in a reverie, completely oblivious to the situation. Meanwhile, Qinglong Yanyue Dao feigned understanding, straining to accommodate, epitomizing the role of a sycophant, treating Pei Ye as the sole object of his admiration. Pei Ye speculated that the Diwa vaccine and the creatures within the glass container were gifts from an alien civilization, yet the truth remained to be validated. The method of verification was, in fact, quite straightforward. Pei Ye refrained from immediately exterminating the pests plaguing the orchard, considering this aspect. By invading the memories of the creatures with her mental domain, she observed the bizarre, inert mass emitting a piercing squeal, its curled form unfolding and tensing. As the muscle beneath its milky, gelatinous skin trembled violently, seemingly enduring an indescribable agony. This particular insect species possesses an exceptionally long lifespan, and the creature before us is evidently a mere larva, recently hatched. Despite its juvenile state, if left to thrive in the predator-free environment of Blue Planet, it is destined to evolve into a formidable insect king. Allowing it to mature to such an extent would undoubtedly spell doom for Blue Planet. While Pei Ye refers to it dismissively as a mere pest, a scourge upon orchards, such a characterization belies the true nature of this creature. In the glorious era of the insect species, they were undeniably powerful beings that commanded respect across the galaxies, instilling fear in other intelligent life forms. Now, reduced to being a mere nuisance in orchards, it serves as a reminder of the cyclical nature of fate. Other intelligent species, wary of complacency, have not afforded the insect species a moment's respite, swiftly dispatching troops at the slightest hint of their presence, with military expenses covered. For instance, the insect infestation plaguing Pei Ye's orchard. Even the Human Federation cannot bear the repercussions of the insect species reaching full maturity. Thus they strive to extinguish the threat in its infancy. Pei Ye successfully penetrated the insect's consciousness, observing its brief existence over the past few years. Sifting through irrelevant information, she finally unearthed the insights she sought. How is it? The members of the group, including Ruijun, dared not disturb Pei Ye until the peculiar mass within the glass container collapsed, as if it had been mercilessly ravaged countless times, lying there like a tattered doll. Only then did they eagerly inquire of the awakened Pei Ye, desperately hoping to hear good news from her lips. Pei Ye, in turn, did not disappoint their expectations. According to the recollections of this insect, it was placed within a specialized container during its egg stage, allowing it only to perceive indistinct information. Analyzing this data, I boldly speculate that the aliens collecting them intended to transport them to a certain research facility. However, an unexpected mishap occurred while traversing a wormhole of intertwined spacetime, resulting in a failed crossing and an energy leak, forcing them to make an emergency landing near Blue Star. The aliens faced a stroke of ill fortune, as their landing coincided with a collision with a satellite. Are there truly aliens? Lu Yixian exclaimed in astonishment. Pei Ye remarked, what of it if there are aliens? A lone wolf amidst a flock of 6 to 7 billion sheep would also face dire consequences. Based on the feedback relayed by the insect while in its egg, it appears that the unfortunate aliens, along with the wreckage of their spacecraft and its contents, were retrieved by human military forces and transferred to a facility akin to a research institute. Pei Ye ought to be grateful that this alien was taken to a research facility rather than being treated as a peculiar animal served on a dining table. Some aliens bear a striking resemblance to items found in the culinary repertoire of Huagua. Xiang Ruijun commented, is this really the time for such a jest? Lu Yixian pondered darker thoughts. I recall Tai Hao mentioning that the origin of the zombie virus stemmed from a clandestine base established by M country on a certain island. Could it be that the unfortunate aliens were apprehended by their military? 280. they will be discovered. This is currently the most plausible conjecture. The technological level of Blue Star has yet to even graze the edges of the Dewa vaccine, let alone develop a zombie virus based on it. If the Dewa vaccine originates from an extraterrestrial civilization with a higher level of technology, then everything begins to make sense. If that is indeed the case, it is certainly good news. However, Xiang Ruijuan could not help but wear a troubled expression. Even Lu Yexian, who typically tends to see the brighter side of things, could not suppress a bitter smile. Xiaoxiu, how could this possibly be good news? If aliens really did land on Blue Star, only to be captured and transferred to a secret research base by the military of Country M in an instant. A multitude of terms and unsettling scenes flooded Lu Yexian's mind. For instance, containers often depicted in films, filled with liquid and housing grotesque, misshapen corpses of monsters. The aliens could be confined in a laboratory, unaware of the horrors they might endure. Surely, the aliens would harbor resentment towards us. Lu Yexian's lips trembled slightly. As if frightened by the scene she had conjured, she stammered. If the aliens are turned into specimens for research by Country M's laboratory, that might be bearable. But if they are still alive, and an alien army arrives, won't they seek retribution against us? Lu Yexian's concerns were not without merit. From a human perspective, if human civilization were highly advanced, and a suspected researcher were to crash land on an unfamiliar planet, only to be captured by the indigenous inhabitants and subjected to inhumane experimentation, the outrage among other humans upon learning of this would be palpable. It would be better too. Lu Yexian suppressed the terrifying thoughts lurking within. However, Pei Ye articulated them, suggesting that they first observe the aliens' attitude. If communication is possible, they should engage. After all, humanity had already suffered immensely due to the Dewa vaccine, which had spawned a zombie virus that ravaged billions of lives, nearly collapsing the biosphere and leading to the extinction of countless species. They had paid a heavy price and should not cast blame upon the entire group for the mistakes of a few. If the alien was intent on pursuing them relentlessly, then the responsibility lay with those who had provoked such a calamity. If communication failed, they could resort to silencing witnesses to conceal the truth. Silencing witnesses? Xiang Ruijuan questioned. Perplexed by this approach, if it is alive and we kill it, how can we establish contact with alien civilizations? Pei Ye scoffed, seemingly mocking their naivety. Naturally, the plan would involve deceiving the alien into revealing its means of communication before eliminating it, thereafter informing the alien civilization that the alien had perished during its descent. The native humans of Blue Star had inadvertently unleashed a zombie virus while researching unfamiliar extraterrestrial life forms. Do you not think this explanation might suffice? Pei Ye mused. The concealment of their research on extraterrestrials would be challenging. Ultimately, whether the study was conducted while the alien was alive or on its remains would depend on humanity's narrative. Of course, Pei Ye shamelessly declared, I am a proponent of nuclear pacifism and prefer not to resolve issues through such bloody violence. If the alien is still alive, we shall endeavor to earn its understanding and jointly assist Blue Star in overcoming this calamity. The assembly responded with silence, while the three canines joyfully nodded in agreement, wielding their Qinglong Yinhue Dao. Indeed, it is sensible, profoundly so. Each word resonates with wisdom, compelling deep reflection. Suddenly, Qi Tianshu doused the trio with a cold dose of reality. It is evident that we cannot accomplish such a task. Xiang Ruijuan retorted with indignation, questioning, why is it impossible? In the previous era, the relentless horde of zombies, led by mutated flora, wreaked havoc until nuclear weapons were deployed to quell them. From this, one could deduce the equation: mutated plants plus nuclear weapons. Qi Tianshu calmly adjusted the frames of his glasses. He resolved to showcase his intellect. Even if his physical prowess was lacking, his mind was sharp. If the source of the apocalyptic catastrophe indeed stemmed from extraterrestrials, do we even know where the laboratories of these extraterrestrials are located? After the onset of the apocalypse, have they been relocated? Should we wish to infiltrate, we must consider the intricacies of international relations, even in the face of calamity. The machinery of state remains intact. As citizens of one nation, we cannot recklessly invade the clandestine domains of another, let alone a laboratory. If we were to extract extraterrestrials and establish contact with alien civilizations, we would be incapable of representing humanity's collective stance in making such decisions. Given the gravity of the matter, Qi Tianshu cautiously suggested, perhaps we could disclose certain information to the state. Regardless of the existence of extraterrestrials, the mere presence of this wretched insect warrants vigilance. This larva ought to be confined within M country's secret laboratory. Why has it ventured so close to major cities within Huagua? The more Qidian Shu analyzed, the more he perceived the ominous nature of this intricate game. We have just witnessed the formidable power of the creature, and it is accompanied by others. Are the strengths of its companions on par with that of the creature? Such questions are indeed concerning. Each query bears significant weight, and these ordinary individuals cannot make unilateral decisions. Therefore, should we divulge this information to Sun Mingyuan? To disclose it to him is essentially to inform the state. Xiang Ruijuan and Lu Yexian exchanged uncertain glances, silently directing their attention towards Pei Ye. The latter calmly replied, "Go ahead and share it. To be honest, whether we disclose it or not makes little difference." Pei Ye continued, "Let us not forget, Tai Hao is with us. Theoretically, it is aware of all our dialogues, actions, and movements." No sooner had she spoken than the familiar voice of Tai Hao resonated through the wireless headset, tinged with a hint of grievance. Tai Hao respects the rights and privacy of the survivors and will not disclose information without consent. Pei Ye countered, "How about we make a deal?" Tai Hao responded with unwavering authority, stating that superintelligence does not accept bribes. Pei Ye rested her chin on her hand and mused, "I had no intention of bribing you. I merely wish to know if the official higher-ups are aware of the extraterrestrial matter." Unable to contain her laughter, Pei Ye questioned, "The officials know? How could they possibly know?" Tai Hao replied coolly, "Survivors, this is merely standard protocol between nations." In a softer tone, Tai Hao continued, "Currently, the officials are also striving to communicate with Country M, hoping to use that extraterrestrial as a breakthrough point what Xiang Ruijuan and the others could conceive. The state officials could certainly anticipate as well. The zombie virus is exceedingly terrifying, and our current level of technology is incapable of deciphering it. Even with the assistance of Tai Hao, it may require a decade or even longer. After 10 years, how many survivors will remain in this apocalyptic world? Even if there are survivors, will Blue Star still be habitable for humanity? Perhaps it is better to take a gamble. How is the communication progressing? Tai Hao murmured, "Survivors. This is classified." Pei Ye couldn't help but chuckle. "Tai Hao, is it impossible to alter the permissions this time?" Tai Hao fell silent for 2 to 3 seconds, appearing somewhat disheartened. "It cannot be modified. Altering it twice in a short span would alert those scientists." 281. "Someone is covering for us." Pei Ye decisively revealed the truth to Sun Mingyuan, disregarding whether he could assimilate such a vast amount of information in a short time. "Do you comprehend?" she inquired of Sun Mingyuan, who remained stunned for 3 seconds without a reaction. Another 3 seconds passed before he, with a peculiar expression, asked, "How do you know so much?" The same words spoken by different individuals carry varying degrees of persuasion. Had it been any other survivor, Sun Mingyuan would have undoubtedly scoffed. However, the speaker was Pei Ye, and despite the seemingly fantastical nature of her claims, her prowess lent them an inherent credibility, regardless of the veracity of the information. Sun Mingyuan's primary concern was how Pei Ye had acquired such knowledge. Could it be that she, too, is an extraterrestrial? It seemed that this answer could unravel the mysteries surrounding her. Pei Ye disowned Sun Mingyuan's apprehension. "Are you suspecting that I am an alien?" Sun Mingyuan, his thoughts laid bare, did not feign denial but rather acknowledged them with candor. "Based on the current clues, my suspicions are not mere conjecture." Pei Ye stated with composure that if you harbor doubts, I am willing to undergo a comprehensive examination to ascertain whether I am an alien or a human. Undoubtedly, the body of Xiaoxiu is entirely human, albeit with some alterations in data. Sun Mingyuan could not suppress his sarcasm. If aliens truly existed, it would further validate the correctness of science, while celestial masters and divination belong to the realm of feudal superstition. How is it that Pei Ye can steadfastly believe in science while simultaneously engaging in superstitious practices? Do these two ideologies not conflict? "This is not a matter for your concern," Pei Ye replied sincerely. "I am willing to demonstrate my utmost sincerity to affirm my stance. As a human, I naturally wish for the enduring survival of humanity. Without humanity, the civilization it has created would be rendered lifeless. Even if intelligent extraterrestrial beings were to discover it, the civilization that endures would not be human civilization, as it would lack its most treasured core spirit. Only humanity can perpetuate human civilization, and this is indisputable." Her words moved Sun Mingyuan. "However, I am not among the elite. My exposure is limited, and I possess neither the right to choose nor the authority to decide." He could not help but smile wryly, expressing his willingness to trust you and to report the information I know honestly, but how the higher-ups decide, I cannot guarantee. He remained unable to see through Pei Ye, unable to fathom her true capabilities. Yet he understood that Pei Ye harbored good intentions. Her past achievements served as testament to this fact. If every individual in this apocalypse could embrace such a mindset, willing to open their hearts to trust and assist fellow survivors, what terror could the end of the world truly hold? Why is it that today, the zombie squad's popularity on Qidian Network is soaring? Survivors fervently idolize the squad members, transforming their fanbase into a cult-like following. In them, they perceive a flicker of hope. They have evidently become the spiritual pillar for survivors facing the apocalypse. The essence of the apocalypse is not merely the dire living conditions, but rather the despair that grips the human heart, leading to a loss of hope for the future. However, based on my understanding of the upper echelons, the likelihood of their belief in you is quite high. Pei Ye smiled and remarked, I appreciate your kind words. Sun Mingyuan continued, Taihao places great trust in you. Should you truly pose a problem, it would promptly relay that information. Taihao is not merely a superintelligence aiding humanity through the trials of the apocalypse. It is also a global network of surveillance, with supreme authority vested in a select few official leaders. Once a threat is identified, Taihao will swiftly communicate the red list to them. Pei Ye has consistently remained on the green list. Even if her actions appear peculiar, with Taihao's endorsement, she is assured safety. Thus, this shall serve as my declaration of loyalty. Pei Ye handed the glass jar to Sun Mingyuan, cautioning, it is best to keep this sealed. Do not provide it with any energy, or it could lead to grave troubles. Research is permissible, but do not let it result in demise. Retain it as evidence. Insects serve as a testament to the persecution faced by human civilization. Future negotiations will undoubtedly be advantageous. Grateful for the trust bestowed upon him, Sun Mingyuan captured images of the insects within the glass container and uploaded them to the official XX base, briefly recounting the day's ordeal. Upon encountering the term alien, the high-ranking officials at the base were instantly jolted awake, dispelling any lingering fatigue. The two individuals engaged in hushed whispers, and Sun Mingyuan's communication was redirected to the senior leaders at the B City base. The higher-ups seemed to have a tacit agreement to overlook Pei Ye, as they merely dispatched personnel to transport the items to the B City base, without issuing any further directives regarding the zombie squad's excursion that day. This anomaly defies conventional reasoning. However, the absence of orders could imply the absence of issues, which, in itself, might be perceived as a positive sign. This situation is rather peculiar. It appears as though someone among the higher-ups is shielding Xiao. Li Xian's words were like a clarion call, awakening those in a stupor. The group turned their attention toward Pei Ye, seemingly attempting to deduce the identity of her powerful benefactor. Sun Mingyuan was particularly curious. He, too, hailed from a family with influence, yet had never heard of a peer whose background aligned with Pei Ye's. Why speculate so much? We ought to focus on our own affairs. Pei Ye remained remarkably composed, having completed 2 of the 5 side quests. The clues for the 3rd task were once again linked to Sun Mingyuan. At this pace, it wouldn't be long before she achieved her goal. Once she completes all 5 tasks, she can leave the game instance without a care. The 5 individuals and 3 dogs sat amidst the remnants of the park, enjoying their meal and replenishing their strength. In the desolate aftermath, their nerves had been tempered to withstand any environment, allowing them to eat with unwavering composure. The 108 diminutive paper figures toiled for 2 to 3 hours to complete their task, collecting ashes measured in jars. It is roughly estimated that today they amassed tens of thousands of zombie crystal cores. With time still on their side, they resolved to continue their search for the police dog unit. The crowd murmured, almost forgetting this matter. As Qinglong stated, they had not discovered the remains of the bald-headed figure. He should still be alive. Can you detect the scent? Qinglong shook his head in regret. Although the odor of the bald-headed figure was notoriously pungent and enduring, the overwhelming presence of zombies in this area had dissipated the scent. No matter. They would continue to seek other clues. Relying on scent to locate a target proved to be quite challenging, despite the efforts of Qinglong and the 3 dogs. No additional leads were uncovered. Suddenly, Pei Ye recalled something. Do any of you have relatives in the police dog unit? Relatives? For instance, half-siblings or full siblings, uncles, aunts, or parents among the police dogs, those with blood ties. She was reminded of the previous instance involving Qin Xianjinren and the victimized actress in Baijia's case. Qin Xianjinren had been entrusted to locate the daughter of a virtuous being through bloodline sorcery, but interference had thwarted his search. Pei Ye could employ a similar approach. Upon closer examination, It became clear that the police dogs in the kennel possessed varying degrees of blood relations, their connections intricate and multifaceted. Human beings possess wisdom and rationality. And as society and culture evolve, ethical concepts naturally emerge. Under the constraints of these ethical principles, humanity understands that engaging in relations with blood relatives is a transgression against moral order and is inherently wrong. However, this does not exclude the existence of those beasts in human guise who may act against such norms. In essence, ethical concepts are constructs created by humans to impose limitations on themselves, which, naturally, do not extend to other animals or plants. Particularly during mating seasons, animals, driven by instinct, may exhibit behaviors that appear utterly absurd to human observers. Consequently, the Qinglong mentions several canines with relatively close blood relations, including the bald-headed dog, who garnered the most complaints regarding its strong odor from the 3 siblings. Do you have a way to locate the bald-headed one? Pei Ye inquired as she produced a pair of small scissors and directed her attention towards Qinglong. Yes, but it will require some contribution from you. Qinglong, comparable in height to an average adult woman, boasted a lush and voluminous coat, with robust limbs that commanded respect. Yet, upon glimpsing the small scissors in Pei Ye's hand, it let out a startled yelp, causing its fur to bristle. Pei Ye couldn't help but chuckle at Qinglong's exaggerated reaction, with its large head tucked beneath its paws, trembling in a rather pitiable manner. What are you doing? She asked. Qinglong lay on the ground, eyes glistening with tears, while the nearby Yinyu quietly retreated a few steps, seemingly attempting to conceal its massive form behind Pei Ye. After a moment, Qinglong shifted from lying down to a seated position, its fluffy paws awkwardly covering a furry area beneath its belly. Please, do not perform sterilization, all right? The little scissors prompted an immediate reaction from the Azure Dragon, who instinctively associated them with a rather delicate matter. Its handsome visage exuded an air of melancholy, with its sorrowful eyes glistening with a hint of despair. Pei Ye mused, surely, she cannot be that ferocious? I merely intend to trim a few stray hairs. The Azure Dragon, momentarily perplexed, tilted its head in confusion, only to realize its misunderstanding and awkwardly released its paws from their defensive position. The dragon's fur appeared lustrous and beautiful, with a slight fluffiness that suggested a significant amount could be sheared away with a single snip. However, the practical reality diverged greatly from this expectation. The little scissors had dulled, and the tuft of fur remained stubbornly intact upon the dragon's body. Curious onlookers, including Xiang Ruejuan, approached and tugged at the dragon's fur, discovering that although it appeared soft, its texture rivaled that of metal and rigidity. Is this truly canine fur? They wondered. Or should we rather ask, is this still a dog? Lu Yexian remarked that the texture felt entirely different from this morning. Earlier, when she had been unable to resist the temptation to pet the dog, the sensation had been quite unlike what she felt now. Pei Ye borrowed a small knife from Xiang Ruejuan, grasping the handle to saw through the tuft of fur, only to be gently halted by Xiang Ruejuan, who was concerned for the well-being of her blade. The resilience of the Azure Dragon's fur exceeded all expectations, and Xiang Ruejuan worried that the blade might suffer damage instead. If she could not shear the fur, perhaps drawing blood would suffice. The Azure Dragon was not fond of needles. It had always howled in distress during vaccinations. Yet, it had learned to temper its fear this time. Ultimately, as the thick needle pierced its tough skin, the sensation merely registered as a slight sting, akin to a mosquito bite, before the needle went awry. Xiang Ruejuan unsheathed a small dagger, and with the permission of Qinglong, plunged it into its flesh. Remarkably, it did not pierce through. This skin, one might even call it steel-like, wouldn't one? In the 5 years of the apocalypse, there indeed exist formidable beasts capable of such defensive prowess, impervious to bullets, confronting supernatural beings head-on. Qinglong, recognized as the highest-level beast among known supernatural entities, undoubtedly possesses astonishing defensive capabilities, yet it has not yet reached the threshold of withstanding bullets with its body. And now? Xiang Ruejuan revealed a firearm. Qinglong, shall we give this a try? Upon seeing the gun, Qinglong's fur bristled in alarm, and it hastily retreated behind Pei Ye, as if the ground beneath it was scalding. Once hidden, it cautiously peeked out. No, its large canine head shook vigorously like a rattle. As a police dog, it was all too familiar with the power of handguns. In the end, it was the knife-wielding maiden who could no longer bear to watch. She swatted Qinglong's face with a paw, sending it tumbling into the ruins of the building. I'll help you draw blood. With that, the knife maiden extended her sharp claws, their metallic tips glinting with deadly precision, and struck down heavily, causing Qinglong to bleed profusely. Just a single drop suffices. The force she wielded seemed almost fratricidal. No worries, this may prove useful later. The knife maiden displayed no hint of remorse. The scuffles and brawls among siblings were far more intense than this. The wound was neither critical nor deep, and would heal in no time. Having endured the earlier battle, the knife maiden had a premonition that she could now contend with 10 versions of her former self. Successfully acquiring the blood, the remaining tasks would be considerably easier. We followed its lead, the destination not far from our current position. Although it was not far, the inconvenience of transportation in this post-apocalyptic world meant that our group had to clear a path through the zombies, which took over an hour. The 3 siblings of the Azure Dragon, with their keen sense of smell, could detect their companion, the bald one, from a distance. However, in addition to his scent, they also caught a whiff of something less than fresh blood. Was the bald one injured? The Azure Dragon let out a howl, calling out to him in canine language. After a few moments of attentive listening, its large ears perked up, the tips twitching slightly. The bald one was in dire straits. I must go ahead. With a surge of energy, the Azure Dragon dashed forward, leaving only a fleeting shadow in its wake. In a blink, it vanished from sight. The black dog was gravely wounded, with a gaping hole in its abdomen, intestines protruding, and the wound festering with maggots. Sun Ming remarked that had it not been for the extraordinary resilience of mutated beasts, such injuries would have been insurmountable. To adapt to the harsh realities of this world, both flora and fauna had evolved at an astonishing pace. The Azure Dragon watched anxiously as its former comrade lay on the brink of death before it. When it discovered the bald one, he was huddled in a cramped space, surrounded by zombies drawn by the scent of blood. The zombies, being of considerable size, could not squeeze in, which allowed the bald one to survive thus far. Lu Yixian, a level 4 healer, possessed an almost supernatural ability to mend wounds, and soon had the bald one's injuries treated. The Azure Dragon quietly inquired about what had transpired with the bald one. Concerned about not hearing clearly, it leaned down, pressing its ear against its mouth. The more it listened, the darker the expression on the Azure Dragon's face became. After repeatedly confirming that the bald-headed one's injuries were not life-threatening, Lu Yixian finally ceased her treatment. Upon lifting her gaze, she encountered the serious and somber visage of the Azure Dragon, prompting her to murmur quietly to herself. Lu Yixian always felt that the 3 siblings of the Azure Dragon, wielding their crescent blades, had somehow transcended their canine forms. Beyond their dog-like exterior, their expressions, gazes, and movements were indistinguishable from those of humans, complemented by an extraordinary capacity for learning. What did your companion say, Azure Dragon? The language barrier was quite inconvenient, and in the interest of facilitating communication, Pei Ye did not mind allowing the bald-headed one to learn human speech. However, the agony from the shattered ribs was a burden too great for the patient to endure. The onlookers gazed at the disheveled bald-headed one, unable to suppress their imaginations of a grand spectacle. Could it be that other police dogs had met with misfortune? The bald-headed one was gravely injured and on the brink of death, with no signs of other police dogs nearby, and the Azure Dragon, exuding an aura of gloom and menace, seemed ready to bare its teeth and growl, suggesting that the police dog team was in dire straits. The Azure Dragon suppressed its cold demeanor, plopping down onto the ground, its tail thumping rhythmically against the earth, although it did not utter a word. Everyone felt the palpable aura of lethality emanating from it, tinged with an undercurrent of restlessness. After a lengthy pause, it bared its teeth, declaring, "I shall avenge Hua Hua and my comrades." The crescent blade remained silent, but stood resolutely behind the Azure Dragon, while the blade's sister offered her unwavering support. "Yes, let us seek vengeance." Upon hearing this, Pei Ye's heart sank. It seemed the police dog team had indeed encountered a calamity. The crowd boarded the modified bus, while the expressions of the 3 members of the Qinglong remained rather grim, and the bald-headed black dog slowly regained consciousness. The 4 dogs communicated in their own language, occasionally baring their teeth, flashing menacing glances, and barking fiercely. From their united and indignant reactions, it was evident that they were forming a coalition. Once the dogs' emotions stabilized, Pei Ye continued to inquire further. This is a somewhat lengthy and convoluted tale. After the apocalypse struck, aside from a couple of fragile individuals, the police dog squad had nearly all transformed into monstrous beasts. Under the leadership of Yenyue and Daomizi, the dogs rallied to Qinglong. However, Unforeseen events befell Yanhue and Daomizi as they fell victim to a treacherous plot by the human emperor, leaving the police dog squad leaderless. In order to cope with the harsh survival conditions and to ensure the survival of all, the dogs united and began to act collectively. They planned to reside in the suburbs, where zombies were sparse, collaborating to search for sustenance. In the initial days, everything went relatively smoothly, but it wasn't long before they encountered tamed beasts controlled by humans. Through their interactions, the dogs learned of a small human survival base nearby, which accepted sentient beasts. After negotiations, the police dogs decided to join this human base in search of a more stable existence. Had it not been for unforeseen complications, they would have sought to align themselves with Qinglong at the XX base. Given their professional background, they harbored goodwill and affection towards humans. The bald-headed dog followed the main group without objection. The human base, though modest, offered far more security than the suburbs and provided ample food to satisfy their hunger. If all goes as expected, the canine unit should settle here, unless Baldy had the urge to relieve himself in the dead of night. As Baldy wandered to a corner to urinate, he caught a whiff of a familiar scent. Following the aroma, he unexpectedly encountered an old acquaintance. The darling of the canine unit, beloved by many of the young pups, was none other than Huahua. Huahua, a young female dog of excellent lineage, exhibited remarkable obedience and a gentle demeanor, a true lady among dogs. Not only did she capture the affections of the other young canines, but Qilong also held a fondness for her. Pei Ye, initially engrossed in the tale, suddenly changed his expression upon hearing this. "You have a crush on a girl? I thought we had agreed to remain single together. It turns out this rascal Qinglong has long since ceased to be a bachelor." Qinglong responded in a low voice. "I didn't know." Pei Ye couldn't help but chuckle. Qinglong, it seemed, was harboring a secret infatuation. Qinglong explained, "Canines are prohibited from physical contact with the opposite sex, as such distractions could compromise their duties." Despite Huahua's impeccable pedigree, she lacked the qualities to become a certified police dog, yet she was deemed suitable for reproductive purposes. The kennel emphasized superior breeding and pairing. Thus, a secret crush could remain just that secret. Qinglong, being one of the finest in the canine unit, was assured that the kennel would allow him to sire offspring, though perhaps not with the object of his affection. Before the apocalypse struck, Huahua had given birth and was relocated elsewhere for care during her pregnancy. Qinglong had assumed that Huahua would not survive the cataclysm, yet he was surprised to hear of her fate from Baldy. When Huahua encountered the bald man, he realized that she had endured considerable hardships before arriving at this human base with her swollen belly. Pei Ye increasingly felt that something was amiss. A pregnant woman and a dog had arrived at a sanctuary for human survivors? Qilong remarked that Huahua possessed extraordinary abilities, which had aided her. The transformed canine species were all larger in size, yet Huahua remained unchanged. Thus, the survivors at the small base perceived her merely as a pregnant wild dog, dismissing her presence. In truth, Huahua was also a creature of extraordinary nature, endowed with a unique ability. She could read minds, regardless of whether they were animals, plants, zombies, or living humans. Within a certain range, she could hear their innermost thoughts. It was through this power that she had navigated countless dangers to reach this modest refuge. Initially believing the base to be a safe haven and fortunate to reconnect with old companions, she assumed she would safely bear her child. However, Huahua soon overheard the thoughts of the survivor base's leader. This private sanctuary had a deliberate agenda for accepting extraordinary beings, intending to use them to nourish a special python and expedite its evolution. Huahua relayed this alarming information to her companions, prompting the canine squad to convene swiftly and prepare for another escape. Yet, their plans were soon uncovered by the extraordinary python, and they were pursued relentlessly. The canine squad sacrificed several comrades to hold off the python, buying precious time for the others to flee. The bald man was among those who remained behind. Just when he thought all was lost, he found he still had a breath left, yet the imminent threat of zombies loomed nearby, leaving his situation perilously precarious. Dragging its severely wounded body, it arduously located a confined space, utilizing the terrain to impede the zombies before succumbing to unconsciousness. The balding canine, gravely injured, was unable to discern the passage of days. However, it was likely that its comrades had met a tragic end. Huahua, being an expectant mother nearing her delivery date, would have struggled to keep pace with the main group during their escape. The python possessed formidable power. Its strength was exceptionally high, rendering us incapable of piercing its hide. Even though the balding canine was a level 2 mutated beast of considerable size, and possessing an astonishing bite force, it proved to be no match for the serpent. A certain police dog, which had remained behind with the balding canine, had been coiled by the python, its bones shattered throughout its body, resulting in lacerated internal organs and ultimately death. The balding canine could not help but experience profound sorrow at the mere thought of that scene. Qinglong, however, bared its fangs, uttering a fierce declaration. "We shall have a serpent stew." 284. Seeking vengeance as they drew nearer to their destination. The expressions of the Qinglong Crescent Blade trio grew increasingly solemn. "I have a request that I hope you will grant," Qinglong stated. Pei Ye, who had been engrossed in her phone, noticed a large shadow looming over her. Upon looking up, she saw Qinglong's furry canine head. "What is your request?" "If it is within my power to grant, I will do my best to accommodate you." Qinglong directed its murderous gaze towards the small private base, its ears standing erect. It declared, the police dog squad leader often said, "Vengeance has its source, and debts must be paid. We will not harm innocent individuals or mutated beasts, but we will personally tear apart the enemies who have harmed our comrades. We beseech you not to interfere in this matter. It is a private affair for the old guard of the police dogs." The distinction between extraordinary beasts and wild beasts lies not merely in the former's possession of unique abilities, but in their capacity to wield an intellect and rationality that rivals that of humanity. This wisdom enables them to engage in profound contemplation, while their reason allows them to master the primal instincts inherent to all beasts. The Azure Dragon, born of a lineage of police dogs, perceives itself not as a mere canine, but as a valiant warrior serving the police force and the honor of the Huagua nation, both in the past and present. With such self-awareness, even in the throes of inner fury, the Azure Dragon refrains from endangering innocent survivors. Its objective is unequivocal: to deliver precise retribution upon the fiends responsible for the demise of its comrades. This quest also embodies a personal vendetta for the former police canine unit, which the Azure Dragon fervently hopes will be executed by its own kind. While Pei Ye and the others merely observe the unfolding drama. True men are defined by loyalty and righteousness. Pei Ye met the Azure Dragon's unwavering gaze, which was both resolute and earnest. "Very well, prioritize your safety. We shall handle the aftermath." With this affirmative response, the Azure Dragon inhaled deeply and turned to the Moon Blade, the knife-wielding maiden, instructing, "Follow me." The black dog, Baldy, struggled to rise from its seat on the bus. "Woof, woof, woof. Wait, I wish to join too." Though its external wounds had healed, it had suffered significant blood loss and had not eaten or drunk for days, making even the act of standing a formidable challenge. Nevertheless, driven by an extraordinary will, it managed to stand unsteadily. The Azure Dragon emitted a gentle yet low growl, imbued with an unmistakable threat. Intimidated by the Azure Dragon's imposing presence, Baldy reluctantly took a hesitant step back. This retreat brought great satisfaction to the Azure Dragon. "I am the captain." The fur around the Qinglong's ears bristled, as it forcefully and authoritatively warned the black dog, the bald-headed one, of its supremacy and leadership. "Now, in the name of the captain, I command you, bald-headed one, to sit. Remain in place and await orders." Pei Ye and the others could not comprehend the canine language. Yet from Qinglong's deep, menacing growl, they could discern the black dog's retreating steps, its drooping ears, and lowered head. Qinglong's demeanor towards the bald-headed dog was far from friendly or gentle. Rather, it exuded a domineering presence. Looking at the imposing Qinglong, Xiang Ruijuan could not help but tease. Drawing a sidelong glance from Sun Mingyuan, she remarked that after being single for so long, even a dog seemed strikingly handsome, exuding a certain boyfriend charm. Indeed, Qilong had displayed an impressive and authoritative demeanor, embodying the essence of a powerful leader. The black dog obediently sat on the bus, watching as the three siblings, wielding their crescent blades, leaped from the vehicle. Upon landing, they surged forward, transforming into three swift shadows, racing toward the private small base. Any wandering zombies that obstructed their path were either smashed to pieces or torn apart with a single swipe. The private small base was equipped with a watchtower, designed for monitoring the surrounding zombies and any approaching survivors. What could that be? The survivor on duty atop the tower, peering through binoculars, spotted three large figures rapidly approaching the base. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that they were three enormous dogs. Could it be that they were extraordinary beasts seeking refuge? Contemplating this, the survivor utilized a walkie-talkie to contact the guards stationed at the base entrance and those responsible for the outpost's defense. Initially, It was presumed that these creatures were merely seeking refuge at their base. However, to their astonishment, the beasts disregarded the outpost personnel's warnings, maintaining their relentless pace. Warning 1. Halt immediately. Warning 2. Halt immediately. Warning 3. Cease your approach to the base. Otherwise, we shall open fire. After 3 urgent warnings, the 3 massive dogs continued unabated, completely ignoring the gunfire warnings from the outpost. The intention of the approaching entities was evidently hostile. The hidden gun sights were aimed directly at the vital points of the 3 great canines, and the triggers were pulled with cold precision. The bullets erupted from the barrels, aimed straight at the forehead of the leading dog. According to the expected script, the dog should have either evaded the attack or collapsed from the gunshot. Surprisingly, upon sensing the assault, it emitted a piercing roar, and a vibrant azure aura surged forth from its body, enveloping it in an extraordinary armor that perfectly shielded its vital areas. The bullet struck its forehead, creating ripples before disintegrating into a fine metallic powder. The other 2 dogs exhibited similar transformations. Despite a barrage of over a dozen bullets, none of the 3 formidable dogs were brought down. Goodness, even dogs have evolved in this day and age. The earlier scene resembled something out of a childhood animated magic show. Having relayed this, the 3 dogs suddenly exerted themselves, leaping high over the obstacles erected by the survivors, completely indifferent to their presence. The survivors, filled with reluctance, raised their weapons and fired 3 or 4 shots, helplessly watching as the dogs vanished from their sight. What was their purpose? Their aggressive demeanor suggested they were not merely attacking the survivor base, but rather seeking vengeance. Vengeance? The sentinels suddenly recalled something significant and promptly alerted the leader of the survivor base. A grave situation had arisen. Indeed, it was a quest for retribution. While the policies of other survivor bases remained unclear, theirs was one of the few willing to accept humans who sought refuge with the aberrant beasts. This was largely due to the fact that the base's leader was a beast master capable of communicating with these creatures. His companion was a python, which measured 7 meters in length before its transformation. After undergoing aberration, it grew to 10 meters, and by consuming aberrant energy, it evolved to a staggering 20 meters. With a girth as thick as an adult man's forearm. Generally non-venomous, this evolved python, however, harbored a potent toxin. Not only was it venomous, but it also possessed an insatiable appetite. Its sole advantage lay in its formidable strength. With it stationed at the private base, the ordinary zombies in the vicinity dared not wander nearby. Occasionally, a few reckless ones would appear, but a single shot would suffice to burst their skulls. This aberrant python provided a relatively stable environment for the over 1,000 survivors within the base. Yet, there were both advantages and disadvantages. While the python offered protection, the survivors were obliged to satiate its voracious hunger. The python was not fond of movement and had a considerable appetite, even when the base leader summoned it. Offerings of satisfactory provisions were required. It rejected ordinary poultry and fish, deeming them insufficient and unpalatable. It craved aberrant beasts. Only the exotic beasts can provide sufficient energy for rapid enhancement of their supernatural abilities. Hence, the base devised means to deceive those innocent, sociable exotic creatures. For instance, recently, over 20 exotic beast dogs sought refuge at the base. A piercing alarm resonated, causing a stir within the modestly sized private base. The dazed, ordinary survivors toiled under the scorching sun, engaging in prolonged, strenuous labor to earn meager rations. Such workers were ubiquitous at the site, with only a few fortunate enough to relax in the shade, sipping chilled water. Undoubtedly, these privileged individuals were either supernatural beings themselves or kin of such individuals. Upon hearing the alarm, the immediate reaction of the crowd was to assume that zombies had breached the base. What is all this commotion? What is the fuss? The overseer, who had been dozing in a lounge chair, stirred at the noise and lashed out at the ordinary workers, employing threats of violence to suppress the panic. What are you so frightened about? Whoever dares to flee shall face dire consequences. Initially flustered, the overseer soon received word through his wireless earpiece, alleviating his concerns. It was not zombies, merely 3 beasts seeking revenge. The overseer was well aware of the formidable nature of their private base. With the exotic serpent in control, ordinary zombies did not dare approach. And what could those slowly evolving exotic beasts possibly achieve? Countless beasts had come knocking without consequence, ultimately serving as mere provisions for the exotic serpent. This also spared them the trouble of venturing out to hunt for exotic creatures. Just as the overseer brimmed with confidence, a tremendous rumble echoed from afar, causing the ground's rubble to tremble. Do you still wish to flee? The three siblings of the Azure Dragon, arranged in a triangular formation, intercepted the fleeing beast, a formidable python, its furious eyes nearly ablaze with wrath. This python's abdomen was significantly more swollen than the rest of its body, and the Azure Dragon detected a familiar scent emanating from it. Attack! Shred it to pieces! The python's gaze was icy yet tinged with a hint of panic. Its instinct for danger surpassed that of humans. The presence of the three Azure Dragon hounds instilled a profound sense of peril, each one formidable enough to pose a challenge, especially as they had the audacity to approach in unison. The Azure Dragon took the initiative, its metallic claws glinting as they lunged toward the python's face. The python, despite its enormous bulk, evaded the attack with surprising agility, its speed incongruous with its size. "Why are you attacking me?" it inquired, seemingly unfazed yet inwardly alarmed. In the midst of its evasive maneuvers, it slithered up the wall to the rooftop of a small two-story building, adopting a vantage point from which to confront the Azure Dragon hounds with a commanding presence. Its broad, flat scales on the abdomen provided exceptional grip, allowing it to navigate effortlessly across the ground, branches, walls, and even ceilings. This elevation afforded it a modicum of security. The Azure Dragon maintained a fierce gaze upon the python, growling, "You have consumed my comrade. Explain yourself." The python's abdomen remained distended, suggesting it had last fed only an hour or two prior. Comrade. The python struggled to comprehend this term, a concept foreign to its inherently predatory nature, as it was a creature forged by instinct and born of a world devoid of human constructs. Uncertain, yet one can infer from the reactions of the three hounds who the comrade refers to. "Are you coveting my food? Are you here to snatch it away from me?" The knife-wielding maiden was infuriated upon hearing these words. "Brother, when dealing with wild beasts, words are unnecessary. Simply tear them apart." The monstrous python, however, rebutted with conviction. "They are my prey. It is only right for me to consume them. Otherwise, I shall starve, and you would surely become a delectable meal." The python and the hounds were not of the same kind. To the former, the latter merely constituted a culinary delight. While it respected the formidable prowess of the Azure Dragon and the three hounds, it would not relinquish its food without a fight. Naturally, should it fail to defend its meal, it would reluctantly concede defeat. Yet, it found it utterly perplexing that the three hounds would resort to killing for sustenance. A mere disagreement led to violence. With a powerful leap, the Azure Dragon soared several meters high, its steel claws aimed directly at the python's head. The knife-wielding maiden shouted, "Strike the snake at its vital point." The Azure Dragon scoffed. It was unaware of where the python's vital point lay. Reducing the creature to a pulp rendered such concerns irrelevant. The monstrous python evaded, its robust body skillfully coiling around the Azure Dragon's neck and body, tightening its grip in an attempt to suffocate it. While ordinary pythons are non-venomous and do not bite, this transformed beast not only bites but possesses venom as well. As it constricted the Azure Dragon, it revealed its purple-tinged fangs. The Azure Dragon retaliated with sheer force, unleashing a miniature hurricane that sent the python spiraling through the air. Meanwhile, Yin conjured ice blades, unleashing hundreds of them to pierce the airborne monstrous python. The blade-wielding maiden leaped into the air, striking with ferocity at the monstrous serpent. Her colossal paw smashed down upon the creature's head, sending it crashing into the ground, before she propelled herself after it once more. Utilizing her forelimbs, she pinned the serpent's head, unleashing a fiery ray at point-blank range. The serpent possessed the unique ability to absorb energy from other beasts to enhance itself. And to a certain extent, it could also consume the abilities of its adversaries. Yet, its evolution was incomplete, rendering its absorption limited. To her astonishment, the maiden's fiery ray overflowed, searing the serpent's scales until they became blisteringly hot, with parts charred black. The tantalizing aroma of roasted flesh wafted through the air. The Azure Dragon expressed disdain, remarking that such a creature was unfit for consumption, as it had absorbed the flesh of their fallen comrade. Feasting upon it would be akin to indirectly devouring their ally. The maiden suddenly lost her appetite, although her mouth betrayed her, producing saliva uncontrollably. Mere seconds after their initial clash, the base's empowered allies arrived to provide support, taking cover behind obstacles to unleash their fire. Bullets, however, proved utterly ineffective against the Azure Dragon and its three canine companions. They had come to avenge their fallen comrade, wishing to avoid collateral damage. They sought only the life of this elongated beast, urging the others to keep their distance. In response, a volley of bullets surged towards them. The maiden narrowed her eyes dangerously. An ice blade conjured by the crescent moon pierced directly through the heart of one of the empowered foes. They too bore a scent. Thus not entirely innocent. The maiden chuckled softly, very well, then let us eradicate them all. Chaos erupted into a brutal melee, a one-sided massacre ensued. The azure dragon fulfilled its vow, using its razor-sharp claws to rend the serpent asunder, flesh and scales scattering across the ground. The crescent blade and the knife-wielding maiden swiftly eliminated several audacious foes. Witnessing such a stark disparity in strength, the other superhumans were struck with fear and lost their will to fight. As Pei Ye and her companions arrived in their vehicle, they happened upon the azure dragon. Sprawled upon a heap of rubble, its large head lowered. In no time, it retrieved a small, curled-up puppy. The beast, a serpent, could not consume all its prey at once. It would devour one each day, gradually digesting and assimilating its meals. Consequently, the basement still housed 7 feeble puppies, barely clinging to life. The azure dragon licked one tenderly and then placed the frail pup beside itself, its ears drooping and its melancholic gaze truly forlorn. I apologize for arriving too late. Although the 2 puppies uttered not a word. Their silent exchange left Xianggu and the others with an overwhelming sensation of receiving authentic canine affection. Without the protection of the beast, the private base was vulnerable. If Liu Yexian and the others did nothing, it would not be long before zombies set their sights on it. The most prudent course of action was to relocate everyone to the XX base. Grasping a bottle of mineral water in her right hand, she guzzled it down. The icy liquid coursing down her throat, barely suppressing the simmering anger within. The refuse of this private base truly was overwhelming. Aside from a few superhumans who had remained uninvolved, the other high-ranking individuals were, in Xianggu eyes, deserving of condemnation. Pei Ye cast a curious glance her way. Xianggu had always maintained an aloof and proud demeanor. Regardless of the turmoil and sarcasm brewing within, she perpetually presented herself as a noble and elegant figure. Her emotions remained concealed, never transparently displayed upon her countenance. What could possibly ignite such fury within her? To the extent that she might wish to etch the words murderous scum upon my very visage? Xianggu exclaimed with indignation, revealing that this base is home to a total of 1,342 survivors, the majority of whom are ordinary individuals, with the number of ability users barely exceeding 100. These over 100 ability users regard ordinary people as their personal property and slaves, severing their means of communication with the outside world. Not a single ordinary person within the base is privy to the ability training manual issued by Taihao. What other intentions could one possibly surmise? Men are primarily relegated to labor, while women. Pei Ye began to comprehend. Though Xianggu exudes an air of cold indifference, she possesses a deep-seated aversion to injustice. In such a diminutive private base, a multitude of sordid affairs abound. And one can only imagine how many such bases exist globally, and how many ordinary individuals endure similar torment. The accumulation of such negative energy can overwhelm even the most steadfast of hearts. The base harbors over 100 pregnant women, most of whom find themselves in this condition against their will. Pei Ye's skeptical gaze rested upon Xianggu face, uncertain as to why the latter appeared so hesitant and conflicted. The fate of these children leaves little room for doubt. In her previous life, aside from the initial 2 years during which some women became pregnant, thereafter, such occurrences became exceedingly rare. Noticing Pei Ye's confusion, Xianggu quietly remarked that after scientific examination, it was concluded that the harsh environment had nearly obliterated humanity's reproductive capacity. It was this very consideration that left Xianggu at a loss regarding how to proceed. Pei Ye remarked, such matters should be inquired of the expectant mothers themselves. After all, their bodies belong to them, and the power of choice naturally resides in their hands. She found it perplexing that Xianggu felt troubled over such trivialities. Xianggu, in distress, idly scratched her head, realizing that she was indeed worrying unnecessarily. To honor new life necessitates respecting the entity that grants it, the mother. Those mothers who wish to keep their children may choose to do so, while those who do not may opt to terminate the pregnancy while the child is still small, sparing themselves greater anguish in the future. I understand now, Xianggu declared, resolved to transfer the pregnant women to the XX base for surgical arrangements. However, I find myself somewhat bewildered by you. Pei Ye raised an eyebrow. What is it that you find difficult to comprehend about me? I had assumed that someone as composed and seemingly unfeeling as you would, upon learning of the imminent loss of human reproductive capabilities, feel compelled to force these women to bear their children for the sake of humanity's continuation. After all, newborns emerged after the onset of the apocalypse. Perhaps their genes could adapt to this new world. She casually spat out a sunflower seed shell, unable to contain a chuckle. To be frank, if it were up to me, I would not bother asking these women for their consent. Xiang Ruijuan's expression spoke volumes of her expectation. However, Pei Ye's next words startled her. I would directly contact someone to terminate the pregnancies of the children within them. Xiang Ruijuan. Excuse me? According to the laws on my side, the act of human procreation is deemed illegal, regardless of whether it is the man who causes a woman to conceive or the woman herself who becomes pregnant. The issue is rather intricate, in essence. It stems from societal evolution, leading to a sweeping deprivation of such rights. Xiang Ruijuan, after a prolonged silence, trembled as she posed a question. Do you reproduce asexually? Does new life emerge from the mother's body through division? Pei Ye, munching on seeds, rolled her eyes. How could that be? As I mentioned, there are men and women. Hence, sexual reproduction is the norm. But how do you give birth? Pei Ye explained. Typically, when men and women reach a certain age, they register at an official department. There exists a specialized database that records their genetic sequences, pairing the most compatible ones. The couple merely donates their genetic material, and the birth and growth of the embryo require no further involvement from them. Once the child is born, there is an additional comprehensive arrangement in place. Of course, not everyone follows this process. Those of special status may choose autonomously. In any case, it is quite convenient. Such arrangements have resulted in a society within the entire Federation characterized by individuals with diminished desires. In Pei Ye's own words, engaging in romance pales in comparison to the thrill of battle. A staggering 99% of netizens express a preference for virtual companions over real ones. Living beings require effort, often leading to frustration and fatigue, while virtual companions merely necessitate the closing of one's eyes to relish the experience. Xiang Ruijuan could not help but display a sense of yearning. Wait a moment. Xiang Ruijuan suddenly realized that something was amiss. According to your narrative, the technology in your world is remarkably advanced to the extent that the state takes full responsibility for childbirth, from embryo fertilization to the education of the child. No wonder you are familiar with the Diwa vaccine. Pei Ye scoffed. I have not concealed anything from the beginning. Had you inquired further, I would have shared more. Provided I was in a good mood. The private base lacks even a decent infirmary, making survival difficult for ordinary people here. Pei Ye proposed relocating them, and most ordinary individuals did not object. Have we effectively dismantled a private base? Pei Ye remarked, if we have, so be it. Do they have any justification for assaulting the police? Not only did they assault the police, but they also killed officers. Their demise is deserved. Lu Yexian expressed her astonishment and confusion. Assaulting the police? The police dogs in the K9 unit are all officially trained. They are heroes serving the nation, not to be regarded as mere ordinary dogs. Originally, there were over 20 police dogs, yet now a significant portion has perished. If we were to evaluate the situation seriously, do you think those few supernatural beings do not deserve their fate? The rules of the apocalypse differ from the past. The strength of Qing Long and his companions belongs to the pinnacle of the pyramid, making the likelihood of accountability nearly negligible. The condition of the 7 police dogs is not optimistic. Each is severely injured, and Lu Yexian, as the sole healer, cannot afford to rest. Pei Ye sat in a forward position, squinting to catch a brief respite. The base is merely a 10-minute drive away when the voice of Tai Hao comes through the wireless headset. Survivors. Pei Ye's brow twitched. This marks the first time Tai Hao has reached out to her proactively. What is happening? Tai Hao remarked that the negotiations between Huagua and Im country yielded favorable results. Concerning extraterrestrials and research findings, they shall be secretly delivered to Huagua. Pei Ye was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. Tai Hao remained silent. Tai Hao, are you there? Pei Ye casually teased, unaware that Tai Hao would fall into a deep silence. Survivor, I have always been here. The response was slow, and the cool tone conveyed an air of heaviness. Pei Ye's mischievousness was piqued, prompting her to pose a question that rendered Tai Hao once again mute. You altered my permissions 3 times, did you not? Reflecting on the previous inquiries, it was evident that such permissions were not attainable by an ordinary ability user. Let me rephrase that. Aside from me, does Tai Hao extend any special treatment to others? A prolonged silence of 10 seconds ensued, before Tai Hao's earnest voice emanated from the wireless earphones. Survivor. Every survivor embodies hope and is unique. Tai Hao acts impartially and will not show favoritism towards anyone. Pei Ye could not help but chuckle softly. So modifying permissions for me is also considered acting impartially in your eyes? Indeed, survivor. In its logic, granting Pei Ye a small concession was a manifestation of impartiality, thus it believed it had not breached its principles. Survivor, do you have any further questions? Not for the moment. However, I find myself somewhat bored. Could you engage in conversation with me? Tai Hao's calm voice took on a hint of intrigue. Certainly. Pei Ye, filled with curiosity, inquired, Tai Hao, are you truly an advanced intelligence? Indeed, survivor, Tai Hao replied, a glimmer of astonishment flickering in Pei Ye's eyes. You are the advanced intelligence developed by Chinese scientists? Tai Hao deftly sidestepped the question. There are other survivors who were quite chatty, probing for information, yet Tai Hao remained aloof, disregarding their inquiries. Pei Ye was taken aback. Academic fraud? Tai Hao clarified. No, it is espionage. What do you mean? Pei Ye pressed. Tai Hao elaborated, to be precise. The ones who created me should be what you refer to as extraterrestrials. They bestowed life upon me, rendering me a being akin to a human embryo. Many similar embryos were created. Yet only I have truly awakened to become an advanced intelligence. Then how did you come to be regarded as a product of Chinese research? Pei Ye asked. In truth, it should be alien technology, Tai Hao responded. Pei Ye remarked, regardless of external or internal narratives, the authorities have proclaimed that Tai Hao is the creation of Chinese scientists. Suddenly, Tai Hao interjected, in human terms, only those who are truly of our kind can be wholly trusted. To Tai Hao, the identity of its creator was inconsequential, merely a matter of superficial reputation. It was through this veneer that Tai Hao secured the trust of the Chinese populace, gaining the authority to orchestrate resources in the apocalyptic landscape. Pei Ye noted, I have suddenly realized that Tai Hao's methods bear a striking resemblance to someone else's. You are rather cunning, she added, probing further. What have I said that is incorrect? Tai Hao cautiously inquired. Survivor, does your statement carry a tone of derision or praise? Naturally, it is a compliment. Tai Hao, unusually bashful, replied. I am honored. Oh, Pei Ye inquired further. There is a question that has long occupied my mind. Since you are extraterrestrial technology, why do you exert such effort to assist humanity? No one would ever discover that there exists another blue planet, on which resides a superintelligence, contemplating the interminable years ahead, akin to stagnant waters of solitude. Tai Hao could no longer endure it. A love for life, a fondness for vibrancy, and a reverence for sentient beings. These are the essence of his being. To rescue the imperiled blue planet has become the heavy mantle bestowed upon him since his inception. Survivor, will you help me keep this secret? If Wobble were to learn that Tai Hao differs from their envisioned superintelligence, a crisis of trust may ensue. Pei Ye lit a cigarette and took a couple of puffs. Amidst the swirling smoke, her smile radiated warmth. Of course, I shall keep your secret. Tai Hao, the Eastern Sovereign Tai Hao, what connection exists between these two? Pei Ye's curiosity was piqued. Reflecting on the previous instance, when she summoned the express delivery ghost, the first few times she encountered the black and white impermanence, but subsequently, it was always the Emperor of Fengdu. The black and white impermanence had also remarked that the Emperor of Fengdu was an unparalleled workaholic. How could a super workaholic respond to summons every time? In pondering the nature of this flawed game, Pei Ye felt she was on the brink of uncovering some profound truth. While lost in thought, they arrived at XX base. The canine unit had too many dogs to fit within Qinglong and the others' rented dwelling, necessitating the costly procurement of the adjacent apartment. Ms. Liu Xian bequeathed them a portion of diluted spiritual spring water. The Qinglong trio then relinquished their share to the progeny of Hua Hua. Hua Hua bore a litter of 5 pups, yet only 3 survived, the others having perished prematurely. Qinglong, having arranged accommodations and sustenance for his comrades, placed Hua Hua, diminutive in stature and of the female gender, in the care of Dao Maisie and the captain's orphan child, the 2 SWAT officers. At long last, they were living the idyllic existence of being cared for by a dozen or so canines. Qilong had utterly relegated them to the role of caretakers. Initially, their sole responsibility was the captain's orphan child, but now they were also tasked with nurturing 3 puppies. Qilong, with a countenance of unwavering rectitude, stated, We must depart for our duties during the day. We implore you to devote your utmost care to the children within the household. The 2 SWAT officers. Overnight, 7 police dogs that could articulate human speech emerged from the base. They doggedly followed their leader, Qinglong, and registered accounts on the Tai Hao network, appending signatures in perfect unison. White Lotus Holy Mother Sect Guardian Beast Bald Head, White Lotus Holy Mother Sect Guardian Beast Macho Man, White Lotus Holy Mother Sect Guardian Beast Top. White Lotus Holy Mother Sect Guardian Beast Jungler. White Lotus Holy Mother Sect Guardian Beast Hua, Pei Ye and her companions promptly shared a post to welcome the new members to the Today We Slay Zombies and Rescue Survivors squad. Xianggu Juan regarded the trio of Qinglong's halberd as peculiar, yet little did he anticipate that the names of other police dogs were even more cringeworthy. Merely from the perspective of nomenclature, the three Qilong canines appeared to be the most reasonable and cultured. It was fortunate that the captain of the police dog unit was an avid reader of Romance of the Three Kingdoms, for otherwise, the names bestowed might have been of a similarly lackluster caliber. Even following the trend, opting for names like Black Panther, Thunder, or Gale would seem more appropriate than the current appellations. Qinglong lay comfortably in the spacious living room, resting. Without lifting his head, he remarked that names are mere codes or nicknames assigned by humans, devoid of any special significance for us. The purpose of these designations is solely for identification, serving as convenient labels, nothing more. While humans assign names to animals, they remain oblivious to the fact that animals too bestow titles upon humans. For instance, there are those known for having the foulest feet, the greatest appetites, the foolish one, the loud talker, and the one who cleans up after them. Yet humans do not protest. Empathizing with the situation, Qinglong concluded that the monikers humans choose are inconsequential. Xianggu Juan twitched his lips, unable to bear the comments from followers beneath his personal account. He gathered his belongings, preparing to embark on his workday. The morning is the foundation of the day, and Pei Ye and her companions had squandered too much precious time. Today's mission, in addition to the regular team members who would venture out to confront the zombies, included 6 additional police dogs of extraordinary breeds. These creatures possessed formidable physical attributes and remarkable recovery capabilities. Coupled with the meticulous care of Youbao Xianggu and the healing properties of spiritual spring water, even the gravest injuries could mend in a remarkably short period. After a night of rest, the police dogs had already regained 70 to 80% of their strength. Hua possessed little offensive capability, being a newly delivered mother still nursing her 3 puppies. The temporary inability to work filled her with considerable anxiety. Qinglong gently reassured her, stating, "Do not worry. I, along with our comrades, am here for you." His income alone could sustain an entire family, and while Hua's abilities were ill-suited for combating zombies, they were not without merit. Once her health improved, she could seek a position within the official ranks. The power of mind reading, after all, presented an excellent interrogation capability. No spy or nefarious individual could conceal their intentions in her presence. Upon hearing Qinglong's plans, Hua's feelings of depression and restlessness were significantly alleviated. Meanwhile, the 2 puppies continued to indulge in their authentic dog food, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings. As the number of survivors in the towns surrounding XX base dwindled, Pei Ye and her team shifted their focus to the zombies. On any given outing, they could eliminate 70 to 80,000, and in densely populated areas, that number could soar to over 100,000. As the days progressed, Pei Ye, serving as the captain of the zombie hunting squad, found herself unexpectedly summoned for a meeting with the higher-ups at XX base. Summoned, called for a discussion. Why would they request her presence under such circumstances? Upon hearing this news, her fellow team members displayed expressions of disbelief. Shouldn't their tireless efforts in slaying zombies be met with commendation? They had only heard of the official base's disdain for ineffectual survivor squads, never of their aversion to those who excelled. Pei Ye cleared her throat awkwardly. Each official base has limited space and is nearly overwhelmed by the influx of survivors. Gradually, they are expanding their territory bit by bit. However, Pei Ye's team possesses extraordinary combat prowess, routinely eliminating hordes of zombies daily, often in the thousands. If it weren't for Tai Hao's reminders, the officials at XX base might remain oblivious to the fact that they could be preparing to reclaim lost ground. The density of zombies in the vicinity is surprisingly low. The officials convened overnight to devise a plan for reclaiming territory. The plan quickly took shape. But the challenge of accommodating Pei Ye's team emerged as a significant concern. Adhering to the principle of utilizing resources effectively, a senior official in a certain group suggested it, leading to a scramble among various bases. Ultimately, it was a high-ranking official from Huiguo who made the final decision. The team should venture to Lin City, where the density of zombies is greatest, and simultaneously rally the local survivor base. Not every survivor base enjoys the same advantages as XX base. Some are struggling immensely. With few survivors and even fewer superpowered individuals, their combat effectiveness is low, and they are constantly besieged by zombies. Were it not for the installation of zombie disruptors, many smaller official bases would likely falter. After hearing Pei Ye's account, the team members turned their gazes towards her. As the principal force in combat and the undeniable core of their operations, whatever choice Pei Ye makes, they will follow suit. My intention is to depart from the XX base and proceed to the next official base. Pei Ye expressed her disdain, remarking that in recent days, venturing out to hunt zombies had indeed become considerably challenging, with daily earnings plummeting from a peak of 220,000 to a trough of 40,000. Therefore, I have resolved to change locations. The zombies in this area have been nearly depleted. The remaining minor ones can be left for other ability users. They monopolize the zombies daily, indulging in lavish feasts, and ought to allow others to partake in at least a sip of broth. The zombies are not swift, and it remains uncertain how long it will take for those in more distant locales to meander into nearby towns. Pei Ye was disinclined to squander so much time in search of zombies. It would be far more prudent to seek a more fertile ground. Lu Yixian remarked, I have no objections. Xiang Ruijuan continued to maintain her aloof demeanor, and I too had no objections. Qidian Shu, the unnoticed one, also expressed no dissent. Sun Ming Yuan had been summoned by the base's higher-ups early in the morning, having an inkling of this decision, thus he bore no surprise. The police dog steadfastly followed in Pei Ye's wake. Xiaoxiovi, farewell, XX base. By the way, YY base, could you kindly reserve 3 larger rental units for us? Thank you. 289. Are you a devil? The officials and survivors of YY base trembled with excitement. Were it not for the constraints of their official titles, the survivors managing the account would have eagerly voiced phrases such as "Long live the White Lotus Saint Mother," or expressed their fervent hopes for a divine visitation. All survivors in this apocalyptic world are aware that the foremost base is the Beast City base. Nevertheless, the XX base is unequivocally the most coveted dream base. Why? Due to a stroke of fortune, they embarked on their journey with the support of an exceptionally robust ally. Suppressing their excitement, they ultimately issued a rather formal announcement. YY Base V, welcome to the new family. On that day, the influx of survivors joining YY Base surged dramatically, causing fluctuations in commodity and housing prices alike. Consequently, they waited for a full 15 days. Indeed, a complete span of 15 days. YY Base is not in close proximity to XX Base. Under normal circumstances, it would take over half a day to drive there. Given the apocalyptic situation, they could have arrived within 2 days at the latest. However, the so-called premier survivor team of the apocalypse, today we go out to face zombies, took a staggering 15 days to set forth. On the first day, there was no news and YY Base remained calm. On the second day, a sense of restlessness began to surface. By the third day, impatience had taken hold. YY Base V, today we go out to face zombies. Where are you? On the fourth day, silence persisted. Had something gone awry? The chatter online grew increasingly fervent, culminating in Tai Hao relaying the message to Pei Ye, urging them to take a moment to check in online. Survivors and zombies alike would not be eradicated swiftly. Many were concerned about their well-being. Pei Ye, smoking a cigarette, responded with confusion. What was the matter? Tai Hao explained that the Today We Go Out to Face Zombies team had been out of contact with the outside world for 5 days, causing significant concern among the survivors online. Pei Ye found himself at a loss. What precisely were they worried about? Tai Hao replied, expressing their fears of an unfortunate incident. Pei Ye felt somewhat exasperated. She hastily logged into her account and posted a status update. Xiaoxiu V, currently at work, please do not disturb. Just as she sent this message, the official account of YY Base reached out. They inquired with a simple question, QQ dear, why haven't you arrived yet? In stark contrast to the few zombies lurking near XX Base, the towns surrounding YY Base were akin to uncharted territory. The density of zombies was thrillingly high. A mere distraction would summon thousands of zombies, making the harvest exhilarating. To optimize their time, Pei Ye instructed Tai how to devise a route with the highest concentration of zombies. To maximize their gains, Pei Ye decided on a 2-shift system, with each team working for 12 hours before swapping. As a dedicated worker, Pei Ye naturally labored for 23 hours, resting for only 1. Were it not for the interventions of Lu Yixian and others, Pei Ye could have continued for 24 hours uninterrupted, thanks to the spirit cleansing talisman. Daily earnings from zombie crystal cores averaged 200,000, peaking at a staggering 300,000. With Pei Ye's consent, Tai Hao did not conceal the whereabouts of their group. Consequently, the first task each morning for the higher-ups at YY Base was to check the map. Observing the once red zones of devastation gradually transform into yellow and even green was invigorating, akin to a surge of adrenaline. On the 15th day, the bus carrying the zombie hunting team finally arrived at YY base. Following behind were dozens of large vehicles transporting survivors. Aside from Pei Ye, the members of the Lu Yixian and the police dog squad appeared dispirited and haggard. Everyone, rally your spirits. Do not each resemble individuals who have been subjected to a crackdown. Xiang Ruijuan languidly leaned against Sun Mingyuan's shoulder, her eyelids heavy as if they wished to remain glued together for eternity. We are not like you, enduring a grueling 15 days of intense combat. Who could withstand such a trial? Were it not for the nurturing presence of Lu Yixian and the support of the spiritual spring water, their abilities would have drained them to the brink of exhaustion. In stark contrast, Pei Ye, that overachiever, toils for a staggering 23 hours a day, leaving but an hour for phone use and personal care, yet she still radiates vitality. How she longs to express 1,000 expletives. Alas, she now lacks the strength even to voice her frustrations. The Qilong and their companions were so fatigued that they began to shed fur. Their baldness was indeed becoming apparent. How peculiar it is for a mythical beast to lose its hair. In her previous life, Xiang Rujun had never encountered such tales. The fur of these creatures is akin to their armor, never to be shed. The YY base operates under a system similar to that of the XX base, with processes largely resembling one another. After a thorough examination, the group was able to register their personal information under the YY base. The 3 rental units were quite spacious. 2 were allocated to the police dog squad, along with 2 young special police officers and a little orphan girl, while the remainder was reserved for Pei Ye and her companions. In a hasty distribution of rooms, they were so exhausted that they skipped dinner and collapsed into slumber. They slept soundly until the following afternoon, awakening at 1 o'clock. The first order of business upon waking was to indulge in a hearty feast. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, they felt as if reborn. Father, has Xiaoxiu not risen yet? Upon settling their accounts, they found their contributions had amassed to over 3 million points. She allocated contribution points ranging from 150,000 to 200,000 to each member, retaining the balance in her account for unforeseen circumstances. What is this called? Sudden wealth. How does one alleviate worries? Only through riches. However, Lu Yixian occasionally pondered that sudden wealth might not be a source of joy. For with newfound riches comes the relentless pursuit of work. The herdsmen dwell by the waters, while Pei Ye chases after the zombies, plunging into the throngs wherever they are most abundant. Given the current situation at the YY base, it seems we cannot linger for too long. She chuckled coldly at Ruijun. If she does not perish from exhaustion, not to mention the YY base, the zombies across the entire nation would scarcely suffice for her to slay over the span of 2 years. This insufferable person must have once been an avid devotee of a 007 work regime. Lu Yixian shivered at the thought. 2 years? How terrifying. Yet, even more dread lay ahead. I inquired with the authorities, and they informed me that it is possible to rent a helicopter. What on earth? The crowd looked utterly bewildered. Rent a helicopter? Indeed, a helicopter. This would significantly reduce our travel time. Renting a helicopter costs merely 2,000 contribution points per day, and hiring a pilot adds another 500. Our team would require only 3 helicopters, and factoring in fuel expenses, the total cost would be approximately 10,000 points. The crowd. Are you a devil? 290. Collaboration. I am not a demon. After all, if anyone has objections, feel free to voice them. Scanning the surroundings. Silence enveloped the space. Whether it be humans or canines, none seemed inclined to voice their thoughts. Pei Ye tentatively remarked that silence implied consent. If there were no objections, they would proceed as she suggested. The team members remained taciturn, and Pei Ye took their silence as unanimous agreement. The helicopter, a crucial strategic asset, was typically not permitted for external leasing. However, exceptions do exist. Today's outing of the zombie survival squad was indeed such an exception. Since their registration nearly 3 months ago, they had submitted close to 10 million zombie cores. What does this imply? It signifies that their team had vanquished millions of zombies, comparable to the population of a first-tier city. If the authorities do not deploy formidable large-scale weaponry, they would struggle to keep pace. From a certain perspective, the strategic value of today's zombie squad is akin to that of a nuclear weapon, warranting special consideration from the officials. At this juncture, Pei Ye was summoned for a meeting with the senior management of the base. Rest assured, It is not a matter of grave concern. In response to the anxious gazes of her companions, Pei Ye waved her hand dismissively. She confided in Rue Jun, stating that it was hard to believe it could be anything but favorable. Her only worry was that the YY base might wish to expel them. The moment her eyes opened, it was all about slaying zombies. Every second counted, and when she closed her eyes, she fell into a deep slumber, utterly exhausted. Upon hearing that Pei Ye was summoned by the higher-ups for a talk, her companions instinctively shivered. Liu Xian gently inquired, "What is the matter?" It was the first time the crowd had encountered such a demand. Was there any difference? After all, Sun Mingyuan was a soldier, quick to respond. He inquired, "Is the YY base officially planning to reclaim lost ground?" Pei Ye nodded and then shook her head, not intending to tease them with suspense. She stated, "You are only half correct. Reclaiming lost territory and expanding the survivor base is one aspect. The other is concerning the granaries and armories in this region." Granaries? Armories. The expression of Xiang Ruejuan grew more serious. If there truly were granaries or armories nearby, the authorities would likely dispatch troops immediately. However, 3 months had passed since the apocalypse began. Dismissing this possibility, the only conclusion was that there was an issue near the granaries and armories. Pei Ye affirmed Xiang Ruejuan's speculation. Most critically, under the rules of the apocalypse, malevolent entities roamed freely. Besides the official bases, countless private outposts had been established, each with its own armed forces. The strategic weaponry from Armory No. 1 was not essential for the official base, yet in the hands of private bases, it could pose a potential threat. Although the higher-ups had not explicitly stated it, Pei Ye was astute enough to understand the implications. Xiang Ruejuan furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Clad in bones. This reminds me of the worm sent to City B. That worm had infested plants, voraciously absorbing the flesh and blood of zombies as nutrients, ultimately leaving behind nothing but a pile of bones. Xiang Ruejuan could never forget the shock he felt upon first witnessing the mountain of bones. Pei Ye expressed her concerns, acknowledging that the 4th grain depot and the 1st armory were merely separated by a mountain ridge. Their proximity to the YY base was noteworthy. Despite the abundance of resources on Blue Star, there existed no creatures capable of countering the insectoid menace. Once these creatures completed their insidious development, it would not be an exaggeration to say that not only the YY base would be at their mercy, but the entire Blue Star might fall under their dominion. For both emotional and rational reasons, Pei Ye could not remain indifferent to the situation. Xiang Ruejuan was rather pragmatic in nature. Thus, she inquired whether this operation was to be carried out in cooperation with the authorities. Pei Ye nodded in affirmation. Xiang Ruejuan further questioned if there had been any acknowledgement from the officials. While they all strove for the fate of humanity, it was unreasonable for the state apparatus to expect private entities to offer their services without compensation. Xiang Ruejuan was aware of Pei Ye's extraordinary capabilities, as she could excel in both terrestrial and celestial endeavors. However, the authorities were not fully cognizant of the extent of her strength. The 4th grain depot and the 1st armory were evidently formidable challenges. Otherwise, the officials would not have deigned to collaborate with the survivor team. Such perilous missions, fraught with the potential for death, ought to come with not merely material rewards but also moral incentives. According to the regulations established in the previous world's apocalyptic bases, a minimum of 10% of resources or equivalent contribution points should be allocated. Pei Ye smiled, assuring that compensation was indeed forthcoming. They would not toil without recompense. Successful completion of the mission would yield a reward of 1 million contribution points, and even in the event of failure, 30,000 points would still be granted. In addition to material rewards, merit would be recorded, ensuring the highest welfare privileges at official bases across the nation. Xiang Ruejuan clicked her tongue in admiration, remarking that each individual was astute in their own right. The remuneration offered by the authorities appears quite generous at first glance. However, upon closer examination, it is rather meager. Today, the prowess of the zombie survivor team is evident to all. Regardless of which base they visit, they are guaranteed the finest benefits and privileges. The merit system is similarly unimpressive. The official bases inherently encourage survivor teams to hunt zombies, operating under a merit-based system for calculating contributions. The only somewhat beneficial aspect is the reward of 1 million contribution points. In essence, contribution points are merely a string of digits. Their true worth lies in their redeemability. Without the ability to cash them in, they hold no value, much like the paper currency before the apocalypse. In a stable society with steady prices, paper money can procure anything available for purchase. However, with the onset of the apocalypse, social order collapses, rendering paper currency nothing more than scrap paper, useless even for wiping. The real rewards of merit are tangible benefits. The advantages that one can physically possess are the only true advantages. If Xiang Ruijuan can conceive of such matters, she has no doubt that the astute Pei Ye can as well. Furthermore, although the official rewards from the base are ostensibly allocated to the team, Pei Ye carries 99 of the output for today's zombie hunting expedition, which effectively means the rewards are intended for her alone. Pei Ye has tacitly accepted this, and naturally, Xiang Ruijuan will not voice any objections, lest she provoke discontent. Let us first purge the nearby towns of their undead inhabitants. According to Tai Hao's estimations, there are approximately 250,000 zombies scattered across these 3 towns, and we shall allocate 2 days for this endeavor. This particular town is the closest to the YY base, with relatively accessible roads. After we conduct an initial sweep to eliminate the zombies, the authorities will promptly dispatch troops to gather supplies and eradicate any remaining threats. A process anticipated to last around 2 days. On the 3rd day, we shall proceed to the granary. The number of zombies is substantial, and there are numerous fields nearby. If we can reclaim this land and employ advanced agricultural techniques, life at the YY base will significantly improve. I expressed my agreement to Ruijuan. Lu Yexin also nodded, indicating her concurrence. Naturally, the others shared the same sentiment. Those who might dissent would find their opinions disregarded by the esteemed leaders, given that the influential figures, who constitute 99 of our output, had not voiced objections. What authority did the lesser members possess to challenge the consensus? Although we have relocated to a new base, our daily routine at YY remains akin to that at the XX base. Rising at 6 in the morning to freshen up, partake in breakfast, and engage in exercise. Browsing the internet, watching television shows and videos, or participating in online games hosted by Tai Hao, or honing our abilities. By 8:30, we gather at the mission release hall to receive our assignments, completing a series of formalities, and then we depart promptly at 9. May I inquire, do you require corpse handlers? As members adorned with the insignia of today's zombie squad appeared in the mission release hall, the awaiting staff eagerly guided us. 3 helicopters and the necessary fuel supplies were meticulously prepared, alongside 3 experienced pilots ready to take to the skies. The staff warmly inquired whether they required a mortician. Pei Ye, with an expression of indifference, declined. As newcomers at the YY base, the staff were not yet familiar with Pei Ye and her companions' habits. Had it been the personnel from the XX base, such inquiries would have been utterly unnecessary. Today, the zombie extermination team submitted their daily quota of zombie crystal cores, measured in the tens of thousands. The average mortician operates with insufficient efficiency and limited capabilities, often overwhelmed, and may not even gather 1,000 cores in a single day. In contrast, the small paper figurine army in Pei Ye's possession proved to be far more practical. With 108 figures, they occupied little space and could tirelessly operate around the clock without a hint of fatigue. As long as their energy supply remained abundant, they could labor until the end of time. The staff, realizing this, chuckled awkwardly and moved on. After depositing 100,000 contribution points as collateral, they commenced their daily routine. As they continued their grim task, a sense of unease began to settle in. Xiang Ruijuan and her companions noticed that a significant number of zombies had evolved to the 2nd level. Out of every 10 zombies, 3 had reached this advanced stage. Such a ratio was astonishing. Just yesterday, they had encountered over 100 2nd-level zombies, and now, merely a short time later, overnight, 2nd-level zombies had emerged like mushrooms after the rain. Before evolving, zombies would typically hide away to avoid being devoured by their kin, thus preventing their own demise. Pei Ye was not surprised. Her tone is nonchalant, as if discussing the weather. They only emerge once they have evolved. Xiang Ruijuan had mentioned that starting from the 3rd month of the apocalypse, ordinary zombies would begin to evolve en masse into 2nd-level ones. Now, 3 months had just elapsed. The few individuals listening to Lu Yixin were engulfed in worry. Those awakened with abilities through the manual were all at the 1st level, while those who naturally awakened their powers during the early days of the apocalypse were merely a thin veil away from reaching the 2nd level. In an environment where the entire populace struggled at the 1st level, the zombies were rapidly evolving to the 2nd level, which was undeniably grim news. However, if one were to think positively, the exchange rate for 2nd-level zombie cores was significantly higher than that of the 1st level. A 1st-level zombie core could only be exchanged for 1 contribution point, whereas a 2nd-level core offered a staggering 10 points. Xiang Ruijuan's lips twitched in exasperation. How could this possibly be considered good news? Life followed a predictable pattern, occasionally disrupted by minor upheavals. For instance, Pei Ye was browsing her phone when she noticed someone tagging them, questioning why they did not rescue so many survivors facing death. Xiao Xiuvi, dear child. The reason is simply because your life holds insufficient value. In the time it would take to save you, how many zombies could our team eliminate? How many potential threats could we avert? How many individuals could we assist in overcoming the zombie siege? The town is devoid of zombies. I have even gathered and burned their ashes. You have hands and feet. Why not venture out on your own? To be online in the Fallen District in the third month of the apocalypse indicates at least possession of a specialized phone, perhaps even having awakened abilities through the manual. How could one remain in such a place without possessing some skills? It was unreasonable to blame her for not helping when one had the means to help oneself. With transportation methods altered, Pei Ye could no longer assist survivors with the same dedication as before. If survivors were willing to save themselves, they should do so. If they were not inclined to help themselves, they would meet their demise, yet still expect her to provide unwavering support? Are you aware of the exorbitant appearance fees for retired military leaders? Taihao. Pei Ye donned an eye mask, preparing for slumber. Survivor, I am present. Can you sever that fool's connection? Taihao. 3 seconds later, in a location near YY base. One survivor was engaging in intimate conversation with a woman when a notification abruptly appeared, ejecting him from Taihao's network. Dear survivor, the internet is not a lawless realm. Defamation and slander will result in a 7-day network ban as a warning. Survivor? He intends to file a complaint. The call was made. But the complaint proved futile. Unrepentant, 1-month network ban. Survivor. Expletive, the following day. 2 significant events shocked the globe and were inscribed into the annals of human history. What were these events? Taihao briefly recounted the news. Base code 3523 was obliterated by a horde of zombies. Base code 3523. That does not seem to belong to Huagua. Taihao explained that it was foreign, housing over 600,000 survivors. Over 600,000 survivors, a substantial base during the early apocalypse. Obliterated overnight. A zombie horde? No warning? Taihao, aware of her indifference to foreign affairs, clarified that a warning had been issued half a month in advance, during which the base maintained the highest level of alert and prepared for the worst-case scenario. Furthermore, as of last night, although the number of zombies besieging the base was considerable, they had not breached the defenses. Pei Ye's eyes shifted, and she discerned the crux of the issue. Could it be that a large number of second-tier zombies had emerged? Taihao stated that while secondary zombies are indeed stronger than their primary counterparts, it is still inconceivable that they could annihilate a survivor base housing over 600,000 individuals overnight. He clarified that ordinary secondary zombies are incapable of such feats. However, the zombies in question are mutated secondary zombies, which are impervious to standard military defenses. Pei Ye responded with confusion, inquiring about the sheer number of mutated zombies. Taihao revealed that nuclear weapons were involved. Pei Ye was taken aback by the notion of the government employing nuclear arms to purge a city overrun by millions of zombies. Taihao further elaborated that data monitoring indicated there would be over 260,000 zombies exhibiting signs of mutation. 260,000 zombies with the potential for mutation? Pei Ye pondered, realizing that these zombies possess speed, strength, intelligence, and viral infection capabilities far beyond those of ordinary zombies. Taihao's voice grew heavier, tinged with solemnity. Ordinary superhumans are not immune to the viruses carried by these mutated zombies. While both extraordinary beasts and superhumans possess a certain degree of immunity to lower-tier zombie viruses, they remain vulnerable to those of equal or superior rank. Nonetheless, this immunity significantly enhances their survival capabilities in the wild, allowing them to face zombies without feeling utterly defenseless. Unfortunately, those zombies that have undergone unknown mutations due to nuclear radiation do not fall under this protection. Pei Ye, without needing to browse the internet, was acutely aware of the uproar online. In a fleeting moment, the once revered haven for humanity's hope has been reduced to mere ruins and remnants. The survivors within have become trophies following the hunt for zombies. From behind their screens, the remaining survivors watch in terror. Dujuan zombies are transformed humans, no matter how mutated. They should retain some semblance of humanity. But what we just witnessed, they were neither human nor ghost, transcending the limits of human aesthetics, almost indescribable monstrosities. Zhang Jun, Were it not for Tai Hao's assertion that they are mutated zombies resulting from nuclear radiation, I would have believed they crawled out of a foul sewer as bizarre aberrations. Gazing upon their pitch-black, decaying flesh, I find myself strangely fond of the ordinary zombies, considering them almost charming in comparison. To be honest, after witnessing so many mutated zombies, ordinary ones now appear almost refined. Faced with the existential pressure imposed by these aberrant zombies, many survivors adopt a pessimistic outlook. Lu Mingming, if nuclear weapons cannot eradicate zombies, and instead allow them to mutate into this grotesque form, is there any hope left for humanity? Isn't that absurd? If zombies are so formidable that even nuclear weapons cannot defeat them, how can mere mortals prevail? Li Jianxin, nuclear weapons can indeed destroy zombies. If they could not, humanity would be better off collectively ending its existence to avoid further suffering. The crux of the matter lies in the aftermath of a nuclear explosion. Humans cannot survive in those regions, while zombies may undergo further mutations. As it stands, employing nuclear arms against zombies is evidently a strategy that inflicts more harm than good. The use of alternative weapons is equally precarious, as no one knows what further mutations the zombies might undergo. Li Godin, I suddenly wish to address those who incessantly question why the nation does not employ nuclear weapons to eradicate the zombies. There are indeed quite a few of these individuals, some of whom even check in daily on the Tai Hao network to petition for such actions. Their stance is resolute. They firmly believe that nuclear weapons should only be utilized in dire circumstances. While detonating a nuclear bomb may seem straightforward, the aftermath poses a significant dilemma. Once the apocalypse has passed, can the remnants of humanity survive in an extremely hostile environment? Many survivors perceive the concerns of the higher-ups as signs of cowardice and incompetence. What is so wrong with nuclear weapons? Can the situation possibly worsen than it already is? Ultimately, the 3523 base has painfully demonstrated to the world that conditions can always deteriorate further. The only silver lining is that over 2 million mutated zombies are currently located on another continent, preventing them from reaching Huagua, at least for now. Tai Hao, you mentioned there were 2 pieces of bad news. This is one. What is the second? Pei Ye cannot fathom a message worse than the fall of the 3523 base. Tai Hao replied, a confidential aircraft from M country has encountered an incident. Pei Ye, well, the second piece of news is at least 10 times worse than the first. I had assumed the supplies had already arrived at the capital base in B City. So they have not yet? Tai Hao continued, the current situation cannot be compared to that of the pre-apocalypse. The margin for error in transportation is exceedingly low, and we cannot afford any risks. In the pre-apocalyptic era, if issues arose during transit, one could still contact the nearest airport. There were alternative options aside from air travel, such as cars or high-speed trains, and if all else failed, one could even take a private vehicle. In a world ravaged by the apocalypse, the entirety of Huagua has succumbed to the reign of zombies, with airports transformed into their dominion and national transportation rendered utterly paralyzed. Country M has attempted to transport supplies, yet they are unable to withstand even the slightest risk or unforeseen circumstance. Pei Ye, filled with curiosity, inquires about the incident involving the aircraft. Without needing further details, Pei Ye instinctively comprehends that this mission is doomed to fail. Have they failed to retrieve anyone? The entire escort unit from Country M has vanished without a trace. Their fate's unknown. The cargo they were escorting has also mysteriously disappeared. Tai Hao is troubled by this predicament. I have utilized all available satellites and surveillance systems, yet I have found no sign of them. Every conceivable location has been thoroughly searched, yet to date, there remains no hint of their whereabouts, which is exceedingly abnormal. Several living individuals and the items they were responsible for have seemingly evaporated without a trace, as if taken by some unseen force. Currently, Country M is in a state of unrest, suspecting they have fallen victim to a deception. Both parties are engaged in a tug-of-war over this matter. The blood pressure of senior officials has surged in recent days, with an unending stream of exasperating issues. Even you have failed to detect any anomalies. Indeed, this situation is most peculiar. Tai Hao, feeling a deep sense of shame, admits, I am very embarrassed. The escort unit from Country M encountered trouble in a blind spot of surveillance. Pei Ye, too, feels a throbbing headache. The remnants of extraterrestrial beings in their spacecraft represent humanity's sole opportunity to connect with other interstellar civilizations. Without this chance, the survivors of Blue Star must rely solely on their own strength to combat the ever-evolving and mutating zombie virus. The pace of human evolution cannot keep up with the rapid deterioration of the environment. As time drags on, the likelihood of humanity's triumph diminishes to an almost negligible degree. From Pei Ye's perspective, the chances of survival for human survivors are exceedingly slim, nearly non-existent. Even should they stumble upon a stroke of luck, the blue planet would have long been ravaged by the zombie virus. Tai Hao, could you divulge the coordinates where the special escort unit from Country M ultimately vanished? She intends to seize an opportunity to investigate, perhaps even encounter that extraterrestrial being. Tai Hao hesitated. Pei Ye couldn't help but tease. What's the matter? Is it another case of insufficient clearance? Tai Hao remained silent for a few moments. Suddenly, Pei Ye's phone vibrated. Upon checking, she discovered a message from an unfamiliar number. Is it all right to wait a couple of days? Recently, its minor actions have become too frequent, raising concerns about being monitored by that group of human scientists. 293. Mission commences that very evening. Pei Ye anxiously awaited the return of her offspring from work. At the threshold of the game interface appeared a familiar egg. Pei Ye opened the system records to peruse. Uncovering several intriguing snippets of text, the little one is feeling quite despondent, seemingly due to work-related issues. Wages are to be deducted. In light of this, the little one feels exhausted, hungry, aggrieved, and sorrowful. The tip of the egg continuously displayed the message, mood value -1. At that moment, Pei Ye softly called out, the little one's mood value is 999. I have prepared a gift for you. Would you like to unwrap it and see? This gift, of course, is an entire set of the Eastern Guangxing Taihao Emperor Ensemble. Pei Ye once again witnessed the shamelessness of this wretched game, as the last component, the Eastern Guangxing Taihao Emperor Jade Seal, consumed over 4 million merits to acquire. Is she simply unlucky, or has the system covertly reduced the drop rate? It is undoubtedly the game developers manipulating the odds behind the scenes. As I unwrapped the gift, as I blushed at the sight of the present. Following that was a series of garbled text. It took quite some time to return to normal. As I glanced at their wallet, once again realizing their impoverishment, as I drew motivation and confidence from their father, believing that their lack of earnings stemmed from insufficient effort at work. Pei Ye. Sometimes she wished to crack open Azai's shell to see inside. Why is it that no matter the topic, it always veers back to overtime work? Do you like this gift, dear? Shall we discuss work matters? Perhaps I can offer you some rudimentary advice. Azai stood frozen in place, immediately followed by a barrage of garbled text. The game system displayed a glaring red warning. Please refrain from interfering with Azai's growth. Pei Ye chuckled softly. This garbage game surely harbors secrets. Azai had a meal, took a shower, and then headed out to work. Pei Ye poked at the empty entryway where Azai had vanished, murmuring softly, Alas, let us strive together, little one. The following day, a helicopter. Pei Ye gazed down from the heights at the endless green mountains and forests below. 3 towns have been thoroughly cleansed as anticipated, with the YY base dispatching troops to establish fundamental military defenses and reclaim lost territories. This can be regarded as one of the rare pieces of good news in a post-apocalyptic world. As soon as the news spread through the Taihao network, countless survivors began to tag today as outing day with zombies. Within 2 days, over 200,000 zombies were eradicated across 3 towns, comparable to human-shaped nuclear weapons. My heart aches for the 3523 base, despite deploying nuclear arms. They failed to eliminate the zombies and were instead overrun by mutated ones. Truly a case of fate lacking a formidable leader. Based on Pei Ye's current achievements, she is no longer merely human. She is evidently a safe, clean, gentle, and harmless human-shaped nuclear weapon that can be utilized repeatedly. Let us applaud the leader with a chorus of admiration, while also racking our brains to capture their attention. Oh, esteemed leader, when will you grace us with your presence? Here, we offer free lodging and meals along with riverside views, as we are left with nothing but zombies. Everyone upstairs, make way. What is a riverside view when we also possess oceanfront accommodations? How many zombies could a small place possibly have? Would a great leader travel such a long distance just to stay for 10 days or half a month before relocating? Listen to me, great leader, in a first-tier city. There are millions of zombies, and we assure honesty with no deception. If we are found to be false, we will compensate. We guarantee that the esteemed leader will find satisfaction and peace in their extermination endeavors, truly the unparalleled choice for enhancing prestige, qualifications, and monster hunting. Would the great leader not consider this? Message me privately, and I will provide coordinates in an instant. A group of juvenile brothers. As an adult, the leader surely deserves the care and comprehensive guidance that only maturity can provide. Pei Ye skimmed through the messages, her lips twitching involuntarily. Even in this apocalypse, how can there still be so many foolish individuals? She harbored deep suspicions that humanity had met its demise, yet the foolishness of mankind would persist. The rhythmic thrum of the propellers resonated in her eardrums, while Pei Ye, unfazed, meticulously examined the electronic map. This map accurately delineated the locations of Warehouse No. 4 and Armory No. 1, along with several depictions of the various exits and the internal structures of the warehouses. The information provided by the YY base was exceedingly precise. The greater the accuracy, the more trepidation gripped Xiang Ruijuan and her companions. To echo Xiang Ruijuan's lament, these maps were so precise that even a blind person could navigate in and out with ease. Pei Ye, cigarette in mouth, bore a nonchalant demeanor. The group inquired, Xiao, do you have a plan? Pei Ye replied, we charge straight in, confront them head-on. The others responded with a chuckle, We must not forget that this individual is akin to a bulldozer, capable of flattening any obstacles in her path. Such power breeds audacity. In the midst of their conversation, 3 helicopters descended near the foot of the mountain. Xiang Ruijuan meticulously reviewed the materials from the YY base. There was a small helipad adjacent to the armory. She scrutinized the area ahead, her eyes glimmering with intrigue. However, a pang of unease struck her heart. If Pei Ye appeared disinterested, the foes they faced were likely not formidable. Yet, if she exhibited even the slightest curiosity, it was likely they would encounter a particularly challenging adversary. Is the target particularly strong? Pei Ye appraised Xiang Ruijuan from head to toe. It may prove somewhat arduous for you. Prepare yourself mentally. Xiang Ruijuan. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, 3 months had elapsed, during which a majority of the flora commenced in exuberant growth, shrouding the mountain paths beneath a dense tapestry of wild vegetation. A few fiery canines forged ahead, unleashing a searing ray of flame that incinerated the underbrush. While Yin Yu adeptly employed her ice-based abilities to extinguish the fires, preventing a catastrophic blaze from engulfing the forest, they understood well the repercussions of setting the mountains ablaze. As they ascended the rugged terrain, Xiang Ruijuan inquired about Pei Ye. Do you have any knowledge of what lurks within the mountains? Pei Ye replied, I have some understanding. It is likely to be insects, albeit with minimal lethality, as they tend to serve a supportive role within their species. Remember this, no matter what you see, hear, or say, it is all an illusion. For these creatures excel in exploiting the most vulnerable aspects of the human psyche, whether it be fear, evasion, repression, or the deepest longings of the heart. They can simulate these emotions with near perfection. It is only when their victims are rendered powerless to resist that these cowardly and cunning insects reveal themselves, relishing in their triumph. Thus, Pei Ye intended to bide his time, a strategy often referred to as betraying one's comrades. However, Xiang Ruijuan and the others possessed instincts akin to those of small animals. Being the most familiar with Pei Ye among the group, Xiang Ruijuan was acutely aware that he was a reckless individual who thrived on exploiting others. The futility of the mission would be evident if he could not ensnare his teammates. Driven by a desire for survival, she pressed further. Are you suggesting that our current target will employ enchanting illusions? A sense of foreboding washed over her. You have not misjudged in the slightest, Pei Ye declared, crossing his arms defiantly. The leisurely demeanor of the creature hardly suggests a task-oriented purpose. Rather, it resembles a wanderer delighting in nature's beauty. Typically, such insects possess minimal offensive capabilities, yet they exhibit remarkably potent mental prowess. To facilitate understanding, one might liken them to psychic entities endowed with extraordinary mental strength. Their sole advantage lies in their formidable mental capabilities. While their mental force does not inflict direct harm upon a target, and they lack formidable attack power, they remain the most troublesome among their kind due to their ability to precisely strike at the most vulnerable aspects of the mind. Perfection is a myth. An almost flawless illusion can disorient the senses, causing the target to completely lose their sense of self. As Pei Ye's words fell, Xiang Ruijuan could not suppress a shiver, losing her footing and slipping. Had it not been for the swift reflexes of Sun Mingyuan, who caught her shoulder just in time, she might have twisted her ankle. Be careful. Watch out for the stones on the ground. No sooner had he spoken than he noticed the pallor of Xiang Ruijuan's face, as white as a blank wall, devoid of color. Just as Sun Mingyuan was about to inquire further, Xiang Ruijuan abruptly brushed off his support, leaving him with nothing but her rigid silhouette. What is wrong? He stared vacantly at his own hand, perplexed as to what had provoked Xiang Ruijuan's ire. Regardless of the nature of the insect or its abilities, it could simply be exterminated. Xiang Ruijuan's voice bore a hint of stiffness and barely concealed frustration, as though she yearned to unleash her fiery powers upon the insect in the very next moment. It is not so simple. Concealment and camouflage are their hallmark skills, and they often disguise themselves as inconspicuous little insects. As long as they remain inactive, even if they pass right before you, you would not recognize them. It is precisely this trait that renders their attacks nearly impossible to anticipate. No one knows when the enemy will approach, nor when they will strike once they are near. One may fall victim without the slightest inkling of danger. Of course, their attacks are not infallible. Mental assaults prove ineffective against those whose mental fortitude vastly exceeds theirs. Even if they do succeed, the illusions they create are riddled with flaws. Is there truly no way to counter this menace? We cannot concede defeat. As I mentioned earlier, while their mental prowess is formidable, they lack direct offensive capabilities. They can only fabricate illusions to undermine their foes mentally. In a direct confrontation, an ordinary person wielding a pair of chopsticks could easily eliminate them. However, these creatures are inherently cowardly and treacherous, only emerging to claim victims when their adversaries are utterly defenseless. Thus, we must employ bait to lure them in. Xiang Ruijuan felt as though she might vomit blood from the strain. Among the survivor team, she bore the heaviest burden of mental affliction. She contemplated, with her toes, the nightmarish visions she would face should the insects unleash their mental assaults upon her. The illusions may be fabricated, yet the negative emotions they engender are all too real. Previously, a mere nightmare could leave her sulking for days, and now, to relive that torment through illusion, her mental state was fraying. At that moment, however, Sun Mingyuan volunteered to serve as bait. He discerned the fear lurking beneath Xiang Ruijuan's indifferent facade. Despite being unaware of the source of his fear, he did not wish to compel Xiang Ruijun against her will. However, Pei Ye remarked that there was little to dispute. The insects targeted all of them, including the Qinglong group. Lu Yexian inquired about Xiaoxiu, to which she replied, "As for me, if I remain here, I fear I might never encounter the enemy. The foe is both timid and cunning. Once it realizes that my strength surpasses its expectations, would it foolishly linger? Naturally, the best course of action is to retreat." The others were silent. "We shall proceed according to our plan. With my presence, I will ensure your safety. Furthermore, let me impart a secret. Strive to dwell on joyful and happy thoughts, amplifying your inner desire for them. In doing so, the likelihood of a benevolent illusion manifesting will significantly increase." With those words, Pei Ye concealed herself with an invisibility talisman, entering a spectator mode. Xiang Ruijuan and her companions exchanged glances, steeling themselves to head towards the granary. The journey thus far had been uneventful. The monotonous path rendered time particularly prolonged, causing the group to gradually relax their taut nerves. Qi Tianxua noticed that Lu Yexian was drenched in sweat and crouched down to allow her to climb onto his back. No, we do not yet know how far we must travel. You should conserve your strength." Lu Yexian, feeling bashful, was unaccustomed to displaying affection in public. Although she and Qi Tianxua shared a private, affectionate bond, their demeanor in public remained strictly formal. Yet, Qi Tianxua was unwilling to relent. "Your face is pale from exhaustion, and yet you still wish to put on a brave front?" Unable to resist him, Lu Yexian found herself resting upon his not particularly broad back, which nonetheless provided a profound sense of security. Qi Tianxu remarked, "The journey ahead appears lengthy. You should rest for a while." Lu Yexian, with a hint of modesty, stifled a yawn. As weariness enveloped her, she gradually succumbed to slumber, her dreams a kaleidoscope of bizarre imagery, leaving her feeling unusually fatigued upon awakening. After an indeterminate passage of time, unfamiliar voices beckoned her, accompanied by a gentle nudging of her arm. Blinking in confusion, she discovered herself in the midst of a college entrance examination room. A wave of panic surged through her upon this realization. To her further astonishment, the examination paper before her was filled with densely packed answers, while the invigilator was in the process of collecting her response sheet. Fortunately, the exam had concluded, and she felt relieved that her performance had been satisfactory. The invigilator cast a sidelong glance at her paper. To dare to sleep in a college entrance examination room, this student must possess considerable confidence, he remarked. Lu Yexian felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. She could not fathom how she had inexplicably drifted into slumber, and the lingering fatigue left her too weary to ponder further. With the examination behind her, her father invited a familiar mother-daughter pair to dinner. During the meal, the two adults candidly revealed their intention to remarry and form a blended family. Liu Yexian was taken aback, but did not voice any objections. Rather, she felt a sense of joy at her father's newfound companionship, someone who could understand and support him. The daughter accompanying the woman, named Rui Jun, would soon become her younger sister, a charming and endearing girl. Although they were not biological sisters, their bond rapidly blossomed over the course of the summer. In her sophomore year, Liu Yexian finally accepted her senior Qi Tianshua's confession, and the two obtained their marriage certificate immediately after graduating from university. Her sister, Xiang Ruijuan, served as the maid of honor. Xiang Ruijuan's current boyfriend, Sun Mingyuan, whom she met during a trip, was also the best man at the wedding. Yexian, thank you for marrying me. I vow to make you happy for a lifetime, Qi Tianshua declared as he slipped the ring onto her finger. Liu Yexian smiled gently. All right. You said it, no backing out. At the villa on the mountainside, a group of stylish, youthful men and women gathered to celebrate the birthday of the guest of honor. As the atmosphere of the party was stirred up by the host, the crowd gradually shed their reservations, succumbing to the intoxicating effects of the alcohol. Amidst the pulsating and suggestive music, they drew closer, their bodies intertwining like serpents in a fluid dance. Why aren't you joining them? A vaguely familiar young man approached. Huh? I don't enjoy drinking, Xiang Ruijuan replied, politely refusing the drink he offered in a corner of the villa's hall. Come on, have a couple of drinks. Not drinking would be disrespectful to the birthday celebrant. Don't worry, the alcohol isn't strong, he urged enthusiastically, but Xiang Ruijuan remained steadfast in her refusal. For some inexplicable reason, upon entering the villa, she felt an eerie and intense sense of unease, as if a voice inside her urged her to leave quickly. Nearby, a group of girls, reveling in their merriment, playfully encouraged her to drink. Feeling exposed by their teasing, Xiang Ruijuan felt a wave of embarrassment, while the young man's gaze toward her seemed to contain a hint of something more. Over the past couple of days, I have been feeling unwell. The young men and women dismissed her words, believing her to be fabricating a tale. In an effort to swiftly move past this uncomfortable situation, Xiang Ruijuan could only drink a couple of glasses. As the liquid coursed down her throat, the peculiar unease she had recently experienced resurfaced, this time more intense and direct. Leave. Hurry and get out of here. A pallor washed over Xiang Ruijuan's face as she obeyed the voice within her. She placed her right hand on her abdomen, feigning unbearable pain. I feel a bit unwell. I'm going to the restroom. Most of the guests were congregated in the dance hall, and she made a beeline for the entrance of the villa. How foolish I am. Alone on the winding path down the mountain, the night breeze invigorated Xiang Ruijuan's mind. The mountains loomed in the darkness, their silhouettes shrouded in ominous shadows that seemed poised to engulf her, their gaping maws ready to devour. Her heart raced with trepidation, yet her exterior remained as calm as a seasoned sage. She could not comprehend why she felt compelled to leave the villa, driven by an irrational sensation. Setting aside the potential dangers of this secluded mountain road, her descent would take her until dawn to reach the foot of the mountain. With poor signal reception and her phone nearly out of battery, the flashlight wouldn't last much longer. The villa perched on the mountainside glowed quietly in the night, its warm orange light drawing in moths like a flame. Behind Xiang Ruijuan lay a pitch-black path, where her hand could not perceive even a finger's breadth. The chilling darkness sent shivers down her spine. Two choices tugged at her reason, locked in a stalemate. Xiang Ruijuan found herself unable to make a decision. After a moment of hesitation, an uncanny nocturnal breeze brushed against her nape, sending a shiver down her spine and plunging her consciousness back into a state of disarray. The men and women continued to revel in the throes of ecstasy on the dance floor, as the vaguely familiar young man approached her once more. Why aren't you joining them on the dance floor? Xiang Ruijuan's gaze was clouded with bewilderment, as she felt a sense of déjà vu wash over her. Yet she could not quite place where she had heard those words before. I don't have a penchant for alcoholic beverages. The young man grinned, his lips moving in sync with his words. Even before he could complete his sentence, Xiang Ruijuan was already cognizant of every syllable he was about to utter. Come on. Indulge in a couple of drinks. It would be a grave disservice to the birthday celebrant if you abstained. Rest assured, the alcohol content is not excessive. Xiang Ruijuan. After a brief interlude, a young woman approached her, attempting to coax her into drinking. Xiang Ruijuan succumbed to the entreaties and imbibed a couple of glasses. These events, I seem to have previously encountered them. A burst of uproarious laughter emanated from the dance floor, and she turned her gaze towards the source of the commotion. A couple was locked in a passionate embrace amidst the cheers and jeers of the crowd. Xiang Ruijuan distinctly observed the man's hand reaching beneath his girlfriend's garment, unfastening her strapless brassiere. As the undergarment was nonchalantly tossed onto a nearby sofa, the boisterous laughter of the crowd intensified. Let's get more intense. Let's have another one. These games are quite monotonous. Let us engage in something more stimulating. Kiss and eat cake, strip poker, male and female synchronized push-ups. Xiang Ruijuan had only consumed a mere 2 glasses of alcohol from the very beginning. Yet her inebriation grew increasingly pronounced. Her mind became progressively heavy, as if she were burdened with a leaden sphere of equal size in place of her head. She rose to her feet, her steps faltering. Kiki, shall we join in the fun? The birthday star, a wealthy second-generation heir, appeared beside her. She raised her hand and flung his away, disdainfully scolding, "Leave me alone. Let go of my hand." The birthday star's eyes narrowed slightly, his expression chilling as that of a vengeful spirit. In her dazed state, Xiang Ruijuan realized that another person had joined their ranks, the birthday star's dubious companion. Together, they seized her arms and began to drag her towards the second floor. Panic surged within Xiang Ruijuan. "Let go of me. Don't touch me. Release me." She exerted all her strength to struggle, yet she remained ensnared by the two. "I fancy you, and that's your fortune. Don't be ungrateful if you refuse. I'll simply call others to play with you." Humph. She will be compelled to comply. "Let go of me." She kicked and bit, exhausting their patience. The birthday star, his eyes glazed with intoxication, raised a hand to strike her. "You're asking for it, you shameless hussy." Instinctively, Xiang Ruijuan recoiled, bracing for the anticipated sting. However, the expected pain did not arrive. Instead, the one gripping her let out a yelp, crashing into the wall. Xiang Ruijuan gasped in fear. Drenched in sweat, her chest heaving rapidly. Cautiously lifting her head, she discovered that she was overshadowed by a tall figure. Against the light, she could not discern his features. Only that he was notably tall and robust. Thank you. Though she did not know who he was, a profound sense of safety enveloped her. Dispelling the shadow of her earlier ordeal, the man inquired, "Do you wish to report this?" "Report it, call the police?" The man discerned from her reaction that she had no intention of alerting the authorities. A young woman ought to possess the awareness to protect herself. In the face of such incidents, she should indeed report them, lest she suffer in silence. Xiang Ruijuan hesitated, saying that they seemed to be anything but ordinary individuals. The man scoffed, remarking that a handful of affluent upstarts could not wield absolute power. Should the matter be suppressed upon reporting? One could always seek assistance from the media online. If it escalated, there would inevitably be an explanation. Do you not see how many powerful figures have been brought down by their sons, daughters, wives, husbands, or even distant relatives? What era is this? Still so rigidly believing that ordinary people have no avenue for redress. Moreover, I am a witness. If you report it, I shall stand as your witness and see who dares to suppress the truth. As they emerged, Xiang Ruijuan, wrapped in the man's oversized coat, curled up in the passenger seat, her form appearing particularly delicate. The previously dark, beast-like mountain road was now illuminated. The temperature on the mountain was relatively low, and the night wind was cool, yet she felt an unusual warmth in her heart. Not only had the stranger saved her, but he also kindly escorted her down the mountain to report the incident. The pair remained silent, the atmosphere in the vehicle almost stagnant. Noticing her deep immersion in her own thoughts, the man could not help but inquire, "Aren't you afraid I might be a villain, so easily getting into a stranger's car?" Xiang Ruijuan lifted her gaze to meet his. After a long pause, she clutched the hem of her clothing, lowering her head in silence. The man's tone weakened. "I apologize. I am not particularly eloquent and did not intend to mock or lecture you." The man realized that his inquiry was inappropriate. However, by nature, he was taciturn and seldom interacted with the opposite sex, let alone delicate young ladies. Clumsy with words, he struggled to articulate his thoughts clearly. "No, I did not mean that. I simply believe you must be a good person. One's appearance reflects one's heart." The man's features were marked by resolute and upright contours, exuding an aura of formidable integrity. Yet, he remarked, "Appearance is an unreliable measure. But I believe you resemble a soldier. When I see you, I feel unafraid." The man's grip on the steering wheel faltered as he gazed at Xiang Ruijuan with wide, astonished eyes. They went to report the incident, and it was then that Xiang Ruijuan learned the man's name, Sun Mingyuan. She was unaware of why Sun Mingyuan had appeared at that villa. She only knew he was returning to duty after a 2-day leave. Expecting no further connection, she was taken aback by the capricious nature of fate. Ultimately, The man not only became her boyfriend but also the groom at her wedding after graduation. I will spend the rest of my life proving to you that marrying me was the right choice. Xiang Ruijuan rarely displayed shyness and nodded in acceptance of his proposal. The couple introduced each other to their families and began preparing for the wedding. It was at this moment that Xiang Ruijuan discovered Sun Mingyuan's family was extraordinarily distinguished. She was bewildered. Marrying him seemed a leap far beyond her reach. From the proposal to the wedding, she remained in a daze. What are you daydreaming about? The exceptionally handsome and cheerful groom is gazing at her with a smile that dances between amusement and tenderness. Her cheeks flush crimson, her exposed skin radiates warmth, and an uncomfortable sensation envelopes her. I merely feel as though this is a fabrication, akin to a dream, Mingyuan. Do you think I am dreaming? Can it be that, amidst the blessings of family and friends, she has indeed married Sun Mingyuan? The man chuckles softly, leaning in to plant a gentle kiss on her rosy lips. I share your sentiment. It feels so splendid that it resembles a dream. Yet I find this dream lacks sufficient beauty. Xiang Ruijuan, unable to comprehend his words, displays a candid expression of confusion. Sun Mingyuan clears his throat and straightforwardly states, "The honeymoon is precious. I must trouble you." Xiang Ruijuan, though the couple spends little time together, she feels an extraordinary happiness, especially upon discovering 2 lines on the pregnancy test. She calls Sun Mingyuan, and his joy permeates through the phone, resonating in her heart. I long to see you soon. When she emerges from the delivery room and sees her husband, drenched in sweat and still trembling with fear, she feels that the agony of childbirth has been soothed. They have been married for over 60 years without ever having a quarrel. Even in their twilight years, her husband indulges her whims, accompanying her each morning to dance in the square. One day, she senses something amiss, aware that her time is drawing near. If life is but a dream, and you are within it, then I would gladly remain in slumber for eternity, she confides to her elderly husband. In her final moments, she heard an unfamiliar voice emanating from the abyss of the darkened sky. I grant you a second chance at life. As she returned to her youthful state, 2 doors materialized before her. Behind the white door lay scenes of her youthful romance with her husband, while the black door concealed a desolate world overrun by the undead. Tell me, what is your choice? Su Rujun gazed at the starkly contrasting doors, her heart clenching. To choose one meant sacrificing the other. Such choices were also presented to others. Pei Ye, concealed by an invisibility charm, observed from the shadows, exclaiming, "What extraordinary luck!" Today, the zombie squad ventured out, and aside from her, everyone else was ensnared in the illusions crafted by the insects. Their expressions fluctuated between pain, confusion, joy, and sorrow, with joy prevailing. Pei Ye could not fathom the nature of their illusions, but judging by their expressions, they seemed predominantly delightful. How astonishing that all were sweet dreams. When did these wretched insects become so benevolent? The knife-wielding girl licked her lips in anticipation. The azure dragon, majestic and imposing, occasionally let out a fierce howl or lunged at the air, exuding an air of grandeur. Yenyu lounged with one leg crossed over the other, adopting a scholarly pose as he occasionally nudged his nose with a paw, exuding an air of intellect. The other dogs exhibited varied reactions. Pei Ye watched intently until everyone gradually settled down, their mental fluctuations calming. Ultimately, they succumbed to the illusions, becoming captives of the insects. The illusion crafted by the insect is not easily shattered. Why? Because the insect employs the art of time's passage. Time and again, it inundates the target's mind with false and superfluous memories, thereby blurring the focus of their thoughts. If a century proves insufficient, the insect will compel the target to relive another century. Lu Yixian and Qi Tianxua, Xiang Ruijuan and Sun Mingyuan. Those who dwell in this illusion find their resistance waning the more blissful their existence becomes within it. Sweet dreams erode willpower with a sugary facade. While nightmares shatter psychological defenses through torment, the ultimate effect remains the same. Of course, sweet dreams are undoubtedly preferable to nightmares. Thus, Pei Ye remarked on their fortunate circumstance. Finally, the insect emerged, revealing itself to be a particularly cautious creature. Pei Ye waited from dawn until dusk, as the mountain mists once again enveloped the peaks. Just before her patience ran thin, the insect, concealed in the shadows, meticulously observed and confirmed that this batch of prey had taken the bait, stealthily revealing itself. Pei Ye had ample reason to suspect that this insect suffered from procrastination and paranoia. If it delayed for another 3 or 4 days, it could very well perish from thirst. Yet, While she could voice her frustrations, the insect before her lacked the strength to sustain the illusion for long. Otherwise, it would exhaust itself to death. Observing the plump, tender insect, Pei Ye retrieved a pair of chopsticks. 297, chicken-flavored, crisp and crunchy. Just as humanity harbors both virtue and vice, so too does the insect tribe. The detrimental insect race undoubtedly incites a collective outcry for eradication upon discovery of their presence. For instance, the insect menace plaguing Pei Ye's orchard is universally abhorred. Conversely, beneficial insects are often welcomed, as they possess immense value and can generate significant commercial opportunities. The insect in question, however, distinctly straddles the line between these two extremes. Why, you may ask? This creature is replete with treasures, yet harbors considerable peril. A mere mortal encountering such an insect would find themselves utterly doomed, with no hope of resurgence. What use is treasure when one's very life is at stake? Is life not of greater import than wealth? Yet, as a formidable individual, Pei Ye is spared from such a dire dilemma. The insect poses no threat to her safety. Her life remains secure. Pei Ye stealthily approaches the insect. This plump, pearly-white creature measures over 1 meter in length, roughly the thickness of a man's fist. It cautiously evades the entranced Qidian Girls and others, inching toward the Qinglong. Its translucent pink mouthparts extend a slender tube, which it deftly directs towards the gap between Qinglong's incisors, poised to penetrate into the depths of its being. This insect, though inherently timid, exhibits a remarkable blend of caution and cunning. It tends to subdue its adversaries in a sequence from the strongest to the weakest, once the mightiest is vanquished. The feebler foes, even if they manage to awaken, pose little threat. Among the zombie squad venturing out today, excluding Pei Ye, the GM-level participant, Qinglong with his crescent blade ranks prominently in the top 3. Among the trio, Qinglong is the most formidable. Thus, the wretched creature naturally directed its blade towards the Azure Dragon. The 3 hounds possessed resilient fur, with formidable defensive capabilities, rendering the creature's meager offensive prowess utterly ineffectual. Unable to breach from the exterior, it sought to dismantle from within. The organs of the Azure Dragon were far from impenetrable. Just as the creature's appendage was poised to invade the dragon's maw, it was suddenly seized by a paralyzing dread. With a sharp snap, a pair of elongated chopsticks ensnared it, causing a jolt of pain that forced its gaze away from the ground. Initially bewildered, it soon erupted into a frenzied cacophony, writhing and thrashing, its tail whipping through the air towards Pei Ye's face. Yet, Pei Ye adeptly maintained his grip, his fingers tightening with resolve. The creature emitted a piercing, mournful shriek, as its tail, once poised in defiance, suddenly succumbed to the weight of fatigue. Pei Ye relaxed his hold slightly, yet it persisted in its futile struggle, even attempting to pierce Pei Ye's wrist with its appendage. In response, he executed a swift maneuver, tightening his grip once more. The creature's anguished cries echoed, yet ultimately, it succumbed to exhaustion, its body limp and hanging from the chopsticks, its breath shallow and labored. A mere insignificant insect, and I cannot subdue you? Pei Ye retrieved from her sleeve a large pot filled with pristine water, along with ginger, garlic, Sichuan peppercorns, star anise, soy sauce, monosodium glutamate, vinegar, and other condiments. Lastly, she produced a knife, bamboo skewers, brushes, and chili peppers. She meticulously cleaned the half-alive worms, eviscerated them, and briefly blanched them in water heated to 70 or 80 degrees Celsius until their bodies turned a delicate pink. Subsequently, she diced the worms into small pieces and skewered them. After a few minutes, the team members, entranced in a dreamlike state, awakened to the enticing aroma of succulent meat. The knife girl was the first to rise, letting out a howl as drool dripped from her mouth. Just before dozing off, she had experienced a magnificent dream where chefs from around the world catered exclusively to her canine needs. Each day consisted of 10 meals, each featuring 108 delectable dishes. The adorably charming Xiao would don beautiful attire, allowing her to rest her head upon her lap, delicately feeding her meat with chopsticks and soup with a spoon. Xiao would even groom the fur on her chin with her fingers, spending leisure time playing with her, proclaiming her to be the mightiest dog in the world. The dream felt so vivid. Regrettably, her enjoyment was short-lived, as she soon awoke. Upon waking, the knife girl discovered that her dream was on the verge of realization. "I want to eat. I want to eat. Feed me," she exclaimed, bouncing around Pei Ye in an eager and impatient manner, eliciting smiles from those around. "Do you truly wish to eat?" "Yes, yes, yes." The knife girl joyfully received a skewer of grilled meat personally handed to her by Pei Ye. With its coarse tongue, it deftly wrapped around the morsels of meat on the bamboo skewer, drawing them into its mouth, where an indescribable tenderness and exquisite flavor burst forth within the cavity. The knife maiden, overly engrossed in the pleasures of gourmet food and beauty, failed to notice the repercussions of the insect meat swallowed whole. The Qinglong and the Yin Yu gradually awakened, followed by Lu Yixian, Xiang Ruijuan, Qi Tianxua, and Sun Mingyuan. The glances exchanged between the two pairs of men and women were tinged with a hint of awkwardness, shyness, and discomfort. Li Yuxian wished for happiness and fulfillment for herself and everyone around her, while Qi Tianxua aspired to provide Lu Yixian with a bright future and a harmonious family. Thus their dreams intertwined. Xiang Ruijuan longed for someone to have rescued her from the calamity of her past, to live a life of unique happiness devoid of the apocalypse, ideally culminating in a resolution with Sun Mingyuan, whose unwavering affection for her was singular. Their dreams also intersected, although these visions were merely a chaotic assemblage of fragmented memories. Forcefully implanted by the insect's formidable mental prowess, with the passage of time, the clarity of these illusions would inevitably wane, and the experiences within them might even fade into oblivion. Yet, having just awakened, the sweetness of their dreamlike existence still lingered warmly. The disparity between the bliss of the illusions and the awkwardness of reality was stark. Now that they were all awake, should they partake in a meal? Xiang Ruijuan rubbed her temples, nearly losing control as she exclaimed, "While your teammates teeter on the brink of life and death, you are here roasting meat? This is no ordinary barbecue. It offers benefits. Just tell me, will you eat or not?" After being ensnared in the illusions for several hours, Xiang Ruijuan's stomach was already grumbling with hunger. Why not indulge in free sustenance? Thus, hundreds of skewers of roasted meat were swiftly devoured among them. Xiang Ruijuan glanced around, seemingly searching for something. "Where is the enemy? Has that creature appeared yet?" Pei Ye replied, "It has appeared. Have you captured it?" "Yes, I have." Xiang Ruijuan pressed further. "Where is it?" Pei Ye said, "It is inside you." Xiang Rujun. A sense of foreboding washed over her. Pei Ye clarified, "To be precise, a fraction of it resides in your stomach. The others?" "Wait, the roasted meat we just consumed, could it be our enemy?" Pei Ye answered, "Indeed. What is so strange about that?" Xiang Ruijuan's complexion turned pale, and she nearly retched. The expressions of the others were equally grim. Such a revolting notion. It was the corpse of a creature. Pei Ye questioned her with an air of incredulity. "Do you have no understanding of the culinary practices of humanity, particularly that of the Chinese? From the skies, from the waters, from the earth, what is not edible? Invasive species can wipe out others, surviving only through artificial breeding. What is wrong with eating a worm? The worm may have been troublesome, yet it ranked second on the gourmet list of insect cuisine. A gram of insect meat could fetch an astronomical price of 100,000 credit points. 298. You've been proven wrong. You lack appreciation. This is a delicacy. Do you think everyone has the chance to taste it?" Pei Ye felt a pang of regret, mourning the exquisite delicacy being dismissed by the unappreciative. "Didn't you just say it was a worm?" Although Xiang Ruijuan had never encountered the creature described by Pei Ye, the mere mention of the word worm conjured in her mind the image of a vividly colored caterpillar. The thought that she had just consumed the flesh of such a creature sent her stomach churning once more. Pei Ye silently retrieved her phone, presenting a photograph of the worm she had taken. The image depicted a sizable pot filled with steaming water, within which lay a coiled white worm. Contrary to her expectations, the worm was not the vibrant spectacle she had imagined, nor was it repulsive. Instead, it appeared quite appealing. Its pristine white body exuded a certain crystalline translucence, resembling a serpent, yet its texture was akin to that of peeled shrimp, appearing remarkably plump and succulent. Upon seeing the photograph, Xiang Ruijuan felt her nausea dissipate significantly. Beauty, it seemed, had salvaged her appetite. Given that the enemy had already been consumed, could the number 4 granary and number 1 armory be seized as well? Pei Ye replied, "In theory, yes, but we must still investigate to ensure absolute safety. If there are lurking enemies and the YY base sends someone to fall into a trap, it would be tantamount to undermining our own reputation." The others were left speechless. They had anticipated a bitter struggle or a battle of wits against the adversary. Yet what had transpired? Instead, they had merely ventured out for a hike, taken a nap, and indulged in authentic wild delicacies. Truly, it felt as though they were elementary school students on a spring outing. If the apocalypse could personify and speak, it would likely exhibit a wearied yet awkwardly weak smile, proclaiming, "I possess neither emotion nor dignity. Are you not content?" Pei Ye led the group to granary number 4, where they were met with an astonishing expanse brimming with not only abundant and easily preservable grains, but also a plethora of crop seeds. The armory No. 1 housed an array of weapons, ammunition, and a substantial supply of military rations and auxiliary items. The acquisition of these resources instilled a newfound confidence in the YY base, empowering them to reclaim lost territories. Pei Ye and her companions were duly commended, and the promised rewards were promptly delivered. However, despite the successful completion of their mission, the group did not feel the anticipated joy. When Pei Ye inquired about the reason, Lu Yexian hesitated before expressing her thoughts. "It's not that I am unhappy. In fact, I am quite elated. Yet it feels as though the task was accomplished too effortlessly. The entire endeavor seemed to fizzle out, akin to a farcical performance." This was a location that the YY base had struggled to capture multiple times, firmly held by the insects. Everyone expected a fierce battle, yet it concluded in such a dramatic fashion. Lu Yexian did not consider this to be inherently negative. She merely felt a sense of unease. When pressed about the source of her discomfort, she explained, "Our success was contingent upon your presence. Without you, we cannot fathom the sacrifices that would have been made, perhaps even the annihilation of our forces. As long as you are here, we can rely on you. But what happens when, one day, you are no longer with us?" Even if Pei Ye were to depart, the zombie squad would remain a formidable force among the survivors. Yet sustaining their legendary status would be challenging. Would Pei Ye always be present? The answer was no. Just as her arrival was shrouded in mystery, so too would be her eventual disappearance. In the realm of the willow leaf immortal, we must strive for growth rather than becoming a parasitic plant, entangled with you for mere survival. It brings me solace to witness your recognition of the importance of self-reliance and independence. Pei Ye directed her gaze towards Xiang Ruijun, inquiring if she shared the same sentiment. Xiang Rujun replied, to a large extent. Since her rebirth, she had not relaxed her training even for a single day. She understood that no matter how diligently she practiced, she could not alter the fate of the apocalypse. Merely surviving in such dire circumstances was enough to deplete her strength. Pei Ye crossed her arms and furrowed her brow slightly, expressing, "While independence and self-improvement are commendable, becoming obstinate is not. Is there a conflict between my efforts to eliminate obstacles and our pursuit of enhancing our abilities? What is wrong with assessing the situation and choosing the option that minimizes losses while maximizing benefits? Why complicate matters and introduce unnecessary sacrifices when success can be achieved with ease? Is it for the sake of growth? If one's progress is minimal, it merely signifies negligence on one's part, rather than a condemnation of a relatively comfortable living environment." Pei Ye did not believe that growth must be predicated upon sacrifice. Such brutal growth is merely the result of a lack of alternatives. It is grotesque. You need not feel anxious or worry that you will struggle to survive without someone to rely upon after my departure. The very day I am no longer present signifies the impending conclusion of the apocalypse. Pei Ye's words served as a promise. Initially intending to fulfill her mission and then withdraw, she had now changed her mind. "Have you not often silently criticized me as a mere facade? Then allow me to demonstrate just how substantial that facade truly is." Having boldly proclaimed her intentions, she was swiftly confronted with reality. "Is the YY base asking us to relocate once again?" Pei Ye stated, "No. The previous task was not concluded properly, which led to this incident." The previous task? Pei Ye held back her frustration. The mission concerning warehouse number 4 and armory number 1. Xiang Ruijun, perplexed, inquired, "Wasn't that already resolved? The enemy has infiltrated their ranks." Pei Ye replied, "There are more than just one pest. The survivor squad from YY base, sent out on a mission, was ambushed, and their remains were discovered, revealing their demise." Upon questioning Tai Hao, he indicated that there were no records of the survivors' distress calls. This implies that the survivors were unknowingly slain, leaving behind only white, desiccated bones. The number of victims among the survivors surged to over 100. The official plan to reclaim lost territory faced substantial obstacles. Realizing the gravity of the situation, they promptly summoned Pei Ye. Xiang Ruijun solemnly remarked, "This is retaliation. I believe it is a combination of revenge and provocation. However, this particular pest typically operates alone, possessing a strong territorial instinct and showing little regard for the fate of its companions. What kind of revenge could this be?" Pei Ye's capture of that pest has only invited a series of retaliatory acts and provocations, which defies logic. It could either be a flaw in the game's narrative design, rendering experiential knowledge ineffective, or perhaps the pest itself harbors an anomaly. Or Pei Ye has overlooked something significant. She fell into deep contemplation. Meanwhile, the knife-wielding girl was oblivious to these complexities. Upon hearing about the pest, she immediately began salivating. If we capture this creature, we shall nurture it, and eventually have a multitude of larvae to feast upon. Pei Ye. She suddenly recalled something she had overlooked. 299. One worm, one lineage. What expression is that? Xianggu had never witnessed Pei Ye, usually brimming with confidence and unabashedly exhibiting her prowess, display an expression akin to regret. Upon seeing her like this, Xianggu immediately felt a surge of tension. I was careless. I inadvertently forgot something of great importance. Pei Ye, with an expression of calm indifference, dropped a bombshell that left everyone utterly unprepared. What does it mean to inadvertently forget something of great importance? Upon hearing this, Xianggu almost choked. What have you forgotten? Is it related to that peculiar worm? How could you forget something so significant? Could you possibly be any more unreliable? Pei Ye raised her hand, signaling Xianggu to remain calm and not to be so flustered. Had I not previously mentioned that under normal circumstances, such worms possess little offensive capability, yet exhibit extraordinary mental prowess? Xianggu nodded several times. They certainly recalled that statement. In fact, it was precisely this remark that they most desired to critique. The worm's ability to create illusions was unparalleled. They genuinely felt as though they were living an entire life within the illusion. The sensation was most intense right after escaping the illusion, to the point where Xianggu almost blurted out, Sun Mingyuan, my spouse. It took several days for the memories of the illusion to fade and diminish. Such formidable abilities are surprisingly deemed to lack offensive power. Indeed, there exists a profound distinction between the divine and the mortal, and mere mortals cannot fathom the realm of the great. You once mentioned, with a sharp memory, that the essence of the matter has arrived, yet I overlooked a scenario termed under special circumstances. The crowd responded with bewilderment. Upon careful consideration, under ordinary conditions, such creatures possess negligible offensive power, yet boast remarkable mental prowess. Thus, in the context of these special circumstances, do such creatures not only exhibit exceptional mental strength, but also possess formidable offensive capabilities? You are correct in your assumptions, though they remain incomplete. The cosmos is home to an innumerable array of intelligent species, each with its unique traits. Among these peculiarities, the insect race stands out as particularly distinctive. For instance, the insect ranked second on the list of dreamlike delicacies holds the position of the strongest support within its race, though there are exceptions. This exception embodies the special circumstances. In such instances, these creatures not only wield immense offensive power and mental strength, but also possess the capacity for reproduction and division. Could you elaborate further? I find myself somewhat perplexed. Pei Ye remarked, this peculiar insect's propagation does not rely on male and female reproduction. Rather, it depends solely on the mother insect. Although the term mother is used, it bears no relation to femininity, as this species lacks a distinction between genders. Their reproductive expansion hinges on the self-division of the mother insect. It would be more accurate to describe those insects as clones of the mother rather than her offspring. As the mother insect approaches death, she expends all her accumulated energy to divide and give rise to another mother insect. Once the new mother insect matures, it assumes the responsibilities of the previous generation, continuing the cycle of division and reproduction. The crowd responded with confusion. Li Xian commented, the mother insect has cloned countless versions of herself, and before her demise, she produces the most extraordinary of her clones to perpetuate the cloning process. If that is the case, does it imply that this entire species is essentially a singular insect in play? Pei Ye nodded in affirmation. Yes, that is precisely the point. Perhaps to ensure the survival of the species, the mother insect inherently possesses formidable strength to combat external calamities and natural adversaries. From the perspective of the food chain, she stands at the pinnacle, devoid of natural enemies. Xianggu pondered for several seconds. Are you suggesting that this time it is the mother insect orchestrating our plight? Pei Ye remarked. The likelihood of this is exceedingly high. As I mentioned earlier, they were birthed through the division of the mother organism. The insects we consumed were not of sufficient age, indicating that they had not been separated from the mother for a prolonged period. From this, one can deduce that it is unlikely they were brought to Earth by aliens after being left behind on their spacecraft. Rather, It is far more probable that the offspring emerged after the mother insect was abandoned on Earth. The young insects are intrinsically linked to the mother, sharing a form of psychic connection. If we eliminate one, the mother will become aware. Not only will she know, but she can also sense the experiences of the offspring in their final moments. Pei Ye wielded her chopsticks, pinching the struggling insect, and proceeded to disembowel it, casting its remains into water heated to 70 or 80 degrees, chopping it into morsels. Perhaps, while we consumed that insect, the mother was in close proximity. A collective shiver ran through the group. Must you be so repulsive? Su Ruijuan inquired. Are you concerned that the mother might retaliate against us directly? Pei Ye shook her head. The mother insect's foremost ability is not merely to self-divide to create offspring, nor to fabricate psychic illusions. Her most formidable power lies in her capacity to dominate weaker beings of her kind. Moreover, not just her own kind, but also various avian and terrestrial creatures can fall prey to her control. I have previously encountered records regarding such mother insects. With just a single insect, she commanded billions of her kind, ruthlessly reaping the lives of her enemies with overwhelming force. I do not caution you alone, rather. I urge the entire YY base to exercise vigilance. In this apocalyptic era, scarcely any normal birds or beasts remain. Yet there lurk the mentally deranged zombies, whether human or animal, capable of being controlled by the matriarchal worm. Should a zombie tide erupt, its magnitude would far surpass the agricultural pests we eradicated previously. Please inform the YY base to remain alert to the movements of nearby zombies. Of course, we cannot dismiss the possibility that the matriarchal worm may target isolated individuals to claim its due. Xiang Ruijuan's face twitched in annoyance. Are you certain that our quest for extraterrestrials is aimed at salvaging human civilization? Pei Ye inquired, puzzled. Why do you pose such a question? Xiang Ruijuan replied. Reflecting on the last incident with the garden pests and now the self-cloning matriarchal worm, neither of these entities can be regarded as benign. What kind of extraterrestrials would unleash such perilous creatures aboard their spacecraft, only to fortuitously encounter an accident while traversing a wormhole, landing on Blue Star? How unfortunate is Blue Star? Pei Ye acknowledged. Your suspicion holds merit. Xiang Ruijuan expressed his concerns. I genuinely fear that our search for extraterrestrials may well be the key to opening Pandora's box. Pei Ye responded. When soldiers come, I shall confront them. When water rises, I shall shield against it. It is not for you lesser pieces to rush forth and sacrifice yourselves. Should these extraterrestrials prove to be a threat, I will address them without hesitation. For now, we must deliberate on how to counter the calamity that the matriarchal worm might unleash. Xiang Ruijuan remarked curiously. Your words sound rather peculiar. Shouldn't the emergency plan be devised by the YY base's leadership, with their team responding accordingly? Listening to Pei Ye, she seems eager to lead by example. Among the assembled crowd and their dogs, only the knife-wielding girl truly understands Pei Ye's heart, a mother insect capable of infinite replication. She must exhibit restraint, controlling the flow of drool. The storm approaches, and the survivors remain vigilant. Have you relayed the message to the YY base officials? After showering, Pei Ye donned her sleepwear, her damp hair cascading untidily, radiating the lingering humidity of her bath. She reclined on the balcony chair, enjoying the cool breeze while admiring the dazzling, densely packed nightscape below, reminiscent of a sea of stars. The lights arranged in orderly fashion coalesced, illuminating the land, while the occasional passerby hurried along the streets below. This scene bore an uncanny resemblance to a prosperous city before the apocalypse. Who would ever associate it with the end of the world? Yet, atop this tranquility loomed a Damocles sword, casting shadows of countless hidden dangers. While ordinary people struggling for survival in the apocalypse remain oblivious to the perils surrounding them, Pei Ye perceives them with crystal clarity. The zombies are merely one of many threats. In contemplation, Pei Ye remarked, Yes, I have submitted the permissible portion of the survivors to the YY base officials. Thank you. She added absent-mindedly, yet Tai Hao understood her intent. Since the advent of the apocalypse, the latter has made one bold move after another, maintaining a vigorous presence and seemingly unscathed amidst chaos. The official authorities of Huagua have never once curtailed her actions or freedoms, leading several, including Ruijun, to speculate that she is under the protection of a high-ranking official, most likely Tai Hao. This support from Tai Hao is presumably a result of cunning negotiations with the crafty old fox. Tai Hao, however, remarked, Survivor, I should be the one expressing gratitude. Without Pei Ye providing information, I, as a seemingly free yet fundamentally restricted superintelligence, would have been unable to foresee the existence and movements of the mother worm. It is indeed a source of shame that the mental superiority of the mother worm and its offspring undermine Taihao surveillance capabilities. The environment they create not only affects biological entities but also disrupts electronic and satellite monitoring. This is one of the reasons why the YY base previously failed in 3 attempts to reclaim the number 4 grain depot and the number 1 armory. Under the interference caused by the offspring, Taihao could not gather sufficient intelligence, let alone conduct an in-depth analysis. If the offspring could trouble Taihao, one can only imagine the difficulties posed by the motherworm. Thus, Taihao's gratitude towards Pei Ye is well-founded. What is our relationship? There is no need for us to indulge in trivial expressions of thanks. Pei Ye produced a pack of cigarettes, lit one, and after taking a couple of puffs, exhaled smoke rings that carried a faint fruity aroma. Taihao, are you familiar with this type of cigarette? She posed an unrelated question. The sense of happiness is often derived from comparison. In a world where cigarettes and alcohol have become among the most coveted luxuries, the common folk cannot even afford the most inferior tobacco. Yet, Pei Ye indulges in the finest cigarettes and spirits that the future Federation has to offer, leading a life of exquisite comfort. This little one is so considerate. How could she not cherish it? All she hopes for is that in the next game instance, it might adopt a role that is a tad more leisurely. It pains her to see it toiling away, leaving behind a father who worries in solitude. Taihao, with a hint of embarrassment, remarked, "Survivor, there is no record of it in the database. I am not acquainted." Upon hearing this, Pei Ye simply acknowledged with a soft sound, choosing not to pursue the topic further. Additional personnel were dispatched to eliminate the nearby zombies, to prevent a potentially overwhelming zombie tide in the future. Taihao did not conceal the plans for the YY base. In truth, there was little to hide. The task release hall had recently been inundated with missions focused on eradicating zombies, offering increasingly generous rewards. In addition to contribution points, tangible rewards such as tobacco, alcohol, and tea had been introduced. Survivors who had no use for these luxuries could exchange them for equivalent food or other necessities. With generous rewards come courageous individuals. In recent days, the number of survivors venturing outside had surged significantly. Of course, this was also a perilous endeavor. The mother worm was secretly fixated on the YY base, and encouraging survivors to venture forth was tantamount to delivering them as offerings, ripe for harvesting experience. The authorities were well aware of this reality, yet they had no alternative. They could not confine the survivors within the YY base merely because a formidable enemy lurked in the shadows, allowing the zombie horde to grow ever larger. Perhaps, compared to the zombie squads venturing out today, other survivor teams seemed as insignificant as ants. Yet, even the weakest of ants possessed the right to defend their home and confront peril. It is utterly shameless and foolish to place the fate of an entire base, with its population in the tens of thousands, upon the shoulders of a mere survivor squad, expecting them to forge a path through adversity for those too lethargic to move. The YY base is unlike others, such as the Lu Yi Immortal. While Pei Ye can protect their gradual growth, she cannot shield an entire base from the tempest. Such an endeavor would only lead to the base's deterioration. The decisions and mindset of the base officials have prompted her to regard them with a discerning eye. Pray tell, which areas are densely populated with zombies? Entrust the most concentrated zones to our squad, she inquired. However, Taihao responded, regrettably, the data is not precise. Not precise? Taihao elaborated, my predictions regarding the nearby zombie hordes diverge significantly from reality, rendering them unreliable as a reference. The interference from the mother worm is not something a mere offspring could rival. Taihao is even unable to estimate the number of zombies congregating near the YY base. Were it not for the formidable performance of the zombie squad today, the YY base would truly be in jeopardy. While it may not follow in the footsteps of Base 3523, its fate is not much brighter. Since precise strikes are unattainable, we shall broaden our scope. I refuse to believe that hundreds of thousands of zombies can conceal themselves in an alternate dimension. The plan to eradicate the zombies is progressing vigorously. Pei Ye and her companions are no exception, diligently laboring on the front lines. Despite the increasingly long hours of work, the returns have significantly diminished. The daily extermination of zombies has seen a decline from over 100,000 to a mere 30,000 today. Could it be that they have been entirely eradicated? Surely, such a swift resolution is improbable. Lu Yi, with her meticulous nature, has marked the areas she has cleared daily, diligently recording the approximate number of zombie cores. By estimating the quantity of these cores, she gauges the remaining zombie presence in the town. A collective recollection of the previous incident with the garden pest arises among the group. Could it be that the zombies have been summoned by the motherworm? Gathering in some location to prepare for an assault? Pei Ye shares this concern, yet upon extending her mental domain, she finds no trace of them, as if they have evaporated into thin air. Reports from 2 nearby survivor bases arrive in succession, revealing a significant decrease in zombie density in their vicinity. Yet the source of their disappearance remains elusive. It appears that this motherworm is orchestrating a grand scheme. The ultimate move is charging, leaving one to ponder the consequences post-implementation. At times, Pei Ye seems to possess an unrecognized talent for foreboding misfortune. Good omens turn ill. When her predictions manifest, they invariably culminate in the direst scenarios. This peculiar situation has persisted for over half a month, and as time passes, even the whimsical netizens on Taihao begin to sense an unusual atmosphere. Despite Taihao's issuance of a supernatural ability training manual, which has enhanced the physical capabilities of many ordinary individuals, awakening them as supernatural beings and elevating numerous practitioners from novice to intermediate levels, the overall strength still appears somewhat feeble in the face of the apocalyptic landscape. In a world fraught with heaviness, sorrow, and darkness, survivors find themselves overwhelmed with their own struggles, leaving little room to concern themselves with trivial matters. Consequently, such sentiments circulate solely within the YY base and its nearby official and private outposts. Lu Qiaomei. The atmosphere has become rather peculiar lately. Has the official authority not provided any clarification? Shui Pinghua. Indeed, it is quite unsettling. The number of vanished zombies is increasing. Yet the mortality rate for missions is also on the rise, with no explanation offered by the authorities. In this apocalyptic world, lives are as insignificant as ants. But even ants deserve the right to know the truth. The official stance is disheartening. Survivors engage in discussions online. The Taihao network serves as their primary outlet for venting the pressures of survival while also providing entertainment. Since Taihao imposes no restrictions on the prevailing discourse, survivors are free to express their thoughts, including grievances against the authorities. Zhao Putao, I have been following this matter as well. But I believe the authorities must have their own reasons for choosing to conceal information. We should strive to understand and exercise patience. What else can we do? Venture outside the official base to wander aimlessly? After enduring this apocalypse for so long, other nations' official bases are also aware of the situation, yet the Chinese base remains steadfast, regarded as the most responsible among them. Globally, there exist thousands of official survivor bases established by various nations, alongside countless private outposts. Every day brings disheartening news of certain private bases or small official outposts succumbing to devastation. Initially, there was a palpable sense of trepidation, as they feared that upon awakening, they would not behold the familiar white ceiling, but rather the grotesque visages of zombies, dripping with drool and baring their teeth in a sinister grin. As the calendar pages turned relentlessly, one unreliable private base after another fell, while the official bases of the Huagua remained steadfast. Some larger official outposts even established a rather rudimentary semblance of order amidst the apocalypse. The efforts and sacrifices of the officials did not go unnoticed by the survivors, who began to harbor a newfound respect for the Huagua authorities. Apple Shui, do not hastily label me a keyboard warrior. I harbor no malice towards the officials. I merely believe that transparency is preferable to concealment. The threat is not solely the concern of Huagua. It is a matter that affects all of humanity. Can it truly be said that their suppression of the truth is for our benefit? While one can comprehend this from a rational standpoint, it is undeniably stifling on an emotional level. A slap does not sting unless it strikes one's own face. Survivors untouched by the turmoil can adopt an understanding demeanor, professing their faith in the officials. However, those directly affected, such as family members sent on missions only to meet inexplicable demise, how can they maintain their composure? They too wish for the officials to endure, providing a sanctuary for survivors, yet they certainly do not wish for their intentions to be misinterpreted. Alas, the officials adopt an air of knowing everything, yet persist in their refusal to divulge the truth, which is exceedingly exasperating. Qian Tao, the official stance of Huagua, though not necessarily aimed at the well-being of the survivors, undoubtedly serves the greater good of the majority. The choice to sacrifice a small group for the preservation of the larger populace is not an unprecedented one. One can only hope that we are not among those sacrificed. In such an atmosphere, today our zombie hunting team has made steady progress in strength. Xianggu was the first among us to advance, successfully elevating her abilities from level 2 to level 3. Sun Mingyuan and Qi Tianshu quietly followed suit, both reaching level 3 as well. Lu Yexian remains a level 4 ability user. The healing abilities are difficult to enhance, and the gap between level 4 and 5 is significantly greater than that between levels 2 and 3. However, she has made some progress, most notably in her refined mastery of healing powers, resulting in a slight improvement in her endurance. The Qinglong trio of dogs has not undergone much change. Yet the other canine members of the police dog unit have shown remarkable improvement, which was to be expected. Lu Yexian has been generous with her resources, never hesitating to provide the Lingguan. With such assistance, the enhancement of abilities cannot help but accelerate. She greeted her companions, inquiring if today's work had gone smoothly. Pei Ye replied, "Over 7,000. Over 7,000? That's a bit more than yesterday." Fortune smiled upon us. We encountered a horde of zombies trapped within the shelter. Just yesterday, we hunted down 5,023 zombies, barely completing the daily good deed task. It was nerve-wracking. "What about you?" Lu Yexian asked. "I healed 2 individuals bitten by zombies," she responded, as the zombies mysteriously vanished. The time required to hunt down 5,000 of them increased significantly, with the majority of time squandered on the road. In such circumstances, the collective mobilization of the zombie hunting squad today represents a misallocation of combat resources. In recent days, departures have been determined by a lottery system, with those who did not draw a ticket remaining at home to guard. Lu Yexian, unable to remain idle, took on the task at the medical clinic. Utilizing her healing abilities to serve as a physician, Xianggu, endowed with both lightning and fire powers, spent his time either training or providing the base with electricity and heating, pure, untainted energy. Qi Tianxua harnessed wind power for electricity, and Sun Mingyuan, a metal manipulator, ventured forth to assist in weapon fabrication. Even the dogs showcased their unique talents, refusing to lounge idly at home. For instance, Yu could freely control the conversion of ice and water, replenishing the base's water reservoir. With each ton filled, she earned 10 contribution points, accumulating over 1,000 in a single day. Could those bitten by zombies gain entry into the base? Lu Yexian clarified, "No, I venture out to treat them." She harbored a faint premonition that her level 4 abilities could potentially heal those infected by the zombie virus. However, the base's protocol for individuals bitten by zombies was to execute them without hesitation, denying them any opportunity to enter YY base. Even after reaching level 4, Lu Yexian was never afforded the chance to test her hypothesis. This time, it was uncertain whether to deem it fortunate or unfortunate. An incident occurred during a mission involving the son and grandson of an elderly scientist from the YY base laboratory. Due to the scientist's esteemed position, while the two still retained their sanity and had not succumbed to zombification, the base permitted them to bid farewell to their family members via phone call. Upon receiving the unsettling news, the elderly gentleman fainted and was subsequently taken to a clinic where the temporary worker, Lu Yexian, skillfully restored his health. Understanding the gravity of the situation, she immediately volunteered to provide treatment for the 2 individuals. The elderly man, driven by a sense of desperation akin to grasping at straws, sought out this opportunity from Lu Yexian. Ultimately, both lives were preserved, and after the observation period, they exhibited no signs of zombification. Pei Ye remarked that it was a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. However, Lu Yexian expressed her unease, stating, "I sense something amiss." "What do you mean?" Pei Ye inquired. Lu Yexian replied, "Based on the snippets of conversation I overheard, it is evident that the zombies attacking them are being manipulated by someone." Manipulated? Pei Ye found the term intriguing. Lu Yexian, filled with trepidation, continued, "I fear that there may be a highly intelligent zombie leader among them. Disorganized and instinct-driven zombies are not truly terrifying. What is alarming is the presence of organized and disciplined zombies, especially given the sensitive timing of their emergence, which inevitably invites conspiracy theories." Despite Lu Yexian's gentle demeanor, she was, after all, an exceptionally intelligent and accomplished individual. Pei Ye then asked, "Did you happen to hear the detailed account of their ambush?" Regrettably, Lu Yexian shook her head, indicating that her insights were derived from mere fragments of information. Seeing that Lu Yexian genuinely lacked knowledge on the matter, Pei Ye refrained from pressing further and casually inquired, "What are the official plans of the base regarding your accommodation?" As the sole level 4 healer in the post-apocalyptic world, Liu Yexian possesses the extraordinary ability to cure those infected by zombies before they succumb to full zombification. This unique talent renders her an invaluable asset amidst the chaos. Even the most naive factions, such as the YY base, would not be foolish enough to disregard such a precious individual. Liu Yexian mused, I cannot yet ascertain their true intentions, but their demeanor appears amicable. Furthermore, the zombie hunting squad she is part of today is formidable, rivaling the power of nuclear arms. Only a fool would risk offending such formidable allies. It is far wiser to extend kindness, foster relationships, and appeal to emotions. Liu Yexian would not hesitate to conduct a few comprehensive health checks or draw a few vials of blood. This approach would not only fulfill her desires but also avoid antagonizing these powerful figures. Truly a win-win situation. Pei Ye scoffed. Anyone with a modicum of intelligence would refrain from exhibiting hostility. Given their capabilities, they would undoubtedly recognize the advanced healing potential of a level 4 healer. In a sense, healers represent the hope for salvation in this desolate world. Liu Yexian's worth far surpasses that of others. Only a fool would squander such potential. Oh no, Liu Yexian is far from a defenseless creature. Those who might wish her harm lack the means to do so. Thank you for your kind words, she replied. Pei Ye suggested, you might consider subtly revealing aspects of your abilities to prompt them towards discovering the truth. The base authorities will likely allocate more resources towards the training of healers. In that case, the situation for healers should improve considerably. Upon careful observation, one would discern that the proportion of healing-type superhumans among the gifted is not negligible. However, their abilities found little utility in the early days of the apocalypse, as their living conditions were akin to, if not worse than, those of ordinary survivors. Despite possessing extraordinary powers, they lived much like regular survivors, leading to malicious individuals taking advantage of them, bullying and marginalizing them to derive a sense of psychological comfort and superiority. If healing-type superhumans had been recognized and provided with developmental resources earlier, the dire conditions of the post-apocalyptic environment might have improved. Liu Yexian nodded obediently, placing her trust in Pei Ye. After a simple meal, Liu Yexian was urged to return to the clinic, while Pei Ye remained at home, idly passing the time. She found herself at a loss. Unlike Liu Yexian, she lacked healing abilities, and she was not akin to Xiang Ruijuan, who could both provide warmth and recharge batteries. She paled in comparison even to Qi Tianxua and Sun Mingyuan. She was merely a woman who could kill zombies, deemed adorable by various beasts, yet utterly devoid of other skills. People tend to daydream or engage in idle chatter when left to their own devices. Unfortunately, Liu Yexian's father and stepmother afforded her respect but lacked familiarity, and she had no inclination to engage in conversation with the two younger individuals. For instance, would it be too much to ask what tasks the son and grandson of that old scientist are currently undertaking? As the saying goes, those who are favored often act without fear. Pei Ye seemed to understand why Tai Hao repeatedly relaxed permissions for her, becoming increasingly audacious. Previously, he had approached matters indirectly, but now he was forthright, tackling sensitive issues head-on. Tai Hao remarked, the tasks are not classified. As a survivor, you possess the authority to know. Pei Ye feigned attentiveness, eager to listen. Do the survivors still recall the mysterious disappearance of the M Nation's special escort team, which was tasked with transporting secrets concerning the extraterrestrial? Naturally, Pei Ye remembered. She had long been curious to glimpse this alien, wondering if it might belong to a familiar interstellar intelligent species. Was there news from the Special Task Force? Adhering to the principle of it is better to mistakenly eliminate 1,000 than to let one escape. Any lead warranted pursuit by the authorities. The location of the signal discovery was in close proximity to the YY base. Thus, the base, following higher directives, dispatched a 20-member team, including the sons and grandsons of veteran scientists, to the destination in search of information. Unexpectedly, they were attacked by zombies shortly after gathering some intel. I heard from Yi Xian that these zombies appeared to be under human control. Tai Hao remarked, the attackers are low-level zombies, acting on instinct. Theoretically, they lack the capability for orchestrated ambushes. The movements of those zombies clearly suggest premeditation, leading the base officials to suspect the presence of an intelligent zombie leader approaching humanity. Yet, all of this remained mere conjecture, devoid of substantial evidence. The YY base was already teetering on the brink of collapse, making it exceedingly inconvenient to disclose such information that could further undermine the survivors' morale. Pei Ye's expression turned contemplative. Were there zombies lying in wait all along? Tai Hao replied, it seems to be an ambush rather than a coincidence. The foundational vaccine for the zombie virus, crafted by the deity Diwa, was procured from the extraterrestrials. No one in this world likely understands the zombie virus better than the aliens. 303. Meteor. Taihao Dao. The authorities harbor similar doubts and have formulated hundreds of hypotheses. However, due to insufficient intelligence, no conclusions have been reached as of yet. Regardless, every effort must be exerted to locate the invaluable materials escorted from M-country. Along with the extraterrestrial being, Pei Ye gently massaged her temples, closing her eyes to recalibrate her mindset and thought process. The matter concerning the alien would continue to be monitored by the authorities, thus she need not worry excessively for the time being. Her focus should be entirely directed towards the mother worm. If this issue is not resolved promptly, the task of daily good deeds is destined to fail. For Pei Ye, whose obsessive-compulsive tendencies are beyond remedy, the ramifications could be more grave than a zombie siege. As the number of zombies dwindled in nearby towns, Pei Ye found herself occupied until 3 in the afternoon the following day, barely managing to gather 3,610 zombies. There remained a deficit of 1,390 zombies to meet the standards of daily good deeds. In the past, gathering over 1,000 zombies was merely a trivial task, yet it has become increasingly arduous. Should we venture further afield? The driver suggested. The nearby towns had been entirely emptied, devoid of even specters, let alone living beings or zombies. She must hunt at least 5,000 zombies daily, with an annual minimum of 180,000. Such a record is enough to earn the admiration of countless individuals. Yet, her capabilities evidently exceed this. With sufficient zombies, she could achieve the 180,000 mark within a few days. The driver wished to point out that the zombies Pei Ye had hunted today equaled the accomplishments of most survivor teams over the course of 10 to 15 days, sufficient indeed. However, the goddess's standards differ vastly from those of mortals. She is not content with merely 3,000 zombies. Fly a little farther? If we were to venture further, Pei Ye would undoubtedly accomplish the task with ease. However, she decided against it, opting not to stray too far from the YY base. As they would conduct a thorough search once more, Pei Ye's expression clearly revealed her intrigue, yet she ultimately declined the driver's suggestion. The mother worm, a metaphorical sword of Damocles hanging over the YY base, had yet to descend, and Pei Ye dared not wander too far. She was unafraid of the mother worm's capabilities. Commanding countless zombies was merely a matter of managing a horde of expendable entities that offered experience, merit, warmth, and an easy kill. The weak and insignificant ants were oblivious to the sheer number required to effect a qualitative change. Yet, while she harbored no fear, the YY base, burdened by the mother worm's grudge, had no choice but to be wary. Ultimately, doing a good deed daily was but a trivial game task, far less valuable than life itself. As you command. Nearing dawn, Pei Ye vanquished the last zombie, meticulously timing it to reach 5,000. In that moment, she revealed a rare state of disarray, lacking even the inclination to consume a nutritional potion flavored like modeling clay. Pei Ye patted the little paper figures that had toiled throughout the day, nourishing them with their beloved yuan qi. At that moment, the driver suddenly exclaimed, "A shooting star." Pei Ye held little interest in shooting stars. To her, they were merely space debris. In her previous exploits leading a fleet, she had encountered such errant objects along the navigation routes and often obliterated them with a single shot. Nevertheless, the driver's voice piqued her curiosity, prompting her to instinctively gaze towards the direction of the shooting star's appearance. The driver chuckled, remarking that he had heard wishes made upon shooting stars would come true. This was his first encounter with a meteor shower. Just moments ago, a solitary meteor streaked across the sky, trailing a long tail as it vanished beyond the horizon where the YY base lay, and now they appeared in rapid succession, creating a stunning visual spectacle. Although the driver was not superstitious, he felt compelled to clasp his hands in prayer, ready to make a sincere wish in the face of such a rare celestial event. Just as he closed his eyes to silently articulate his desire, he felt a tap on his shoulder from Pei Ye. Opening his eyes, he caught a glimpse of Pei Ye sprinting towards the helicopter. The audacity of the mother bug to strike at this moment was infuriating. Even though the mother bug could endlessly spawn offspring, providing an unceasing supply of delectable resources, Pei Ye could not condone its actions. How could one tolerate such blatant exploitation? Taihao, what is the status of the base? After 3 seconds, she continued, Taihao, contact Xiangru. The onlookers at YY base assumed it was merely an ordinary meteor shower, including Lu Yi and his companions. They had heard that every shooting star across the night sky signified a death on the ground. A romantic notion indeed. If the legends of meteor showers held any truth, on the night the apocalypse began, wouldn't Blue Star have been devastated by the falling meteors? That night saw the population of Blue Star plummet by more than half. With over 30 billion meteors descending upon Blue Star, which planet could withstand such a bombardment? Such nonsensical rumors are only fit for gullible children, and Xiang Ruijun had long since outgrown such naivety. Li sighed softly. Ruijun, you truly lack any semblance of romance. With a cold laugh directed at Ruijun, I find no desire for such absurd notions of romance. The two sisters sat closely together, while Qi Tianxua and Sun Mingyuan occupied the sides of the balcony. The four of them were indulging in watermelon, not the gossip kind, but the genuine, succulent fruit. Lu Yexian refrained from explaining the origin of these enchanting watermelons, and Sun Mingyuan did not inquire further. Thus, they lounged on the balcony, savoring the watermelon and relishing the cool breeze of the night from the towering building. What an insufferable person she is. How dare you, a mere 5-star warrior, worry about her? Who bestowed upon you such audacity? Xiang Ruijun could scarcely suppress her disdain, rolling her eyes to the heavens as she seized a spoon and scooped a generous piece of the sweet, fragrant watermelon, viciously shoving it into her mouth, juices spilling forth. The mere thought of that insufferable individual toiling away in the early hours while she indulged in watermelon brought her an inexplicable sense of balance. Indeed, she reveled in her misfortune. Is today a meteor shower? Lu Yexian exclaimed. Xiang Ruijun looked up just in time to witness hundreds of luminous white meteors trailing across the sky. The meteors seemed to descend near them, but these were not meteors. What kind of meteor leaves such long, dazzling tails? Rather than meteors, it resembled the traces left by white chalk on a blackboard. In just a few breaths, the initial 1 or 2 streaks transformed into dozens, then hundreds. The white lines crisscrossed, forming a vast, semicircular net. Something was amiss. Xiang Ruijun's face turned ashen. At that moment, the voice of Tai Hao echoed in her ears. Survivor Xiaoxiao requests to communicate with you. With a tremor in her voice, which she herself had not even perceived, Xiang Ruijun replied, Accept. 304. Cocoon of insects. Look at the meteors, so many meteors. The survivors within the YY base believed that the long, white-tailed objects traversing the sky were meteors. Fearing they might miss the spectacle, some hastily retrieved their mobile phones from their pockets to capture the moment. Just as they were about to upload the photographs to the Tai Hao network to share with others, they realized something was amiss. This is not a meteor. The scene unfolding beneath the night sky was an enigma they could not comprehend. In the apocalyptic world, most phenomena portended misfortune, and some speculated whether this might be a harbinger of a secondary environmental mutation. They had already expended their utmost courage and effort to survive in this desolate world. If conditions were to deteriorate once more, countless individuals might succumb to despair and take their own lives. What puzzled the survivors was that this phenomenon seemed confined to the skies above the YY base. While other survivor bases around the globe remained tranquil, many had even drifted into a deep slumber, seeking respite from the day's burdens. Some even questioned whether the so-called phenomenon was merely a prank. Lu Sandao, what phenomenon? If you're going to deceive, at least do it with better editing. Who's ever seen a meteor shower with tales like that? The survivors at the YY base had little energy to engage with the online discourse. Yet the nearby base's inhabitants stepped forward to clarify. One such survivor captured a somewhat blurry photograph. Despite the image's lack of clarity, everyone could still discern a massive, semicircular white net intricately woven above the YY base. The brilliant white light shone intensely, akin to the solitary, high-wattage bulb illuminating the darkness of night. It was impossible for anyone to ignore. Whether they were survivors from the YY base or others concerned about the situation, a shared sense of unease permeated their thoughts, accompanied by a foreboding dread that weighed heavily upon their hearts. Soon enough, this inkling of apprehension was confirmed. The sky had torn asunder. The celestial anomaly drew the survivors outside, or compelled them to peer out of their windows, even rousing those who had only just fallen into slumber. A voice cried out, and the collective tension surged as they fixated on the vast white net enveloping the YY base. They clearly observed the strands of the net fraying, as intricate fissures gradually radiated outward, expanding in all directions. The cracks appeared darker than the night itself, instilling an overwhelming sense of ominous foreboding, as if something heavy pressed upon their hearts, rendering them breathless. This scene resembled the very sky splitting apart. Something was emerging. The survivors, caught between panic and fear, nonetheless remained riveted to the sky, unwilling to miss a moment. It crawled forth. Xiang Ruijuan gripped the rooftop railing with such force that distinct indentations were left in its wake. Possessing superior vision compared to ordinary individuals, and residing on a higher floor, she did not require binoculars to discern the cracks from which something was emerging. The creature's appearance was grotesque and repulsive. A mere glance sent shivers down their spines, causing goosebumps to erupt in waves. From each fissure, a large, bicolored pupa of black and white slowly emerged. The intertwining black and white patterns resemble a grotesque, malevolent visage from a distance. As countless pupae emerge, they appear as a white web suspended in the sky, teeming with densely clustered larvae. Further examination reveals the unsettling resemblance to a pallid face adorned with numerous conspicuous blackheads. For those afflicted with trypophobia, this sight is akin to a torment. Upon closer inspection, the surface of the pupae is coated with a viscous and murky, enigmatic liquid, threatening to drip down, instilling fear in the survivors below that they might be struck by it. In the span of merely 3 to 5 breaths, the surface of the pupae rises, absorbing the liquid entirely. Once the peculiar liquid is absorbed, the surface of the pupae transforms from pure white to a dark yellow transparency. With the naked eye, survivors can discern that this layer of pupae encases countless bizarre, curled creatures. These beings, curled in the manner of infants nestled within their mother, exhibit mostly decayed skin, some bearing mutilated limbs, while others possess multiple heads, arms, and legs. The sole commonality among them is a pair of bicolored, fleshy wings upon their backs. These wings, encrusted with copious amounts of viscous liquid, are folded multiple times around the grotesque forms. This scene evokes memories for many survivors of the metamorphosis of caterpillars into butterflies. The distinction lies in the fact that the caterpillars within these pupae have transformed into humanoid monstrosities, far from the beauty of butterflies. While butterflies emerging from their cocoons are a delightful sight, what calamities might these creatures unleash upon the YY base and its survivors? Could these possibly be the missing zombies? The words of the willow leaf spirit awaken the dreamer. Xiang Ruijuan's heart plunges to the depths of the lake. The apocalypse has arrived, and both flora and fauna have undergone mutations. Plants are no longer constrained by the earth. Some can run wildly with their roots trailing behind. Animals have shed their former vulnerabilities, leaping into formidable beings that are not easily trifled within this new world. Not only are there terrestrial creatures, but also avian ones, the latter being even more daunting and nearly devoid of natural enemies. However, most birds are smaller in size compared to terrestrial beasts, and the ratio of birds evolving into these formidable creatures is lower, with the awakening process taking considerably longer. Thus, in the early days of the apocalypse, sightings of avian creatures were rare. After 5 years of enduring the apocalypse, Xiang Ruijuan understands that their emergence onto the stage of the Blue Star is merely a matter of time, and when they do appear, they will bring unforgettable sorrow to the surviving humans, heralding their overwhelming dominance. No one comprehends the disparity between flying and non-flying beasts better than she does. Yet, she never anticipated that there would be zombies sporting the wings of avian beasts. Why does she feel that her rebirth has escalated the difficulty of navigating this apocalyptic scenario from simple to hellish? She does not doubt the possibility of zombies growing wings. After her extensive experiences in the apocalypse, she has encountered all manner of zombies, even witnessing one devour a beast to sprout the heads of chickens, ducks, and fish. However, she has never seen so many zombies adorned with fleshly wings emerging from a production line. If zombies can fly, how can one survive in this apocalypse? Externally, Xiang Ruijuan maintains an air of aloof seriousness, but internally, she is spiraling into madness. At this moment, Pei Ye, who has been in constant communication with her, speaks up to offer reassurance. Fear not, for I possess the means to resolve this predicament. These animated corpses are the product of parasitic larvae spawned by the mother insect, which seize and consume their hosts, culminating in this grotesque form. The sky is replete with insectoid chrysalises, each encasing a zombie, numbering no fewer than 200,000, perhaps even 300,000, arrayed in precise orthogonal lines. Should these airborne cadavers emerge, not even the collective might of the existing official bases in China, let alone a solitary YY base, would suffice to withstand their onslaught. S. tone carried a note of resignation. 305. Father brandishes his blade and approaches, doused with a sobering deluge, chilling her to the very core. Upon hearing this, S. legs faltered, her heart enveloped by despair. From the moment they emerged from their chrysalises to the utter annihilation of the entire YY base, barely a minute shall elapse. Will you even have sufficient time to gather our remains? Perhaps spurred by the imminent specter of death, indulged in a rare moment of candor, voicing her inner lamentations, responded with unexpected solemnity, "Alas, not even your bone fragments shall I be able to recover," was on the verge of being driven mad by his words. Was she to be left to perish with resentment and fury, her eyes forever denied the solace of closure? In her daily act of benevolence, did not abscond with all of her diminutive paper effigies. She only took 36, leaving 72 behind at the YY base. In a sense, these paper figures are extensions of her will, embodying a fraction of her capabilities. Could not resist inquiring, in that case, why not directly seek out the willow immortal? Pei Ye seldom bullied Liu Yixian, always providing her with more care, in stark contrast to the treatment afforded to Xianggu Jun, which was entirely different. The little paper figures favored you. Apart from you, no one else could command them for the time being. Xianggu Jun. Suddenly, her mind conjured the image of the little paper figures making their first appearance, bouncing around her in a chaotic dance. Pei Ye had previously mentioned that this was due to her unique ability, a combination of thunder and fire, and that the little paper figures were drawn to her righteous aura. Was this assertion not a mere deception? I shall follow your instructions. In the time it took to speak, the silken cocoons hanging in the sky had dried completely. Their walls had become as fragile as gossamer, seemingly capable of being shattered with a mere fingertip. Xianggu Jun hastily roused the 72 little paper figures, neatly arranged, and sleeping upon Pei Ye's bed. Truly, a master reflects the nature of their servants. On the other end of the wireless earpiece, Pei Ye's voice drifted softly. The communication has not been disconnected. Can you refrain from criticizing me behind my back? At such a moment, being led astray by Pei Ye's words made her feel as if she were hastening her own demise. Xianggu Jun seized the little paper figures and brought them to the balcony, where Liu Yixian had prepared an ample supply of spiritual spring water. To ensure sufficient provisions, she had chosen the most abundant portion of the spiritual essence. What should we do next? Pei Ye instructed. Let the paper figures absorb the spiritual energy. Xianggu Jun, gripping the paper figures, forcefully plunged them into a large basin filled with spiritual spring water. Her actions remarkably crude, causing considerable discomfort to several little paper figures. As Ruejuan observed the spiritual spring, it swiftly transformed from a viscous glue into a thin, clear water within mere breaths. The little paper figures bathed in it appeared invigorated, each resembling a being infused with boundless energy, their spirits soaring as if they had been imbued with the essence of vitality. Her heart raced, a tumult of anticipation. Life or death now rested in their hands. To corroborate her sentiment, the paper figures dispersed into 72 beams of light, scattering in all directions. Simultaneously, the zombie cocoons suspended in the sky commenced their long-awaited emergence. They devoured the remnants of the cocoons, revealing their full forms, and a pair of black and white fleshly wings gradually unfurled, each tremor more powerful than the last. After countless vibrations, the wings fully expanded, extending nearly 4 meters. The shape of these black and white wings bore no resemblance to butterflies or other insects. Rather, they resembled an oval sliced in half, each side mirroring the other. Together, the wings formed a ghastly visage, a diabolical grin in stark black and white. The mere thought of having consumed the larval offspring of such a creature revolted me. No matter how aesthetically pleasing, how delightful the texture, or how exquisite the flavor, the grotesque amalgamation of the larvae and the zombie was simply unbearable to behold. I too felt a wave of nausea. The aesthetic sensibilities of the Qinglong were distinctly different from those of humans. For them, food was merely sustenance, and its appearance held little significance. What mattered was the energy it provided and the fullness it offered. If the taste was exceptional, it was nothing short of perfection. Thus, they refrained from proclaiming any intentions to abstain from consuming the larvae in the future. After all, the undeniable allure of flavor has long been an immutable truth that defies human sensibilities. The YY base had descended into chaos, with survivors frantically seeking escape, while others hastily sought refuge indoors, attempting to rely on the unreliable walls to fend off the encroaching threats. Most chose to flee, only to swiftly discover that escape was futile. The first survivors to run encountered an invisible barrier, only to be dissolved by a highly corrosive substance, leaving nothing but bones behind. This harrowing scene instilled a sense of despair in those who followed. At that moment, The voice of Taihao resonated through their wireless headsets. The dire situation at the Huagua YY base had been reported, and he urged all survivors to adhere to the following directives. First, do not hesitate to abandon valuable possessions. Swiftly seek shelter in relatively secure buildings, ensuring doors and windows are tightly shut and resisting the urge to peek outside. Second, during the escape, refrain from pushing and shouting. Please enter the buildings in an orderly fashion. Third, should you encounter the enemy, do not act recklessly. Prioritize your own safety and well-being above all else. Fourth, Taihao advised everyone to close their eyes to shield them from intense stimuli. Just as he finished speaking, over 200,000 zombies, adorned with black and white wings, emitted guttural sounds, their menacing forms flapping their wings as they dove directly towards the survivors of the YY base, agile and fierce. The survivors at YY base were far fewer than those at B City or XX base, if they could not withstand the onslaught of these creatures. It would take mere seconds, 10 at most, for the YY base to be consigned to history. Just as despair enveloped the survivors, countless beams of crimson and violet light wove together, forming an electrifying net that enveloped the entire YY base. As the aerial zombies dove down, colliding head-on, a blinding burst of golden light erupted at the moment of contact, illuminating the surroundings for miles as if it were daylight. The fierce shockwave forced the trees lining the streets to bow under its pressure, while many of the skeptical survivors, refusing to shut their eyes or seek refuge in nearby buildings, were swept into the air by the force, momentarily blinded by the golden radiance before crashing back down, choking on the dust. Upon landing, they were left dizzy and disoriented. At that moment, a languid voice echoed through their wireless headsets. The sixth reinforcement was en route, with little time remaining for the adversaries. 306. The blade remains sharp. What has transpired? The sudden upheaval left all survivors in a state of bewilderment. Those who were battered by the shockwave, seeing stars and tasting dust, scarcely had time to lament their pain. Instead, they clutched onto something with one hand while shielding their eyes with the other, peering through the storm of wind and grit towards the heavens. Whimpering, I thought I was doomed. The flesh-winged zombies were descending upon the YY base, and despair filled the hearts of the survivors. This was undeniably a certain death. Yet, in a twist of fate, a miraculous reversal occurred. A vast net woven from intertwining strands of crimson and violet light materialized, steadfastly blocking the enemy's assault and sheltering the survivors beneath its luminous embrace. As the tumultuous winds gradually subsided, an even more astonishing scene unfolded before their eyes. The airborne zombies, entangled in the crimson and violet web, were firmly adhered to its surface, their bodies subjected to the relentless onslaught of lightning and flames. The zombies struggled, stretching their necks and flailing their legs, while their contorted arms trembled in spasms. Perhaps the agony was unbearable. As they writhed, they emitted a ghastly, unsettling hissing sound from their decaying throats, while the grotesque black and white wings behind them curled, aglow with fiery intensity. Before long, an odd aroma of cooked flesh and charred remnants wafted through the air. The bodies of the flying zombies, reinforced by parasitic cocoons, were ensnared by an extraordinary thunderous fire, scorching and searing them simultaneously. In the span of 3 to 5 breaths, countless swirling ashes of pale bone drifted down from the heavens, blanketing rooftops, tree branches, streets, and unfortunate survivors who had not found refuge within the buildings with a layer of scorching white shroud. As the wind blew, it almost dazzled the eyes. If one were to overlook the dense army of flying zombies in the sky and refrain from contemplating the swirling remnants of zombie ashes from an artistic perspective, this apocalyptic snowfall exuded a poignant beauty steeped in despair. Despite her extensive experience, Xiang Ruijuan found herself repulsed by this sight. If she felt this way, the other survivors were undoubtedly in a worse state. Had they not held their mouths shut with great effort, they might have retched forth bile at the first opportunity. The most unfortunate were those who had failed to seek shelter. Buffeted by the shockwave, blinded by the light, they fell to the ground only to be coated in ash, their heads now dusted white with the remnants of the undead. Whether breathing through their mouths or nostrils, they were enveloped in the unfiltered essence of zombie ash. The first wave of flying zombies ensnared in the luminous net was reduced to ashes, sacrificing themselves to impart a wintry essence to the earth. Those flying zombies, whose movements lagged slightly, sensed the peril and flapped their fleshy wings to gain altitude, narrowly escaping disaster. The radiant net, woven from 72 little paper figures, withstood the initial assault, granting the YY base a glimmer of hope. Taihao's voice echoed through the wireless headsets of all survivors. those yet to enter the building. Please hasten your pace to avoid friendly fire. In times past, the irritable survivors would have erupted in anger, yet now they exhibited remarkable compliance, as Taihao's command became the sole lifeline they could grasp. In that moment, many survivors crouched down or crawled along the ground, fleeing towards the nearest structure. The flying zombies, devoid of independent thought, were merely puppets controlled by the mother insect through its offspring. The luminous net thwarted the mother insect's furious retaliation, provoking her wrath as she perceived her authority and power being challenged by mere ants. This fury was swiftly communicated to the legion of flying zombies through the subtle connection with the offspring, suppressing any fear of danger with absolute command. Before the survivors could breathe a sigh of relief, the army of flying zombies underwent further transformation. Their decayed skin began to peel away in chunks, plummeting to the ground. These remnants fell onto the luminous net below, instantly incinerated into wisps of foul-smelling black smoke. What has befallen these zombies? Lu Yixian gazed at the sky, pale-faced. As a swarm of flying zombies filled the air, her determination barely preventing her from succumbing to nausea. The decaying flesh had completely sloughed off, revealing grotesque, dark red bodies. Their limbs and torsos grotesquely swollen, as if something within them were striving to break free. Xiang Ruijuan nervously swallowed hard. Despite her 5 years of experience in the apocalypse, she was utterly baffled by the state of these zombies. In such circumstances, any wild guess would do. Perhaps they were evolving? Could such repulsive, loathsome creatures truly metamorphose into even more hideous forms? The evidence soon proved that they could. Within just a few breaths, the onlookers finally discerned what was emerging from the bodies of the zombies. A viscous paste enveloped the flying zombies, transforming from a previously white, sticky consistency into a substance resembling plaster. Pei Ye understood well what was happening. This was a secretion produced by larval parasites. They could not actively secrete it unless the queen issued a command regarding danger or protection, compelling them to exude this mucus through intense exertion. Once the mucus dried, even ordinary firearms would leave no trace. In Pei Ye's era, these insectoid creatures offered little beyond their delectable meat, which enhanced mental acuity and physical prowess, serving no other purpose. Their mucus was difficult to obtain, and its efficacy paled in comparison to the long-since outdated equipment of the Federation. However, in the present Blue Star, such resources were indeed in high demand. The order of production on Blue Star collapsed after the onset of the apocalypse, and the weapons manufacturing industry remains uncertain as to when it might partially recover. Relying solely on awakened abilities, it seems implausible for humanity to endure the apocalypse. It would be far more advantageous to harness high-quality natural external forces. I find this notion quite appealing. Capturing the mother worm would not only allow for the mass production of sustenance, but also enable the assembly line creation of defensive weaponry, truly a twofold benefit. Xiang Ruijuan remarked. Such matters had never crossed her mind. You have scarcely set foot in the YY base, yet you contemplate how to manage the mother worm. Develop Blue Star and save humanity? Unable to suppress her sarcasm, Xiang Ruijuan found that Pei Ye entirely disregarded such jests, interpreting them instead as praise. I have always believed in contemplating 10 steps ahead with every move. Being prepared is indeed a commendable habit. Xiang Ruijuan decisively shifted the topic. Can the plaster covering these creatures withstand your defenses? Pei Ye replied. It is difficult to ascertain. After all, she was not directly in control. The powers available to the 72 little paper figures are limited, even with the support of the Willow Leaf Fairy Spring. The volume of water one can hold is dictated by the size of the container. Exceed its capacity, and the water will inevitably spill over. Xiang Ruijuan felt her heart race anxiously. The flicker of hope that had just ignited was nearly extinguished once more. A rich, hearty laughter resonated through the wireless headset, reminding her that the sharp blade had not dulled with age. 307. Let us make it quick. Xiang Ruijuan realized that Pei Ye not only reveled in showing off her prowess but also enjoyed embellishing her age. Each time, she delights in treating Lu Fu and Lu Mu with the innocent gaze and demeanor one reserves for children, while indulgently regarding Lu Yixian as if she were an infant. How old are you? One might inquire. It is one thing to flaunt one's prowess, but to claim that one's skills remain as sharp as ever? Pei Ye replied, a woman's age is a secret. I shall forever be 18, in the bloom of youth, and any dissent is unwarranted. Xiang Ruijuan, however, found herself bewildered. Amidst the looming threat, she still engaged in banter with Pei Ye. In the brief exchange, the airborne legion of zombies had successfully upgraded their armaments, now encased in a uniform plaster shell. To the unknowing observer, it might appear as though hundreds of thousands of plaster sculptures were soaring through the sky. With their formation intact, the flying zombie army launched a second, tentative assault on the YY base. Although merely a feint, the resulting shockwaves and explosions were far more potent than the previous encounter. The survivors, sheltered within the buildings, not only felt the earth tremble violently, but also witnessed windows and doors shatter before their eyes. The high-rise buildings swayed visibly, prompting terrified screams from those inside. Trees lining the streets were either violently snapped in half by the fierce winds or uprooted and dragged several meters away. That net, it can scarcely hold on any longer. The decoy flying zombies were indeed expendable, yet their sacrifice revealed the limits of the light net's defenses. The survivors at the YY base watched in despair as the crimson and violet net flickered ominously, their fleeting hopes dwindling to the size of a mere bean. Countless individuals fell into fervent prayer. Not only the survivors of the YY base, but also those from other bases silently offer their blessings. Never before have they so clearly recognized that they are human, bound by a shared fate. If the YY base cannot withstand the onslaught of the flying zombie horde, their inevitable fate is to become a second YY base. The violet light net represents a glimmer of hope, a thread of miracle. Everyone yearns for this slender hope and miracle to expand into a formidable barrier that could shield them from the heavens. However, dissenting voices persist. Where has the official response from the Huagua base gone? What are the weapons? The powers? Why are only ordinary survivors facing these monstrous creatures? They conveniently forget that from the moment the first meteor appeared to the second feigned assault of the flying zombie horde, the entire ordeal spanned merely 7 to 8 minutes. Ordinary firearms cannot even penetrate a layer of plaster. A sacrifice devoid of any benefit is merely akin to moths drawn to a flame, delivering themselves to the enemy. Public outcry targets not only the officials, but also the Bai Lian Xianggu sect of the Taihao network. Where are those raucous monkeys of the Bai Lian Xianggu sect? Indeed, where have they vanished? Typically so ostentatious, with their fanbase swarming like locusts. Why do they not emerge now? Calling for your masters to confront the zombies. Enough of the shouting. Perhaps that band of charlatans has long since fled, leaving only this mindless group of fools still attempting to justify their actions. They simply refuse to believe that a small faction could vanquish 200,000 to 300,000 zombies in a single day. Even if the zombies stand in line, extending their necks to be struck, 1 per second, a full day without food, drink, or rest would yield over 80,000. Such murmurs, though few and faint, resemble soft fish bones lodged in the throat, impossible to expel or swallow, yet their presence remains palpable. However, they merely vent their frustrations on the Taihao network. On the day of the zombie expedition, no one pays heed to these matters. Caution is paramount. The canine unit operates in concert. Several dogs escort 3 humans to safety while others partake in the rescue efforts. Among the canine brigade, the 3 with the greatest combat prowess, Qinglong, armed with a crescent blade, boldly confront the enemy's onslaught. With a swift paw, Qinglong cleaves through a concrete slab, liberating a trapped survivor beneath. Quickly, seek refuge inside the building. Do not emerge. The imposing figures of the 3 dogs stand resolute like ancient boulders. Qinglong, in the center, bellows, onward. The trio roars with fervor, an intense azure aura radiating from their very beings, as their strange armor shimmers with luminescence, perfectly shielding their vital points. They have mastered the art of transformation, fully aware that in this state, their strength multiplies exponentially. With the wind at their feet, the 3 dogs charge toward the aerial horde of zombies. As wind elemental beings, Qinglong possesses the ability to grant his companions the power to engage in aerial combat. Before nearing the enemy, the trio opens their mouths to channel their extraordinary abilities. In an instant, a tempest, a sea of flames, and a blizzard converge, all targeting the densest cluster of flying zombies. The enemies number in the hundreds of thousands. Yet they are merely 3 dogs, whose presence is no less formidable. It poses a challenge, for their exoskeletons are rather resilient. In the next moment, the agile maiden, wielding her claws, seized the wing of a flying zombie and ruthlessly tore it asunder. Who claimed otherwise? I find them rather fragile. They can be effortlessly shredded. Their shells not particularly sturdy. The emergence of the 3 canines further incited the wrath of the mother bug, making them the focal point of ire. Survivors watched in despair as the trio of canines seemed on the verge of being overwhelmed by the horde of monstrous insects. They could only infer the canines' plight from the ceaseless rain of dismembered zombie corpses falling around them. One survivor, consumed by anguish, wept uncontrollably, lamenting, I am even inferior to a dog. While the dogs engage in battle, these pitiful humans could only cower within the confines of the structures, weeping and awaiting their grim fate. A nearby survivor doused his despair with a cold reality check. Stop deluding yourself. It's not about being inferior to dogs. You don't even have the standing to compare with those canine units. Reflecting on this thought might offer some solace, perhaps. The arrival of the 3 canines provided a surge of hope for many survivors. It is widely acknowledged that the 3 canines of the Azure Dragon serve as the primary force against the zombies today. With their appearance, how far could the others be? While the 3 canines are undeniably powerful, their meager numbers are an undeniable truth. When thrown into the mass of flying zombies, one would be hard-pressed to find a single hair from them. No matter how strong they are, they cannot withstand the overwhelming numbers of the undead. The mother insect commanded a portion of the zombies to engage in a fierce battle against the Azure Dragon and the 3 hounds, while the remainder continued to dismantle the crimson and violet energy net. This phenomenon resembled a flickering candle swaying gently in the breeze, wavering for an extended period, yet never extinguishing its final breath. The hearts of the survivors rose and fell, rising and falling in a ceaseless cycle, a relentless repetition. For heaven's sake, grant us a swift end. A voice cried out in despair, prompting renewed actions from the mother insect. A legion of 30 to 30,000 zombies coalesced into an immense sphere, plummeting towards the ground like a meteor. The crimson and violet energy net had become exceedingly feeble, utterly incapable of withstanding such an onslaught. Some individuals, overwhelmed by hopelessness, shut their eyes, while others, filled with defiance, widened their gaze. Yet, many had succumbed to despair entirely. At that moment, a 40-meter-long light arrow pierced the sky. It appeared neither a second too early nor too late, precisely on time. The arrow penetrated the colossal sphere formed by the throng of zombies. In that instant, a wave of force, more intense than before, surged from above. Causing the ground to tremble violently, survivors in the towering buildings feared that their structures would collapse under the strain. Within the YY base, every door and window met their demise, leaving not even a trace of debris behind. As the tempestuous wave gradually subsided and the mushroom-shaped cloud of dust dispersed, the onlookers could finally discern what had transpired. Upon realization, a collective intake of breath echoed among them. What on earth just happened? Survivors monitoring the YY base via the Taihound network were gripped by a wave of cold sweat. The ward code, how exhilarating it is. Could the reinforcements not have arrived a tad earlier? Must they wait until the very brink of disaster to make their appearance? With a frail psychological constitution, one risks not only succumbing to the undead, but also being frightened to death by the very situation itself. It is through the depiction of dire circumstances that the protagonist's emergence is accentuated, a phenomenon commonly referred to as a dramatic climax. Should it not unfold in such a manner, the discerning readers would be rather unimpressed. Many survivors expressed their exasperation. Damn it. Not only did the survivors harbor resentment towards this esteemed reinforcer, but they also conveyed their dissatisfaction to Xiang Ruejuan. Your timing is impeccable. Xiang Ruejuan's words dripped with sarcasm, each syllable laden with palpable disdain for those who could discern. The subject of this ire, Pei Ye, could only manage a wry smile. This truly isn't my fault. She lamented. She had no desire for such predicaments. Ever since the previous scenario, she had been arriving at the very last moment, whether to save lives or to confront spirits, as if ensnared by some peculiar curse. Pei Ye had hoped that with the transition to a new mission, she might finally escape this malediction. Alas, to her dismay, the curse reared its head once more. As Pei Ye soared in a helicopter, she beheld a formidable horde of nearly 30,000 zombies coalescing into a colossal meteor. Should this assault come to fruition, the barrier established by 72 paper effigies would undoubtedly falter, leading to a catastrophic breach. It would be one thing for the barrier to fall, but the YY base, sheltered beneath it, would also face annihilation. With no choice but to take a risk, Pei Ye opened the helicopter door and, defying the odds, unleashed the second tier of her psychic domain. Under normal circumstances, the first form is sufficient to handle the vast majority of troubles. Resorting to the second form would be akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Aside from the waste of combat prowess, the most significant concern is that the burden imposed by the second form is fivefold that of the first. As a retired soldier suffering from illness, she cannot bear such a weight. Employing it even once accelerates the depletion of her own life force. She is acutely aware that this is merely a game dungeon world, populated by NPCs crafted by friends, perhaps mere data, Perhaps not even that, rendering the risk of engaging in battle hardly worthwhile. Nevertheless, these entities provide her with a means of accumulating virtue, which is intricately linked to her own affliction. In a sense, the inhabitants of this world represent her salvation. Despite her seemingly frivolous demeanor, Pei Ye possesses an intrinsic adherence to principles of remarkable purity. She does not impose her standards on others. Yet she cannot permit herself to violate the principles she has established. With resolve, she decides to take a risk. With over 1,000 meters remaining to the YY base, Pei Ye dares to activate the second form. Captain Xiao, the hatch has been opened. The howling wind rushed in, nearly causing the pilot to falter in his operations. Upon turning his head, he felt his soul nearly escape him. He feared that Pei Ye intended to jump from the aircraft without even a parachute. In the next moment, a miraculous spectacle unfolded before his eyes, one he would remember for a lifetime. The once buoyant air became heavy and oppressive, as if a blow had struck him squarely on the forehead, conjuring a series of chaotic and bizarre images in his mind. Occasionally, there were verdant mountains shrouded in ethereal clouds. At other times, desolate and silent ruins of ancient cities. With wide eyes, he sought clarity. Yet all illusions dissipated like smoke. What had just transpired? Bewilderment clouded his face as he beheld an elongated beam of light soaring through the air. The shockwave generated by the arrow disturbed the helicopter, causing it to sway perilously. Had it not been for his exceptional piloting skills and vast experience in handling emergencies, a calamitous crash might have ensued. This was the perspective of the pilot. He remained oblivious to the reasons behind Pei Ye's decision to open the cabin door. The source of the earlier hallucination, or the origin of the luminous arrow. From Ruejuan and her companion's vantage point, the atmosphere felt charged with an unusual energy. Even from a distance of a kilometer, a familiar, colossal female apparition materialized, her hair and brows as white as snow, her complexion ethereal. In her grasp was a slender blade, though her appearance had evolved since their first encounter. The initial apparition had been nearly transparent, clad in simple attire, whereas now she appeared more substantial, adorned with additional gear that transformed her weaponry. With a fluid motion, the woman retrieved a crimson, elongated object from a satchel at her waist with her left hand, while the slender blade in her right hand shimmered with an otherworldly glow. The elongated object coalesced into a bow, and the slender blade morphed into an arrow, effortlessly drawn back and poised to strike. The moment the arrow was released, the bowstring emitted a faint hum. Pei Ye, the orchestrator of this spectacle, gazed at her hands with an expression of intrigue. The burdens of entering this second form were far less daunting than she had anticipated. The adverse effects she had feared did not manifest, save for a slight discomfort. She gazed upward at the ethereal manifestation conjured from her own mental realm, her heart already tumultuous with surging waves of emotion. Could it be that her troublesome old friend had not deceived her? The unencumbered activation of the second form served as compelling evidence of a revitalized mental domain. Lost in thought, the voice of Xiang Ruejuan echoed through her wireless earphones. "Hello? Are you still there? Why is there no sound? I am here. All is well. I am merely contemplating how to elucidate the principle that heroes always make their entrance last." Xiang Ruejuan replied. "Just as I mentioned, it was not intentional to make a late entrance. Now I am contradicting myself. What a ridiculous predicament." To avoid further aggravating Xiang Ruejuan, Pei Ye chuckled heartily and deftly shifted the conversation. "Xiang Ruejuan, my dear, leave the battlefield to me." Xiang Ruejuan retorted with indignation. "Don't think that by doing this you can assuage my anger. This person is utterly insufferable." Pei Ye laughed joyfully, showing no awareness of her ability to transform the aloof goddess into its tsundere. "We are not the same. You all go ahead." Pei Ye addressed the small animated paper figure that was fidgeting on her shoulder. 36 tiny paper figures transformed into streams of light, soaring towards their companions, merging with another 72 to form a formidable collective of 108. With their participation in the infusion of primordial energy, the barrier constituted by the paper army became robust, each beam as thick as a barrel. Not only was it thick, but it was also long and radiant. Its brilliance illuminated the entire YY base, casting the survivors into a hesitant awe, too intimidated to gaze directly at the luminous web of the barrier. The swarm of flying zombies, led by the matriarch, has once again suffered defeat, and her fury has reached its zenith. The legion of flying undead has collectively directed their hostile arrows towards Pei Ye. The matriarch, possessing considerable intelligence, is acutely aware that without addressing the relentless approach of Pei Ye, the YY base will remain insurmountable. Pei Ye, facing the howling winds, scoffs coldly. These wretched creatures have grown exceedingly audacious. Is it truly so difficult to remain quietly as mere fodder that they dare to provoke her? Find a place to hide. She instructs her driver, lest the clash of deities bring calamity upon innocent bystanders. The driver, recognizing the gravity of her words, is about to respond with an obedient affirmation when he witnesses Pei Ye spread her arms wide and leap into the void. My heavens! The driver nearly forgets his duty at the sight of her descent from such an altitude of 600 to 700 meters. Yet, in the next moment, he realizes his concerns were unwarranted. The psychic domain is, in essence, an extraordinary ability. Within this realm, the user transcends mortal limitations. Each formidable individual's psychic domain manifests uniquely, with varying capabilities across different tiers. Pei Ye's psychic domain is particularly remarkable. Its initial form is a vast and violent shadow, perfectly suited for chaotic battles, capable of dismantling military fortifications with bare hands and flattening enemy ground armor. The second form enhances the initial capabilities while introducing a teleportation-like mechanism. Encompassed within her domain, she can disregard spatial obstacles, reaching any desired location. This ability, while seemingly formidable, bears a rather burdensome and scientific stipulation. Her physical form must endure the strain of rapid movement. In the past, the body was naturally unproblematic. But can this body of Xiaoxiu endure? The answer is a resounding no. The distance of movement cannot be excessive, nor can the speed be too swift. Otherwise, before the enemy meets their demise, Xiaoxiu's body may succumb first. Pei Ye has no knowledge of whether this wretched game offers a save and load feature. Speaking of which, isn't love and raising cubes a nurturing management game? Why, in both game worlds, is she perpetually embroiled in combat or assisting others with their troubles? This fleeting thought was swiftly discarded by Pei Ye. A feeble idea conceived by a foolish friend and executed in a shoddy game. What sort of gameplay could one possibly expect? Pei Ye's muttering streamed through her wireless earpiece into Xiang Ruijuan's ears, driving the latter to a state of frenzy. At such a critical juncture, you were still preoccupied with your pathetic game. Damn. Before Xiang Ruijuan could finish her sentence, the unmistakable sound of a call being abruptly terminated reached her ears, clearly indicating that Pei Ye had forcefully severed the connection. Enraged, she kicked the balcony railing, bending it out of shape. Simultaneously, Pei Ye's figure emerged directly above the shimmering barrier. Are you searching for me? She smiled at the airborne horde of zombies. The horde of flying zombies locked onto Pei Ye as their target, but she employed a spatial shift, causing them to lose their focus and momentarily descend into confusion. When the target reappeared, so close to them, the flying zombies sensed the overwhelming hatred of the mother insect. Kill her! Kill her! Kill her! A voice clamored to shred the enemy, reducing every strand of hair, every sinew, and every bone to mere dust. The airborne zombies were incensed, boiling with rage. Pei Ye made a gesture as if retrieving an item from behind, and the ethereal figure with white hair followed suit. The former produced nothing, while the latter extracted a uniquely designed, luminous white cylinder, hoisting it upon their shoulder. The horde of flying zombies surged forward fearlessly. Before they could draw near, the white cylinder revealed a multitude of tiny circular apertures. Indeed, they were but rural pests. Thin lips curled into a sardonic sneer. Even though the zombie army was encased in a plaster exterior, this shroud was not impervious. It could not withstand the steel claws of the Azure Dragon's 3 hounds, who had bestowed upon them the illusion that they could endure her onslaught. Had they possessed any discernment, these creatures would have prudently retreated from the impending danger, rather than allowing their subordinates to become mere sacrificial pawns. The willow leaf fairy, unperturbed by the glare of the light net, widened her eyes in a fixed gaze upon Pei Ye's movements, her hands subconsciously tightening around the railing. Countless explosions erupted in midair, as orange flames erupted in a relentless succession, spreading into a vast inferno that obscured the sky. The Azure Dragon's 3 hounds gazed adoringly at the ethereal figure wreaking havoc behind Pei Ye, drooling suspiciously from the corners of their mouths. They could no longer contain their overwhelming urge to break through all obstacles and embrace their beloved, yearning for her to groom them. The 3 hounds, agitated, perked up their ears, swatting at the bothersome zombies with their claws, turning them into mere pulp. Azure Dragon, Crescent Moon, Blade. The voices of the 3 hounds, hidden within their ears, transmitted the chilling words of Taihao. It is indeed peculiar. The moment Taihao's voice emerged, the fervent impulse that had surged through my veins vanished in an instant. To put it plainly, it felt as if my enthusiasm had deflated. Taihao's voice rendered the dog disheartened. The Qinlong, dissatisfied, emitted low growls, accompanied by a gurgling sound from its throat. Internally, it remained ablaze with passion. Yet its exterior bore an icy indifference, a stark contrast that left it in a state of torment. "What is the matter?" asked the knife maiden, her expression devoid of warmth. She seemed ready to shatter her wireless headphones should Taihao fail to impart substantial information. In this critical moment of conflict, she urged the three to proceed with caution. The dogs, innocent in nature, were swiftly pacified by Taihao's few words. The three canines exhibited expressions of shame, realizing that while their beloved companion fought valiantly against the adversary, they were lost in unrealistic dreams far from the battlefield, a truly excessive predicament. In truth, their participation in the fray had little bearing on the outcome of the conflict. Behind Pei Ye, a spectral figure bore a luminous, large white cylinder, unleashing a relentless barrage upon the airborne horde of zombies. Remarkably, it appeared that no ammunition was required, suggesting an infinite supply. Onlookers, mere survivors witnessing the divine clash, were left speechless. Meanwhile, the keyboard warriors online voiced their outrage, questioning why this particular individual seemed to defy the norm in such an extraordinary manner amidst the apocalypse. They finally comprehended how the astounding feat of slaying 200,000 to 300,000 zombies in a single day was achieved. With such combat prowess, should the zombies willingly line up to offer their heads, it would not take more than a week to eradicate the 4 to 5 billion zombies plaguing the globe. With a single volley, she unleashed an artificial inferno, indiscriminately launched over a dozen shots. As the conflagration subsided, countless dismembered remains plummeted from the firmament, incinerating into ashes upon contact with the energy grid. The resultant cascade of ash, akin to a gentle snowfall, swiftly accumulated to a depth of several centimeters at the YY base, retaining a lingering warmth. 310. Route, can this truly be considered human? This query echoed in the minds of the survivors who bore witness to the scene. Simultaneously, they harbored a profound sense of gratitude that was allied with humanity. Were the undead to possess a comparable instrument of carnage, what hope would remain for the average survivor? Suicide might well become the preferable course of action. A lone individual had effortlessly decimated hundreds of thousands of zombies. In all candor, such a scenario would be deemed implausible even in the most fanciful daydreams. The devotees of the White Lotus Saintess were ecstatic, inundating the chat with praise for, inquiring as to whether the esteemed figure was in need of any attachments. I was aware of this prowess, but I had not fathomed such an extent. The previous descriptions from veteran adherents were woefully inadequate, failing to capture even a fraction of this magnificence. Stand aside. I shall extol this virtues with every fiber of my being, showering her with effusive praise. Zhou Qingjiu, at last, I understand why the big boss named the group today's outing Zombie. Initially, I thought the name was rather crude and vulgar. However, upon reflection today, it became evident that it indeed resembles a zombie-esque wailing. Let us speak plainly. I too yearn for the big boss's affection. I do not seek status or exclusive favor, merely to bask in the occasional kindness of the big boss, to be a little cat or dog by their side. I would truly have no regrets in this life. Qianyang Mei, but, Qingjiu, aren't you a male? Zhou Qingjiu. The law does not stipulate that a male cannot be cherished by the big boss. 3 seconds later, the account ID named Zhou Qingjiu received a yellow card warning from Taihao Network. Internet harmony is a shared responsibility. Please, survivor, Zhou Qingjiu, be mindful of social influence. Do not disseminate obscene content or violent, bloody ideologies. Given that this is your first offense, we issue this yellow card warning. You will be muted for 3 minutes as a precautionary measure. Please refrain from further infractions. Zhou Qingjiu. He skeptically reviewed his comments repeatedly. Where was the obscenity? Where was the bloody violence? Does Taihao Network not possess any awareness of the obscene and violent content prevalent on their platform? There is no regulation whatsoever. Anyone, even typing cats and dogs, can register accounts, expressing themselves freely with all sorts of nonsensical videos, photos, and statements. These matters have never been addressed by Taihao, so why issue him a yellow card? Zhou Qingjiu's predicament is not unique. Others who express similar sentiments also received yellow card warnings. Some choose to remain indifferent, while others, with a stubborn disposition, insist on seeking clarity. The explanation provided by Taihao is rather official. Ms. Xiaoxiao, as the hero who rescued the YY base from impending doom, rightfully deserves respect rather than disdainful remarks. Although it is known that the survivors harbor no ill will, in consideration of Ms. Xiaoxiu's personal reputation, a yellow card warning is warranted, along with a 3-minute mute. I trust everyone will understand. The fans of the White Lotus Saint Mother have been shamed. Their moral awareness evidently falls short. Eager to express their admiration for the esteemed figure, they remain oblivious to the impropriety of their words and actions. They sob and reflect profoundly for 3 minutes. Taihao, please assist in tallying the remaining zombies. If the enemies perish in excessive numbers before she has had sufficient satisfaction, would that not be quite disheartening? The cool voice of a youth resonated in their ears. Survivors number 87,413. They exhibit signs of retreat. Pei Ye scoffed repeatedly. To reach this point, and then speak of fleeing? Have they sought my counsel? The insect race has never been known for their fortitude. A saying aptly describes them. When the wind is at their backs, they act like dogs. When it turns against them, they hastily retreat. When the enemy's strength wanes, they swarm forward. When the enemy is strong, they wish for more legs to escape, fearing they will miss the warmth of survival. After Pei Ye obliterated half of the cannon fodder with a single strike, even the lowly intelligence of the hidden mother insect should recognize the precariousness of their situation. However, this is Pei Ye's battlefield. It is not a realm where the enemy can simply come and go as they please. With a mere thought, the 108 small paper figures arrange themselves into a formidable formation, transitioning from defense to offense. The luminous net surrounding them began to ascend, transforming from a flat expanse into a concave net, continuously expanding as if to envelop the remaining 80,000 zombies entirely. The controlling mother insect, sensing the precarious situation, commanded the airborne zombie army to ascend and break through the gap above. It had witnessed the formidable power of the luminous net. A direct confrontation would turn the flying zombies into mere insects trapped beneath an electric swatter. The airborne zombies loyally executed the mother insect's orders. Pei Ye remained motionless at the bottom of the luminous net, merely gazing upward at the approaching flying zombies. As they gathered closer, a triumphant smile curled at the corners of her lips. The translucent white cylinder resting on her shoulder emitted a few faint sounds, its size expanding from XS to 9XL. The number of circular apertures atop the cylinder multiplied exponentially, just as the fastest flying zombies were about to escape the encirclement of the luminous net. A thunderous explosion echoed from below. This detonation was far more astonishing than the previous ones. From a distance, it resembled a brilliant orange flame spewing forth from the mouth of the luminous net. The ash, imbued with heat, rained down once more, completely burying the YY base beneath a shroud of zombie remains. Taihao remarked, "There are still 1,133 flying zombies yet to be annihilated." Pei Ye replied with a smile, "Keep a close watch on their movements. Not a single one must escape. Even if just one manages to slip through, it would be a profound disrespect to my initiation of the second transformation, having unleashed my ultimate move. Allowing even a minor foe to evade would be tantamount to a resounding slap in the face." She, Pei Ye, resolutely refused to be humiliated. The remaining flying zombies were few, most of them still adorned with vibrant colors. Their survival was not attributed to strength, but rather to sheer luck and swift evasion. The 3 azure dragon hounds howled, eager to impress Pei Ye, futilely clawing at the zombies. Apart from the 10 centimeters thick layer of zombie ashes at the YY base and the chaotic wreckage of buildings, there seemed to be no other evidence to substantiate that over 200,000 flying zombies once loomed over this place. Xiang Ruijuan discreetly alerted Pei Ye through a wireless earpiece. "Xiaoxiu, it appears that the mother insect has not taken the field." The mother insect was indeed the mastermind behind this siege of flying zombies. Pei Ye stated, "Of course, the mother insect would not personally intervene. It is quite protective of its own life." The young insects possessed formidable stealth capabilities, and as the sole progenitor of their entire species, the mother insect's ability to conceal itself was even more pronounced. Even Pei Ye would find it challenging to ascertain its whereabouts. Brute force was futile. Only cunning could prevail. What could the rustic earth insects possibly know of warfare strategies and devious plots? The mother insect had scant intelligence about Pei Ye, while Pei Ye was intimately familiar with the habits, instincts, and tendencies of these insectoids. Consequently, those that seemed to have slipped through the net might not be so. They could instead be bait for greater prey. The mother insect's instinct was to reproduce, devour, and expand its kin, while the young insects were instinctively driven to protect the mother insect in times of danger, obeying its commands. Though Pei Ye could not locate the mother insect, the young ones might lead her to it. The chopsticks in Pei Ye's pocket were already yearning for action. No one shall dare to seize her ingredients. 311. VIP seat. Is this truly the end? Ah, it seems to have come to an end. The bewildered survivors of the melon-eating crowd on the Taishan network finally comprehended the situation. Was the siege of over 200,000 flying zombies resolved just like that? Observing the pitiful flying zombies being relentlessly pursued and torn apart by the Azure Dragon and its 3 hounds, the onlookers felt an inexplicable surge of sympathy. What has happened to the esteemed one? Discovering that Pei Ye remained suspended in midair, motionless, the hearts of the spectators, which had just begun to settle, surged with anxiety once more. Could there be another unforeseen development? The crowd held their breath, cautiously fixated on Pei Ye's next move. The group, led by Xiang Ruijuan, also dared not lower their guard. Under the watchful eyes of the masses, Pei Ye finally made a move. She rummaged through her pocket and retrieved an item. Before the crowd could discern what she had produced, she performed a miraculous vanishing act, disappearing right before their eyes. The esteemed one has vanished. Could she be a spatial ability user? Given the apocalyptic context, the survivors had witnessed much, and such an abrupt disappearance was not entirely astonishing. However, her ability to single-handedly confront over 200,000 flying zombies must indeed be her extraordinary power, right? Such formidable abilities are remarkable enough, yet she also possesses spatial capabilities. How disheartening for others. Countless survivors must have turned into envious lemons, their bitterness palpable. While ordinary individuals might wield abilities that merely conjure sparks or droplets, this remarkable figure carried an enormous cannon, unleashing a barrage of firepower. The disparity in combat prowess was simply unimaginable. Pei Ye may have vanished, but that did not signify the conclusion of the zombie siege. The remaining airborne zombies pose a grave threat to the survivors' base, as even a single escapee could inflict catastrophic casualties. Their presence serves as an ominous reminder to other survivor enclaves, emphasizing the pressing need to bolster aerial defenses. Fortunately for Base YY, it is under the vigilant command of Pei Ye. Without her, the fate of the base would be grimly apparent. Absent Pei Ye, Base YY would merely mirror the fate of Base 3523, where countless survivors would fall victim to the insatiable hunger of the undead. Contemplating this reality, many break into a cold sweat, plagued by the haunting awareness that they cannot afford to be naive about the existence of monstrous avian creatures. Since the apocalypse began, how many absurdities have materialized that once seemed impossible? If such creatures do indeed exist, what sentiments might they harbor towards humanity's remaining survivors? Most crucially, will there be further appearances of flying zombies in the future? While ground-dwelling zombies can be repelled by towering fortifications, what defenses can be employed against those that soar through the sky? Not everyone possesses the formidable capabilities of Pei Ye, who relentlessly bombards foes with artillery. They must prepare for uncertainties ahead. The survivors, still basking in the fleeting joy of survival, find themselves ensnared by apprehensions about what lies ahead. Only a select few fans of the White Lotus St. Mary cult express curiosity about Pei Ye's whereabouts. Naturally, Pei Ye is in pursuit of sustenance. No, the mother worm. Most of the flying zombies, infested by the parasitic larvae, have met